Chapter 121. What can you offer to the Federation? Is it too late for me to join your shelter now? Suyu did not disturb Yupinon at this moment. He knew that Yupinon might release the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time, and also bid farewell to the cowardly self in the past. The self that was still a normal human being. After a while, Yupinon woke up, looked at Suyu, and still knelt on the ground. However, this time, Yupinon was very kind to Suyu. Only deep gratitude remained. I am Yupinon, thank you for your kindness. The administrator. Please give me your instructions. The administrator. Suyu nodded, and said directly, Yupinon, I have made some minor improvements to the 2 drawings you submitted before, and further reduced the difficulty of production. The hydroponic plant system and transport crawler are extremely important to the current shelter. I want you to cooperate with the mechanical maintenance department within 1 month. The finished products of these 2 technologies will be assembled on a large scale in the shelter. In Suyu's opinion, these 2 blueprints are the blueprints that the Wanderer settlement has been using, and Yupinon is naturally the best person to be responsible for this matter. Then, Suyu continued, in addition, since you already have a 4-star high-level combat power, you are considered strong among the combatants in the entire shelter, you can select the people you need from the members of the shelter, and form the 4th hunting team. You can go to the wilderness to recruit wasteland scavengers and refugees like you. This is the first mission of the 4th hunting team. I'll give you a month. After a month, I want to see results. And after a month, you will have a new mission. Hearing Suyu's words, Yupinon nodded, and then replied yes. I will definitely complete the task of the manager. After that, Yupinon took his leave. And Suyu, he looked at the courtyard at this time. Although this courtyard had been transformed by Suyu several times, it was already very large. However, thinking of the total of 60 excellent machines to be manufactured in the next month, Suyu still felt that the courtyard in front of him was too small. At that moment, Suyu thought about how to further expand the entire courtyard. Let's set a small goal first. In the next month, we will first upgrade the Legion mechanics to the maximum level, and build a mechanical battle group composed of 60 excellent machines. The news that Yupinon became the captain of the 4th hunting team caused a great stir in the shelter. However, soon, Yupinon showed his powerful strength after the transformation of the prosthetic body, and his extraordinary tenacity, which won the recognition of most people in the shelter. The hydroponic plant system and transport crawler vehicles were also easily installed in the entire shelter. In this way, a large number of manpower was freed up, and the output of the resource points controlled by the shelter increased. Therefore, it was improved again. Yupinon also led the newly formed 4th hunting team to the wilderness to recruit refugees for the shelter. In this way, half a month passed slowly. In the courtyard of Suyu's residence, 33-meter-high excellent-level intelligent machines were parked in the open space in front of Suyu's residence. This is the result of Suyu's half a month. Not only that, Suyu silently said in his heart, Job transfer panel. The next moment, the attributes of the job transfer panel, it appeared in Suyu's eyes. Name, Suyu. Occupation, Legion Mechanic LV-21. Current occupation, Legion Mechanic. Occupational level, Level 2. Super level. Spiritual Power Star, 5-star intermediate. Physical System Star, 5-star primary. Looking at the panel, it was the first time that the Spiritual Power Star level exceeded the Physical Star level. Suyu also sighed in his heart. It's not easy. In the past half-month, in addition to the usual mechanical creation manufacturing in the shelter, the large amount of experience points provided by these 30 superior machines finally raised my Legion Mechanics level to level 21. The higher the level of the profession, the more experience points are required to upgrade the level. Suyu had expected this. The Legion Mechanic is already level 21. If nothing unexpected happens, level 30 should be the maximum level of the Legion Mechanic. By then, the Legion Mechanic, which focuses on improving mental power, can at least raise my mental power to a 5-star advanced level. At this time, the message prompt sounded on the personal terminal, which made Suyu finish thinking. Suyu picked up his personal terminal, opened it, and received the message inside. Several hunting team leaders, including Bai Hong and Yang Lai from the shelter, sent messages to Suyu. For a while, the personal terminal in Suyu's hands seemed to be a little stuck. With the increase in the number of people in the shelter, the core terminal of the shelter can't bear such a large amount of data transmission after all. Suyu operated a few times on the personal terminal in his hand, and soon the personal terminal stopped lagging. and there is too much information. So you picked up the personal terminal and began to check the information sent to him one by one. The information from Bai Hong and Yang Lai and others was all about the resource points and number of people in the shelter. Has the number of people in the shelter increased to 8,000? Moreover, according to Uncle Yang, the current combatants in the shelter there are 800 people, and the number of extraordinary people among them has reached 300. It's not surprising. The shelter is now recruiting scavengers in large numbers. For those scavengers wandering in the wilderness, the shelter is simply a paradise. So you thought about it, and soon understood why the shelter developed so fast. After all, most of the scavengers in the wilderness are very complex. Ordinary settlements will not recruit such people at all. And there are not so many resources to supply so many people. But for the shelter, these problems do not exist, because the safety of the shelter is based on my personal strength, and the security is completely entrusted to intelligent machines such as rangers, without the influence of manpower. And the scavengers in the wilderness, who can survive in the wilderness, are undoubtedly people with certain combat power. Although they may not be loyal to the shelter, it doesn't matter, with the exchange list and contribution mechanism. We are not afraid that these people will not contribute to the shelter. So you quickly filtered through the messages and continued to read. At this time, a message from Yu Pinon caught Suyu's attention. Yu Pingan's message read, Mr. Administrator, a group of strange people came to visit outside the shelter today. They claim to be from the Settlement Federation and want to see you. Mr. Administrator, Captain Langyan communicated with them for a few words. They found that they were all members of a small settlement in the wilderness near the Iron Jungle. In just a few months, the Ghost Tribe has destroyed 4 small settlements, including the Wanderers. And the Small Settlement Federation was born under this circumstance. They wanted to unite to fight against the Ghost Tribe. They are waiting outside the shelter now. After reading Yu Pingan's description, Suyu frowned. The strength of the small settlements, Suyu is very clear. There can be no force greater than the current shelter, especially the so-called alliance, to fight against the Ghost Tribe, in Suyu's view. It is more like a struggle before death. Let's not talk about the overall environment of the ruined star, whether the alliance of small settlements can really work together to fight against the ghosts. Even if everyone can trust each other, with a few small settlements, how can it be possible to fight against the Ghost Tribe? In Suyu's mind, the Small Settlement Federation, there is no meaning at all. But Suyu thought about it. Although the so-called Federation is not very useful in my opinion, it is also possible to use these small settlements to further test the strength of the Ghost Tribe. Also, although the strength of these settlements is not very good, they have a lot of manpower, and they can definitely join in. And let them help me find the source core crystal. Thinking of this, Suyu immediately contacted Yu Pinon and replied, Bring them to the Parliament Hall to see me, let the other hunting team leaders come as well. At the same time, outside the shelter gate, a team of people in different costumes were waiting. They were the members of the Small Settlement Union. They looked at the transport crawlers coming in and out of the shelter, and the carts were loaded on the transport crawlers, and were a little shocked. The leader of the team was wearing a black robe, with a heavy hood, wrapping the whole person in the black robe. At this time, the man said, How come the 73rd shelter is completely different from the one in the information? There are so many people, and judging from the strength of the hunting team members, each of them is not weak. The man's voice was crisp, as melodious as an oriole, and it turned out to be a woman. The woman took off her hood and untied her robe. She revealed a sturdy body that was completely inconsistent with the crisp voice. Although she was a woman, her body was so sturdy that even Yang Lai, who was famous for his strength in the shelter, was not as strong as her. Emissary Huang Ying, aren't we here to persuade these 73 shelters to join our small settlement federation? But now it seems that the shelters may not join us because of their manpower and strength. Someone behind Huang Ying persuaded. The stout woman, Huang Ying, shook her head and said confidently, These 73 shelters only have a lot of manpower. But our 7 small settlements are united, sharing what we have, and mastering technology and resources. There must be more than the 73 shelters, which is why they have no advantage as a single settlement. Our 7 settlements each have their own strengths, mechanical technology, manpower, superhuman strength, etc. There will always be something that the 73 shelters need, not to mention, the mayor of the Wind City settlement where I live is a 4-star primary spiritual superhuman. Once we tell the 73 shelters this information, they will probably beg to join us, and then we will have to see what the 73 shelters can provide us. Huang Ying was very confident. In her opinion, Although number 73 showed strong strength, it was impossible for a shelter to be all round. Right? It was stronger than their 7 small settlements combined. Right? Their 7 small settlements always had some things that were needed for the shelter. At this time, Yu Pingyan also came to the door of the shelter. When she saw Yu Pingyan, Huang Ying was a little shocked, because Yu Pingyan's body, except for the head, is made of metal. And looking at the streamlined prosthesis, you can tell that this metal body is not just for show. The sense of oppression emanating from him made Huang Ying, who was already a 4-star junior, a little afraid. Huang Ying felt a little strange. From the information she knew, the manager of number 73 was a prosthesis-transformed person. But he was definitely not as young as Yu Pingyan. He should be an old man. And, look at the prosthetics on this person, it looks like it's newly made. Is shelter number 73 good at prosthetics? And looking at the appearance of this person in front of me, and those members of the hunting team, there are more or less signs of prosthetics, which shows that the mechanical technology of this shelter is very strong. Before, Huang Ying was at the entrance of the shelter, looking at those who came in and out, although she also saw signs of prosthetics on them. But prosthetics, one of their small settlements, is good at this. But now, after seeing Yu Pingyan, Huang Ying realized that it might not be possible to attract the 73rd shelter to join with mechanical technology. It's okay, we have 7 small settlements anyway. Huang Ying comforted herself. At that moment, Huang Ying greeted Yu Pingyan and asked, "Are you the manager of the 73rd shelter?" Yu Pingyan shook his head and said, "No, I'm just the captain of the 4th hunting team." Captain of the hunting team? What a joke. Huang Ying couldn't believe it. If this 4-star cyborg, who was much stronger than her, was placed in other small settlements, he would at least be the leader of the settlement. But now in shelter number 73, he was just a captain. Then how strong is the manager of shelter number 73? Huang Ying realized this quickly, and quickly thought of Captain Lang Yun, who had contacted her before. The captain of the 1st hunting team, who I had contacted before, the strength is also 4 stars. I originally thought that this was an exception. The captain of the 1st hunting team should be the strongest person in the shelter except for the administrator. But now it seems, I am afraid that the strength of the captain of the hunting team is all 4 stars. At this time, a person behind Huang Ying looked at Yu Pingyan's figure, but was a little confused. He always felt that he had seen Yu Pingyan somewhere. Okay, everyone. The administrator has agreed to see you. You can come in, follow me. Don't run around. Yu Pingyan led everyone into the shelter and warned them. The security inside the shelter is maintained by intelligent machines. Don't run around. Once the manager's intelligent machines regard you as an enemy, I can't save you. These days, many new scavengers who joined the shelter were killed by the manager's rangers because they kept the bad habits in the wilderness. Hearing Yu Pingyan's words, everyone was curious. I have seen intelligent machines. After all, there are a few in Fengcheng. However, it is a bit exaggerated to say that intelligent machines can be used to maintain public order. Huang Ying shook her head. In her opinion, intelligent machines are used for frontal combat. However, the next moment, at the corner, 20 rangers appeared. Huang Ying and others were shocked. Looking at the many weapons carried by the 20 rangers, everyone had no doubt that the formation of 20 rangers would crush them into ashes with just one volley of fire. Even Huang Ying, a 4-star primary extraordinary person, could only escape from the hands of these 20 rangers. Huang Ying subconsciously asked Yu Pingyan, "How many intelligent machines do you have to maintain law and order in your shelter?" Yu Pingyan thought for a moment and replied, "More than 100. All made by the administrator." More than 100? These 4 words were deeply lingering in Huang Ying's mind. More than 100 rangers, if they were all of this strength, I'm afraid that even if she had reached the primary level of 4 stars, she would have no chance of resistance. And such rangers, such powerful fighting power, are just tools for maintaining law and order in shelter number 73. The original confidence in Huang Ying's heart suddenly disappeared without a trace at this moment. The number of combatants is not as good as hers. Mechanical technology is no match for them. Even the tools used by the 73rd shelter to maintain public order are enough to destroy any of our small settlements. With such strength, how could they still be a small settlement? And still be unknown in this wilderness? Huang Ying was incredulous. But she didn't know that all this was after Su Yu became the manager. The shelter had developed to its current level in just 2 months. Now it's no longer just looking at the 73rd shelter. It's not about what our Federation can provide, but what our Federation can provide for this shelter. Huang Ying realized that their small settlement federation What can attract the 73 shelters to join? At this time, the man who looked familiar to Ping'an stood up and asked Ping'an with doubts, "Are you the child of the leader of the Wanderer settlement? I seem to have seen you before." As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Ping'an's painful memories were instantly recalled, but Yu Ping'an quickly adjusted himself. "Yes, I am a member of the Wanderer settlement, but unfortunately, more than half a month ago, the Wanderer settlement was destroyed by the Ghost tribe, and my parents also died. In desperation, the administrator took me in." As soon as these words came out, the man was stunned in disbelief. Huyo, who was standing by, was puzzled by this scene, pushed the man and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you still stunned?" The man swallowed and replied, Because in my impression, you should be just an ordinary person." "Ordinary person? Ordinary person. You have only been in the shelter for more than half a month. And you have changed from an ordinary person to a cyborg, who is much stronger than me?" Huang Ying was shocked. The little pride she had at the door of the shelter disappeared instantly. Instead, she was deeply shocked. Huang Ying paused, and immediately put away these thoughts. She looked at Yu Ping'an and said seriously, "Do you still need people in shelter number 73? Is it too late for me to join your shelter now? Chapter 122 join? No, I mean I will manage it. The Ghost tribe is so weak." When Huang Ying said this, even Yu Ping'an was surprised. "Isn't this person the envoy of the Small Settlements Federation? Why is he joining our shelter now?" Yu Ping'an was stunned. But after thinking about it, he said to Huang Ying, "Emissary Huang Ying, let's go see the administrator first. As for your wish to join the shelter, we have to wait for the consent of the administrator." Huang Ying nodded, and replied in a voice that was very inconsistent with her sturdy body, "Okay, let's get down to business first." Although Huang Ying said this, but behind Huang Ying, the members of the Small Settlement Federation looked at each other and realized that something was wrong. Even their own envoys were going to join the other shelter. How could they invite the other shelter to join the Federation? At this time, Huang Ying asked, "Captain Yu Ping'an, was your prosthetic body made for you by the shelters?" In Huang Ying's opinion, Yu Ping'an's 4-star prosthetic body must have required the cooperation of at least 73 shelters to be successfully built in just over half a month. But the next moment, Yu Ping'an shook his head. Yu Ping'an said, "No, my prosthetic body, including the rangers and other intelligent machines you saw before, are all made by the administrator. One person built it." Huang Ying was stunned when she heard this. Her sturdy body trembled inexplicably. "I don't want to stay in this small settlement union. No matter how I look at it, the 73 shelters are suitable for me," Huang Ying said in her heart. Huang Ying was extremely obsessed with strength. Otherwise, she would not have become a physical transcendent. She also trained her delicate body, which originally belonged to a woman, to be as strong as a violent bear. She originally joined Wind City because the mayor of Wind City was a 4-star spiritual transcendent. Now, the strength of the 73 shelters has completely surpassed Wind City, and even the combined strength of the 7 small settlements. A wise bird chooses a tree to inhabit. It's not that I want to betray the mayor, but this shelter is really attractive. With this thought, Huang Ying and her group followed Yu Ping'an to the Parliament Hall. In the Parliament Hall, at this time, Suyu was sitting on a high seat, looking at Huang Ying and her group below. On both sides of Suyu, there were naturally several hunting team captains, as well as Yang Lai, Bai Hong and other high-level people in the shelter. Huang Ying and her group, the moment they saw Suyu, instantly felt an invisible pressure. Huang Ying, on the other hand, was more familiar with this kind of pressure, because she had felt this kind of mental oppression from the Lord of Fengcheng. This is the oppression of a spiritual transcendent. Moreover, the manager of this shelter, why does it seem that he is much more powerful than the Lord of Wind City? Huang Ying was extremely shocked. Not even more, but the two are not even in the same league. The members of the small federation behind Huang Ying were also extremely shocked at this time. Suyu looked at the people below the stage, who were a little embarrassed, and smiled slightly. Suyu said, "Everyone has come from afar, please take a seat." Huang Ying and her group, until they heard Suyu speak, only then did he wake up. They sat down on the seats on both sides, and Huang Ying took a closer look at Suyu. It would not matter if she did not look at him, but once she looked at him, Huang Ying was shocked. Huang Ying herself was extremely obsessed with muscle strength, and at this time, Suyu, although his muscles were not as developed as Huang Ying's, but in Huang Ying's eyes, the muscle lines on Suyu's body were extremely symmetrical, and all of them were full of strength. Although Suyu's body was symmetrical, But Huang Ying had no doubt that Su Yu's physical strength was several times stronger than hers. Huang Ying secretly kept this discovery in her heart. Huang Ying had already made up her mind. The Small Settlements Federation can be done casually. It would be best if it succeeds. But it doesn't matter if it doesn't. Anyway, I'm waiting for the 73 shelters. I'm determined to follow the administrator. So you didn't know what Huang Ying was thinking. But when he saw Huang Ying in his heart, he had a general understanding of the strength of the Small Settlements Federation. As an envoy group, there is only one 4-star primary physical strongman leading the team. The rest of the people are very weak. This Small Settlements Federation is just as I thought. It is not very useful. But it is still valuable to use it to explore the strength of the Ghost Tribe, and to help me collect source core crystals. Su Yu's original idea was to see how strong the Federation was. If it is still possible, Su Yu is willing to join it as a shelter. But now, the so-called settlement union established by these 7 small settlements, in Su Yu's opinion, is more like a meaningless struggle in the face of the danger of the Ghost Tribe. You can join this small settlement union, but I want to join as a leader. Su Yu thought so, and quickly decided on his attitude towards the small settlement union. At this time, Huang Ying said, Master Administrator, our Small Settlements Federation is formed by the union of 7 small settlements. Its purpose is to share what we have, develop together, and fight against the threat of the Ghost Tribe. We beg shelter number 73 to join us and fight against the Ghost Tribe together. Huang Ying did not forget her mission after all. As for joining the shelter, she would have to wait until the business was done. Su Yu nodded and motioned Huang Ying to continue. Just then, Huang Ying continued, we 7 small settlements, the total population is more than 35,000 people, and the number of combatants is more than 3,000 people, and the number of extraordinary people is also more than 500 people. There are 10 4-star extraordinary people among them. As soon as these words came out, not only Su Yu, but also Yang Lai, Bai Hong and others, and the 4 captains of the hunting team, looked at Huang Ying in surprise. Isn't this too weak? 7 settlements united, with a population of 35,000, and you only have 500 extraordinary people? There are more than 300 extraordinary people in our shelter now. Captain Zhang Xiao asked the question subconsciously, expressing the confusion in Su Yu's heart. Although most of the extraordinary people in the shelter were scavengers in the wilderness, in order to fight against the harsh environment in the wilderness, the probability of extraordinary people appearing in scavengers is higher than in stable settlements. However, under Su Yu's carrot and stick approach, those who had ulterior motives among these newly joined extraordinary people had already died in the hands of the rangers. The rest were also attracted by the various mechanical creations on the exchange list, and only wanted to work hard for the shelter, which could be completely controlled by Su Yu. Huang Ying felt a little embarrassed when she heard this. Originally, in Huang Ying's opinion, 500 extraordinary people were already good, but compared with the number 73 shelter, it seemed a little less. But Huang Ying still explained to Zhang Xiao, the probability of the birth of extraordinary people is not low. Although the proportion of our extraordinary people is a little lower than that of the number 73 shelter, but we have advantages that the 73 shelters don't have. Speaking of this, Huang Ying suddenly couldn't continue, because she found that the Small Settlement Federation, in front of the 73 shelters, had no advantages. The top extraordinary people were not as good as Su Yu, and the level of machinery was not as good as the shelter. Except for the advantage in numbers, the Small Settlement Federation had no other advantages. And the advantage in numbers, I'm afraid it would be a disadvantage for the manager of the shelter. It's nothing. Huang Ying smiled bitterly in her heart. She knew that the more than 100 rangers were just intelligent machines made by the administrator in front of her to maintain public order. How can we talk about this? Huang Ying was helpless. She knew that the administrator in front of her must have more powerful intelligent machines. Considering that Su Yu was a spiritual superhuman, Su Yu's profession could be imagined. Superhuman mechanic? This kind of thing was not even possible in the imperial period 10,000 years ago. It is also a super profession that can form an army by one person. Only the super mechanic can have the ability to lead the ordinary number 73 shelter to become the powerful force it is today. Huang Ying's idea of joining the number 73 shelter became more and more firm. And now, she doesn't know what reason to let the number 73 shelter join the Small Settlements Federation. In fact, in Huang Ying's view, the threat of the Ghost Tribe is a disaster for small settlements like them. But for Su Yu in front of him, and the 73rd shelter, this is not the case. In fact, Huang Ying had an illusion in her heart. That is, the Ghost Tribe. might not necessarily be the opponent of the shelter. No. To be precise, the ghost tribe might not be the opponent of the administrator in front of us. Huang Ying was silent, and the other members of the envoy group also did not know how to speak. The small settlement alliance has some, and the shelter has them all. Even the shelter is better than what they have. And the mechanical creations of the shelter, and the large-scale assembly of prosthetics, their 7 settlements, none of them. Seeing that Huang Ying and her group were reluctant to speak, Su Yu spoke. Su Yu said, "Emissary Huang Ying, for your small settlement federation, our shelter can join." Hearing Su Yu's words, the envoys who originally had no hope, all looked at Su Yu, who was sitting on the high platform, with surprise. But soon, their surprise froze on their faces. "But, what can you provide for the shelter?" Su Yu said slowly. The envoys were silent. "Yes, what can they provide for the shelter?" Huang Ying saw what Su Yu meant at this time, and she said, "Dear Administrator, can you tell us your thoughts directly?" Su Yu said slowly, "Okay. Since you don't know what you can provide for my shelter number 73, I'll tell you. 1. Shelter number 73 can join the Small Settlement Federation. But it must join as a leader, not a partner. 2. You have all seen the mechanical technology mastered by the shelter, or the mechanical technology one have mastered. So I want all the smart chips in your 7 settlements. Only in this way can they play their maximum value. For Su Yu, the speed of chips manufactured by chip manufacturing equipment is still too slow, and these 7 small settlements will eventually accumulate intelligent chips. These chips, regardless of their level, can serve as Su Yu's rapidly growing combat power. 3rd, I need your 7 settlements to provide manpower for our shelter. A large number of manpower. You can go to the wilderness to recruit refugees or scavengers, and send them to the shelter for resettlement. Even your 7 settlements, if you are willing, can directly join our shelter. 4th, I need people from your 7 settlements to find some materials for me." Su Yu said slowly, and each item made the envoys frown. At this time, a man in the envoys seemed to be unable to help himself, and he stood up and said, "Master Administrator, I know that your shelter is very strong, but according to what you said, our 7 small settlements will become vassals of your shelter." Su Yu heard this, and smiled slightly, directly. "Vassal? In this dead wilderness, besides the ghost tribe, which is the most powerful medium-sized settlement, the number 73 shelter is the strongest. Because of the special nature of psionic energy, the ghost tribe will never treat you as vassals. They can only treat you as tools to resist the bloodthirstiness brought by psionic energy. You are united together, just to resist the danger of the ghost tribe. In this case, why are you unwilling to agree to my conditions? In exchange, I can provide you with some shelter, even if you become a vassal of my 73rd shelter. What's wrong with that? It's better than perishing in the hands of the ghost tribe." When Su Yu said this, even Huang Ying's eyes were a little angry. Although she wanted to join the shelter, but in Huang Ying's opinion, Su Yu's words were not very realistic. Huang Ying asked, "Master Administrator, your words are a bit too much. You ask so much of our Small Settlements Federation, so what can you provide for the Federation of Small Settlements? You said you would provide shelter, but you have to know that the Ghost Tribe is extremely powerful, and has special means of cultivating extraordinary people. There are 2,000 elite Ghost Wolf Riders alone, and their average strength is above 2 stars. Among them, there are as many as 20 extraordinary people above 4 stars. There are as many as 5 general-level figures in the Ghost Tribe, and each of them is above 5 stars. It may not even be 6 stars." Huang Ying's words startled Su Yu. Su Yu had some understanding of the Ghost Tribe before, but he was not sure about its specific strength. Now, after hearing the data Huang Ying said, Su Yu was a little surprised. "The Ghost Tribe is much weaker than I thought?" Su Yu was a little surprised, but he soon realized that it was not that the Ghost Tribe was weak, but that he, who had a job transfer panel, was growing too fast. It was so fast that Su Yu didn't realize that he already had enough strength to overthrow a medium-sized force. Su Yu found that, even with the strength he had now, it was enough to deal with the Ghost Tribe. Not to mention, with the passage of time, the strength in Su Yu's hands will only become stronger and stronger at a terrifying speed. In this case, the plan for the Ghost Tribe, and the form of testing the Ghost Tribe, can be changed. However, it is still the people of the Small Settlement Federation. Let's test it first. Su Yu thought so. Huang Ying suddenly said, "In my opinion, our shelter must unite with the Federation of Small Settlements, so that we can gather more than a dozen 4-star extraordinary people, and 5,000 combatants to barely fight against the Ghost Tribe. Our shelter? Suyu thought it was Huang Ying's slip of the tongue. And without thinking too much, he continued, no need to do so. The shelter now has more than 34-star combatants. As soon as these words came out, not only Huang Ying and others, but also Yan Lai and others, as well as the 4 captains of the hunting team were stunned. When did we have 34-star or above combat power? This was the common thought in everyone's mind. Suyu had been staying in his residence for the past half-month, building the 30 excellent machines, including the 2 built at the beginning. A total of 32. Only Yu Ping'an, when he heard these words, realized something. He remembered that he saw the 2 3-meter-high intelligent machines in Suyu's courtyard that day. Could it be that the administrator has already mass-produced the machine? Yu Ping'an suddenly had this amazing thought in his mind. Can intelligent machines of that level be mass-produced? Huang Ying and others also looked at Suyu suspiciously. Even Huang Ying, who originally wanted to join the shelter at this time, had some ups and downs. However, the next moment, Suyu clapped his hands. No, you can come in. The next moment, the door of the Parliament Hall was opened. The pure white steel defender, after the fusion of Nono, and the machine was standing at the front of the team. The 3-meter-tall huge body, and the sense of security brought by the heavy and huge shield made everyone have no doubt that this machine can burst out a combat power of more than 4 stars. In fact, in the eyes of everyone, the combat power of this machine is even higher. However, Suyu was looking at the steel defender after the fusion of Nono and the machine in front of him. The attributes of the Iron Defender at this time appeared in his eyes. Nono Mechanical Fusion Iron Defender. Grade, Excellent. Comprehensive Strength Evaluation. 5-star top Nono Mechanical Fusion Enhancement. That's right, the Iron Defender in front of me after Nono's fusion, its panel combat power has reached the 5-star top. Nono is my mechanical apostle, its strength is equivalent to my psychic level. After I became a 5-star intermediate spiritual transcendent, Nono's strength was also simultaneously upgraded to 5-star intermediate. After the mechanical fusion of the original 4-star top-level Iron Defender, it is not surprising that the strength of this Iron Defender has reached the top 5-star level. Suyu smiled slightly and motioned everyone to leave the Parliament Hall. Everyone followed Suyu's instructions and walked out of the Parliament Hall. They immediately saw a scene that made them unforgettable. 32 3-meter-high intelligent machines, divided into 2 teams, stood in front of everyone at this time. Whether it was the blood-red Iron Defender, it was still the dark blue Shadow Hunter, the sense of oppression coming from him. No one would doubt that. The strength of these mechanical creations would be lower than 4 stars. At this time, Suyu, who had just come out of the Parliament Hall, looked at the different expressions on everyone's faces. Without saying much, he just used his spiritual power field, which suddenly covered every intelligent machine on the field. Chapter 123. The combat power of the excellent mechanical core is as high as 5-star primary. A large number of intelligent chips have arrived, accompanied by the spiritual power field, covering the 32 mechanical creations in front of him. The amplification from the steel resonance song, and the amplification from the core ability of the Heart of Steel, are simultaneously covered on the 32 excellent machines. Under the blessing of the 2, these 32 excellent intelligent machines, which have already reached the top 4 stars, have been improved again. In Suyu's eyes at this time, the combined combat power of the 32 superior machines has reached the 5-star primary level, with a total combat power of 32 5-star primary machines. Even if the Ghost Tribe has 6-star transcendence, in Suyu's opinion, these 32 5-star primary machines are enough to deal with it. And after the fusion of the Nono machine, the Iron Defender reached the top of the 5-star level, although it did not reach 6 stars. In Suyu's eyes, its combat power was already infinitely close to 6 stars. Then, Suyu looked at Huang Ying, who was already somewhat dazed, and said, Captain Huang Ying, why don't you try the combat power of these intelligent machines? See if, as I said, these are the combat power of 4 stars or above that the shelter has. Huang Ying's eyes lit up, and she was shocked beyond words. Her intention to join the shelter was also more determined than ever before. At that moment, Huang Ying found a steel defender and put her hands in front of it. At this moment, the Iron Defender's eyes also glowed red. The next moment, the Iron Defender raised the giant shield in his hand and stood there quietly, waiting for Huang Ying's next move. Huang Ying was not polite at all, and stepped forward quickly, clenching her strong arms into fists, trying to bypass the giant shield and attack the Iron Defender directly. Bang! 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 All of Huang Ying's attacks were easily blocked by the two huge steel shields of the Iron Defender. How can this mechanical creature be so strong? Is it really a 4-star combat power? In my opinion, even the top 4-star physical transcendents in the small settlement federation do not give me as much impression as this mechanical monster in front of me. Huang Ying was secretly surprised. And soon, she had an incredible idea in her mind. It can't be that the 4-star combat power mentioned by the manager refers to the 5-star combat power. Right? How is it possible? There are more than 30 such mechanical monsters. Huang Ying did not dare to think about it. With such a terrifying fighting force, even if it confronted the Ghost Tribe head-on, the result would be uncertain. Yu Pinon stared at the Iron Defender in front of him, and felt surprised in his heart. He thought, sure enough, this batch of powerful machines can be mass-produced. In this way, as long as the administrator is given some time. What can the Ghost Tribe be? I finally saw the hope of revenge. Behind Huang Ying, these people from the Settlement Federation, their eyes gradually changed. Although their strength was not as good as Huang Ying, but at this moment, everyone could see that this huge steel monster was completely a 4-star Huang Ying, playing around, and did not take Huang Ying seriously at all, just casually resisting a few times. The 6 chainsaw blades behind the steel defender had never been used, and everyone would not think that they were just decorations. Even Huang Ying's attack could not leave even a trace on the steel shield of the Iron Defender. Huh? Huang Ying let out a long sigh, and then stopped moving. The shock in Huang Ying's eyes was beyond words. And she thought in her heart, just the mechanical creation of the administrator can reach the combat power of 5 stars. Then what about the administrator himself? I could sense the strong pressure from the administrator before. And the administrator is at least a spiritual transcendent of 5 stars. Huang Ying quietly returned to the team of the Settlement Federation. After a long while, she calmed down and looked at Suyu and said, Mr. Administrator, I cannot give you a direct answer to the conditions you proposed before. Even if I agree now, it will be useless. The Settlement Federation is composed of 7 small settlements. I can only say that the Fengcheng settlement where I am located can agree to the requirements of the administrator. As for the others, Huang Ying did not continue to speak, just looked at the people from the other settlements behind him. Suyu was not surprised to hear that. The small settlement federation itself was not a normal organization. It was just a loose alliance formed under the oppression of the Ghost Tribe. And now, the strength shown by Suyu was enough to confront the Ghost Tribe head-on. In this way, Suyu's request for promotion was not only non-excessive, but even a little loose. And the people from the Settlement Federation behind Huang Ying at this time, they were silent. The strength displayed by Suyu had far exceeded their imagination. How could a force of this level be just a small settlement in their data? In their hearts, the people of the Settlement Federation just wanted to scold the source of the information about the shelter. No matter how hard they tried, they could not have imagined that the current strength of the shelter was only because Suyu became the manager. And it had only been less than 2 months since it developed to this level. At this time, a man walked out from behind Huang Ying. He was the man who recognized Yu Pingan's identity before. The man said, Dear Administrator, I need to contact the leader of our Tianxin tribe. And through our leader, ask for the opinions of the leaders of other settlements. As he spoke, the man took out a device similar to the personal terminal of the shelter, except that the antenna on this device was extremely long. The man held the device in his hand. After pressing it dozens of times, accompanied by a beeping signal sound, it seemed that the information about the shelter was sent back. Interesting. The union of these 7 settlements really gave me a little surprise. The device in this man's hand obviously has the ability to transmit information over long distances. In fact, it can be seen that the small settlement behind this man has a very mature grasp of the technology of information processing. This technology is also useful to me. After Suyu saw the device in the man's hand, I thought so in my heart. The various mechanical technologies that Suyu mastered were all about weapons and intelligent machinery. As for information technology, although Suyu also mastered some, he was not proficient. Just like the core terminal of the shelter, with the increase in the number of people in the shelter, it has been a little stuck. And the range of the personal terminal can only be used within a few kilometers around the shelter. So, for the technology mastered by the Ironheart tribe behind this man, Suyu also secretly paid attention, planning to find a chance to come over. Soon, the device in the man's hand beeped again. And as the beeping sounded, the man's face showed hesitation. Soon, the man said, Master Administrator, The leader of our Ironheart tribe is willing to agree to your request. And the other remaining settlements are also the same. But they need to see the strength of your intelligent machinery with their own eyes. Suyu nodded, not surprised. It was great that these small settlements were willing to agree to his conditions. If they were unwilling to agree, it would be icing on the cake for Suyu. Anyway, the straight line distance between the 73rd shelter and the Ghost Tribe was 200 kilometers. And the locations of these 7 small settlements were closer to the Ghost Tribe. If these small settlements wanted to survive under the threat of the Ghost Tribe and meet Suyu's requirements, it is their only choice. Then, Suyu turned around and said to Yupinon, Captain Yupinon, you are most familiar with the terrain near the Ghost Tribe, so please follow the members of these small settlement associations and go to their settlements. Also, Captain Zhang Xiao, you accompany Yupinon and be sure to pay attention to safety. If these settlements agree to our conditions, we can also bring back the smart chips accumulated by these settlements over the years. Yes, sir. The administrator, Yu Ping'an and Zhang Xiao knelt on one knee at the same time and said respectfully. With the strength shown by Suyu and the amazing speed of Suyu's improvement, Yu Ping'an realized that the day of revenge on the Ghost Tribe was not far away. Father, Mother, I will be able to avenge you soon, Yu Ping'an said in his heart. And Suyu, thinking about it at this time, the small settlement federation must have the idea of agreeing to Suyu's conditions, but they need to see with their own eyes Suyu's power to compete with the Ghost Tribe. In this case, let them see it. Thinking of this, Suyu selected an Iron Defender and a Shadow Hunter from the 32 superior intelligent machines. Then, he told Yupinon, the temporary use rights of these 2 mechanical creations will be given to you. In addition, you can take away 100 rangers who maintain law and order in the shelter. Suyu thought about it, and said to Yupinon in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, in addition, I know you are eager for revenge. But don't let hatred cloud your mind. If you meet someone from the Ghost Tribe, don't provoke them unless it is necessary. After explaining everything to Yupinon, Suyu took the remaining 30 excellent mechanical creations and wanted to return to his residence. However, he was stopped by a sturdy figure. Huang Ying also imitated Yupinon and Zhang Xiao at this time. Kneeling on the ground, he said, Master Administrator, I want to join the shelter. And I can try my best to go back and tell the City Lord of Wind City, the 4-star primary spiritual transcendent, to join our shelter. Even as long as you agree, Master Administrator, it is not impossible for the entire Wind City to be incorporated into our shelter. Hearing this, Suyu was also a little amused. He recalled that Huang Ying had agreed to his conditions so readily before. He thought to himself, no wonder Huang Ying agreed so readily before, she must have wanted to join the shelter before. But thinking this in his heart, Suyu had no expression on his face. He just nodded. Okay, Emissary Huang Ying, you are willing to join the 73rd shelter, I naturally have no objection, but the envoy group still needs you to bring back. If you can really convince Feng Cheng to join the shelter, then the shelter will naturally welcome you. At that time, you can return with Yupinon and Captain Zhang Xiao. After saying that, Suyu no longer paid attention to everyone and returned to his residence with the mechanical core. After Suyu left, Huang Ying immediately found Yupinon. Captain Yupinon, let's go now. Go earlier. Come back earlier. And serve the administrator earlier. As she spoke, Huang Ying had completely regarded herself as a member of the shelter. And according to Huang Ying's previous expression, this behavior was obviously serious. In response, Yupinon and Zhang Xiao looked at each other. Nodding, with Huang Ying as the insider leading the way, it will be easier to show our strength in front of the 7 settlements. Soon, 3 days passed quickly. On this day, Suyu received a message from his personal terminal again. On his personal terminal, Yupinon sent a message. Master Administrator, we are back, the 7 small settlements. All agreed to our request, and 2 of them, Wind City and Ironheart Tribe, their leader, came back with us. From what I can see, it seems that they want the entire settlement to join the shelter. However, there are too many people in their settlement, so they did not move back together this time. However, I brought back all the smart chips accumulated in the 7 settlements. A total of 484 chips, of which 423 are primary chips. There are only 50 intermediate chips. Seeing Yupingan's news, Suyu was also a little surprised. Sure enough, although smart chips are considered scarce in the wilderness, the 7 settlements, the total accumulation over the years, is also a considerable amount. 423 primary chips. Enough for me to build 423 two-star top rangers. In this way, even if some rangers are left in the shelter to take charge of public security, the number of ranger corps, it is enough to reach 500. This is the real mechanical battle group. Suyu was more and more surprised, and quickly arranged the role of these smart chips. Intermediate smart chips can also create 3-star top-level smart machines, which can cooperate with and lead the Ranger Corps. The mechanical core is fearless and under my control. It can also be amplified. In this way, the mechanical battle group formed by 500 Rangers is enough to face the 2,000 wolf cavalry of the Ghost Tribe. Then, Suyu looked at the end of Yupingan's message. He saw that on his personal terminal, it was written, there are still 10 advanced chips, and 1 special chip. 10 advanced chips can further increase the number of Iron Defenders and Shadow Hunters. Although due to the shell limitations of the Crystal Giant Scorpion and the Iron Giant Scorpion, the number of Iron Defenders and Shadow Hunters can only reach 30 at most. But, for me now, even if it is not made of rare materials, with advanced intelligent chips, it is enough to make a 4-star advanced intelligent machine. Thinking of this, Suyu's eyes were more and more surprised. In this way, the entire mechanical army will have everything. 500 rangers responsible for the basic composition, and 50 elite rangers who lead the ranger squad. And the ranger army can add 10 4-star advanced intelligent machines as the backbone and commander of the army. And, I personally command 60 top-level 4-star intelligent machines, forming a special operations regiment. Suyu was also more and more excited. In this way, the entire mechanical army will have everything. No, that's not right. It's still missing the most important piece. Suyu looked at the last line of Yupingan's message. Special grade intelligent chip. This is the second time I've seen it. This level of intelligent chip, if precious materials are invested, it can create a 5-star top-level intelligent machine. If it is combined with Nono's mechanical fusion, this intelligent machine can at least exert a 6-star combat power. Suyu thought about it and rejected this proposal. However, in this case, my own strength will be somewhat lacking. I can use this special intelligent chip to create a mechanical armor that fits the whole body, in addition to Nono's mechanical fusion, and my own physical strength that has reached the 5-star primary level. If I were in the Legion, then under the resonance effect of the Steel Resonance song, wearing this armor, my strength would be enough to reach the level of 6-star advanced, or even 6-star top. In this way, my last shortcoming as the Legion commander is also made up. And even, it can be said that I am the strongest point of the entire mechanical legion. Suyu thought of this, and immediately felt that the plan to build the armor was. It is far better than building a top-level 5-star intelligent machine. If they try to use a decapitation tactic against me during the battle with the Ghost Tribe then. Suyu put away his personal terminal. He walked towards the council hall of the shelter, where the leader of the Ironheart tribe, and the Lord of Wind City, and others were already waiting. Not long after, Suyu arrived at the council hall. In the council hall, at this time, everyone in the shelter all looked strange, because at this time in the council hall, the pair of a man and a woman sitting together was too strange. The woman had a very strong body. She was the 4-star primary physical transcendent, Huang Ying. The man was frail, and looked nothing like a man. To everyone in the shelter, the frail man looked a bit feminine. The frail man was the Lord of Fengcheng, named Fengtian, a 4-star primary spiritual transcendent. Huang Ying was hugging Fengtian at this moment. She also said, "Little Feng, I have told you long ago that you have been sticking to Fengcheng, and there is no way out. You have been protecting ordinary people, and wasting your time and energy. How long has it been since your own spiritual star level has been improved? If you ask me, joining shelter number 73 is the way out. The manager has obviously managed the shelter better. Ordinary people in Fengcheng can live better here." Fengtian nodded when he heard this. But a strange blush appeared on his face. To everyone in the shelter, Fengtian's expression was even a little shy. Suyu paused slightly when he saw this scene, and then walked towards the seat in the center of the council hall, thinking, no wonder Huang Ying is so confident that she can get the Lord of Fengcheng and the entire Fengcheng to join our 73rd shelter. It turns out that these two people have this kind of relationship. Chapter 124, Conquering the Ironheart Tribe, The Past of Wind City. Let you see my sincerity, Mechanical Legion. Seeing Huang Ying and Fengtian, a somewhat strange male and female combination, Suyu was briefly surprised, but did not think about it any more. Instead, He sat in the center of the council hall, the seat that symbolized the manager of the shelter. Suyu looked at Feng Tian silently. For this, the second spiritual transcendent, who reached 4 stars that Suyu had met besides Li He, Suyu was also a little curious. Although the number of awakened spiritualists is small, there are still a few 1- and 2-star spiritualists in the shelter. However, spiritualists like Feng Tian, who have reached 4 stars, are rare. At this time, Feng Tian also stopped flirting and began to look at Suyu. With just a slight contact, Feng Tian felt a strong pressure from Suyu. As deep as the deep sea. Is this the manager of shelter number 73? As Sister Ying said. His strength is so strong that it is unfathomable. Feng Tian was secretly shocked. He is the mayor of Fengcheng. Fengcheng is also the most powerful settlement among the 7 small settlements. The population is 10,000. On the one hand, Feng Tian is a spiritual transcendent and has the unique power to control the strong wind. His strength is also the strongest among the 7 small settlements. And Feng Tian is also the only one among the 7 small settlements who is willing to accept and protect ordinary people. This is all related to Feng Tian's childhood experience. Feng Tian looked at the people in the shelter, but he didn't care about the strange expressions on their faces. He and Huang Ying, a pair of men and women, are rare on the entire ruined star. Feng Tian has seen this kind of weird look countless times. However, every time he saw this kind of weird look, Feng Tian felt more distressed for Huang Ying. If it weren't for me, how could Sister Ying become what she is now? Feng Tian leaned on Huang Ying's sturdy body again, looking at Huang Ying's shoulders, which were much broader than those of a normal man, and said with regret in his heart. Suyu's eyes were no longer looking at Feng Tian, but at the leader from the Tiexin tribe, an old man. And Suyu could not feel any extraordinary power from this old man, whether it was spiritual power or physical strength. This old man had none. He was just an ordinary person. The Ironheart tribe should be the tribe that has mastered information technology processing technology. This old man, as an ordinary person, can become the leader of a settlement, even if it is a small settlement. This old man must have something extraordinary. Suyu did not look down on the old man of the Ironheart tribe because he was an ordinary person. Instead, he paid more attention to him. Then, Suyu spoke slowly. Everyone, have you decided to join our shelter when you came to the shelter this time? Tell me what you think. Hearing Suyu's words, the old man of the Tiexin tribe stood up first. The old man said, Master Administrator, my name is Tiexin, and I am the patriarch and leader of the Tiexin tribe. Master Administrator, you don't know that our Tiexin tribe is a small settlement, but it is a settlement in the form of a tribe. There are not many people, only more than 3,000 people, and they are all united. For us, joining a powerful force like shelter number 73, which can provide better protection, naturally there is no objection. Shelter number 73 is the most powerful force in this dead wilderness except the Ghost tribe. The combat effectiveness of our Ironheart tribe is not strong. There are only 200 combatants. The rest are mostly the elderly, women, children and mechanical repairmen with no combat effectiveness. On weekdays, they rely on the advantages of mechanical weapons to survive. Tai Xian paused, then said, in addition, there is another reason why I chose to join shelter number 73. Our Tai Xian tribe has mastered certain mechanical technology. Our way of survival is to build mechanical equipment for small settlements, and even provide some mechanical devices for large settlements. Large settlements? Suyu asked in surprise. But Tai Xian nodded and said yes. A large settlement. It was a caravan from the City of War. The City of War is a large settlement located behind this dead wilderness, behind the Ghost tribe. The City of War is extremely powerful, with a permanent population of 400,000 people. It often sends caravans to various settlements for trade. Originally, our Ironheart tribe was a permanent trading partner of the City of War caravan because we mastered unique information processing technology. However, recently, the trade was interrupted. Suyu nodded. Regarding the interruption of the trade, he was not surprised. The location of the Ghost tribe is located at the corner of the 2 restricted areas of Iron Jungle and Radiant Ghost City, and the City of War is located behind the Ghost tribe. If you want to trade with the Ironheart tribe and other small settlements in the Dead Silence Wilderness, you can only do so through the territory of the Ghost tribe. If it was before, the City of War is a large settlement, and although the Ghost tribe is crazy, it also has basic rationality, so it would allow the caravan of the City of War to pass through. Now, with Suyu destroying the Ghost Wolf Riders, and the mark left by the unknown existence that he believed in. The ghost tribe became extremely crazy, so they slaughtered the surrounding small settlements. Such a ghost tribe would probably not allow the caravans from the war city to come. As a large settlement, the war city did not want to provoke an enemy like the ghost tribe. After all, the ghost tribe has psionic technology. Its weapons and extraordinary people, all of them have strong pollution capabilities. Although the city of war can defeat them, the pollution of psionic energy is like a maggot on the tarsal bone, which is too disgusting. Therefore, our Ironheart tribe, after losing the trading target of the city of war, lived in embarrassment. And the administrator, the mechanical technology you master, and the powerful intelligent machines in shelter number 73 are a fatal attraction to the people of the Ironheart tribe. So we, the Tieshin tribe, hope to join your refuge. The administrator, Tieshin then said, we hope to get your protection. The administrator, in exchange, our Tieshin tribe will work for you. Our tribesmen have good mechanical technology, especially information processing technology. After hearing this, Suyu nodded. Suyu was also very excited about the information processing technology mastered by the Tieshin tribe. The number of people in the shelter is increasing. The data that the core terminal needs to process, and the acceptance range of the personal terminal need to be improved. The arrival of the Tieshin tribe is a timely relief. But Suyu still wants to master the technology of the Tieshin tribe. Looking at the look of Tieshin, it is impossible for them to hand over the technology that their tribe relies on for survival. But it doesn't matter. Since they like mechanical technology, we can use a tactful method. Thinking of this, Suyu said to Yang Lai, who was sitting beside him, Uncle Yang, the communication with the Tieshin tribe is now in your hands. Also, remember to give a copy of the personal terminal to our Tieshin leader, so that he can see our sincerity. Yang Lai stood up and nodded. He understood the hint in Suyu's words. Yang Lai has been in charge of the work of the management office these days. Although he is not strong, the work of the management office is very important. Yang Lai handled it very well. The fact that the shelter was able to expand so many people without any turmoil was inseparable from Yang Lai's efforts. Isn't it just using the mechanical technology on the exchange list to attract the Tieshin tribe, and let them take the initiative to hand over the core technology of the tribe? I am familiar with this. Yang Lai nodded. He had done this routine more than once. Then, Yang Lai came to the old man Tieshin and took out a new personal terminal and handed it to the old man. The old man Tieshin took the personal terminal and played with it subconsciously for a few times. He soon realized that although the mechanical technology on this person's terminal was good, the speed of information processing was not as good as that of their Tieshin tribe. Yang Lai also took the old man Tieshin to the corner of the council hall and sat down. Then he helped the old man open the exchange list on the personal terminal. Chief Tieshin, this exchange list is the special one of our shelter. Yang Lai introduced to Tieshin. Tai Xian could no longer notice what Yang Lai was talking about. He looked at the exchange list and saw the rows of extremely precious mechanical technologies. Now, they could be exchanged with contributions. Shelter number 73. Are you so generous? Then I will keep the information processing technology hidden. Isn't that a bad idea? Tai Xian hesitated for a moment, but soon looked at the rows of precious and attractive mechanical technologies, and made a decision in his heart that went against his ancestors. Inside the Parliament Hall, Suyu once again looked at Huang Ying and Feng Tian, who were leaning against each other. You two, what do you think? Huang Ying was about to stand up and answer, but was stopped by the thin Feng Tian, who patted her heavy shoulders. Sister Ying, let me do it. Feng Tian stood up silently, and the people in the Parliament Hall, hearing the word Sister Ying from Feng Tian's mouth, looked at Feng Tian one by one. Suyu was also thoughtful, thinking, these two people should really have feelings for each other. Feng Tian has already spoken at this time. Master Administrator, you may not know that although Fengcheng is a small settlement built by me, I don't want to be the leader of any settlement. My initial idea was just to protect ordinary people in this dead wilderness. Feng Tian seemed to be afraid that Suyu would not believe him, and then explained, when I was young, I was a member of a small settlement, and an ordinary person. And Sister Ying was 3 years older than me at that time, and she took great care of me. Although life was hard at that time, I lived comfortably under the care of my parents and Sister Ying. But later, the small settlement was destroyed, and my parents died in that battle. The original residents of the settlement, if they had fighting ability, could survive in the wilderness. Ordinary people like me could only follow the fleeing crowd and leave their fate to fate in the wilderness. Hearing Feng Tian's words, Yu pinned on, who was standing aside. He also looked gloomy. When the Wanderer settlement was destroyed, he also came here in the same way. Because Sister Ing and I were both children at that time, the refugees, even if they were ordinary people, took good care of us. But later, with the lack of food and the coming of danger, more and more people wanted to drive us children, these burdens, out of the team. Even, in the case of extreme hunger, people are not much better than beasts. We children, to some extent, are much more delicious than adults. When Feng Tian said this, he was still frightened, as if he recalled the tragedy of cannibalism that year. Fortunately, Sister Ing took me away. Later, Sister Ing became a physical transcendent, and in order to become stronger, in order to protect me, she took me to wander among various small settlements, and in order to become stronger, Sister Ing always tried various methods to increase her strength. Over time, it became what it is now. And I, later, was fortunately awakened, became a spiritual superhuman, and through the perception of the wind, I realized my own wind meditation method, which enables me to control the wind with psychic power. Those years of wandering, and the tragedy of cannibalism, let me know that those ordinary people are not like this by nature, so I established the Wind City, relying on Sister Ing to assist me, protect those refugees who have nowhere to go in the wilderness. My original intention of building Fengcheng was to prevent the tragedy of cannibalism from happening again. It was also for children, like me, and Sister Ing to have hope of survival. After listening to Feng Tian's narration, everyone in the shelter had a new view of Feng Tian and Huang Ying. Suyu listened to Feng Tian's narration silently. He could judge that what Feng Tian said was true. In this dead wilderness, there really are people like this. Suyu looked at Feng Tian, and he was somewhat impressed. Suyu thought that he could not do what Feng Tian did. Although shelter number 73 also protected many ordinary people, and allowed them to live a relatively stable life. Suyu's original intention was just to let these people work for him, and collect more resources. But for people like Feng Tian, Suyu also admired him. Although Feng Tian is thin, and looks a bit weak, his character, and what he does are stronger than most people on this ruined planet. So, you want to lead the entire Fengcheng to join our shelter? Suyu asked. Feng Tian nodded and said, Yes, sir. I want ordinary people in Fengcheng to get your protection. Huang Ying and I will also fight for the shelter. However, Fengcheng has a population of 10,000 people. If we want to place them in the shelter, we have to do it in batches. Suyu nodded and accepted Feng Tian's statement. Suyu would not refuse Feng Tian and Tai Xian's statement, as well as the fact that both forces wanted to join the shelter. It's not that he completely believed what they said, but because he was confident in his own strength. After all, it doesn't matter if their statement is false. My strength is real, as long as they join the shelter. Under the incentive of the exchange list, these people can be used by me. Wind City and Ironheart Tribe, a total of 13,000 people, are a huge improvement for the current shelter, and resource mining can be taken to the next level. With the current shelter, it can fully accommodate these 13,000 people, and I just let them work for me and provide resources. Then, Suyu looked at the corner, looking at the exchange list. The old man Tiexin kept looking at the mechanical technology on the exchange list. Looking at the old man Tiexin's eyes fixed on the mechanical technology on the exchange list, Suyu knew that the core technology of the Tiexin tribe would eventually fall into his hands. At that moment, Suyu said, Since you two want to join our shelter, I naturally welcome you. You two can discuss in detail with the shelter management office later how to place people in the shelter. As for now, you two can come with me. Since you two trust our shelter so much, then our shelter must also show some sincerity to you. After Suyu finished speaking, he turned to look at Yu Pinon and asked, Captain Yu Pinon, where are the batch of smart chips? Yu Pinon said, When I came back, it was sent to the mechanical maintenance department. After being sorted by the mechanical maintenance department, it should have been delivered to your residence. The administrator. Suyu nodded, signaling Feng Tian, Tai Xian and others to follow. Yu Ping'an and Huang Ying, who joined the shelter later, were somewhat confused. But Zhang Xiao and Hu Wen, who were old members of the shelter, saw Suyu creating hundreds of prosthetics at the same time. They looked at each other and realized what Suyu was going to do. At that moment, they followed him. Soon, everyone arrived at Suyu's residence. At this time, the members of the mechanical maintenance department, the smart chips have been grouped and placed in the open space in the courtyard. In addition, there are also a lot of metal materials piled up in the open space. These materials are accumulated day and night by the people in the shelter. For Suyu, there is no shortage of basic mechanical materials nowadays. And now, this astonishing number of smart chips has also arrived. At this moment, Suyu's spiritual energy is running. The spiritual energy of the steel resonance song instantly enveloped all the primary and intermediate smart chips. More than 400 primary chips, plus dozens of intermediate chips, were wrapped in Suyu's spiritual energy and floated into the air. Looking at the courtyard that had been renovated several times and was 5,000 square meters, Suyu nodded and thought, this place should be big enough to accommodate them. The old man Taixian, Feng Tian and Huang Ying all couldn't figure out what Suyu was going to do. Captain Zhang Xiao stepped forward and said to the three people, this is the sincerity of our shelter. And it is also the strength of our shelter managers. The next moment, everyone only saw the various metal materials piled up in the courtyard. At this moment, they were floating in the sky at the same time, and under Suyu's spiritual control, they melted and deformed. Then, countless mechanical parts appeared. And then, at this moment, these parts began to assemble around the smart chips. Chapter 125 Steel Resonance. Made by the Legion. The charm of the Legion Mechanic. Mechanical City. The hundreds of intelligent cores floating in the sky, and the countless mechanical parts shaped by Suyu's spiritual energy, were assembled at this moment. Those mechanical parts, with the hundreds of intelligent cores as the center, began to assemble and build at this moment, gradually forming the prototypes of the Rangers. Old man Tiexin finally knew what Suyu was going to do. His eyes were full of fascination, as if he was looking at a god. He muttered to himself, this kind of mechanical technology, this kind of extraordinary power. Is this the reason why the administrator can create so many mechanical creations? If I can have this kind of mechanical technology, I am afraid I will be willing to die immediately. At this moment, the old man Tiexin no longer cared about the information processing technology mastered by their Tiexin tribe. He just wanted to join the shelter and earn contributions, in order to exchange for the mechanical technology released by Suyu on the exchange list. Feng Tian and Huang Ying were also staring blankly at the hundreds of rangers gradually taking shape in the air. They were shocked beyond words. This amazing method of creating mechanical objects only takes a moment to create hundreds of intelligent machines. This method may not work on the battlefield. As the Lord of Fengcheng, Feng Tian's first thought, after seeing what Suyu showed, was that this method of using psychic energy to quickly create intelligent machines could probably be used on the battlefield. In this way, even if the mechanical army is severely damaged, as long as the intelligent core is not destroyed, it can be reorganized and repaired under Suyu's psychic control. This is not an intelligent machine at all. It is clearly an undead army that will never get tired and has terrifying combat sustainability. In front of such a mechanical army, I am afraid that even the elite Ghost Wolf Riders of the Ghost Tribe will not be able to gain any benefits. Feng Tian chose to join the shelter before. It was just to protect the ordinary people of Fengcheng as much as possible before the arrival of the Ghost Tribe. The 30 superior intelligent machines displayed by Suyu, although the number was a little small, showed combat power, which Feng Tian thought could at least fight against the Ghost Tribe. Now, with Suyu's amazing operation and the nearly 500 rangers that were gradually taking shape, Feng Tian realized that if he gave Suyu some more intelligent chips and formed more mechanical legions, Suyu alone can destroy the entire Ghost Tribe. At this time, Suyu, even though he was casting nearly 500 rangers at the same time, did not feel the slightest bit of fatigue. On the contrary, Suyu even felt the psychic energy generated by the iron resonance song, bringing activity. Legion Mechanic, it really lives up to its reputation. The amplification effect of the mechanical resonance brought by the iron resonance song further increases the range of my psychic energy, allowing me to further improve the machinery I can control and cast. In addition, the Legion Mechanic's Legion manufacturing and other skills are essentially for the service of the Mechanical Legion. If the battlefield mechanic only controls the mechanical team to fight, then the Legion Mechanic can truly control an entire Mechanical Legion. Under a series of amplifications such as iron resonance, mechanical heart, etc., these 500 rangers are equivalent to an immortal Mechanical Legion. Mechanical Legion, iron resonance, Legion manufacturing. This is the charm of the Legion Mechanic. Suyu was also pleasantly surprised. And Suyu also noticed that, along with the casting of these 500 rangers, his Legion Mechanic level was also raised again, reaching level 23. Sure enough, the experience provided by manufacturing these 2-star top rangers is a little less for me now. But it doesn't matter. Legion Mechanic is also a combat profession. Killing enemies also gives experience points. Suyu thought so. But he did not stop controlling his psychic energy. The hundreds of mechanical rangers were almost completely formed. The number of smart chips in the shelter before limited the number of Suyu's smart machines. Even if he got chip manufacturing equipment later, Suyu was reluctant to waste the chip manufacturing equipment to create primary chips. Until now, Suyu has conquered the Settlement Federation and harvested a large number of smart chips. Only then did this amazing scene appear. The performances of the people in the shelter were also different. In Yu Ping'an's heart, after seeing Suyu's performance, his desire for revenge was strengthened again. Others all lamented that Suyu's strength improved too fast. Only Yang Lai, looking at Suyu who could easily create hundreds of mechanical creations at this time, sighed slightly in his heart, and said with some reluctance, "Brother Su's strength has improved too fast. I'm afraid that next, it won't be long before Brother Su chooses to leave. The Ghost Tribe, I'm afraid it may not be Brother Su's opponent now. If it takes a while, the Ghost Tribe will be nothing. After all, the shelter is too small for Brother Su." As the person in charge of the shelter management office, Yan Lai clearly realized that the current shelter is still too small. Even if he could subdue all the small forces in this dead wilderness, there is a limit. And the development speed of the shelter is fast. But it is far less than the speed of Suyu's own strength improvement. Not to mention that the development of the shelter is still based on Suyu's mechanical technology. Brother Su, after all, is not a person that can be retained in this dead wilderness. At this time, Suyu's creation process has also come to an end. Under Suyu's control, the hundreds of rangers fell to the ground one after another. And as the last parts returned to their positions, the eyes of these rangers suddenly lit up with white light. The people in the shelter looked at these rangers, and the powerful weapons carried by these hundreds of rangers. They inexplicably felt a sense of security. With such a manager here, I'm afraid the Ghost Tribe is nothing, Lang Yun thought. With such terrifying strength, I'm afraid that the manager can flatten the entire shelter with just a thought. Hu Wen also thought. Lang Yun and Hu Wen, as the two hunting team captains who have stayed in the shelter the longest, have witnessed the speed at which Suyu's strength has improved, and the development of the shelter to its current level. The two have long been convinced by Suyu. But after knowing that they will fight against the Ghost Tribe, they are undoubtedly still a little nervous. However, after seeing the method displayed by Suyu, the two are no longer nervous. Suyu turned around at this time and looked at Tai Xian and Feng Tian. At this time, both of them were a little stunned. Tai Xian was stunned because he could see countless mechanical technologies from Suyu, which were what Tai Xian and the Tai Xian tribe had always desired. Feng Tian was stunned because he saw the feasibility of sheltering ordinary people in the wilderness from Suyu. In addition, after Suyu took control of the shelter, he continued to recruit refugees from the wilderness. In Feng Tian's opinion, no matter what Suyu's purpose was, at least it was the same as Feng Tian's idea of wanting to protect ordinary people. At that moment, Feng Tian pulled Huang Ying together, and half knelt on the ground. Feng Tian looked at Suyu, and said seriously with a serious expression, "Administrator, I am willing to lead the Fengcheng fighters to join shelter number 73, and obey the administrator's orders." Suyu nodded. Now the shelter has reached a critical period of development, and it is time to use people. Feng Tian and Huang Ying are willing to bring the entire Fengcheng fighters to join. That would be the best. Suyu said to the two of them, "In that case, I welcome you to join our number 73 shelter." Then, Suyu asked Yan Lai, "Uncle Yang, given the current situation of our shelter, how many people can we accommodate?" Yan Lai thought for a moment, and replied, "Because of the hydroponic plant system, and the series of technologies that you, the administrator, have improved, the shelter is now large enough to accommodate 3,000 new people. It's not that there is a lack of food and resources, but the space in the shelter is not enough now." Suyu nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Shelter number 73 is essentially a new shelter rebuilt by the old manager on the abandoned shelter of the old era. The space is not large to begin with, and the current shelter is still too small after all. Moreover, the population is increasing. If we take in the population of the Ironheart tribe and Wind City, the population of the shelter is almost reaching 30,000 people. It is not appropriate to call such a settlement a shelter. In this case, let's thoroughly reform the entire shelter. At that moment, Suyu instructed everyone, Captain Lang Yun, Captain Hu Wen, the 4 hunting team captains, suspend other actions, lead the team to the Tianxin tribe first, and receive the 3,000 people of the Tianxin tribe first. Huang Ying and Feng Tian. You two can also assist from the side. Chief Qixing, please cooperate with the 4 hunting team captains. Appease the members of the Tiexin tribe, and bring them to the shelter. Su Yu said his orders one by one. Su Yu did not choose to give the 500 rangers to Lang Yuan and others, but only provided them with temporary use rights of 10 superior intelligent machines. In Su Yu's view, it was just to lead the 3,000 people of the Tiexin tribe back, and the hundreds of combatants of the 4 hunting teams. With these mechanical creations, it is enough. Even if we encounter the ghost tribe, we can resist for a while. As for these 500 rangers, Su Yu has other uses for them. Shelter number 73 is my base. Although the ghost tribe has not noticed the shelter yet, and the shelter is far away from the ghost tribe, we must be on guard. It is better to leave 500 rangers behind. Su Yu thought to himself, the population of the Ironheart tribe is just icing on the cake for the shelter. In addition, these 500 rangers can stay in the shelter, and during this time, the scope of the entire shelter can be greatly expanded. Everyone received the order and left Su Yu's residence, preparing to go to the Tiexin tribe to receive the people of the Tiexin tribe. Then, Su Yu looked at Yan Lai, the only one left in the courtyard. Su Yu looked at Yan Lai and said, Uncle Yang, you have seen the current shelter. Further expansion, it is necessary. After receiving the population of the Ironheart tribe and Wind City, the sphere of influence of the shelter will be further increased. Uncle Yang, I need you to help me control the entire shelter. Next, I will use these 500 newly manufactured rangers to upgrade the entire shelter. In addition, with the expansion of the shelter's power, we will sooner or later face the ghost tribe. Hearing Su Yu's words, Yan Lai nodded. These days, Yan Lai has been in charge of the entire shelter, and has not gone out hunting. His originally rough temperament now seems to be a little calmer. Okay, Brother Su. Yan Lai agreed, but there was some inexplicable hesitation between Yan Lai's eyebrows. Seeing this scene, Su Yu said, Uncle Yang, if you have anything to say, you can say it directly. Yan Lai nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, Brother Su, in the past 2 months, the development of the shelter is indeed very good. But you should not be too tired. I feel that you have been driven by something, trying your best to become stronger. Although I don't know why Brother Su did this. But I want to say that if you feel tired, you can go back to the former base of the 9th Squad. We old friends of the 9th Squad have always been here. After saying that, Yan Lai left Su Yu's courtyard. Su Yu, after hearing Yan Lai's words, was silent for a moment. Yes, after taking over the shelter, after obtaining the letters left by the former administrator, and seeing the truth about the demise of Dawn City, I have been troubled by the invisible dangers hiding in the dark on the ruined star. Later, after obtaining the fragments of the Dawn Mecha, I saw the truth about the demise of the Second Azure Empire 10,000 years ago, and the unknown existence hidden in the 10,000-year history of the ruined star. I have been constantly getting stronger to deal with this kind of danger. The Ghost Tribe and the mark left by Li He before his death told me that the danger of the ruins planet is far more terrifying than I imagined. Su Yu sighed. Yan Lai was right. After Su Yu took over the shelter, he really didn't have a good rest. But I can't rest. Whether it's to fight against the unknown existence or to get rid of the fate of this ruins planet for 10,000 years, to go to that brilliant sea of stars, I need enough strength. Su Yu quickly threw those unnecessary emotions out of his mind. Back at his residence, he began to think about the next development of the shelter, using the resources of a force to support oneself, and then feeding back. This path, to some extent, is the most suitable path for me as a mechanic. The tungsten blood steel, massive source crystals, and a large amount of basic materials produced by the shelter every day are enough for me to use. So further expanding the shelter's sphere of influence, further increasing resource output is also very important to me. Not only to accept the population of the 2 small settlements of Wind City and Ironheart Tribe, what I want to do is to conquer the small settlements in the entire Dead Silent Wilderness. Su Yu also has ambitions in his heart, and Su Yu never thinks that ambition is a derogatory word. For building forces, using the resources of the forces to feed back to oneself, Su Yu has tasted the sweetness in the 2 months of controlling the shelter, conquering the small settlements in the entire Dead Silent Wilderness, and after wiping out the Ghost Tribe, I can use the resources of the entire Dead Silent Wilderness to support myself. In this way, the population of the shelter can reach at least 50,000 people. Whether I leave the shelter in the future to explore the remains of the giant god army, or rely on the development of the shelter to radiate the surrounding forces little by little, I need a stable and powerful rear base. Suyu thought while quickly taking out a blueprint and writing and drawing on it. Suyu was designing how to upgrade the shelter, or rebuild a new shelter. After all, it's a ruined planet, it's good enough to be alive. The newly renovated shelter doesn't need too many living facilities, it just needs to meet the basic living environment. The action of recruiting refugees from the entire Dead Silence wilderness will inevitably attract the attention of the Ghost Tribe. Even if they don't notice it, there will be a battle between me and the Ghost Tribe. From this perspective, the newly reformed shelter must have sufficient protection. Suyu quickly came up with an idea. Further upgrade the core terminal of the shelter. Relying on the technology provided by the Iron Heart Tribe. The new core terminal is equipped with nearly 50 non-combat smart chips, which can fully process information at the speed of 100,000 people. And this dead wilderness is too remote after all. Apart from the Ghost Tribe, this medium-sized settlement has a population of more than 50,000 people. All the remaining small settlements together only have 50,000 or 60,000 people at most. After the upgrade of the core terminal, this part of the computing power is somewhat redundant, and can be fully utilized for the defense of the shelter. The design in Suyu's hand has already taken shape. It is a city made of steel. Most of the buildings in the city are cast in steel, and outside the steel city, there is also a circle of fixed steel walls. There are a lot of weapon-style icons painted on the walls, relying on the core terminal to control the automatic weapons mounted on the walls of the shelter. Although it is not like intelligent machinery that can exert the power of the weapons to the extreme. However, with the help of the shelter's manpower, there is also a good defense. The blueprint in Suyu's hand has been completely completed. This steel city, and the country of the former Azure Second Empire that Suyu obtained from the fragments of the Sun Mecha. The style of the steel city are 3 points similar. In other words, Suyu's inspiration, it is from the former steel city. However, it is much smaller. In this way, the new design of the shelter has been roughly completed, enough to accommodate a normal life of 100,000 people. It also has strong defensive capabilities. Although the construction is a bit difficult, it is not necessary to complete it all at once. You can use 500 rangers first, and give priority to completing the outer wall, and the inner part can be handed over to those who have just arrived in the shelter. Suyu looked at the blueprint in his hand, and he became more and more satisfied. Shelter number 73. If it is still called a shelter, it is a bit too inappropriate. In this case, we can give it a new name. Suyu thought about it. His eyes lit up, and said, let's call it Mechanical City. Chapter 126. A tall building rises from the flat ground, and the mechanical city is established. Is this a city that can be built in 2 days? The next morning, Suyu woke up from his dream, looked at the blueprint of the mechanical city designed last night, and was quite satisfied. This blueprint, although it is still in its infancy, is also the largest mechanical creation I have designed so far. That's right. Mechanical creation. In Suyu's view, the entire mechanical city is completely connected, and can be regarded as a whole mechanical creation. In the memory fragments of the Dawn Mecha, the appearance of the Steel City is the blueprint of the current mechanical city. Although the Steel City has fallen, it has turned into the Steel Jungle, one of the 3 forbidden areas of the ruined star. This is enough to prove the strength of the Steel City. Although the mechanical city I designed is much smaller in size, I regard the entire city as a whole. That is, a huge mechanical creation. Suyu picked up the blueprint again, and said in his heart, as long as the computing power of the core terminal of the mechanical city is continuously improved in the future, the entire mechanical city can continue to expand. Even when the entire mechanical city is fully built, the whole will become a mechanical creation. And Nono's mechanical fusion may also be used in the entire mechanical city. This is also the ultimate goal of Suyu's blueprint for the entire mechanical city. However, it is still far from saying that now. Let's start with the most basic things. Suyu picked up his personal terminal and sent a message to Yang Lai. Uncle Yang, we can start preparing for the transformation of the shelter. After that, Suyu left his residence. In Suyu's conception, his residence would be the center of the entire mechanical city. The core terminal originally placed in the room was also controlled by Suyu's psychic power and floated in the open space. Based on the core terminal, radiate the defense of the entire mechanical city it can also process data exchange information of 100,000 people at the same time. Suyu opened his personal terminal as an administrator and checked the special information processing technology from the Tiexin tribe. The leader of the Tiexin tribe finally chose to hand over this mechanical technology to the shelter. After all, in the eyes of the leader of the Tiexin tribe, if he did not hand it over, after the people of the Tiexin tribe arrived at the shelter, some people would definitely choose to upload it. In this case, it would be better for him to take the contribution of the upload. Soon, in less than a moment, Suyu mastered this new mechanical technology with the vision of his Legion mechanic. You have acquired a new skill, Intermediate Information Technology LV1. Seeing the prompt on the job transfer panel, Suyu was also satisfied. This new mechanical technology from the Ironheart tribe can be regarded as making up for my shortcomings. Then, Suyu used his personal administrator terminal to send a notice. The core terminal of the shelter is being upgraded during the upgrade process. The personal terminal will be temporarily unavailable. After publishing this announcement, Suyu once again looked at the core terminal in front of him. The original core terminal of the shelter was just made by Suyu. It was barely enough for the shelter, with only a few thousand people. Now, the core terminal has been stuck for a long time. The new technology provided by the Ironheart tribe can not only improve the data computing power of the core terminal, but also further expand the signal range of the core terminal. In this way, the use of personal terminals does not have to be limited to the entire shelter. Now, the upgrade begins. Nono, come and help! Suyu ordered Nono. While Suyu was transforming the core terminal of the shelter, Yu Pinon and others had already led the team and the leader of the Tiexin tribe to the Tiexin settlement. Dozens of transport crawlers followed the hunting team of nearly 500 fighters and set off to the Tiexin tribe. The location of the Tiexin tribe is in the northwest of the shelter, only 60 kilometers away. In the opinion of the Tiexin tribe leader, it will take at most 2 days to bring the entire Tiexin tribe back to shelter number 73. They also received the news about Suyu upgrading the core terminal of the shelter. But they did not take it seriously. We must quickly bring the tribesmen to the shelter, learn the mechanical technology of the administrator, and it would be best to contribute more to the transformation of the shelter. Save more contributions, so as to exchange for more mechanical technology. In the eyes of Chief Tiexin, it will definitely take a lot of time to upgrade the shelter to a settlement that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. It is impossible that the entire shelter can be upgraded in 2 days. At this time, the shelter did not panic after losing the personal terminal. As the head of the management office, Yanlai had already arranged everything for Suyu. In Suyu's courtyard, only the sound of continuous metal welding was heard. Soon, accompanied by the brisk voice of Nono, the new core terminal of the shelter has been built. Master, the core terminal is built. Suyu nodded, looking at the new core terminal in front of him. If it was the core terminal of the previous shelter, it was a temporary product made by Suyu. Then the core terminal in front of him is a work of art. A mechanical creation that is as big as 2 rooms. There is a mechanical antenna 30 meters high on the top. 50 non-combat smart chips were connected in parallel by Suyu, providing computing power that is sufficient to handle the information synchronization of 100,000 people. And in Suyu's design, the function of taking over the shelter's defense weapons is also retained. Although, the shelter's defense weapons have not been installed yet. This new core terminal, the improvement in computing power, is still small. Compared to computing power, the biggest improvement is in the signal range. After thousands of years of war, the ruined star has long been filled with countless space junk. Not to mention using satellites to expand the signal range. Even the entire atmosphere is covered by thick radioactive dust. Signal transmission is an extremely difficult task on the ruined star. Now, with the information processing technology provided by the Ironheart tribe, Suyu has increased the signal range of the core terminal to a radius of 50 kilometers. It's enough. A radius of 50 kilometers is not only enough to cover the entire shelter, but also several resource points in the previous shelter. Then, Suyu reopened the core terminal. The screen of the core terminal suddenly lit up, and a cold mechanical male voice came out. Dear Administrator, the core terminal of the mechanical city. The mechanical spirit is at your service. Suyu nodded. In order to better manage the shelter, based on the new technology obtained from the Ironheart tribe, and the experience gained from Nono, who was not a mechanical life form, Suyu designed a primary intelligent AI called Mechanical Spirit for the core terminal of the mechanical city. At the same time, people in various places in the shelter, as well as those who were mining in the resource points at this time, received information from their personal terminals. Shelter number 73 has been officially renamed Mechanical City. The core terminal of shelter number 73, it has been completely upgraded to the core terminal of the Mechanical City. Next, the administrator will completely upgrade the shelter. Please do not panic and cooperate with the renovation of the shelter. As the voice of the mechanical spirit sounded on each terminal, the people in the shelter were also curious and began to discuss. Administrator, what are you going to do to the shelter? A complete upgrade? But the shelter is already good enough in my opinion. Now we have to call it the Mechanical City. The shelter is too small. It may look good to you, but it is definitely not enough for our administrator. Just as everyone was discussing, the residents who stayed inside the shelter heard the roar of machinery. They subconsciously looked at the source of the sound. They saw the courtyard belonging to the administrator of the Mechanical City, which was Suyu's courtyard. They saw that there were 500 rangers in Suyu's courtyard. The weapons on them had long been replaced by Suyu with various construction tools. The next moment, under the control of Suyu's spiritual power, Suyu's entire courtyard began to be rebuilt. My residence, although it has been expanded many times, is still too small after all. Moreover, with the expansion of the Mechanical City, as a manager, I should still retain a certain sense of mystery in front of the residents, or majesty, so that it is easier to manage the entire Mechanical City. Suyu knew very well that, when he was the successor to the position of manager, he only wanted to use the resources of the entire shelter to develop, and he had no intention of staying there permanently. So he didn't care about these things. Even when he released the exchange list and provided many mechanical creations, Suyu only wanted to stimulate the people in the shelter to work for him. Now, after deciding to annex all small forces and turn the entire Dead Silence wilderness into his rear base, Suyu felt that he had to make some changes. The shelter was renamed the Mechanical City. It's already on the right track. And Suyu also has the idea of further expanding the scale of the entire Mechanical City. So, the residents of the Mechanical City manager must be mysterious enough and majestic enough. The rulers of all dynasties in the past life were like this. So they built those huge and magnificent palaces. Although I don't have to build a palace, I can also build a brand new residence. On the one hand, to protect the upgraded core terminal at this time. On the one hand, I will also need to keep it secret to a certain extent when I build various mechanical creations in the future. Thinking of this, Suyu even controlled 500 rangers to start the work. With the full efforts of 500 rangers, the entire residence was instantly torn down and rebuilt, and countless metal materials were welded together by the rangers. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a metal platform was quickly formed. Soon, a huge metal building with a mysterious atmosphere appeared. It appeared in front of everyone in the shelter. The entire building has only 2 floors. The first floor was built by Suyu as a council hall. Suyu planned to handle the affairs of the Mechanical City here in the future. The second floor is Suyu's residence. However, the metal building built by Suyu this time is mixed with some of the design styles of the ancient buildings in his previous life. And this style, in the eyes of the people in the shelter, is extremely mysterious. A tall building built on flat ground. This was the only thought in the minds of the people in the shelter. This 2-story building on the ground is only for the people of the Mechanical City to see. And it is also a visible building. In fact, the core of the entire building is underground. Suyu looked at the 2-story building that had been built and said silently in his heart. At this time, under the metal building, 500 rangers are still working at full capacity. This underground is the space that Suyu uses to protect the core terminal of the Mechanical City and to build new machinery. With the consumption of a large amount of metal materials, the underground space even reached 8,000 square meters, which has covered a small part of the current shelter. Moreover, the rangers' actions have not stopped, consuming a large amount of metal to create a new underground space. Finally, when the scope of the underground space reached 10,000 square meters, Suyu stopped the rangers' actions, and the entire space was made of metal. In this way, in the future, this underground space, it can be further expanded, until it covers the entire Mechanical City. By then, the Mechanical City will be connected as a whole. Then, Suyu walked to the center of the entire underground space. On the ground that was all cast from metal, the core terminal of the Mechanical City was placed. Suyu looked at Nono, who was floating on the side, and said, "Nono, let's start. Use mechanical fusion." "Okay, master," Nono replied briskly. The next moment, Nono turned into countless white mechanical parts, wrapping the core terminal. And these mechanical parts seemed to have almost infinite ductility, and soon wrapped the entire core terminal in white. Mechanical spirits cooperate with Nono and start to build a real mechanical city. Accompanying Suyu's instructions, the entire core terminal began to operate. The 500 rangers, along with the rangers in charge of security in the shelter at this time, all lit up at the same time. More than 500 rangers, according to the blueprint designed by Suyu, came to the open space around the shelter with a large amount of metal materials. The metal materials mined in the shelter these days have long been so much that the warehouse can hardly hold them. Although it is not possible to build the entire mechanical city in one go, it is no problem to build a smaller steel wall. Then, Suyu's psychic energy connected to the core terminal in front of him. The next moment, through the signal range of the mechanical spirit, see and control those rangers. Sure enough, through the core terminal, the range of the mechanical creations I control has been further expanded, although in this way, if the distance is too far, those mechanical creations cannot receive my spiritual energy and ability enhancement. But in this way, everything in the entire mechanical city can be firmly controlled by me. Thinking of this, Suyu immediately controlled the mechanical spirit and mobilized the entire shelter crowd. At this time, people who were resting or working in the shelter received messages from their personal terminals. These were all tasks assigned to each person under the calculation of the mechanical spirit. Each person's tasks were different. And under the powerful computing power of the mechanical spirit, these tasks were assigned based on the work that these people were best at in the past, as well as related aspects. That's it. The people in the entire shelter were mobilized by the mechanical spirit. Cooperating with the more than 500 rangers, started to build the outer wall of the mechanical city bit by bit. Under the amplification effect of Nono, the mechanical spirit, which originally had strong computing power, processed all the information perfectly, and allocated everyone's daily work very properly. Under this circumstance, the wall of the entire mechanical city began to be built at an extremely fast speed. In this way, 2 days passed slowly. Yupinon and others who went to the Tiexin tribe also set out on the road back. However, before Yupinon and his companions had walked far, they received a message from their personal terminal. Looking at the message on their personal terminal announcing that the mechanical city had been successfully established and that shelter number 73 had been renamed the mechanical city, Yupinon and his companions were also confused. Chief Taexian was a little surprised when he looked at the personal terminal in his hand. He only heard Chief Taexian say, "The range of this person's terminal is so wide. We are so far away from the shelter. But there are still 50 kilometers to go. Could it be that in just 2 days, the administrator has mastered the technology of our Tiexin tribe? Even, he uses this technology better than our Tiexin tribe? How is this possible?" The Tiexin tribe leader was in disbelief. He learned the information processing technology left by their tribe, but it took him 3 years to fully master it. And now, they have only been away from the shelter for 2 days. Yupinon was also a little confused. But soon, he stopped thinking about it and said to Chief Tiexin, "Chief Tiexin, don't worry about it. When we get to the shelter, which is now the mechanical city, we will know." Chief Tiexin nodded. After that, they walked towards the mechanical city. There are many old and young women and children in the Tiexin tribe. In essence, this tribe relies on mechanical technology and trade with other settlements to survive. Fortunately, Yupinon had considered this when he was traveling, with the help of dozens of transport crawlers. Half a day later, everyone finally arrived in front of the current mechanical city. Zhang Xiao looked at the scene in disbelief. He took out his personal terminal and confirmed that he was not in the wrong place. Then, he pushed Yupingan's prosthetic body beside him and said, "Captain Yupinon, am I in the right place? Is this really shelter number 73? Or, we have been to Tiexin tribe for 2 years, not 2 days?" Yupingan also stood there at this time, without answering Zhang Xiao's words, because in front of him, there was a huge and extremely wide mechanical wall. On this mechanical wall, there were countless shooting holes, and in those shooting holes, there were countless long-range attack weapons. The people of Tiexin tribe were a little happy. They found the chief of the Tiexin tribe and praised him. "You are worthy of being the chief. He has a great vision, and he can lead our Tiexin tribe to join such a powerful force." "Yes, chief. From your words before, this shelter didn't sound as good as it is now. It turns out that you were too modest." Hearing the words of the tribesman, Tiexin stood quietly without answering. There was only one thought left in his mind. Is this a city that can be built in 2 days? Chapter 127 Rapidly Increasing Levels. Suyu's Grand Blueprint, the shock brought by the AI mechanical spirit. Inside the mechanical city, a small number of rangers are helping the residents of the mechanical city build new homes, and are responsible for public security. The other large number of rangers are now located in the basement of the mechanical hall, which is the tall metal building transformed from Suyu's residence. Under the mechanical hall, a large number of rangers are following the previously excavated underground space, starting to expand the underground space bit by bit, casting the entire underground of the mechanical city with metal materials. Looking at the rangers who are working hard, Suyu also said in his heart, the construction process of the mechanical city is not to build a city in essence, but to create an extremely huge mechanical creation. The entire city itself is a huge mechanical creation. The space on the ground belonged to the residents of the mechanical city, and this underground space belongs to my mechanical creation. The mechanical palace is the core of the entire mechanical city, and its underground mechanical space is essentially the cornerstone of the mechanical city. When the rangers expand and build this underground space to the same size as the entire mechanical city, the mechanical city will completely become a whole, a complete mechanical creation. Suyu's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. A grand blueprint of the mechanical city was constructed in my mind, and the entire mechanical city can be continuously expanded and improved. The underground mechanical space can also be improved at any time. If I can get more core crystals, I can even create a set of intelligent mechanical production lines in this mechanical space. As long as there are enough materials, I can produce an astonishing number of mechanical armies. By then, the entire mechanical city will become a terrible war weapon. Although, even the most basic mechanical city has not been built yet, it does not affect my development in this direction. Only such a mechanical city can be regarded as a real rear base, which is also the original intention of my design of the mechanical city blueprint. As the rangers gradually built the mechanical space under the mechanical city, Suyu also heard the system prompt sound. Ding! You have completed the manufacture of a primary mechanical weapon. You have gained 30 professional experience points. Legion Mechanic LV27. You have gained 50 skill experience points. Legion Manufacturing LV27. You have completed the manufacture of an intermediate mechanical armor. You have gained 60 professional experience points. Legion Mechanic LV27. You have gained 50 skill experience points. Legion Manufacturing LV27. You have completed the manufacture of an advanced mechanical weapon. You have gained 130 professional experience points. Legion Mechanic LV27. You have gained 50 skill experience points. Legion Manufacturing LV27. Legion Mechanic level upgraded. Steel Resonance synchronized upgrade. The mechanical creations created by the rangers are, in essence, intelligent machines created based on Nono, who was originally a repair robot. After replacing their weapons with mechanical repair tools, they naturally have strong repair capabilities. Moreover, these rangers, in the process of building the mechanical city, all kinds of parts and components can provide me with experience points. Although the experience points are not much, the number of rangers is large. Before, the number of smart chips was insufficient. But now, these hundreds of rangers work day and night to bring in a huge amount of experience points. Suyu was very surprised when he saw the experience point prompts that kept appearing and refreshing on the panel. Moreover, these rangers also have good combat power. Then, Suyu, who was in the center of the entire mechanical space, turned his head and looked at the data displayed on the core terminal in front of him. The current number of mechanical city rangers, 532 primary rangers, 56 intermediate melee rangers. The current number of mechanical city iron defenders, 23. The current number of mechanical city shadow hunters, 23. Suyu saw the lines of data and nodded with satisfaction. The current mechanical city, just the mechanical creations I control are enough to sweep all the small settlements in the dead wilderness. 532 primary rangers. Their combat power has reached the top 2 stars. If they are amplified by me, these rangers will have the combat power of 532 3-star primary rangers. And the 56 intermediate melee rangers built based on intermediate intelligent chips have a basic strength of 3 stars. With my Iron Heart and Psychic Amplification, these 56 machines can have combat power comparable to that of a 4-star primary machine. The current mechanical city is not inferior to the Ghost Tribe in terms of combat power. But there is still a gap in quantity. Suyu was not afraid of the Ghost Tribe, but he did not plan to fight against the Ghost Tribe now. After all, the strength of the Ghost tribe was already there, and had not increased for many years. However, Su Yu's strength was increasing rapidly. The number of Iron Defenders and Shadow Hunters, because of the 10 advanced intelligent chips provided by the 7 settlements before, plus the several advanced chips produced by the chip manufacturing equipment these days, has reached 23. Su Yu looked at the dozens of excellent intelligent machines standing around the core terminal at this time, and felt extremely reassured. These excellent mechanical creations are my core combat power against the strong men of the Ghost tribe. It's just a pity, only a small part of the materials for the Crystal Giant Scorpion and the Iron Giant Scorpion have been used these days. At most, the number of Iron Defenders and Shadow Hunters can be increased to 30 each, and no more can be manufactured. But it doesn't matter. Although we can't manufacture excellent mechanical creations, the advanced chips we receive can completely manufacture advanced rangers. At this time, the mechanical spirit AI in the core terminal told Su Yu, "Dear Administrator, Captain Yu Ping'an and others have successfully returned with the members of the Iron Heart tribe." Su Yu heard the voice of the mechanical spirit, thought for a moment and replied, "Okay. Then how to arrange the members of the Iron Heart tribe is all up to you. In addition, the internal planning of the mechanical city will be built according to the design on my drawings. The population of the entire mechanical city will only increase in the future." "Yes, respected Administrator," the mechanical spirit replied. And then, the indicator light on the core terminal began to light up. This is the mechanical spirit calculating how to place the Iron Heart tribe. Su Yu is very confident about the intelligent AI. The mechanical spirit. The role of the mechanical spirit has been highlighted in the construction of the mechanical city in the past 2 days. In addition, the core terminal and the mechanical spirit itself are all made by Su Yu himself, and are essentially Su Yu's mechanical creations. Based on the characteristics of the job transfer panel, as long as it is a mechanical creation created by Su Yu, it can be fully controlled by Su Yu. Miscellaneous matters such as the construction of the mechanical city, after everything was handed over to the mechanical spirit. Su Yu's consciousness moved slightly, and he opened the job transfer panel at this time. Name, Su Yu. Occupation, Legion Mechanic LV-28. Current occupation, Legion Mechanic. Occupation level, 2nd level. Skills, Core ability, Steel Resonance LV-28. Super level, Spirit System Star level, 5-star advanced. Physical System Star level, 5-star primary. Looking at the system panel in front of him, Su Yu was also a little surprised. Although the parts of the mechanical city built by the Rangers, they don't provide much experience, but the quantity is large. These two have raised my Legion Mechanic level to level 28. Also, the Legion Mechanic focuses more on the improvement of mental power. At this time, my mental power level has been raised to 5-star advanced, and is only a little short of the top 5-star level. If it goes as I expected, the maximum level of the Legion Mechanic is level 30, then you can switch to a new job. Thinking of this, Su Yu turned his head and looked at the pile of special materials piled up next to the core terminal in the mechanical space. They were the shells of the Crystal Giant Scorpion Leader and the Iron Giant Scorpion Leader. These two giant scorpion leaders, as leader-level radiation beasts, have shell characteristics that far exceed those of other radiation beasts, and they just happen to be the best casting material for my mechanical armor. This mechanical armor, the increased experience value, may directly raise the level of the Legion Mechanic to the maximum level. Su Yu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. In addition, add this special grade smart chip. Su Yu played with a palm-sized smart chip in his hand. This is a special grade smart chip from the smart chips handed in by 7 small settlements. Originally, Su Yu decided to use this special grade smart chip to build a mechanical armor, but in the past 2 days, it was delayed because of the construction of the mechanical city. No. Get ready to work. The next mechanical armor will be the strongest mechanical creation since I became a super mechanic. At this time, Nono was watching the Rangers expand the mechanical space bit by bit with great interest. When he heard Su Yu's words, he immediately flew in front of Su Yu. "Okay, Master." Nono immediately opened the spiritual power field to assist Su Yu. Just as Su Yu was busy in the underground space, when building a new mechanical armor, the people of the Ironheart tribe also walked to the wall of the mechanical city. Looking at the tall wall, the people of the Ironheart tribe felt a full sense of security. Our chief really found a good place for us. The height and defense of the steel wall, I'm afraid it's not inferior to some large settlements, although the range is not that large. Yes, this kind of steel wall is hundreds of meters long on one side, and even thousands of meters long on all four sides. Can it really be built within 2 days? The people of Tiexin tribe discussed. And in their words, the praised Tiexin tribe leader, his heart was in a mess. This kind of mechanical wall, rising from the ground within 2 days, is this the power of mechanical creation and the power of the administrator? In the heart of Tiexin tribe leader, his awe of Suyu deepened. And at this time, Feng Tian and Huang Ying, who were following the team, were also whispering. Xiao Feng, you said you are also a spiritual superhuman. How come you can control the wind? How come you are so different from the manager? Huang Ying hugged Feng Tian's waist and joked. Feng Tian was also a little unconfident. As a 4-star primary spiritual superhuman, Feng Tian's strength was considered quite strong among the leaders of small settlements. In recent years, Feng Tian has also traveled in the wilderness. But he has never seen such an amazing superhuman. Superhuman mechanic? Is this the power of the extraordinary mechanic? Feng Tian looked at the magnificent mechanical wall in front of him. And he also felt admiration and hope in his heart. However, this dead wilderness, and even the entire ruins planet, probably needs the emergence of a person like the administrator to bring hope to this dead wilderness, and even the entire ruins planet. Only this kind of rapid construction, the powerful power of creating a mechanical army with a wave of the hand, can protect the ordinary people on the ruins planet. Only such an administrator is worthy of my loyalty. In him, I can see the possibility of realizing my ideal. Feng Tian didn't care about Huang Ying's joke, but answered seriously. When he was young, he saw the tragedy of cannibalism. Feng Tian didn't want to see it again. Although the wall of the mechanical city was not built very large at once, a large wall could not be completed in 2 days, because there were not so many people in the mechanical city who needed protection. But such a wall, in Feng Tian's opinion, it is enough to shelter tens of thousands of ordinary people and live in it. It is not that there are no extraordinary people who are stronger than the administrator on the ruined star. But those extraordinary people, whether they are physical or spiritual, are far less shocking than Suyu, who created this mechanical city in 2 days. Those extraordinary people only brought destruction and war to the ruined star. Only the administrator can have such creation and rebirth. Hearing Feng Tian's words, Huang Ying's rough face revealed a special tenderness in her eyes. Little Feng, do you know what I like most about you? I like your ideal of always protecting all ordinary people on the ruins. Although it's silly, I like your silly look. As she said that, Huang Ying hugged Feng Tian's waist again. At this time, Yu Pinon interrupted their flirting and said, You too. Get ready. You can enter the city now. Yu Ping'an had already received the message from Yan Lai at this time. Yan Lai informed Yu Ping'an of the changes in the mechanical city in the past 2 days. However, Yu Ping'an was somewhat confused, thinking, mechanical spirit? According to what Director Yan Lai said, this mechanical city is now under the transformation of the administrator. All the resources in the city, etc., are handed over to a program for assistance? It's not a program. According to what the administrator said, it should be intelligent AI. But is it reliable? Soon, after everyone carefully examined the city wall, the metal gate of the city wall slowly opened. As the metal gate opened, dozens of rangers in charge of public security walked out. Yan Lai followed the rangers out and looked at the people of the Tiexin tribe. Yan Lai said, Everyone of the Tiexin tribe, welcome to the mechanical city. Please don't panic. Follow the instructions of the rangers. The people of the Tiexin tribe, seeing these rangers, seemed a little curious. But because of the suppression of the Tiexin tribe leader, they did not choose to go up and study now. The rangers divided the people of the Tiexin tribe into queues and distributed palm-sized personal terminals to the people of the Tiexin tribe one by one. Then, Yan Lai stood in front of the team, operated the personal terminal in his hand for a few times, and soon got the information from the mechanical spirit. Looking at the information, Yan Lai studied it carefully. Soon, Yan Lai turned around and looked at the Tiexin tribe members, who were playing with their personal terminals, and seemed a little confused. Yan Lai said, Everyone, the mechanical creation in your hands is called the Mechanical City Personal Terminal. It is also the identity symbol of every resident of the mechanical city. Please take care of it. Now pick up your personal terminals and input your basic information. Whatever you are good at, enter it in. The intelligent AI mechanical spirit of the mechanical city will allocate your next placement based on your information. As soon as these words were spoken, the people of the Ironheart tribe were also very surprised. They curiously entered their information into their personal terminals. Soon, with the calculation of the AI mechanical spirit, a large number of people of the Ironheart tribe received the information from their personal terminals. Under the placement of the Rangers, they walked into various locations of the mechanical city one by one. The Ironheart clan leader also noticed this scene, and was somewhat unbelievable in his heart. Based on his experience and knowledge as the Ironheart clan leader, the distribution of these Ironheart clan members is completely appropriate to their individual strengths and needs. This intelligent AI, why does it look so much like an intelligent program created with the technology of our Ironheart clan? It's impossible. It's impossible that the administrator would acquire a brand new technology. He learned it in just a few days, and he has mastered it to such an extent. The leader of the Tiashin tribe muttered to himself. This was also heard by Upindon, who was standing by. Upindon had some doubts about this so-called intelligent AI mechanical spirit, but after hearing the words of the leader of the Tiashin tribe, Upindon immediately realized that this new intelligent AI had a special meaning to him. The intelligent AI should be the manager. After obtaining the new technology of the Tiashin tribe, a brand new product created. The mechanical spirit is the intelligent AI of the entire mechanical city. Looking at the reaction of the Ironheart chief, it should have perfectly handled the resettlement of the Ironheart tribe. Can this intelligent program be installed on me? Upindon quickly realized this. Except for the head, his body is all made of prosthesis. Intelligent AI may have an improvement effect on him. Although Upindon has the strength of a 4-star advanced at this time, but before the transformation, Upindon was, after all, an ordinary person. With the reaction speed of an ordinary person, he could not bring out the full strength of the prosthesis. With the current strength of the administrator, can you equip my prosthesis with AI to improve my combat power? Or even go further? In fact, at this moment, in Upindon's mind, that crazy transformation plan reappeared. Chapter 128, Upindon's decision, Azure Oath mechanical armor. Ghost traces. Upindon looked at the members of the Ironheart tribe, following the guidance of the AI mechanical spirit in their personal terminals, and entered the mechanical city one by one. Upindon's thoughts became clearer and clearer. With the technology of the administrator, it should not be difficult to create an intelligent AI, but I was able to get the prosthetic transformation of the administrator because I offered the source core crystal. Upindon knew very well that the reason why he was able to get the whole body prosthetic transformation was entirely because of his contribution of the source core crystal. Now that he has joined the shelter for some time, he clearly understands the operation mode of the shelter. That is to exchange everything for contribution. At this moment, Upindon made a decision in his heart. I am an ordinary person. The mechanical technology of the administrator is the only way for me to become stronger. Although at the current development speed of the mechanical city, judging from the powerful strength of the administrator, the ghost tribe will be destroyed by the administrator sooner or later. But that woman, the woman who slaughtered the entire tribe of my wanderer settlement, the ghost hunter who has a special name in the ghost tribe. Upindon closed his eyes. Although his body after the prosthetic transformation had long made him lose the ability to cry. But when he thought of the ghost hunter who slaughtered his entire tribe just for fun, the hatred in Upindon's heart never stopped. Revenge for the ghost tribe. Revenge for that ghost hunter. Cannot rely solely on the administrator and the mechanical city. I must become stronger myself. Only by becoming strong enough can I ensure the death of that woman and the extinction of the ghost tribe. Upindon opened his eyes, looked at the magnificent mechanical city in front of him, and made a decision in his heart. Maybe it's time to go to my mother's hometown to see if there are any new source core crystals there. Radiation City. In Upindon's memory, the relic left to him by his mother, the origin of the source core crystal, is exactly in the Radiation City. Just as Upindon made up his mind. Under the mechanical hull, in the mechanical space, Suyu's manufacturing of mechanical armor has also come to an end. A mechanical armor as tall as a person is now in front of Suyu. This mechanical armor is to bring out my physical strength and mechanical strength at the same time, so the size can't be too big. Otherwise it will be a mecha that is purely controlled by psychic energy. Not a mechanical armor. Only a close-fitting mechanical armor can exert the full power of my physical body and psychic energy at the same time. Suyu looked at the display that was almost completed in front of him, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The armor in front of him was as tall as a person, showing red and blue colors. The red armor covered most of the vital parts of the body. Under the red armor, the inner armor emitting a faint blue light makes the entire armor look even more mysterious and powerful. This armor has used all the mechanical technologies I have mastered, and has also integrated the advantages of the two radiation beasts, the Iron Giant Scorpion and the Crystal Giant Scorpion, while maintaining invisibility. It can also have strong defense, and, if it leaves the invisible state, the shell material refined by the Iron Giant Scorpion leader can also withstand stronger damage. Not only that, this armor used a week's worth of precious resources from the Mechanical City, including tungsten blood steel and aquamarine crystal. Suyu placed a brand new excellent energy core he made on the chest of the mechanical armor. This energy core is exactly the same as the one left by the former manager. However, the previous Suyu could only repair it barely. Now that the technology has been improved, this brand new excellent core, its quality is several times stronger than the previous one. This new energy core can be made entirely of sea blue source crystals, which is much stronger than the old manager's electron furnace. And for this sea blue core, I also used the core specialization and hard work I made last month on it, which has increased the characteristics of super endurance. Suyu thought silently in his heart while placing the sea blue core on the chest of the mechanical armor. With the successful placement of the sea blue core, the eyes on the entire mechanical armor also lit up. Ding! You have completed the manufacture of an excellent mechanical armor. You have gained 300,000 professional experience points. Legion Mechanic LV28. You have gained 200,000 skill experience points. Legion Mechanic level increased. Steel resonance is also increased simultaneously. Congratulations, you have successfully completed this manufacturing. Your mechanical armor quality is as high as the excellent level. Ding! It is detected that you have mastered the core expertise hard-breaking manufacturing. Do you want to add the blood and glory entry to this work? Ignore the upgrade prompt on the job transfer panel. Afterwards, Suyu looked at the armor in front of him, and silently said in his heart, Blood and Glory Manufacturing. In the past 2 months, Suyu's core expertise from the original cornerstone profession, mechanic, Blood and Glory Manufacturing, has also been refreshed twice. The last time it was used on the sea blue core, and this time, the Blood and Glory Manufacturing, which had just been refreshed, was used on this excellent mechanical armor. When using the Spirit of Steel to enlighten Nono, Suyu also wanted to use it, but the Spirit of Steel was in the process of transformation, and could not be made with hard blood. Later, when Nono became a real mechanical life, hard blood was even more unusable. Suyu's attention was completely focused on the activated mechanical armor in front of him. Under the bloody red armor of this armor, it revealed a mysterious blue and deep brilliance, and the weapon behind it was also very special. The weapon behind the mechanical armor, there are 3 in total. One of them is an electric sniper cannon, with a caliber so large that it can no longer be called a firearm. It is the one left by teacher Suyu. In just 2 months, Suyu has completely repaired this electric sniper cannon, and further improved its lethality. The other 2 are a chainsaw blade, and a steel shield made from the thickest carapace of the Iron Giant Scorpion leader. This shield is not big, it is a round shield with a diameter of 1 meter. As Suyu stared at the mechanical armor in front of him, the attribute panel of the mechanical armor finally appeared in Suyu's eyes. Mechanical Armor Azure Oath. Producer, Suyu. Grade, excellent grade. Features, steel defense. The whole body is made of the armor of the Iron Giant Scorpion leader, which is an external armor that can provide strong defense, can resist a blow of no more than 6 stars, and can resist a 6-star primary attack for 10 minutes. Features, perfect amplification. When wearing Azure Oath, the user can perfectly exert his physical strength and get perfect amplification. Restriction, after the user's physical strength exceeds 7 stars, it cannot be perfectly amplified. Features, super strong endurance. Through the aquamarine core in the chest, the powerful energy brought, the mechanical armor does not need to be charged, and can continue to fight for more than 5 days. Equipment, melee weapon, excellent tungsten blood steel chainsaw blade Iron Giant Scorpion leader enhancement. Defense weapon, excellent tungsten blood steel shield Iron Giant Scorpion leader enhancement. Long range weapon, heavy aquamarine electromagnetic sniper cannon Crystal Giant Scorpion leader enhancement. Skills, aquamarine core shield, consumes spiritual energy, consumes the armor's own energy, condenses the shield, lasts for a certain period of time, within the shield's duration range, can resist a maximum of 6-star top-level damage. Shadow Stealth, activates energy, consumes the armor's own energy, can enter the invisible state, can last until the armor's energy is consumed. Sea Blue Burst Extreme Form, stimulates all the energy of the sea blue core on the chest of the mechanical armor. All the energy can be used to enhance the armor's combat power, can greatly provide combat power, The duration is 3 minutes. Sea Blue Burst on form. Activate all the energy of the Sea Blue core on the chest of the mechanical armor. Use all the energy for a full strength attack. After one attack, the armor will lose energy and cannot be used anymore. Comprehensive lethality evaluation. Basic 5-star top. Can reach 6-star top under extreme conditions. Comprehensive defense power evaluation. Basic 6-star primary. Can reach 6-star top under extreme conditions. Suyu looked at the luxurious panel of the Azure Oath armor in front of him. I was also very surprised. 3 characteristics, plus 4 skills. Although there are not many skills, both characteristics and skills are extremely practical. Even in normal combat, the basic defense of this armor is as high as 6-star primary. After opening the Sea Blue core shield and my own spiritual power amplification, its defense can at least resist or even ignore 6-star intermediate attacks. And, under extreme conditions, both attack and defense, they can all burst out with the power of the top 6 stars. And as far as I know, this dead wilderness located in the Steel Jungle and the Radiation Ghost City is a completely barren area. Except for the Ghost Tribe, there are no other stronger settlements. Even the nearest war city, this large settlement, is behind the Ghost Tribe. So you quickly recall the information of the dead wilderness. And the Ghost Tribe, at least according to the existing information, there are no 7-star level extraordinary people. That is to say, with this armor, I am already invincible. Suyu's eyes were filled with more and more surprise. This set of Azure Oath finally made him feel a little safe. At that moment, Suyu did not hesitate and immediately walked to the armor. Use psychic energy to activate the mechanical armor. The armor on the mechanical armor suddenly opened one by one. And Suyu immediately walked into it. The Azure Oath armor was built completely according to Suyu's body shape. At this time, with the closing of each piece of armor, Suyu only felt an unprecedented sense of joy. Azure Oath, this is the most powerful mechanical creation I have ever had. Feeling the powerful force brought by the mechanical armor, Suyu felt very at ease. The design inspiration of this mechanical armor originally came from the picture in the fragment of the Sun Mech. The 1,000-meter-high Sun Mech and the many mechanical armors fighting in the Steel City are all the inspiration sources of this Azure Oath. Suyu recalled the meaning of naming this mechanical armor in his heart. The word Azure is to commemorate the Azure Second Empire that was once glorious but eventually disappeared. And also to commemorate this ruined planet that was once called Azure. The word Oath is to not forget the mechanical creation that has been standing firm in the Steel City for 10,000 years. And one day, I will find out all the secrets of this planet and go to the unknown sea of stars. This is also my oath. Azure Oath. Suyu gently waved his hands. And the Azure Oath's mecha arms also swung out synchronously. And Suyu did not feel any obstruction. As if the entire set of mechanical armor had merged with Suyu. Is this the characteristic of perfect mastery? It can perfectly exert my own physical strength. Suyu felt extremely comfortable in his heart. Why not give it a try, and see what kind of power this Azure Oath can burst out under my control? Suyu did not equip this Azure Oath with intelligent AI for assistance. On the one hand, it was because Suyu trusted his own judgment more. On the other hand, it was because... No. Start mechanical fusion. Assist me in fighting. Compared with the intelligent AI of the mechanical armor itself, Suyu already had the best choice. Okay. Master. Nono is here. Nono also saw Suyu's excitement after wearing the Azure Oath. She was also happy for Suyu. And feel happy. He ran to Suyu happily and started the mechanical fusion. The next moment, Nono's white body decomposed into countless mechanical parts. These mechanical parts instantly wrapped around the mechanical armor of Azure Oath. As the mechanical parts extended, deformed, the color of the entire mechanical armor also changed. It turned into pure white. Suyu immediately felt that the armor, which was already very powerful at this moment, it was amplified again. My current spiritual power star level, because the level of the Legion Mechanic has been raised to level 29, has reached the top of 5 stars, and Nuonyo also reached the top of 5 stars at the same time as me. Although Nuonyo and I are both just entering the top of 5 stars, the amplification of this Azure Oath is also huge. Thinking of this, Suyu closed his eyes. The spiritual energy from the Steel Resonance song, the entire Azure Oath was instantly stained. The resonance of the Iron Resonance began. The Iron Heart amplification was activated simultaneously. Under the resonance effect of the Iron Resonance, Suyu felt that he was more closely connected with this armor. Master, I'm ready. Nono's voice at this time sounded inside the Azure Oath. Nono was originally a mechanical life enlightened by the Iron Spirit, and the connection between him and Suyu was extremely close. At this moment, the Azure Oath under the mechanical fusion of Nono, because of the relationship between Nono and the steel resonance, it has completely resonated with Suyu. Suyu immediately felt the roar of this Azure Oath. At that moment, Suyu did not hesitate, controlling the Azure Oath, which, after being mechanically fused with Nono, presented a blue-white mechanical armor, moving rapidly in the underground space. Through psychic power, Suyu instructed Nono in his mind. Nono, remember to count the combat data of this armor. Okay, Master. Under the mechanical city at this time, with the continuous work of a large number of rangers day and night, the space has expanded to tens of thousands of square meters. A blue and white mechanical armor is moving rapidly. Boom. Its speed has broken the sound barrier, and throughout the terrain space, resonating with sonic booms. Around the Azure Oath, sonic boom clouds also appeared. And Suyu, who was controlling the Azure Oath, felt an unprecedented sense of pleasure at this time. This speed, this power, this Azure Oath, really gave me a big surprise. Suyu felt the powerful power brought by the Azure Oath, and he felt more and more surprised. The Azure Oath's characteristic entry, perfect amplification, can perfectly amplify Suyu's own physical combat power. And Suyu's psychic power and various core abilities can further amplify the properties of the Azure Oath. Suyu's physical combat power, already as high as the 5-star primary. At this time, the Azure Oath, it is even more in a state of being fused by Nono's machine. Coupled with the various enhancements of Suyu's core ability, the power of this Azure Oath now bursts out, which is somewhat beyond Suyu's expectations. My 5-star primary body, with the basic attribute enhancement of this Azure Oath after Nono's fusion, is enough to exert the strength of a 6-star intermediate level. If I use the weapons behind the armor, then even if I face a 6-star intermediate radiation beast lord, I have the confidence. Besides, this Azure Oath is originally focused on defense. If it faces a 6-star high-level enemy, even if it loses, it can easily escape. Suyu felt the powerful force brought by the Azure Oath, while looking at the data provided by Nono, and began to analyze the combat effectiveness of the Azure Oath. If it is in the extreme state, and the core specialization of electromagnetic rage, Suyu did not try. Because in the extreme state, the core of the Azure Oath, that is, the sea blue core will be scrapped. Although I can't try it now, I estimate that, with my full power, even if I can't exert the power of a 7-star, it will be enough to instantly kill any 6-star. Soon, Suyu stopped moving and returned to the core terminal of the mechanical city. Although Suyu stopped moving, but through the resonance effect of the steel resonance, Suyu could still feel the roar of this Azure Oath. This newly built Azure Oath was eager to fight. Are you eager to fight? Unfortunately, there is nothing that can make you fight now. Just when Suyu was thinking this, an emergency signal came from Suyu's personal terminal. The emergency signal of the mechanical city will only sound when there is a crisis that the hunting team and others cannot solve. Emergency signal? Is it the crisis of the mechanical city? No. The mechanical city is now under the control of the mechanical spirit AI. If there is any danger approaching, the mechanical spirit will definitely notify me as soon as possible. So, this time the emergency signal is because of the small settlement? At that moment, Suyu picked up the personal terminal. The light and shadow projection immediately showed Yu Ping'an's somewhat nervous look. Yu Ping'an said, "Master Administrator, it's not good. The Ghost Tribe seems to have noticed the migration of the Ironheart Tribe. They are heading towards a small settlement in the Settlement Federation, and they seem to want to find out the reason for the migration of the Ironheart Tribe." Chapter 129. Don't let too many humans, nor too few humans. The previous small settlement federation, relying on the information technology of the Tianxin tribe, built signal-based stations between each settlement. And the message just now is a message for help from the skeleton settlement. They requested the protection of the administrator, and the reliability of the message has been confirmed by Feng Tian and Tianxin tribe leader. I heard the report from Yu Ping'an on the other end of the personal terminal. I understand. Please be patient. I will handle it. You asked the high-level officials of the mechanical city and several hunting team leaders to gather in the mechanical hall. Suyu replied, and then hung up the communication on his personal terminal. After listening to Yu Ping'an's communication, Suyu had a vague idea in his mind, but it was not clear. He needed to think about it carefully. Did the Ghost Tribe notice the actions of these small settlements so quickly? According to the speed of the Ghost Tribe's wolf cavalry, The Ironheart tribe had only started migrating 2 days ago, and the wolf riders of the ghost tribe had already reached the location of the skeleton settlement. They had obviously known the news long ago. That shouldn't be the case. The closest settlement to the ghost settlement is more than 100 kilometers away. Unless the ghost tribe had been paying attention to these small settlements, it would have been impossible for them to discover the Ironheart tribe's migration in such a short time. Unless the ghost tribe's people, I have been keeping an eye on these small settlements. So you suddenly understood something. The side effects of psionic energy will make the users become murderous and bloodthirsty, and will also become more loyal to the high-ranking extraordinary people who control psionic power. Just like he and the Night Fury team. If this side effect is not alleviated, it is easy to become a madman who only knows how to kill, or even be assimilated by psionic energy. Just like the team of wolf cavalry I met before. So, in order to resist the side effects of psionic energy, the extraordinary people of the ghost tribe, in order to prevent being completely assimilated by psionic energy and becoming psionic to form bodies, the ghost tribe deliberately preserved those small settlements in this dead wilderness. So you understood immediately? The small settlements in this dead wilderness are essentially the sheep herded by the ghost tribe. We only need to control the number of small settlements to ensure that the number of people in the small settlements is enough for the people of the ghost tribe to resist the side effects of phantom energy. Small settlements cannot have too many people, which will lead to resistance from the people in the small settlements. Similarly, small settlements cannot have too few people, which will cause the population growth of small settlements to fail to meet the needs of the ghost tribe. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly recalled the passage recorded in the letter left by the old manager of the shelter. Scholars in Dawn City, also based on these histories, a rule has been summarized. That is, whenever the human beings on the ruins planet reach their peak, they will suffer a catastrophe. Moreover, after the catastrophe, there will always be a long period of leisure, which will allow humans to recuperate and reproduce. It is as if there is an invisible force controlling the human beings on the ruins planet. The number of humans cannot be too many, nor can it be too few. The number of humans cannot be too many, nor can it be too few. Suyu murmured in a low voice, with a hint of shock in his eyes. I understand. The old manager and the scholars of Dawn City, the law they have summarized, turns out to be like this. From the actions of the ghost tribe, it is entirely possible to infer why the mastermind hidden in the 10,000-year history of the ruined star has caused several catastrophic disasters. Because it is afraid that when human power develops to a certain extent, a person like Zhang Chifeng will appear again. At the same time, it also needs to keep the number of humans from being too small. Otherwise its own survival will also be affected. Suyu shook his head, refuted his own statement, and said, no, there should be a person like Zhang Chifeng. Otherwise, after 10,000 years, why hasn't the mastermind escaped from this ruined planet? Even its condition is not very good. It is even sleeping. When Li He died before, it could only leave a mark on me, but could not kill me who was only 3 stars at the time. Logically speaking, an existence of that level, even with a glance, could easily kill me who was 3 stars at the time. But it did not do so. It just instinctively left a mark. Even if I successfully removed the mark, it did not react at all. So this unknown existence is most likely sleeping. Suyu's information about the history of the ruined star, I don't know. But based on the existing information, Suyu can also infer that the unknown existence must be in a bad state. Suyu thought of this, and his previous thoughts were immediately confirmed. So, the ghost tribe must have a very close connection with the unknown existence. And it is not certain that the unknown existence left a backup plan. Even the former Ghost Empire, the last ruling force of this ruined planet, was also controlled by the unknown existence. And the actions of the ghost tribe these days, maybe it wasn't because the unknown existence gave them warnings or guidance, but because the number of small settlements in the dead silent wilderness has exceeded the control of the ghost tribe. And my actions of killing Li He and destroying the ghost tribe's wolf cavalry have become an opportunity for the ghost tribe to reap the harvest. So, the ghost tribe has to slaughter some small settlements to maintain their control over the dead silent wilderness. But they will not kill them all. So in the past 2 months, they only destroyed the few small settlements closest to them. Suyu's thoughts have been completely cleared up by him. And now, the union of the 7 small settlements, coupled with the migration of the Ironheart tribe, is equivalent to escaping from the control of the ghost tribe. So, they sent troops to the skeleton tribe, which is the strongest settlement among the 7 small settlements. in order to further strengthen their control over the dead silent wilderness. Suyu was thinking while walking into the hall of the Mechanical Palace. In the hall of the Mechanical Palace, everyone from the Mechanical City had been waiting here. At this time, Suyu did not take off the mechanical armor of Azure Oath. At this time, everyone from the Mechanical City, seeing the red and blue mechanical armor, was also extremely surprised. They had never seen such a mechanical creation. Under the red armor, there was a deep and mysterious blue glow. The entire mechanical armor is extremely mysterious and noble. Master Administrator, is it you? Yu Pinon asked at this time. He was a little afraid to confirm. The next moment, Suyu opened the visor of the Azure Oath and said, "It's me, Chief Kishin. What is the situation of the skeleton settlement now? Please tell me in detail." Then, Suyu asked Chief Kishin, who was standing aside at this time. Chief Kishin nodded. He now regarded himself as a member of the Mechanical City. He answered, "Yes, sir. Manager. The skeleton settlement is the strongest small settlement in our settlement union. There are 5 4-star extraordinary people in it. And there are as many as 500 combatants. And even 100 of them are extraordinary people. You should know that the total population of this settlement is only 3,000. Suyu nodded. Suyu also knew a little about this small settlement union. The settlement with the strongest overall combat power. The main combatants of this settlement are all scavengers from the wilderness. In essence, it is more of a large exchange base for scavengers than a settlement. But it has gradually evolved into a settlement. The strength of this skeleton settlement is certainly good. But because they are all scavengers, the cohesion of this settlement is not strong. The narration of the Ironheart tribe leader continues. This time, the Ghost Wolf Riders, who went to the skeleton settlement, there are about 500 of them. The information from the skeleton settlement tells us that, as long as the Mechanical City can protect them this time, they are willing to join the Mechanical City and serve the administrator. The skeleton settlement is 123 kilometers away from the Mechanical City. And the Ghost Tribe is also more than 100 kilometers away. And the Wolf Cavalry of the Ghost Tribe is now within 20 kilometers of the skeleton settlement. Within an hour, Ghost Wolf Riders will be able to reach the skeleton settlement completely. The tone of the Ironheart chief was full of worry. Although he led the Ironheart tribe to join the skeleton settlement, they were still members of the small settlement federation. The skeleton settlement's cohesion was not strong. Although its combat effectiveness was good, it was average in other aspects. So when the Ghost Tribe approached their settlement within 20 kilometers, they discovered it. Now, even if we want to support them, it's difficult. Everyone in the Mechanical City fell silent. The road in this dead wilderness is not easy to walk on. In addition to the terrain, there are various dangers such as the radioactive beasts entrenched in the wilderness. All of these will cause the travel speed to be very slow. For example, the Ironheart tribe is not far from the Mechanical City. But it still took 2 days to migrate all the Ironheart people, relying on transport crawlers. At this time, Yu Pinon. He stood up and said, "Master Administrator, with the speed of our Mechanical City hunting team, it will take at least a day to get there. Unless Master Administrator sends out your Ranger Corps, it will be possible to arrive within 2 hours. However, the average strength of the Ghost Wolf Cavalry is at the 2-star level, and the skeleton tribe may not be able to hold on for that long." Hearing Yu Pingon's words, everyone in the mechanical hall fell silent. Let's not talk about the Ghost Wolf Cavalry, whose own strength is terrifying. If it does not rely on Suyu's mechanical creations, the current combat power of the Mechanical City can barely deal with 500 Wolf Cavalry head-on. This combat power is only possible after the combatants from Wind City and Ironheart tribe joined. Suyu, wearing the Azure Oath, looked calm and said nothing more. He naturally knew the current situation of the Mechanical City. It's just that, even if the Ranger Corps, with the amplification effect of my psychic power and core ability, it will take an hour and a half to arrive. The Ghost Wolf Riders will arrive in less than half an hour. There are 500 2-star Ghost Wolf Riders, plus the captain who leads so many Ghost Wolf Riders, who is at least 4-star, or even 5-star, and there is definitely more than one. When the Rangers get there, they can only collect the bodies of the people in the skeleton settlement. Suyu thought silently in his heart. Even with the fastest Shadow Defender Corps, it will take 40 minutes to arrive. So, if we want to save the entire skeleton settlement, there is only one way. Suyu raised the right arm of the mechanical armor and felt the full power. That is, I will go to the skeleton settlement alone, wearing the Azure Oath, at a speed faster than the speed of sound. according to the speed of the Azure Oath. It will take at most 10 minutes to arrive. Just in time for the arrival of the Ghost Settlement. For the manpower of the Skeleton Settlement, Suyu still needs it. After all, with the current situation of the Mechanical City and the vast area of the Dead Silence Wilderness, a large number of people are needed to explore and mine new resources. The intelligence of intelligent machines is not enough to meet these tasks. Moreover, the number of intelligent machines in Suyu's hands is not enough. You can go and take a look first. If you can explore the power of the Ghost Tribe by the way, at least my safety is guaranteed. If the strength of the wolf cavalry of the Ghost Tribe is not strong, with my current strength, I can even defeat it alone. Suyu, wearing the Azure Oath, combined with the Nono Fusion, can also reach the basic combat power of 6-star intermediate. And Suyu looked at the job transfer panel at this time. The level of the Legion mechanic has reached LV29. This last level of experience is not small. In Suyu's opinion, at least the Rangers have to work in the underground mechanical space for a day to meet the experience of upgrading. You can go at worst. If it's impossible, we can just retreat. Anyway, with the defense and speed of the Azure Oath, as long as there is no 7-star transcendent in the wolf cavalry of the Ghost Tribe, it is impossible to cause any harm to me. Thinking of this, Suyu said to Pinnon and others, "The Skeleton Settlement is saved. You are responsible for guarding the Mechanical City. I will stay in the Mechanical City with the Ranger Corps." Hearing Suyu's words, the people in the Mechanical Hall, they all looked at Suyu in disbelief. They could hear the meaning of Suyu's words, but they just couldn't believe it. Does it mean that the administrator wants to go to the Skeleton Settlement alone? How can it be possible to reach the distance of more than 100 kilometers? Everyone in the Mechanical Hall had this thought. "Administrator, what do you mean?" Tai Xian clan leader looked at the blue oath on Suyu with some doubt. "Well, I will go to rescue alone. And I can try out the actual combat capability of this mechanical armor." Suyu closed the visor of Azure Oath. "Don't worry. I will bring all the Shadow Hunters with me. If it is impossible, I will retreat." Suyu walked out of the Mechanical Hall quickly. Nono also flew out of the Mechanical Hall at this time. And the next moment, he turned into white metal parts, covering Suyu's Azure Oath mechanical armor. The original red armor, at this moment, it turned into pure white. The inner layer of the armor, emitting a faint blue light, made the entire Azure Oath appear extremely mysterious and powerful. Everyone in the Mechanical Hall watched this scene silently. Tai Xian opened his eyes even wider, staring closely at the figure in white armor, trying to see the details from the white armor. Chief Tai Xian muttered to himself, arriving within 20 minutes. Could it be that the speed of this mechanical armor has exceeded the speed of sound? In this dead wilderness, there are mechanical creations that can break the speed of sound. But they are all mechanical vehicles. Now, the Azure Oath that Suyu is wearing can also break the speed of sound. Although both have the same speed. As a mechanical armor, it obviously bears greater air resistance. And the technology contained in it also makes the Ironheart Patriarch tremble. Is this the mechanical technology of the administrator? This level, only then can he be called an extraordinary mechanic. Lang Yi looked at Suyu in white mechanical armor, and thought, it's impossible. The administrator is indeed powerful. But this is more than 100 kilometers. Can the administrator arrive in 20 minutes? If that's the case, doesn't it mean that the administrator's strength has become much stronger? How long has it been? The administrator has only taken over the shelter for 2 months. It has been upgraded from the original shelter to the current mechanical city. Even the strength of the administrator is beyond my comprehension. Lang Yun and Huan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They were the 2 hunting team captains who had stayed in shelter number 73 the longest. But they had never seen a person like Suyu. At this time, Suyu did not care about the thoughts of the people in the Mechanical Hall. Suyu in the Azure Oath armor closed his eyes and began the Steel Resonance song. The next moment, accompanied by the familiar resonance power, Suyu once again heard the roar of the Azure Oath mechanical armor. It was eager for a battle to prove itself. Eager for a battle? Then I will satisfy you. Suyu decisively opened the Azure Oath's built-in map and headed towards the direction of the skeleton settlement. The aquamarine core on the chest of the mechanical armor also lit up at this moment. Output energy with all your strength. Boom! Everyone in the mechanical hall only heard a loud explosion. Everyone also subconsciously followed Suyu's figure. That Azure Oath armor, at this moment, turned into a blue-white phantom and moved quickly throughout the mechanical city. Although the speed was fast, it avoided all personnel. The controllability of this Azure Oath was extremely strong. And soon, this blue figure came to the wall of the mechanical city. Suyu looked at the steel wall in front of him, took a deep breath, and suddenly exerted force with his legs. The leg armor of the mechanical armor also increased Suyu's strength at this moment. Under the amplification of the Azure Oath, Suyu's legs instantly burst out with powerful strength. This blue and white Azure Oath jumped high at this moment, like a peregrine falcon swooping down. It easily crossed the tall mechanical wall and rushed towards the wilderness. Chapter 130 100-Mile Attack, Skeleton Settlement, Electromagnetic Sniper Cannon. An extremely amazing attack. Inside the mechanical hall, everyone has not recovered from the shock brought by the blue figure. Tai Xian clan leader looked at Suyu's departing back, muttering in his heart, surpassing the speed of sound, mechanical armor that exceeds the speed of sound, this terrifying mechanical creation. As a clan leader who also has good mechanical technology, I know very well that a mechanical armor that can exceed the speed of sound, whether it is defense or strength, it is extremely strong. Yang Lai looked at Suyu's departing back and felt a little worried. Yang Lai was only a 3-star extraordinary person. Although he managed the residents of the entire mechanical city in an orderly manner, the strength shown by Suyu now made Yang Lai a little confused. What do you think, Brother Su? Is it a little dangerous for him to go alone? Yang Lai said to everyone worriedly. After all, the Ghost Tribe is notorious. In this dead wilderness, no one has not heard of the Ghost Tribe's bad reputation. After hearing Yang Lai's words, everyone subconsciously looked at Feng Tian and Yu Ping'an. Feng Tian, as a 4-star primary spiritual transcendent, masters the power of the wind and is much stronger than ordinary 4-star physical transcendents. After Yu Ping'an's prosthetic transformation, his strength is as high as 4-star advanced. The strength of the two is the strongest in the entire mechanical city, except Suyu. Yu Ping'an also woke up from the shock of Suyu's Blue O's supersonic power. Seeing everyone's eyes, Yu Ping'an said, I don't know, but I feel that the mechanical armor of the administrator is at least several times stronger than my prosthesis. At least it is 5-star advanced, or even 5-star top combat power. But even so, it is still a bit dangerous for the administrator to face 500 Ghost Wolf Riders alone. Yu Ping'an was obviously a little worried about Suyu. Feng Tian shook his head and said, not only that, don't forget, the administrator himself is also a 5-star spiritual transcendent, and his physical strength is also not low. Even if he is defeated, he can definitely escape calmly. Feng Tian's words were recognized by everyone. After all, now Suyu has become the core of the mechanical city, and the entire mechanical city was built by Suyu alone. The safety of the mechanical city is also based on Suyu's strong personal strength. Seeing everyone's performance, Tiexing clan leader sighed silently. Tiexing clan leader said in his heart, a group of people who don't understand mechanical technology. That level of mechanical armor, that ability to exceed the speed of sound. You say this can only exert the top 5-star strength? It can break the speed of sound. This mechanical armor built by the administrator. At least it can burst out the combat power of the 6-star level. Moreover, I just saw the core energy source of the mechanical armor of the administrator. It looks not simple either. 500 Wolf Cavalry. Administrator. I'm afraid they can kill the Ghost Wolf Cavalry. But relying on the administrator alone, repelling the Ghost Wolf Cavalry is probably the limit. Although the Tiexing tribe leader knew it in his heart, he did not show it on his face. He wanted to see how everyone would perform after Suyu repelled the Ghost Wolf Cavalry, while everyone was still immersed in the shock brought by Suyu. In the open space in front of the mechanical hall, the metal ground opened, and a bottomless underground passage emerged. The next moment, in the surprised eyes of the crowd, 23 dark blue shadow hunters came out, following Suyu's direction. They walked towards the direction of the skeleton settlement. Chief Tiexing looked at this scene in surprise. This kind of excellent intelligent machinery. Chief Tiexing had seen it before. This level of intelligent machinery. For the administrator, can it be mass-produced? And the mass production speed is so fast. It's only been a few days, and there are so many more than last time? Chief Tiexing was more and more shocked by Suyu's mechanical strength. In fact, Chief Tiexing even had an idea in his mind. To repel the wolf cavalry of the Ghost Tribe. It should be enough for the administrator alone. But, look at these powerful intelligent machines of the administrator. Could it be that the administrator want to wipe out all those Ghost Wolf Cavalry? Is this impossible? At this time, the 23 dark blue shadow hunters had already quickly left the mechanical hall and headed for the gate of the mechanical city. The speed of these 23 shadow hunters was extremely fast, although not as shocking as the speed of Suyu's mechanical armor. But they still used a flexible posture, easily crossed all the buildings and crowds, passed through the gate, and headed towards the direction of the skeleton settlement. At the same time, in the wilderness, Suyu felt the extreme speed after breaking the sound barrier. It was so fast that the radioactive beasts on the road only saw a figure, and the next moment, this figure appeared dozens of meters away. Most of the radioactive beasts realized that this figure was not easy to deal with. They all chose to avoid it. The few radioactive beasts who tried to block Suyu in front of them could not catch up with the speed of the Azure Oath. Just like that, after leaving the mechanical city, only 3 minutes later, Suyu saw the settlement of the skeleton. It was a huge skeleton, which had weathered naturally after who knows how many years. The skeleton left after the death of a huge creature that was at least several thousand meters long. When Suyu saw the scene, he also recalled the origin of the skeleton settlement in his mind. The settlement of the skeleton was accidentally discovered by a group of scavengers in the wilderness. This entire skeleton left after the death of a giant creature. The texture is extremely hard, and the soil fertility is also very high where the bones are. It is suspected that after the giant creature died, the corpse decayed, and thus became a shelter for this group of scavengers. As time went by, more and more scavengers knew about this place, and came to settle down. Over time, this place became a trading station for scavengers. At the same time, a group of the most powerful scavengers, they also successfully occupied this place, and made it their official base. Suyu's speed gradually slowed down, because the speed of the Azure Oath was too fast. At this time, the Ghost Wolf Cavalry had not yet reached the skeleton settlement. Then, Suyu said inside the armor, "Nono, turn on the stealth mode." "Okay, Master." With Nono's response, the blue light under the Azure Oath armor suddenly lit up, and then gradually enveloped the entire mechanical armor. The color of the Azure Oath's mechanical armor also became lighter and lighter, and finally became completely transparent. This is exactly the invisibility ability derived from the Crystal Giant Scorpion Leader. Although I also have the core expertise Shadow Cloak from the Wild Hunter. Using Shadow Cloak consumes psychic energy, and the cooldown time is extremely long. And the invisibility ability provided by this Azure Oath consumes the energy of the mechanical armor itself. With the energy provided by the aquamarine core of this armor, the stealth state can last at least 2 days. The effect of stealth is closer to the material level, while the effect of Shadow Cloak is psychic. Not only will the two not affect each other, but they can even overlap each other. In this way, with my current 5-star strength, even a 7-star transcendent cannot find my trace. Suyu slowed down his pace and walked towards the direction of the skeleton settlement. It is precisely because of this stealth ability, coupled with the extreme speed of the Azure Oath, Suyu would come to this skeleton settlement alone. For the Ghost Tribe, Suyu was still very cautious in his heart. After all, the special nature of the ghost energy and the unknown existence made Suyu extremely cautious about the Ghost Tribe. Although, my current strength, on paper, is at least equal to that of the entire Ghost Tribe, but the Ghost Tribe has too many people, plus the special nature of the ghost energy. When dealing with the Ghost Tribe, it is never too cautious. Let's not talk about anything else. Before Lee died, he swallowed the phantom energy and turned the entire Night Demon team into ghost demons. If the leader of the Ghost Tribe did the same, then the Ghost Tribe of 100,000 people would instantly turn into 100,000 ghost demons, and the ghost demons could devour each other. If this happens, the ghost demon who survived in the end would be scary to think about. Suyu just thought about that scary scene in his mind and felt his scalp tingling. So when dealing with the Ghost Tribe, we must be cautious. And once we take action, we must kill all the Ghost Wolf Riders, leaving no one alive. We can't let them take back the information about the Mechanical City. Now the Mechanical City needs some time to develop. It must be developed to the point where it can directly crush the Ghost Tribe to prevent the Ghost Tribe from jumping off the wall and turning 100,000 people into ghost demons. Suyu thought as he approached the huge weathered skeleton. This skeleton, I don't know how many years of weathering it has gone through. It's still standing here. This dead skeleton beast should be very strong. It's just a pity that, after so many years, after thousands of years of weathering, this skeleton has long lost its usefulness. Suyu looked at the huge weathered skeleton, and felt a little sorry. Even in the shadow concentration state, Suyu's Azure Oath was still very fast. Not long after, he approached this huge skeleton. The huge skeleton had long been transformed into a living place by the people of the skeleton settlement. The gaps in the skeleton were filled and became the walls of the entire skeleton settlement. Suyu saw the situation of the entire skeleton settlement from afar through the long-distance viewing device of the Azure Oath. At this time, in the skeleton settlement, a large number of combatants were guarding the walls formed by the gaps in the skeletons. Because the skeleton settlement was a trading place for scavengers, everyone here was a soldier. Even the old, weak, women and children have the ability to bite you back before they die. But, even such a settlement, facing the arrival of the Ghost Wolf Riders, is still extremely desperate. The leader of the skeleton settlement, Kwang Gu, is cheering up the warriors of the skeleton settlement at this time. Brothers, this is the biggest crisis that the skeleton settlement has encountered in the decades since its establishment. The strongest force in the Dead Silence Wilderness, the Ghost Tribe, will arrive in 10 minutes at most. There are only 500 of them. But they are all extraordinary people, possessing extremely disgusting psychic powers. This battle will be difficult. As the leader who established the skeleton settlement, Kwang Gu is extremely sturdy and tall. At least 3 meters tall. This body shape gives Kwang Gu extraordinary strength. And there is a row of protruding bones on his back. This Kwang Gu looks interesting. This body shape, coupled with his own physical strength of 4 stars, I'm afraid that ordinary 4-star top players are not his opponents. So you noticed this scene? And he was not surprised. The entire ruins planet was full of radiation. Although Kwang Gu's body size was rare, it was not surprising. Under the effect of radiation, all kinds of shapes can be grown on this ruins planet. Brothers, I have requested support from other small settlements, and even from the mysterious mechanical city. Kwang Gu's words, this gave the skeleton settlement warriors a glimmer of hope. Although the skeleton settlement did not know much about the mechanical city, they had seen Suyu's mechanical creations, the iron defender that Yu Ping'an used to show his strength to the 7 small settlements. Their leader had even tried to fight the iron defender, and he had seen how powerful the iron defender was. In their opinion, a settlement that could create such mechanical creations might be able to fight against the Ghost Tribe. But soon, Kwang Gu personally extinguished this glimmer of hope. I know, the mechanical city is extremely mysterious, but they are too far away from us. Even if we can provide support, it will take several hours. By that time, we will have been killed by the Ghost Wolf Riders. Kwang Gu's tone was extremely helpless. This is a war destined to end in death. We can't escape, and there is nowhere to escape. The Ghost Tribe has no hatred towards us, but they want to kill us. Can you tolerate this kind of behavior? Kwang Gu, can't tolerate it anyway. Instead of choosing to flee and being hunted down by the Ghost Wolf Riders, it is better to fight to the death. I will stand in front of my brothers. Yes. Their skeleton settlement was originally a group of scavengers, a group of poor people wandering in the wilderness. It took decades to have their current home, but the Ghost Tribe wants to destroy them for no reason. Why? Their skeleton settlement, from homeless scavengers to a small settlement today, they are considered a good force among small settlements. For them, the skeleton settlement has long been their only home in this dead wilderness. After hearing Kwang Gu's words, a certain fire was ignited in the hearts of the people in the skeleton settlement. Suyu, who was immersed in his heart, also saw this scene. I didn't realize that Kwang Gu, who looks and has a very rough name, has such a delicate mind. The weak army will surely win. At this time, in the distance of the skeleton settlement, rows of black shadows are rushing over. If they are not the Ghost Wolf Riders, then what else could they be? And Suyu noticed that in front of these Ghost Wolf Riders, there are 5 Ghost Wolf Riders riding larger Wolf Riders. The giant wolf, under the man in the middle, is 5 meters long, and its size is several times that of a normal Wolf Rider. And on this giant wolf, there are also a lot of traces of mechanical transformation, and dozens of pipes flowing with psionic light. Seeing this scene, Kwang Gu stopped talking nonsense. You are all my brothers, who built this skeleton settlement with me. I want to say that, for so many years, the scavengers in this dead wilderness can't do anything to our skeleton settlement. What about this Ghost Tribe? Skeleton will win. Kwang Gu shouted loudly. And Kwang Gu's men, the combatants of the skeleton settlement, at this moment, they also shouted wildly. Skeleton will win. They have no way to retreat in this battle. Even if we die, we must pose a threat to the Ghost Tribe. Just as the Wolf Riders of the Ghost Tribe rushed towards the skeleton settlement, Suyu had already seen the strength of the 5 Wolf Riders captains. For 4-star advanced to top level, 1 5-star advanced, plus 500 Wolf Riders, and the special nature of the Phantom Energy. This team of Ghost Wolf Riders can indeed easily destroy the entire skeleton settlement. The strength of this ghost tribe, it's really good. There is a captain above 4 stars among 100 wolf riders. According to the ghost tribe's idea, they should be thinking of destroying the strongest skeleton settlement among the 7 settlements, so as to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Suyu was currently under a huge skeleton, still remaining invisible. It's just a pity I'm here. And I don't quite understand. Why are these 5 Ghost Wolf Rider captains so close? Suyu silently took the modified electromagnetic sniper cannon from behind the Azure Oath. The spiritual energy of the Iron Resonance song enveloped the entire electromagnetic sniper cannon and gave it a blessing. The power of resonance and the effect of the Iron Heart further enhanced the strength of the electromagnetic sniper cannon in his hand, allowing it to launch a stronger attack. Not only that, the sea blue core from the Azure Oath also injected a large amount of energy into the electromagnetic sniper cannon through the arm of the mechanical armor at this moment. Nono mechanically fused the electromagnetic sniper cannon, accompanied by Suyu's words. Nono immediately separated from the Azure Oath and turned into countless parts, wrapping the entire electromagnetic sniper cannon. After the Azure Oath has finished supplying energy to the electromagnetic sniper cannon, letting Nono mechanically fuse again cannot increase the damage of this attack. On the contrary, letting Nono fuse the electromagnetic sniper cannon after the energy supply is completed can greatly increase the lethality. Suyu felt that, the electrical energy condensed at the muzzle at this time, the plasma was about to turn into substance. Even Suyu, who was wearing the Azure Oath, felt a faint sense of threat at this time. After the new upgrade, the electromagnetic sniper cannon has abandoned ordinary bullets and replaced them with electromagnetic bullets. This attack, with the assistance of Nono, and the blessing of my own spiritual energy, can at least burst out the power of a 6-star intermediate. But, it's not enough. The next moment, Suyu lifted the invisibility. Invisibility kill. The core ability of the Wilderness Hunter, Hidden Kill, is activated. In the invisible state, the effect of the Hidden Kill can increase Suyu's attack 5 times again. Boom! A huge and amazing white light spewed out from the electromagnetic sniper cannon in Suyu's hand. With multiple amplifications, the power of Suyu's attack is at least as high as the top 6 stars, and it is a large-scale killing. Chapter 131 Kill the 5 stars. Legion Mechanic LV Max. Core Specialization, Resonance Power. Kwang Gu looked at the Ghost Wolf Riders rushing towards the Skeleton Settlement. Skeleton Settlement, can it be saved after all? To Kwang Gu, the entire Skeleton Settlement is very special. The scavengers and wanderers in the wilderness are all driven out by the original settlement, or the original settlement is destroyed. They are essentially a group of poor people with nowhere to go. The same is true for Kwang Gu. Kwang Gu looked at the Ghost Wolf Riders approaching the Skeleton Settlement, and recalled his childhood. Because of his special body shape, he was bullied by others, and was driven out of the original settlement, becoming a refugee in the dead wilderness. Fortunately, he was picked up by a group of scavengers, and Kwang Gu survived. For Kwang Gu, this Skeleton Settlement is not only a settlement he built, but also one of the few shelters in this dead wilderness that can provide supplies for scavengers. Ghost Tribe, if you want to kill us, you must be prepared to be bitten off by my Skeleton Settlement. Even if I die, I will replace a 4-star Ghost Wolf Rider. Kwang Gu's eyes were fierce, staring at the Ghost Wolf Rider rushing towards the Skeleton Settlement. The other members of the Skeleton Settlement were the same. They were originally scavengers in the wilderness, and they lived a precarious life every day. Until the establishment of the Skeleton Settlement, only then did they have a real settlement for this group of scavengers in this dead wilderness. The members of the Skeleton Settlement all had already made up their minds to die, and were just waiting for the Ghost Wolf Riders to arrive. However, at this moment, Kwang Gu accidentally saw, at the edge of their Skeleton Settlement, a mysterious man in mechanical armor appeared. It was Suyu. The mechanical armor on Suyu was red and blue, and the armor was full of mysterious blue light, which seemed extremely powerful and mysterious to Kwang Gu. At this time, Suyu was holding a strange gun in his hand. The caliber of the gun was so large that it could no longer be called a gun in Kwang Gu's opinion. Who is this person? Kwang Gu didn't have time to think about it. The next moment, he saw the gun in Suyu's hand spewing out a dazzling white light. Above this white light, there was a plasma that seemed to be real. This white light hit the 5 Ghost Wolf cavalry captains, who were sprinting at the front of the team at an astonishing speed. Boom! Even though the gun in Suyu's hand did not make a sound, Kwang Gu still imagined the shocking explosion in his mind. Only saw, accompanied by the white light hitting The 5-star Ghost Wolf Rider who led the group, in Kwang Gu's opinion, was almost an invincible enemy. It was pierced by the white light so easily. This 5-star Ghost Wolf Rider captain, without even seeing his opponent, disappeared just like that. This is not over yet, accompanied by the white light hitting. Countless plasmas burst out from the Ghost Wolf Cavalry Captain. The Ghost Wolf Cavalry Captain exploded into a ball of fire. The side effects of psionic energy, the damage of the explosion, and the overflow of countless plasmas instantly caused heavy damage to the entire Ghost Wolf Cavalry team. The 5 Ghost Wolf Cavalry captains who were originally very close to each other all died in this attack. Su Yu's shot killed a 5-star and 4 4-star Ghost Wolf Cavalry. The dozens of Ghost Wolf Cavalrymen who relied on several captains all died in this attack. At this time, Su Yu, who was wearing a mechanical armor, was very satisfied after seeing the power of his shot. Su Yu put the electromagnetic sniper cannon in his hand back behind the mechanical armor. After such a fierce attack, the electromagnetic sniper cannon also needed to cool down for a while. At this moment, he also heard the system prompt sound in his ear. Ding! You successfully killed a 5-star Ghost Wolf Cavalryman. You gained professional experience, Legion Mechanic. You successfully killed a 4-star Ghost Wolf Cavalry. You gained professional experience, Legion Mechanic. Legion Mechanic level increased. Steel resonance increased simultaneously. You gained 300,000 professional experience points, Legion Mechanic LV Max. Legion Mechanic finally reached the maximum level. Su Yu's eyes were also full of surprise. Legion Mechanic is a 2nd level profession. The required level is too terrifying. It depends on building the entire mechanical city, and a large number of mechanical creations to reach the maximum level so quickly. Then, Su Yu looked at the new prompt on the job transfer panel. Ding! According to your maximum level core ability, Steel Resonance, you have obtained the Core Expertise, Resonance Power. Core Expertise, Resonance Power. Description: as a Legion Mechanic, your Steel Resonance, for a long time, reached an unprecedented level. You also comprehend the power of resonance. When the power of resonance is activated, you can transfer part of the damage you suffer to the mechanical creations under the effect of your Steel Resonance song. The amount of damage you can reduce is determined by the number and strength level of the mechanical creations. Seeing the effect of the power of resonance, Su Yu was also a little surprised. In this way, as a Legion Mechanic, after activating the power of resonance, I can directly transfer part of the damage I suffer. This will undoubtedly greatly improve my survivability. And with my current psychic strength, I can completely repair those mechanical creations that have been damaged due to transfer damage. At this time, the group of Ghost Wolf Cavalry seemed to be frightened by Su Yu's attack. The 5 captains all died at the same time under Su Yu's attack. At this time, the group of Wolf Cavalry did not know what to do. They did not dare to continue attacking the skeleton settlement. And some Ghost Wolf Cavalry even. They have already started to move silently to the rear. Kwang Gu, who was standing on the wall of the skeleton city, looked at Su Yu, who suddenly appeared in shock. But he soon thought of Su Yu's origin. Sir, could it be the reinforcements from the mechanical city? Su Yu nodded while checking the information on the job transfer panel, and replied, Chief Kwang Gu, please send the people from the skeleton settlement to cooperate with me, and wipe out this group of Ghost Wolf Riders. Okay. Kwang Gu's heart turned from grief and anger to surprise. He immediately called the people of the skeleton settlement, and shouted, Brothers, follow me and kill those wolf riders of the ghost tribe. Hearing Kwang Gu's words, the gate of the skeleton settlement was also opened. Countless scavengers in the skeleton settlement rushed out. The strength of the skeleton settlement was not weak. There were 5 4-star extraordinary people including Kwang Gu. But except Kwang Gu, the other 4 were only 4-star primary, facing the 500 wolf cavalrymen of the ghost tribe. If they fought head-on, their group of scavengers would be far from being able to defeat them. However, at this time, the formation of the ghost tribe had been broken up, and the leader of the Ghost Wolf Cavalry and several Ghost Wolf Cavalry captains had all died. At this time, the Ghost Wolf Cavalry was leaderless and in chaos. They could not defeat them head-on, but it was no problem to beat the fallen dog at this time. Su Yu took this opportunity to open the job transfer panel. Congratulations to the host, because the Legion Mechanic has reached the maximum level, you can start a new job. Possible job: 2nd level job, Mechanical Wanderer. Mechanical Warrior, main, plus Battlefield Mechanic plus Ironheart LV Max plus Wild Survival LV Max plus Melee Mechanical Manufacturing LV Max plus equals Mechanical Wanderer. Introduction. The elite among mechanical warriors, these powerful mechanical warriors, in the special operations accumulated over time. They have demonstrated their powerful strength and made the enemy remember their fear. They are the king of mechanical special operations, the wanderer of the night, and the spokesperson of the god of death. They have further awakened powerful psychic powers, and their melee combat capabilities have been further improved. Their mastery of melee machines has reached a superb level. Employment direction. First level occupation gunfighter. Fighter, main, plus gunsmith plus basic guns plus basic fighting equals gunfighter. Introduction. Master extraordinary gun skills, mainly close combat, bullets will turn. Employment direction. First level occupation gunsmith. Gunsmith, main, plus fighter plus basic guns plus adaptive force plus basic mechanical manufacturing equals gunsmith. Introduction. Extraordinary gunsmiths with superhuman bodies, but they do not use their powerful bodies for close combat, with rich experience in gun modification, but choose to enlarge the weapons, increase the caliber, based on the maximum recoil that their own bodies can bear. Crazy increase in gun caliber, they are the mobile firepower source on the battlefield. Sure enough, no new professions are unlocked. The original 3 remaining professions are still available. 2 first-level professions, gunner and gunfighter, and the second-level profession mechanical wanderer. So you looked at the 3 professions on the panel, slightly hesitant. Mechanical wanderer is a pure combat profession. The source of experience for this profession, only the production of melee mechanical weapons, and the experience points for killing enemies in battle. In addition, the experience points required for upgrading the second-level profession are too much. In this way, after becoming a mechanical wanderer, at least in the short term, it is impossible to reach the maximum level, and it is impossible to switch to a new profession. On the contrary, the experience points required for the first-level profession are already very small for me now. Whether it is a gunner or a gunfighter, I am confident that I can reach the maximum level in 1 or 2 days. In this way, even if the core ability obtained after the job change is not very effective, you can also change your job to another job in a short time. Thinking of this, Suyu made a decision in his heart. The gunfighter job is a job that is good at mid-range attacks and masters extraordinary gun skills. In comparison, the most suitable job for me now should be the gunner. I choose to change my job to the gunner. Suyu's mind moved. The job change panel also changed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully taken up the job. Your current job is Gunner, LV1:0/10,000. Congratulations to the host, successfully awakened core ability. Gunner Master, LV1, as an experienced Gunner Master, any gun is as easy to use as an arm in your hands. For you, even the most powerful guns are just toys. You have also learned a truth from years of combat. No matter how accurate the sniper is, it is not as good as a large-scale indiscriminate artillery coverage. The guns you master, the shooting power range increases by 10%, and the full level increases by 200%. After changing to a gunner, so you no longer paid attention to the job transfer panel. Instead, he looked at the Ghost Wolf cavalrymen, who were fighting with the skeleton settlement. The Ghost Wolf cavalrymen were of good quality, or they had been immersed in the phantom energy for a long time, and were very excited about bloodlust and fighting. Although Suyu's attack frightened them, under the stimulation of the phantom energy, the bloodthirsty nature of these wolf cavalrymen still overwhelmed their fear of Suyu, and they still fought together with the people of the skeleton settlement. Moreover, from the Ghost Wolf cavalry's point of view, the power of Suyu's attack should have been accumulated for a long time, and it is estimated that it is impossible to launch a similar attack in a short period of time. 502-star Transcendence, this is an experience value that cannot be missed. Suyu's eyes showed a hint of excitement. He felt that maybe he could upgrade the gunner to the maximum level soon. At that moment, Suyu did not hesitate, and took out the electromagnetic sniper cannon behind him again. After a short cooling, the electromagnetic sniper cannon can be used normally. No. Mecha Fusion Azure Oath. And then fully power the armor. To kill these 2-star wolf cavalry, there is no need to increase the power of the electromagnetic sniper cannon to such a large extent, which is too wasteful, and the barrel must be cooled for a while after firing a shot. Suyu drove the Azure Oath and rushed towards the center of the Ghost Wolf cavalry. Suyu's speed was so fast that even Kwang-gu could only see a blue-white light, quickly shuttled through the crowd. Soon, Suyu came in front of the Ghost Wolf cavalry, ignoring the members of the skeleton settlement who were fighting with the Ghost Wolf cavalry. Suyu directly exerted force with both feet, jumped hard, past the group of people mixed together, and came to the top of the Ghost Wolf cavalry team. He picked up the electromagnetic sniper cannon, aimed at the place where the most people in the Ghost Wolf cavalry team gathered. Aim, pull the trigger. Boom! Another electromagnetic cannon shell, although the power of this electromagnetic shell is much smaller than before. It is only at the top level of 5 stars. However, the range is still not small. And the power of the top 5 stars is already a disaster for these Ghost Wolf cavalrymen whose average strength is only 2 stars. This electromagnetic shell fell heavily into the crowd of Ghost Wolf cavalrymen, accompanied by the advent of electromagnetic white light. A large amount of plasma exploded from the landing point of the electromagnetic shell. Countless white electric lights. He walked through the Ghost Wolf cavalry, turning those 2-star Ghost Wolf cavalry into charcoal one by one. Even the devices that stored the psionic energy on the backs of these wolf cavalry exploded at this moment. And Su Yu also controlled the Azure Oath mechanical armor, calmly adjusted his body in the air. Finally, he landed steadily in a place where the number of Ghost Wolf cavalry was relatively small. After landing, Su Yu did not hesitate, and directly pulled out the chainsaw blade from behind. The sea blue core on his chest, at this moment. Energy was output, and the energy flowed into the chainsaw blade. And the blade also started to rotate at this moment. Buzz buzz buzz. The chainsaw blade in Su Yu's hand was spinning wildly at this moment. Su Yu held the chainsaw blade in his hand, and fiercely tore the bodies of several Ghost Wolf riders in front of him. Blood splattered everywhere. And the splattered blood also dyed the originally red chainsaw blade red. But Su Yu was very careful, and did not break the ghost energy storage tanks behind these people. A large number of Ghost Wolf cavalrymen around were also inspired by Su Yu's attack. They all rushed toward Su Yu. However, the next moment, Su Yu took advantage of the fact that there were no Ghost Wolf cavalrymen around to interfere with him. And he once again exerted force with his feet. He jumped high, putting the chainsaw blade back behind him. The electromagnetic sniper cannon appeared in Su Yu's hand again. The next moment, the electromagnetic cannon shell fell into the crowd of Ghost Wolf cavalrymen again. The familiar white light burst again. The familiar plasma, once again. These Ghost Wolf riders were turned into charcoal. This amazing scene made both sides of the fight hesitate for a moment. This strong man from the mechanical city. This level of attack, doesn't it have a cooling down? Won't his gun muzzle overheat? Even Kwang Gu, at this time, stared at Su Yu in a daze. He originally thought that after Su Yu fired that shot, he would never be able to attack again. That level of attack should be limited. And the moment Su Yu paused before, this also proved the point. Even the Ghost Wolf cavalry was the same. Originally, they thought that Su Yu would not be able to launch a similar attack in a short time. But now, Su Yu launched a new attack again after just a moment. At this moment, this group of Ghost Wolf cavalry was completely frightened. Even the bloodthirsty desire under the influence of psionic energy was suppressed by the fear of death at this moment. Among the crowd of Ghost Wolf cavalry, several Ghost Wolf cavalry soon began to flee. Soon, the escape of 1 or 2 people turned into the rout of the entire Ghost Wolf cavalry. The people of the skeleton settlement did not pursue them, because the psionic energy storage tanks of the dead Ghost Wolf cavalry on the battlefield had exploded. And the scattered psionic energy had already covered most of the battlefield, becoming the best cover for the Ghost Wolf cavalry to escape. For psionic energy, which is a maggot on the tarsal bone, the people of the skeleton settlement naturally did not want to be contaminated. Once contaminated, there will be no good end. And Su Yu, also from the Ghost Wolf cavalry, controlling the Azure Oath, avoiding the scattered ghost energy, relying on the speed of the armor, continued to chase after the Ghost Wolf cavalry. The Ghost Wolf cavalry at this time had long been frightened by Su Yu's strength. In their opinion, Su Yu's strength, even those ghost hunters with exclusive titles in the Ghost Tribe, are not Su Yu's opponents. Such a powerful enemy, I'm afraid only our High Priest can deal with it. We must return to the tribe quickly and inform the High Priest of the news about this person. With so many of us, we can probably get a few of them to escape from the mechanical monster. The Ghost Wolf cavalry, holding such a fluke mentality, continued to control the giant wolf under his crotch and began to flee. However, the next moment, the scene in front of him made him extremely desperate. He saw that not far in front of the fleeing Ghost Wolf cavalry, a group of 3-meter-tall humanoid mechanical creatures emitting a faint blue light appeared, waiting for their escape. Chapter 132, Ghost Wolf Cavalry is completely destroyed. Gunner LV Max. Core Specialization, Impulsion. Su Yu looked at the fleeing Ghost Wolf Cavalry. He said to himself, You can't escape, I won't let any of you go. The 23 shadow hunters, already at this time, according to Suyu's order, came to the rear of the Ghost Wolf cavalry and guarded here. The shadow hunters are all intelligent machines of long-range sniper type. Unlike the Iron Front of the Iron Defenders, which are in direct confrontation, shadow hunters have unparalleled sniping and flexible hiding abilities. Under Suyu's psychic power, the 23 shadow hunters were also controlled by Suyu's psychic power at this moment, increasing. Each shadow hunter was equipped with 6 ultra-long-range sniper guns. Although the range was not as good as Suyu's electromagnetic sniper cannon, it was more accurate. The next moment, these 23 shadow hunters simultaneously raised the 6 ultra-long-range sniper rifles behind them. The muzzle of each sniper rifle was aimed at a different Ghost Wolf cavalry. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire resounded throughout the entire land of bones. Blood holes appeared one after another on the heads of those Ghost Wolf cavalry. And Suyu also heard the pleasant upgrade prompt sound. Ding! You successfully killed a 3-star Ghost Wolf cavalry. You gained professional experience, Gunner. You successfully killed a 2-star Ghost Wolf cavalry. You gained professional experience, Gunner. Gunner level increased. Gunner Master also increased simultaneously. Gunner level has been increased to level 13. Sure enough, the experience points required for the first level professional upgrade are already very small for me now. I guess as long as we completely wipe out this group of Ghost Wolf cavalry, the Gunner profession can be upgraded to the maximum level. Thinking of this, Suyu looked at the Ghost Wolf cavalry that only had more than 200 people left, and they were escaping in all directions. The pursuit started again. At this time, the Ghost Wolf cavalrymen were also extremely panicked. They finally experienced the same experience as those people in the small settlements they killed. This is impossible. How can such a powerful force and such a powerful mechanical creation be born in this dead wilderness? A Ghost Wolf cavalryman, who was very lucky, was still fleeing at this time. His strength was as high as 3 stars. And he was not far from breaking through 4 stars. This 3-star Ghost Wolf cavalryman is very good at riding the giant wolf under his crotch, which has been mechanically modified. Also helps him to move quickly and irregularly, trying to avoid shooting. I can't die here. I want to become a 4-star and get the title of Ghost Hunter. However, the next moment, the thoughts of this Ghost Wolf cavalryman were interrupted. An invisible blade pierced his chest and his heart. This Ghost Wolf cavalryman, he looked at the big hole in his chest in disbelief. The next moment, the invisible blade on his chest gradually lost its transparency and turned into a dark blue metal long sword. The Ghost Wolf rider looked along the blade and saw that the one who killed him was the Shadow Hunter. At this time, other Shadow Hunters also kept on killing the fleeing Ghost Wolf riders by turning invisible and moving quickly. There were only 23 of them, but in the eyes of these Ghost Wolf riders, but they are a group of invisible ghosts, a group of hunters in the shadows. So, this mechanical monster can also be invisible. This 3-star Ghost Wolf cavalryman with good strength held this thought and fell into darkness forever. The efficiency of the Shadow Hunters is very high, especially when facing these fleeing Ghost Wolf cavalrymen. In Suyu's opinion, if these Ghost Wolf cavalrymen do not flee individually, then with the advantage of numbers, they will pose a certain threat to the Shadow Hunters. However, this group of Ghost Wolf cavalrymen had been completely frightened by Suyu's shots and did not dare to resist. They only wanted to escape. So they were naturally killed silently by the Shadow Hunters, who were good at hunting. Soon, the Shadow Hunters successfully killed the remaining Ghost Wolf cavalrymen. At this moment, Suyu's job transfer panel also sent a pleasant sound. Ding! You successfully killed a 3-star Ghost Wolf cavalryman. You gained professional experience, Gunner. You successfully killed a 2-star Ghost Wolf cavalry. You gained professional experience, Gunner. Gunner level increased. Gunner Master also increased simultaneously. You gained 100,000 professional experience points, Gunner LV Max. Gunner has reached the maximum level. Suyu looked at the prompt on the job transfer panel. Not surprisingly for Suyu now, the first level job is. It doesn't take much time to max out. Even without this team of Ghost Wolf cavalry, Suyu would only need 2 days to max out his level by hunting radiation beasts in the wilderness. Let's see what kind of specialization I can extract this time. Suyu looked at the job transfer panel with anticipation. Ding! Based on your max level core ability, Gun Master, you have obtained the core specialization, Implosion. Core specialization, Gun Master. Description: as a Gun Master, you always believe that a larger caliber means a larger range. And a larger range means greater damage. And in the silent years, you have learned the special ability to amplify the explosion effect with psychic energy. For you, art is the sound of explosions in the midst of countless gunfire. You can add special psychic energy to your gun attacks, and the next attack will have a more intense explosion effect. The explosion effect. It can be superimposed with other core specializations. So you looked at this new core specialty, implosion, and felt very satisfied. At this time, a line of prompts appeared on the job transfer panel. Congratulations to the host. Because the level of the gunsmith has reached the maximum level, you can start a new job. The host's conditions are detected to be met, and a new job direction has been opened. Unlocked a new job direction. In other words, unlocked a new job transfer. Suyu was secretly surprised. After the gunsmith reaches the maximum level, the new job unlocked, most likely a second-tier profession. Even a brand new second-tier extraordinary mechanic-oriented profession. At that moment, Suyu looked at the job transfer panel, ignoring the two options of gunfighter and mechanical wanderer. Suyu turned his attention to the last one, a new career choice. Employment direction, second-tier profession, arms mechanic, battlefield mechanic, main, plus gunner master LV max plus steel meditation LV max plus remote mechanical manufacturing LV max plus equals arms mechanic. Introduction. One of the advanced professions of the battlefield mechanic, the arms mechanic is good at creating powerful long-range attack mechanical legions, good at artillery bombardment, fire suppression. It is an ace mechanic who holds the position. The mechanical legions under his command often have strong long-range fire suppression capabilities and are extremely good at positional warfare. Arms mechanic? This should also be a type of second-level mechanic, but it is different from the legion mechanic, who is good at legion command, and the mechanical wanderer, who is good at special operations. This type of arms mechanic, better at positional warfare, although they can also control intelligent machinery. This type of arms mechanic is better at defense, and is good at making long-range weapons. It can be said that it is very suitable for me, whether it is the next mechanical city or the head-on confrontation with the ghost tribe. This profession is very suitable for me. After looking at the transfer options of this arms mechanic, Suyu hesitated for a moment, and finally did not choose. It is better to first brush up the first-level profession of gunfighter, and then transfer to other second-level professions. A gunfighter can reach the maximum level in 2 days at most. By then, he can obtain new specializations and change his job to a weapons mechanic. Suyu quickly made a decision in his mind. Join the job of a gunfighter. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully started your job. Your current job is Gunfighter, LV1, 0/10,000. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully awakened the core ability, Gunfighting, LV1. The exclusive psychic skill of the gunfighter. For these extraordinary gun masters, the bullets can be perfectly controlled in their hands. You can use psychic energy to adjust the trajectory of the bullet. So you looked at the new ability and tried it. He found that this gunfighter can also be used on the electromagnetic sniper cannon. He was very satisfied. This ability can be regarded as a supplement. The electromagnetic sniper cannon is powerful, but there is still a risk of being avoided. Now that I have the gun-fighting skills, I can use psychic energy to adjust the trajectory of the bullet. The electromagnetic sniper cannon is just a little bigger in caliber, but it is still a gun. Then, Suyu glanced at his current job transfer panel. Name, Suyu. Occupation, Mechanic Max, Gunsmith Max, Battlefield Mechanic LV Max, Wild Hunter LV Max, Fighter LV Max, Mechanic Warrior LV Max, Legion Mechanic LV Max, Gunner LV Max. Current occupation, Gunfighter, Level 1. Occupation level, Level 2. Skills. Core abilities. Machine Affinity Max, Core Specialization, Heart and Blood Manufacturing. Killing Intent Perception Max, Core Specialization, Holographic Perception. Steel Meditation Max, Core Specialization, Electromagnetic Rage. Hidden Killing Max, Core Specialization, Shadow Cloak. Adaptive Force Max, Core Specialization, Immortal Body. Heart of Steel Max, Core Specialization, Spirit of Steel. Steel Resonance Song Max, Core Specialization, Resonance Power. Gunner Master Max, Core Specialization, Implosion. Gun Fighting Technique LV1. Superb Level. Spiritual Star Rating, 5-star Top. Physical Star Rating, 5-star Advanced. So you looked at his panel. I was also very satisfied. The upgrade of the gunner's level is more focused on the increase of the physical body, And the upgrade of the first level profession is not much for me, who is already 5 stars. But now the physical star level has been successfully upgraded from 5-star primary to 5-star advanced. In this way, with the full level of the gunner, even if my mental power and physical body cannot break through 5 stars, I can reach the top of 5 stars, which is only a little bit away from 6 stars. And when the gunfighter reaches the maximum level, I will switch to a new second level profession, then both my physical body and mental strength will be able to reach the level of a 6-star primary. Su Yu's eyes were full of surprise. Moreover, electromagnetic rage, impulsion, hidden kill, plus the dawn form of the Azure Oath mechanical armor, the power of my extreme state of firing with the electromagnetic sniper cannon is absolutely beyond my imagination. Maybe with one shot, the gunfighter can reach the maximum level directly. Su Yu even had the urge to go to the Ghost Tribe and fire a shot. But soon, Su Yu gave up this idea. But it's still unnecessary. This team of Ghost Wolf Cavalry has been completely wiped out by me. Although the Ghost Tribe pays attention to the settlements in the entire Dead Silence Wilderness, they probably don't know the detailed conditions of each settlement. Otherwise, when I killed Li He before, the Ghost Tribe would have come to me long ago. This time the Ghost Tribe attacked the skeleton settlement, on the one hand. It was to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, on the other hand. It was also because the previous migration of the Ironheart Tribe made too much noise, which attracted the attention of the Ghost Tribe. 500 Ghost Wolf Cavalry. It was also a painful loss for the Ghost Tribe, after all. They were 500 2-star Transcendents, and the total number of Ghost Wolf Cavalry was only 2,000, and a quarter of them were lost in one fell swoop. And now, these 500 Ghost Wolf Cavalry were all wiped out, which would definitely attract the attention of the Ghost Tribe. They will look for the cause of the demise of the Ghost Wolf Riders. But before they investigate thoroughly, they will certainly be wary of the power that can wipe out 500 Wolf Riders. In the short term, they should not act rashly. I can use this time to gather the manpower of all the small settlements in the Dead Silence Wilderness, and use the resources to create new mechanical creations. As the two sides grow, it is obvious that I have a greater advantage, so there is no need to take risks. Thinking of this, Su Yu looked at the battlefield at this time, after discovering the death of a large number of Ghost Wolf Riders. The ghost energy released from the ghost energy storage tanks polluted the entire Bone Land. This Bone Land is completely unsuitable for human habitation. This kind of ghost energy pollution will not dissipate in 10 or even dozens of years. The ghost energy has caused too much damage to this ruined planet. The Ghost Tribe. Su Yu frowned. Su Yu still remained vigilant about the Ghost Tribe, although he easily wiped out the 500 Wolf Riders of the Ghost Tribe this time. But that was because the Ghost Tribe had not expected that within just 2 months, a figure like Su Yu would appear in this dead wilderness. This time, the Ghost Tribe was not prepared, or they underestimated the enemy. After all, in the past years, the small settlements in this dead wilderness were just a flock of sheep for the Ghost Tribe to take whatever they wanted. However, next time, the Ghost Tribe will not be as easy to deal with as it is now. Su Yu was thinking at this time, while recalling the Shadow Hunters. They headed towards the Skeleton Settlement. Skeleton Settlement. At this time, everyone in the Skeleton Settlement was already packing up their things. This settlement had been polluted by the psionic energy, and was no longer suitable for living. Seeing Su Yu coming, Kwang Gu and everyone in the Skeleton Settlement looked at Su Yu with some awe. Su Yu's sudden appearance before, coupled with the fact that he instantly killed a powerful enemy that Kwang Gu thought he could not deal with, after easily changing the situation on the battlefield. The people in the Skeleton Settlement were in awe of Su Yu. As members of the settlement, who were born as scavengers, they knew clearly that in this dead wilderness, such a strong strength was equivalent to supreme power. Kwang Gu walked to Su Yu cautiously and asked, "Are you the administrator of the mechanical city?" Su Yu nodded and said, "It's me." As he spoke, Su Yu opened the visor of the mechanical armor. When Kwang Gu saw the young face under the visor, he was even more shocked. A strong man of this strength is actually so young? Is he the administrator of the mechanical city? Kwang Gu did not dare to disrespect Su Yu in his heart, but he was still shocked at this moment. Although Su Yu had been wearing mechanical armor in previous battles, and relying on mechanical creations to fight, Kwang Gu knew that the mechanical armor's maneuvers would not work without the support of strong strength. It is impossible to do it. What's more, mechanical creations are part of their strength. Thinking of this, Kwang Gu lowered his head, his 3-meter-tall body, at this moment. In front of Su Yu, who was wearing the Azure Oath, he actually looked a little short. "Mr. Administrator of the Mechanical City, the Skeleton Settlement. Thank you for your rescue." And we, the skeleton settlement, are also willing to join the mechanical city and serve you. The administrator. It's just that, the composition of the skeleton settlement's personnel, most of them are scavengers in the wilderness. And they often have some bad habits. Kwangdu's attitude is extremely humble. Although he was a hunter in the settlement before, he did not think of being inferior to others. But now, with Su Yu's rescue and Su Yu's powerful strength, Kwangdu only has admiration in his heart. He has been convinced. Su Yu nodded. Su Yu will accept all the people in the skeleton settlement. After all, the mechanical city is short of people. As for the bad habits that the scavengers developed in the wilderness, the rangers in charge of law and order will naturally teach them how to behave. Su Yu closed his armor again at this time. He just wanted to return to the mechanical city, get some supplies, and then take the ranger corps to the wilderness to max out the experience points of the gunfighters. Before leaving, Su Yu added, I remember your name is Kwangdu, right? You should have the contact information of the Tianxin tribe. Remember to contact the leader of the Tianxin tribe, tell the news here to Chief Tianxin, and have the mechanical city send someone to pick you up. In addition, you can use the means of the skeleton settlement to inform the scavengers still in the wilderness. And tell them that the mechanical city is willing to accept the scavengers. And tell them about the threat of the ghost tribe. As for the people in the skeleton settlement, the mechanical city can accept them. After you contact Chief Tianxin, you can set off. After that, so you control the Azure Oath. Return to the direction of the mechanical city. The 23 shadow hunters were left behind by Su Yu, responsible for protecting and guarding the people in the skeleton settlement for a short period of time. The scavengers in the skeleton settlement originally had some small thoughts, thinking that after Su Yu left, they would not go to the mechanical city, but continue to be scavengers in the wilderness. After all, after years of scavenging, many of them were not used to the constraints of the settlement. Even though the skeleton settlement was a settlement in name, it was essentially very loose, just a group of scavengers huddled together for warmth. At this time, looking at the 23 3-meter-high dark blue mechanical creations, the small thoughts in their hearts disappeared at all. Chapter 133. Everyone in the mechanical city was shocked. Wipe out the ghost wolf cavalry in 30 minutes. Food crisis. Su Yu was extremely fast. In less than 5 minutes, he returned to the mechanical city with the help of the Azure Oath. From the time Su Yu left the mechanical hall to the time he eliminated all the ghost wolf cavalry, it took less than 30 minutes. At this time, everyone in the mechanical hall had not left yet. After Su Yu left, they were still discussing how to deal with the ghost tribe. At this time, Su Yu, wearing the Azure Oath, walked in. After everyone looked at the blue and white figure, they were all a little surprised. Back so soon? Is the ghost tribe so difficult to deal with? Su Yu had been away for less than 30 minutes. Even if everyone in the mechanical city thought about it, they could not have expected that Su Yu would eliminate all the ghost wolf cavalry in these 30 minutes. In fact, in the eyes of everyone, Su Yu probably thought that the ghost wolf cavalry was difficult to deal with. Thus, they returned empty-handed. For a moment, everyone in the mechanical hall did not know how to speak. Even, they all remembered again in their hearts the dark cloud that had shrouded the dead wilderness of the ghost tribe in recent years, the kind of fear that they had heard since they were young. Even the Ironheart tribe leader, who knew the combat effectiveness of Su Yu's mechanical armor, was somewhat puzzled at this time. He thought to himself, is the strength of the ghost tribe so strong? With only 500 wolf cavalrymen, can it make the administrator choose to temporarily avoid the sharp edge? At this time, Lang Yun stood up, met Su Yu's gaze, and comforted him. Administrator, we did not get the news of the ghost tribe's attack this time, so it is reasonable that the skeleton settlement did not have time to rescue. Yes, Administrator, the ghost tribe is indeed difficult to deal with. But next, the demise of the skeleton settlement will also make the remaining small settlements stick together more closely. We can gather all the people in the settlement and fight the ghost tribe. Hu Wen also persuaded. Yang Lai was also a little worried at this time. Obviously, in his opinion, Su Yu's failure to win made him more afraid of the ghost tribe. He said, Master Administrator, if the ghost tribe is really difficult to deal with, we can temporarily avoid it. With the speed of your progress, it won't take long for us to surpass the ghost tribe. Looking at the people in the mechanical hall, they all comforted themselves. Su Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but his heart felt a little warm. Although they in the mechanical city didn't know that I had wiped out the entire ghost wolf cavalry team, even though they thought I had returned empty-handed, they didn't think of escaping the mechanical city. Even Captains Lang Yun and Hu Wen, who were originally somewhat indecisive, didn't think of escaping the mechanical city and hiding from the ghost tribe at this time. Although the mechanical city was established not long ago, the people's hearts are useful, Suyu said to himself. Suyu took in everyone's performance one by one. As a 5-star top spiritual transcendent, he could naturally see that everyone was speaking the truth. At least from this point of view, my previous series of methods were not in vain. Thinking of this, Suyu did not want to keep everyone in suspense. He only saw that Suyu opened his mask and said to everyone, "Uncle Yang, and everyone, don't comfort me. I returned so quickly, not because I returned in vain, but because I have solved the wolf cavalry of the ghost tribe. Also helped the skeleton settlement get rid of danger." Hearing Suyu's words, everyone was stunned. The words that were originally intended to comfort Suyu suddenly stuck in their throats. Solved? How is it possible? It's only been less than 30 minutes? This thought occurred to everyone at the same time. Only the Ironheart clan leader, who knew Suyu's strength, stared at Suyu's Azure Oath mechanical armor, as if he had seen some precious artwork. Could it be that the administrator's mechanical armor is stronger than I thought? That's why he was able to defeat the Ghost Wolf Cavalry in such a short time. The 5-star top guess I made before may have underestimated the administrator. He was able to defeat 500 Wolf Cavalry in such a short time. The armor of the administrator is at least 6-star level combat power. At this time, the admiration of Suyu's mechanical technology in the heart of the Tianxin clan leader has reached an unprecedented level. But even for the Tianxin clan leader, he only thought that Suyu repelled a group of Ghost Wolf Cavalry in just half an hour. As for annihilation? How is it possible? At this time, Yu Pinon asked curiously, "Administrator, did you cooperate with the skeleton settlement to repel the group of wolf cavalry?" So, the ghost tribe doesn't look like it's impossible to deal with it. Yes, since the administrator led the skeleton settlement to repel 500 wolf cavalry. Then our mechanical city. As long as we gather the fighting power of other small settlements in this wilderness, we may be able to defeat the ghost tribe head-on under the leadership of the administrator. Zhang Xiao also said. Obviously, the news that Suyu repelled the ghost wolf cavalry undoubtedly ignited hope in everyone's hearts. They were re-energized. The original ghost wolf cavalry, in this dead wilderness, was notorious. Basically, everyone who lived in this dead wilderness knew the horror of the ghost tribe and its invincibility. And now, Suyu led the skeleton settlement to repel the ghost tribe's wolf cavalry, which was tantamount to breaking the myth of the ghost wolf cavalry's invincibility. At this time, Suyu walked towards the high position in the middle of the mechanical hall, while answering everyone's questions. No, it's not repulsion, but annihilation. Those 500 ghost wolf cavalrymen were all wiped out by the cooperation between me and the people of the skeleton settlement. Those 500 ghost wolf cavalrymen, including their captain, were all killed by me without leaving a single one alive. As he spoke, Suyu had already sat on the seat in the middle of the mechanical hall, under the high platform. The people in the mechanical hall, when they heard Suyu's words, could not believe their ears. Completely annihilated? The ghost wolf cavalry was completely annihilated? Even the Ironheart clan leader did not quite believe Suyu's words at this time, because it had only been less than half an hour since Suyu left the mechanical city. The administrator's mechanical armor, although it has a speed exceeding the speed of sound, then excluding the time for round trip, that is to say, the administrator annihilated 500 wolf cavalry in just 20 minutes. Although it is said to cooperate with the skeleton settlement, but this kind of strength is too amazing. It was hard for Chief Tianxin to believe Suyu's words. Although he knew that Suyu's mechanical technology was strong and his own strength was also strong, it was too outrageous to be so strong. Those are ghost wolf cavalry. 500 extraordinary people above 2 stars. Not dogs in the wilderness. Chief Tianxin said silently in his heart. And the others in the mechanical hall obviously found it hard to believe Suyu's words. Although the crowd did not show it openly, Suyu noticed that there was still some doubt between their brows. Obviously, they did not believe Suyu's words. Suyu sat in the metal chair on the high platform, and one hand quietly tapped the metal armrest of the chair with his fingers. According to the time, the Crazy Bone Settlement should send a message after cleaning up the battlefield. Thinking of this, Suyu did not waste words, but said, "Chief Tianxin, you should have the contact information of the Crazy Bone Settlement. They should contact you in a while." Hearing Suyu's words, everyone could not help but have an absurd idea in their mind. Could it be that the administrator really wiped out the entire Ghost Wolf Cavalry team? The next moment, the electronic sound of beeping sounded from the body of Chief Tianxin. Everyone in the mechanical hall could not help but look at Chief Tianxin. Obviously, he was expecting something. When Chief Tianxin saw everyone's gaze, he immediately took out a device similar to the personal terminal of the mechanical city. However, the function of this device was not that many. Only the most basic communication function. Chief Tianxin did not hesitate and immediately answered the call. As the call was connected, Guanggu's somewhat honest voice sounded from the communication device. "Hello. Is this Chief Tianxin?" Guanggu asked. "Yes. Chief Guanggu, it's me." Tai Xian replied. "Uh-huh. It's you. The manager of the mechanical city asked me to contact you and ask you to inform everyone in the mechanical city to pick up the skeleton settlement personnel on the way." On the other end of the communication device, Guanggu's tone was obviously very happy. After all, he survived the disaster and was able to join a force like the mechanical city and get the protection of a strong man like Su Yu. For Guanggu, he was naturally happy. Everyone in the mechanical temple, hearing Guanggu's tone, looked at each other, their eyes becoming more and more unbelievable. Could it be that the 500 ghost wolf cavalrymen were really annihilated by the administrator within 20 minutes? Everyone held their breath, not daring to make any sound, fearing to miss Guanggu's next words. All they heard was Guanggu gratefully saying, "Thank you, Administrator. If it weren't for the Administrator, one man and one gun, the captain of the 5 ghost wolf cavalrymen would have been killed. In addition, the powerful mechanical creations of the Administrator helped our skeleton settlement to kill the remaining ghost wolf cavalry. I am afraid that our skeleton settlement will be destroyed this time. Chief Tianxin, please convey our skeleton settlement's gratitude to the Administrator. If it weren't for him." Chief Tianxin had no intention of listening to the words of Guanggu on the other end of the communication device. Total annihilation. Total annihilation. Chief Tianxin murmured to himself. His mind was occupied by these 2 words. Others in the mechanical hall were not much better. At this time, Guanggu, who was on the other end of the communication device, said, "It was a complete annihilation." "What's wrong?" "It was all thanks to the manager, who annihilated hundreds of ghost wolf cavalrymen with one gun and saved our skeleton settlement from danger." Hearing this, Tianxin asked, "So what are the casualties in the skeleton settlement?" "Under the leadership of the manager, your skeleton settlement, 500 ghost wolf cavalrymen were annihilated, and the casualties must have been heavy." In Tianxin's opinion, such an amazing record. Even if the ghost wolf cavalrymen were completely annihilated, the casualties of the skeleton settlement would probably be heavy. The people in the mechanical hall also had similar thoughts. As a result, the next moment, Guanggu's words made them all sluggish. They only heard. Guanggu continued, "Only 2 unfortunate guys died, and the others were only a dozen seriously injured. The rest are all lightly wounded, and they will recover in 2 days. As for the Administrator leading our skeleton settlement, it is not true. To be precise, it was the Administrator, one man with one gun, and those mechanical creations, who alone wiped out 500 ghost wolf cavalrymen. As for our skeleton settlement, it only played a role in delaying time." Guanggu's tone was full of admiration for Su Yu. Finally, Guanggu left a sentence. "This time, it's all thanks to the Administrator. Okay, Chief Tianxin, you'd better contact the people in the mechanical city as soon as possible and pick us up on the way." After saying that, Guanggu hung up the call. Chief Tianxin stood there blankly with the communication device in his hand, not knowing what to say. It took a while for the people in the mechanical hall to digest this shocking news. "So, Brother Su's strength has become so strong." Yang Lai looked at Su Yu, who was sitting on the metal chair, with admiration. He was somewhat relieved in his heart. This boy, who he had picked up from the wilderness when he was 15 or 16 years old, had grown to this level now. Lang Yuan and Huan looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Both of them had the same thought in their minds. It's stable. It's stable. With such a powerful Administrator, it's no problem to deal with the ghost tribe. As for the others, they also looked at Su Yu with either respect or admiration. Su Yu did not speak immediately, but waited for a moment, until everyone digested the shocking news. Su Yu then slowly said, "The people from the skeleton settlement are already on the way. Captain Lang Yuan and Captain Huan, you two lead the team. Remember to bring the transport crawler. There are still some old, weak women and children in the skeleton settlement." Hearing Su Yu's words, Lang Yuan and Huan immediately left the mechanical hall. They had only one thought in their minds, that is to hold on to Suyu's thighs. When the mechanical city develops to a certain extent under Suyu's leadership, the status of the two will naturally rise. Although Lang Yun and Hu intend to be weak and indecisive, they see the situation very clearly. Moreover, both of them are people who do not have great ambitions and go with the flow. Now that there is a thigh to hold, they naturally have to hold it tightly. Since Suyu can deal with 500 Ghost Wolf cavalry alone, then it is only a matter of time to solve the problem of the entire Ghost tribe. Lang Yun and Hu had left the mechanical temple. At this time, Yan Lai stood up. He said with a worried look on his face, "Master Administrator, the construction of the mechanical city is enough to accommodate the 3,000 people of the skeleton settlement. But the 10,000 people of Wind City will also have to move here soon. Although there will still be enough space at that time, the food will be a little insufficient. It was originally okay to only accept the people of the Ironheart tribe, but now, with the addition of the skeleton settlement, and I estimate that this invasion of the Ghost tribe may cause other settlements to choose to join us as well. Although you, the administrator, provided an improved hydroponic plant system, we have already planted fast-growing crops, but in the short term, it will take another month to harvest the first crop of crops. Within this month, if we accept too many people, there may be famine." After hearing Yan Lai's words, Suyu also nodded. Suyu naturally knew about the shortage of food in the mechanical city as the population increased, so he arranged the improvement of the hydroponic plant system early on. The original shelter had a population of only a few thousand, and only needed to rely on the planting of fast-growing plants, plus the hunting of the hunting team, to maintain food and clothing. And now, after receiving the population of the skeleton settlement and Wind City, the population of the entire mechanical city will reach 25,000. Feng Tian then stood up and said, "Master Administrator, don't worry. My Feng City has food reserves, enough for 10,000 people to eat for a year. After the 10,000 people join the mechanical city, this batch of food reserves will naturally be brought to the mechanical city. By then, it will be no problem to survive for at least a month. However, if we accept the population of other settlements, it may also lead to food shortages." Feng Tian and Yan Lai's words made Suyu frown. Suyu tapped the armrest of the metal chair with his index finger, thinking, the lack of food is indeed a problem. But it is also necessary to take over the small settlements of the entire Dead Silent Wilderness. Only in this way can there be enough people to collect resources for me. The food problem is easy to solve. This Dead Silent Wilderness is full of radioactive beasts. Although only a part of the radioactive beasts can be eaten, it is meat after all. As long as enough are killed, it can also be matched with the reserve food of Wind City. No, that's not right. With my current mechanical technology, I should be able to make a machine that can eliminate the radiation from the radiation beasts. Suyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly thought of a solution. In this way, I will lead the rangers to hunt in the wilderness, and eliminate the radiation from the radiation beasts. And then, they can be eaten. Thinking of this, Suyu said to Yan Lai and Feng Tian, "The matter of taking over small settlements, we still have to continue. No matter how many people there are, we have to accept them all. As for the food problem, I have a way to solve it." Then, Suyu gave orders to everyone in the mechanical hall. "Lord Feng Tian, please cooperate with Uncle Yang to move Feng Cheng here. Everyone in the mechanical city, please also do your best to cooperate. The threat of the Ghost tribe is always looming over us. We must accept all the small settlement populations as soon as possible. Chief Tiexin, please tell other settlements about the skeleton settlement, and let them." Everyone in the mechanical hall followed Suyu's order and left the mechanical hall. Only Yu Pinon stayed. He looked at Suyu and said respectfully, "Master Administrator, I have a way to obtain new source core crystals." Chapter 134 News about the source core crystal vein. The hunt begins. Gunfighter LV Max. Source core crystal? Hearing Yu Pingon's words, Suyu's eyes moved slightly. The importance of source core crystals, needless to say. For Suyu, with the development of the mechanical city, there is no shortage of resources in all aspects. Only the number of smart chips has always been insufficient. Even though Suyu already has a device that can produce smart chips, but the output is still too low. Suyu would not miss the chance to get more source core crystals. Thinking of this, Suyu remained calm. He looked at Yu Pinon and said calmly, "Tell me about it." "Yes, Mr. Administrator," Yu Pinon replied respectfully. Then, Yu Pinon paused for 2 seconds, as if he was thinking about where to start. Soon, Yu Pinon found a clue. He slowly said, "Mr. Administrator, the source core crystal that I presented to you earlier is a peace charm my mother gave me. And the source core crystal, in my mother's hometown, is also a precious crystal, but this preciousness is only because of the symbolic meaning of the source core crystal, representing peace, and is also the origin of my name. In my mother's hometown, the number of source core crystals is not small." Hearing Yu Ping'an's words, Suyu's pupils shrank slightly. Not small? That's a lot of people. At this time, Yu Ping'an continued to narrate, "Your Excellency, the administrator, you don't know that my mother was not born and raised in the Wanderer settlement. She came from a small settlement. Your Excellency, the administrator of this small settlement, you may not have heard of it. This settlement is very special. It is a family-style settlement called the Beiyan family. The main composition of its population comes from the Beiyan family and their vassals. And my mother, a member of the Beiyan family." Beiyan family? This name is somewhat familiar. After hearing this word, Suyu felt that it sounded familiar, and began to recall the information left on the map of the shelter and Dawn City. Soon, Suyu remembered where he had seen this name. Beiyan family? This should be the small settlement that is good at mining or recorded on the map of Dawn City. That was also a small settlement that existed 100 years ago, and as far as I can remember, the location of this settlement is in this dead wilderness. Thinking of this, Suyu looked at Yu Ping'an, waiting for Yu Ping'an's next words. "Mr. Administrator, you may not know that the people of the Beiyan family are very good at mining ore. They have accumulated many years of experience in mining ore. And the place where they live is in a mineral vein. And there are quite a few source core crystals in that mineral vein." But later, hearing Yu Ping'an's hesitation, Suyu knew that a turning point was coming. But later, this settlement was destroyed. Not because of external enemies, like the Ghost Tribe, but because of a natural disaster. Natural disaster? Suyu asked curiously. Yes, Mr. Administrator. It was a natural disaster. A natural disaster from the Radiation Ghost City. Yu Ping'an's tone was extremely serious. The Beiyan family, the mine where they live, is not far from the Radiation Ghost City. As one of the 3 restricted areas, Radiation City releases radiation towards the periphery at all times, and expands the radiation range bit by bit, turning everything around into a radiation area. Over the years, Radiation City has grown several times from the size of the original capital of the Ghost Empire, and an incident 30 years ago caused the growth of the radiation area of Radiation City to increase several times in an instant. Originally, the location of the Beiyan family where my mother was, it is still a little far from the radiation area. But 30 years ago, the radiation range of Radiation Yucheng increased, causing the Beiyan family's mineral vein to become the radiation area of Radiation Yucheng. Yu Ping'an said here, with a somewhat regretful tone. As a result, the Beiyan family had no choice but to abandon the mineral vein and migrate to other places in the dead wilderness. However, the Beiyan family had no other ability to survive except mining minerals. Therefore, it didn't take long for the Beiyan family to completely decline. And my mother, by chance, joined the Wanderer settlement and gave birth to me with my father. After listening to Yu Ping'an's narration, Suyu nodded and said, "You mean? In the radiation land outside the current Radiation City, in the mine abandoned by the Beiyan family, there are still ores of source core crystals?" "Yes, Mr. Administrator. The Beiyan family did not know the function of the source core crystals, but just took this beautiful crystal as a talisman. So, when the Beiyan family left, they only took a few source core crystals. So many years have passed. With the passage of time, the Beiyan family has completely disappeared, and the source core crystals left in the wilderness. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find them. But in the mine where the Beiyan family used to be stationed, there are still a lot of source core crystals in stock. And the number is not small." The news of the source core crystals brought by Ping'an, Suyu frowned. Suyu thought, Radiation Land? This is not easy to deal with. Radiation City was the capital of the Ghost Empire in the past, and it was also the most violent center of the radiation explosion in the entire ruined star. In those days, Radiation City, violent explosions, violent radiation, caused the entire area of Radiation City to be turned into a radiation-scorched earth with no grass growing. Excessive radiation, not just the remnants of a simple nuclear weapon explosion, there are also other things that affect it, causing even a supernatural being above 5 stars to not last long after entering it. Moreover, there are radiation beasts in the Radiation Land. The radiation beasts that survive in this horrible radiation are extremely terrifying to humans. both in terms of strength and radiation pollution. Not only that, over the years, the radiation emitted by the radiation city has not diminished. Instead, the entire radiation land of the radiation city has been expanding. Therefore, the radiation land is also considered one of the 3 restricted areas. So you knew all about this? So he felt a headache. He thought, the radiation content of the radiation land is not fatal to me now. But I can't stay there for too long. It's the same for me, let alone other people in the mechanical city. Even if they know the existence of the source core crystal, it's still difficult to mine this ore. While Suyu was thinking, Yu Ping'an seemed to see Suyu's worries, and he said, Master Administrator, don't worry. I am willing to go to the radiation area to dig for the source core crystal for you. My mother told me the location of the Beiyan family's mineral veins in the past. And as a descendant of the Beiyan family, I have inherited the Beiyan family's mining talent to some extent. So, it is most suitable for me to go to the radiation area to dig for the source core crystal. Suyu was a little surprised to hear Yu Ping'an's words. Suyu looked at Yu Ping'an and said, It's too dangerous. Whether it's the radiation of the radiation land itself, or the radiation beasts in the radiation land. It's too dangerous for you who are only 4 stars advanced. Even if you go to the radiation land, it's probably difficult for you to come back alive. I know you are eager for revenge. But the ghost tribe will be destroyed by my mechanical city sooner or later. You can slowly accumulate contributions, instead of taking risks like this. Suyu was not surprised by Yu Ping'an's decision. In Suyu's opinion, even if Yu Ping'an, who is a 4-star senior, enters the radiation land, it is difficult to mine the source core crystal, and it is even more difficult to bring it back. However, speaking of it, the effects of the core expertise and core abilities of my fighter profession may be able to resist the radiation of the radiation land, and thus mine the source core crystal. You can try. Thinking of this, Suyu began to think about how to enter the radiation land. But he was disturbed by Yu Ping'an's words. Yu Ping'an said, Master Administrator, my initial idea was to risk my life to enter the radiation land, in order to gain more contributions, so as to become stronger, and then take revenge on the ghost tribe. But now, I don't think so. For other people, radiation is difficult to resist, but for me as a cyborg, radiation is not irresistible. Yu Ping'an pointed to his body, except for his head, which was made of prosthetics. He said slowly, my body is originally made of prosthetics, and its resistance to radiation is far superior to that of others. So when I enter it, I can definitely last longer than normal extraordinary people. In addition, this is not for the purpose of gaining contribution, but just to repay the administrator. Hearing Yu Ping'an's words, Suyu was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, repay a favor? Yes, sir, I am repaying a favor, Yu Ping'an said in a pious tone. He knelt on the ground, and said with great gratitude, Sir, the ghost wolf cavalry slaughtered my wanderer tribe, and now the strength of the Sir is enough to destroy the ghost tribe. It's just a matter of time. The Sir chose to destroy the ghost wolf cavalry. It was a decision made for the overall situation. He planned to deal with the ghost tribe. It is also for the purpose of developing power. But for a small person like me, for us, the survivors of the wanderer settlement, the action of the administrator is to help us avenge, which is the supreme favor. Looking at Yu Ping'an kneeling in front of him, Suyu felt a little sorry. Yes, sorry. He could see that Yu Ping'an had already made up his mind to die. After Yu Ping'an escaped from the wanderer settlement, his only goal in life was to avenge himself on the ghost tribe. And now, Suyu has shown his ability to destroy a quarter of the elite wolf cavalry of the ghost tribe. This kind of strength, in Ping'an's view, as long as he cooperates with the people of the mechanical city, it is only a matter of time to destroy the ghost tribe. Although I don't know what the administrator needs the source core crystal for, I can guess that, given the importance of the source core crystal on the mechanical city exchange list, this crystal must be extremely helpful to the administrator's strength improvement. So, I am willing to help the administrator to find the source nuclear crystal, even if it costs my life, so that the administrator can improve his strength faster and destroy the ghost tribe faster. Suyu nodded slightly. Yu Ping'an's words are indeed correct. What Suyu lacks most now is the source nuclear crystal. Suyu looked at Yu Ping'an and suddenly asked, So, you want to find the source nuclear crystal for me, even if you die in the radiation land, are you willing to? Yes, Administrator, the meaning of my life is to destroy the ghost settlement. Yu Ping'an bowed his head again. He said slowly, I am grateful to the administrator for giving me a new life, but my contribution to the mechanical city is not great. Before the prosthetic transformation, I was just an ordinary person. After this month, I also felt that, with the operation of the prosthetic body, the burden on my brain is getting heavier and heavier. I may not live long. When these words came out, Suyu was stunned. He had no experience in helping people with full-body prosthetics before, and he had never thought about the consequences of giving a normal person full-body prosthetics. At this moment, Suyu's psychic energy was activated. The psychic energy from the steel resonance saw easily sense Yu Ping'an's current physical condition. Yu Ping'an's current condition was not good. Although the prosthetics provided Yu Ping'an with extraordinary combat capabilities, but Yu Ping'an is essentially just an ordinary person. Although the remaining head can rely on the assistance of the smart chip to barely control the prosthesis, it is also a burden for Yu Ping'an himself. In addition, Yu Ping'an has always been determined to die. In the past month, he has been working hard to contribute to the mechanical city. He is already exhausted. If it weren't for the desire for revenge that made Yu Ping'an persist, I'm afraid Yu Ping'an would have collapsed long ago. Sure enough, to upgrade an ordinary person to a 4-star advanced level, even if we rely on prosthetics, it is still too much of a stretch. Otherwise, we can use large-scale prosthetics to improve the strength of a settlement in a short period of time. Suyu said to himself. The administrator should be able to see the physical condition of my subordinates. So please rest assured. I will definitely bring back the source core crystal for you. Yu Ping'an said. Suyu nodded when he saw this. He could see Yu Ping'an's words. They are all sincere. Since this is Yu Ping'an's own decision, then Suyu will not be hypocritical. The radiation land is one of the restricted areas after all. It is too dangerous for me to enter rashly. Why not let Yu Ping'an go in and investigate the situation for me first? Okay, and I will also promise you that I will definitely destroy the ghost tribe. However, I still hope that you can come back alive and see the destruction of the ghost tribe with your own eyes. After saying that, Suyu let Yu Ping'an leave. Yu Ping'an said respectfully, Yes, sir. After Yu Ping'an left, Suyu entered the mechanical space through a secret door open behind the metal platform. In the mechanical space, hundreds of rangers were expanding the size of the mechanical space day and night. Suyu looked at the busy rangers and his psychic energy was running. The invisible psychic energy instantly controlled all the rangers. More than 400 rangers walked out of the metal bridge where the mechanical space landed, came to the periphery of the mechanical hall, and then walked out of the mechanical city. This time, in order to quickly level up the gunfighter, Suyu took all the rangers out, except for the 100 rangers who were maintaining law and order. Suyu also wore a mechanical armor and followed the rangers. Everyone in the mechanical city looked at this scene in surprise. The old people in the mechanical city were fine, as they had already seen the mechanical legion of the administrator. But those who came later from the Ironheart tribe were all surprised to see the army that belonged to Suyu alone. And Suyu had already controlled the rangers to the wilderness outside the city. Suyu closed his eyes, and the invisible spiritual energy began to work, covering more than 400 rangers. Now, I have a full 5-star top-level spiritual power, not far from 6 stars. Under the effect of the iron resonance, my spiritual energy range is enough to cover a 5-kilometer range around me. In this way, the entire mechanical city will become my hunting ground. At this moment, Suyu activated his psychic energy and began to control the rangers to hunt those radioactive beasts in the wilderness. However, this time, Suyu's hunter efficiency was unprecedentedly high. Ding! You killed the radioactive giant wolf, 3-star intermediate. You gained professional experience. You killed the radioactive wolf, 1-star advanced. You gained professional experience. Gunfighter level increased. Gunfighting skill level is improved simultaneously. With a large amount of experience, Suyu's level also improved at a rapid speed. And the radiation beasts outside the mechanical city are also decreasing at an alarming rate, even gradually approaching nothingness. A night passed slowly. The residents of the mechanical city slept well, because that night, there were no more radiation beasts howling to disturb their sleep. The next morning, when the residents of the mechanical city, when planning to go to the resource point to collect resources. How is this possible? A resident of the mechanical city exclaimed. These are all the corpses of radioactive beasts. Could it be that the administrator hunted them all in one night? More residents saw the shocking scene before their eyes. I saw that at this time, there were dozens of small hills piled up at the gate of the mechanical city. To be precise, there were dozens of small hills piled up with the corpses of radioactive beasts. That was Suyu's overnight record. And the experience value information in Su Yu's ears also kept ringing. Ding! You killed the radiation giant wolf, 3-star intermediate. You gained professional experience. You killed the radiation wild dog, 1-star primary. You gained professional experience. Gunfighter level increased. Gunfighting level increased simultaneously. Your gunfighter level has reached the maximum level. This upgrade speed is much faster than I expected. Sure enough, the experience value of the first level profession is nothing to me now. So you looked at the prompt on the job transfer panel and was a little surprised. Ding! According to your full level core ability, gunfighting, you have gained core expertise True Flame. Chapter 135 Job Transfer, Arms Mechanic. Core ability, Symphony of War. The Ghost Tribe's response. The Flame of Truth? So you looked at the information on the job transfer panel with some anticipation. Core specialization, the Flame of Truth. Description, gunfighters who master extraordinary gun skills. Their battlefield is not the front, but those alien species living in the shadows. In order to deal with the alien species, the gunfighters have mastered the ability to give special psychic energy to their weapons. This special spiritual power has a strong purifying effect on abnormal energy. You can add the Flame of Truth to the weapon you made, which has a special purifying effect on abnormal spiritual energy. See the information displayed on the job transfer panel. So you thought, the Flame of Truth? Purifying effect? So you knew about alien species. During the Great Expedition of the Human Empire, all creatures except humans were called alien species. The Human Empire was glorious at that time, and all alien species could only be suppressed by humans. But later, along with the riots in the subspace, the aliens also rebelled. If the Flame of Truth has a special purification effect on abnormal energy, then why not give it a try? This ability may be able to purify radiation or even purify psionic energy. Thinking of this, Su Yu immediately tried to operate his psychic energy. He silently chanted in his heart, Flame of Truth. The next moment, Su Yu felt that his psychic energy was mobilized, and it was condensed in his hands bit by bit. Then, a ball of white flame, a substantial spiritual energy emerged from Su Yu's hand. This spiritual energy quickly followed the right arm of Su Yu's mechanical armor, and began to gradually entwine and climb upwards, and finally turned into a white spiritual energy flame entwined on the entire right arm of Su Yu's mechanical armor. Is this the additional effect of the Flame of Truth? Su Yu immediately asked the rangers to bring a radiation beast. Then, Su Yu raised his right arm and pressed it against the body of the radiation beast. The next moment, under Su Yu's observation, the appearance of this radiation beast did not change at all. But under Su Yu's spiritual perception, Su Yu could sense that the radiation in the body of this radiation beast was actually weakening. Soon, not long after, the radiation on the entire radiation beast disappeared completely. Purification? Such a domineering power? Su Yu's eyes were surprised. For other gunfighters, this ability can only be attached to weapons and bullets at most. Let their combat power be slightly improved. But for Su Yu, he can completely add the Flame of Truth to the mechanical creations he created. In this way, the damage of all mechanical creations and the purification effect of alien abilities will be improved. Let's not talk about the long term. At least relying on this Flame of Truth, the radiation beasts that were originally inedible can now be purified and edible again. Thinking of this, Su Yu immediately tried the continuous effect of the Flame of Truth. After purifying dozens of radiation beasts, Su Yu found that the white flame wrapped around the right arm of the mechanical armor disappeared. It only took a tiny bit of psychic energy to form the real flame, which could last for such a long time. Although this real flame cannot increase damage for radiation beasts, the purification effect of this real flame itself is a huge damage. Moreover, since it is a different energy, then psionic energy should also be considered a different energy. Those people in the skeleton settlement before, it is estimated that they will arrive at the mechanical city today. During their previous battles with the Ghost Wolf Cavalry, many of them still have some ghost energy left in their bodies, which is difficult to eradicate. You can try using the True Flame, but for now, you should change your job first. Su Yu ignored the reactions of the residents of the mechanical city, after instructing Yang Lai to first handle the radiation beasts. Regardless of whether they are edible or not, they should be processed and preserved. Su Yu led the rangers directly back to the mechanical space under the mechanical hull. Su Yu's physical and spiritual levels at this time have both reached the top 5 stars. And in the process of upgrading the gunfighter, he is only one step away from breaking through the 6 stars. And this can be achieved by switching to a new second-level profession. As soon as he arrived at the mechanical space, Suyu opened the job transfer panel. With expectation in his eyes, he looked at the job transfer panel at this time. He saw that the job transfer panel prompted, "Congratulations to the host, because the level of the gunfighter has reached the maximum level, you can start a new job." This time, Suyu took a look, and after seeing that no new job appeared, he made a decision in his heart without hesitation. Change job, arms mechanic. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully started, current job, arms mechanic, LV1:0/10,000. Congratulations to the host, successfully awakened the core ability, Symphony of War, LV1, your psychic power can greatly increase the long-range attack damage of the mechanical creatures you control. When you control a powerful mechanical army to conduct artillery bombardment, your mechanical army will bring you a wonderful war music. So you only took a quick look at the ability of the Legion mechanic. He felt that, after taking up the post of munitions mechanic, his spirit and body, which were originally stuck at the top of the 5-star level, both broke through the barrier at this moment. Suyu in the mechanical space, along with the breakthrough. I felt a strong force. The psychic range that originally covered a radius of 5 kilometers was now increased to a radius of 10 kilometers. The psychic range has almost doubled. Although the total amount and quality of psychic energy have not doubled, it is still a qualitative change for me. Suyu was extremely surprised. Then, Suyu turned to look at Nuo. As a mechanical apostle bound to Suyu, Nuo's strength is directly linked to Suyu's psychic level. Nuo curled up into a small ball, looked at Suyu and said, "Master, I feel like I'm getting stronger, but I need to sleep for a while." As he said that, Nuo curled up and looked like a white metal ball. Suyu held Nuo in his arms, patted Nuo's head and said, "Go to sleep." Nuo seemed to feel at ease with Suyu and fell into sleep. When Nuo's sleep ends, Nuo's strength can also be improved to the 6-star primary level. At that time, I will wear the Azure Oath, with Nuo's mechanical fusion and my own strength. Even if I don't use any core abilities, I can at least deal with 6-star advanced enemies. Suyu's eyes were filled with surprise. As an extraordinary mechanic, and a mechanic with a mechanical apostle like Nuo, every breakthrough of Suyu's level is a comprehensive qualitative change for Suyu. While Nuo is dormant, Suyu also began to think about the development of the mechanical city and himself in the future, and how to proceed. The Ghost Wolf cavalry sent by the Ghost Tribe has been wiped out for a day. After this day, the Ghost Tribe must have realized that something was wrong. The power that can destroy 500 wolf cavalry, whether it is a force or an individual, cannot be underestimated by the Ghost Tribe. So next, the Ghost Tribe will definitely send people to investigate the changes in this dead wilderness. Thinking of this, Suyu remembered the signal-based stations that Chief Kishin had built in various small settlements. The signal-based stations can be further utilized and strengthened. A few people and rangers can be sent to set up more signal-based stations in the wilderness, and build radar-like reconnaissance equipment. In this way, no matter how many Ghost Tribes enter the reconnaissance range, their movements can be known to the mechanical city in the shortest time. With the powerful mobility of the Azure Oath, no matter what the Ghost Tribe does, I can respond in the shortest possible time. After changing my job to a weapons mechanic, the new skills and core abilities I gained are all enhancements to the long-range attack direction of mechanical creations. Suyu held Nuo and came to the core terminal of the mechanical space, saying, "Mechanical Spirit, how long will it take for the mechanical city to become a complete whole?" "Dear Administrator, according to the current construction speed of the Rangers, it will take at least half a month to connect the entire mechanical space and the mechanical city, and preliminarily complete the conception of the Administrator." The voice of the mechanical spirit sounded on the core terminal, and then a light and shadow emerged. In the light and shadow, it was the current construction progress of the mechanical city. In Suyu's conception, the mechanical city was a perfect rear base. Suyu also put a lot of effort into this most critical base. Suyu once again retrieved the blueprint of the mechanical city from the core terminal, and began to rethink it through his new skills after changing his job to the arms mechanic. The arms mechanic is good at positional warfare. It is precisely because of the effect of the core ability Symphony of War that the arms mechanic's spiritual power has an increase in long-range weapons. And the arms mechanic is better at making long-range mechanical creations. So, the defense on the original wall of the mechanical city can be rebuilt, considering the next opponent to be dealt with. The additional ability of the True Flame can also be designed into it. Anyway, the True Flame can last for a long time. so it is entirely possible to reserve a batch in advance. Suyu immediately modified the original Mechanical City blueprint through the core terminal. Suyu has always had high hopes for this huge mechanical creation. The Mechanical City. After all, this is the real rear base. Just as Suyu began to modify the Mechanical City blueprint and determine the next step of development. In the Ghost Tribe, 200 kilometers away from the Mechanical City, a quarrel broke out. The Ghost Tribe is located at the only exit of the Dead Silence Wilderness, and is also at the corner of the two restricted areas. At this time, in the center of the Ghost Tribe, there is an extremely huge altar. The altar is more than 10 meters high, divided into 63 steps, and on each step, there are piles of bones. At the top of the altar, there are 5 people kneeling on the ground, in the direction where the 5 of them knelt. There was a man in a black robe, standing there, looking down at them. These 5 people were wearing clothes similar to those of the Ghost Wolf Cavalry, but their clothes looked more special and noble. These 5 people were the leaders of the Ghost Wolf Cavalry, and they were also ghost hunters with a special title. The leader was the female ghost hunter who destroyed the Wanderer settlement, named Night Ghost. At this time, this Night Ghost, there was no trace of the ferocity she had when she slaughtered the Wanderer settlement on her face. On the contrary, there was only an expression of extreme fear. She looked at the man in black robes with fear. The man in black robes was wrapped in black robes, without any part of his body exposed, so he couldn't see his appearance clearly. At this moment, the man in black robes looked at the 5 ghost hunters kneeling on the ground, and said faintly, "Night Ghost, you have made progress. As a new ghost hunter, I don't know who gave you the courage. The entire Wanderer settlement was massacred. I remember I told you to bring back as many people as possible from those settlements, instead of just killing them." The black-robed man's voice was extremely hoarse, and sounded like the friction sound of fossils that had been dried for thousands of years. Hearing the black-robed man's words, the exquisite body of Night Ghost could not help but tremble a little. She mustered up her courage and said, "High Priest, it's not that I want to destroy the Wanderer settlement, they resisted too strongly, and I couldn't save their lives." Before he finished speaking, he saw the black-robed man, stretching out his left arm from under his black robe, and tightly grasping Night Ghost's neck. The black-robed man's left arm was extremely skinny, without a single bit of flesh, and his skin was completely unlike that of a normal human being, covered with wrinkles and decayed gray spots. Night Ghost, whose throat was grasped by the black-robed man, could not breathe at all, but she didn't dare to use her extraordinary power to resist, and could only grit her teeth and beg for mercy. "High Priest. I didn't. High Priest. No. Teacher. Let me go. Let me go." The High Priest ignored Night Ghost's pleas for mercy, and stretched out his right hand again, took off the black robe on his head, and revealed his face. The High Priest's face covered by the black robe looked like a dried corpse that had been decayed for thousands of years. No flesh and blood could be seen. There was only the skinny skin connected to the bones, and even in his eye socket, there was only one eyeball left, and in the other empty eye socket, a hideous tentacle grew out. The next moment, this hideous black tentacle continued to stretch and gradually approached the face of Night Ghost. The fear on Night Ghost's face deepened again. This scene had happened countless times in her past memories, but every time, it made Night Ghost deeply afraid. "I know you. You killed those people in the Wanderer settlement just to vent your anger, right?" The hoarse voice of the High Priest sounded again. "You hate me, but you can't retaliate against me, so you can only choose to kill those precious consumables to vent your anger. Do you hate me so much, my little yayo? Don't forget, you can become a ghost hunter because of my training since you were a child." The High Priest's tone was full of greed. I saw that the black tentacle that stretched out from the High Priest's eye socket directly inserted into the throat of Night Ghost. The High Priest's face, which looked like a mummy, showed a trace of satisfaction. Night Ghost's begging for mercy stopped all of a sudden, and only her slightly trembling body still showed her inner fear at this moment. The black tentacles continued to spread downwards, and Night Ghost wanted to vomit, but she didn't dare to do it at all. Soon, the High Priest retracted the black tentacles in his eye sockets. The graceful body of Night Ghost collapsed to the ground at this moment. His face was pale, as if he was trying his best to suppress the pain. The expression on his face was only the fear of the High Priest. But Night Ghost still insisted on expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, High Priest, for not killing me." The High Priest said, "This time, I will let you go. Next time, if I find you following your own temper again, don't blame me for turning you into a ghost demon. Don't forget, How your predecessor died. As soon as these words came out, the 5 ghost hunters present all lowered their heads. They were extremely afraid of the high priest, a figure who had existed since the appearance of the ghost tribe. The ghost tribe had been entrenched in this dead wilderness for hundreds of years, but the number of their ghost hunters had always remained at 5, and, among the 5 of them, the one who lived the longest was only in his 60s. The high priest in front of him has led the ghost tribe, and survived in this dead wilderness for hundreds of years. Night Ghost lowered her head. She would never forget the pain and torture that the high priest had brought to her. She lowered her head, dared not look at the high priest, and was afraid that the high priest would see the hatred in her eyes. After teaching Night Ghost a lesson, the high priest looked at the other people. Only heard, the high priest said, "This dead wilderness, some unknown changes have occurred. Our ghost tribe has lost control of this dead wilderness. Next, I want you to investigate the changes in the dead wilderness, and how the 500 ghost wolf cavalrymen died." At this point, the high priest looked at Night Ghost and said, "Since the ghost wolf cavalrymen have lost 500, your tribe will make up for it. You go and select 5,000 people, and have them go to the radiation area ahead. Participate in the evolution ceremony and become a new wolf rider. In addition, there should be remnants of source core crystals in the radiation area. Go and look for them." Hearing the words of the high priest, Night Ghost lowered her head again. She knew very well the cruelty of the evolution ceremony. 5,000 people entered, and only 500 people would survive in the end. And these 500 people would absorb psionic energy while killing each other and become brand new ghost wolf riders. Night Ghost did not dare to resist. He had no choice but to lower his head and said, "Yes, High Priest." At this time, the High Priest looked in the direction of the radiation land. Anger and confusion flashed in his eyes. Radiation Ghost City, Radiation Land, Nether City. The High Priest muttered to himself, saying, "If it weren't for the Ghost Emperor, who suddenly changed his mind and betrayed my lord would have long since broken free from the constraints of this planet, and led us to the Sea of Stars. How could he have fallen asleep until now? Ghost Emperor, if it weren't for your betrayal 1,000 years ago, how could I have become this half-human, half-ghost appearance now?" At the same time, in the mechanical space of the mechanical city, Suyu was looking at the upgraded mechanical city blueprint in front of him, showing a satisfied smile. Chapter 136: The Role of the Flame of Truth, the Rapid Development of the Mechanical City, Conquering the Skeleton Settlement. The Flame of Truth is essentially just a special use of psychic energy. In essence, it is a means similar to enchantment when the gunfighters deal with alien species, but its role for me is far more effective than that for pure gunfighters. Gunfighters often can only attach the flame of truth to bullets and weapons, but I can not only attach the flame of truth to bullets and weapons attached to mechanical creations. It can even store this special spiritual energy. Suyu looked at the mechanical city design drawings in his hand and said to himself, the improved mechanical city drawings this time did not add too many items, but only added the use of the true flame and the improvement of long-range attack methods. Long-range weapons and other parts can be completely handed over to the mechanical spirits and rangers for improvement, which is not a big deal. And it can also provide experience for my weapons mechanics. As for the real flame part, just when Suyu was thinking, Nono at his arms was awake at this time. Nono floated up from Suyu's arms, feeling that he was stronger than before, and was very excited. After Suyu saw Nono awake, he didn't say anything nonsense, immediately input the blueprint into the core terminal, and ordered Nono, assist me, and start working. It will take the Rangers half a month to build the entire mechanical city into a whole, which is too slow. The invasion of the Ghost Tribe may come at any time, although I am not afraid of it now. Facing the Ghost Tribe will also cause heavy casualties in the mechanical city. Thinking of this, Suyu activated his spiritual power. Suyu's spiritual power field at this time has reached a range of 10 kilometers around him, which is enough to cover the entire mechanical city. Nu also cooperated with Suyu. In the mechanical space, all the Rangers, at this moment, were amplified by Suyu's psychic field and began to further accelerate the construction of the mechanical space. And Suyu also controlled the psychic energy. And at the side of the core terminal, he used metal parts to cast a storage device to store the flame of truth. After a while, the storage device of the flame of truth was completed. Suyu tried to condense the flame of truth, and soon, the storage room was filled with the white flame of truth. Suyu did not stop. In the mechanical space, the countless mechanical parts piled up, at this moment, under Suyu's psychic control and Nuonyuo's assistance, changed into metal pipes, and these pipes, close to the metal wall above the mechanical space, began to cover the entire mechanical space little by little. In this way, a day slowly passed. Suyu looked at the metal pipes in front of him, which covered the entire mechanical space. There was also a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. The effect of the flame of truth can be attached to any weapon. In this way, relying on the flame of truth storage equipment in the mechanical space, I can store the flame of truth in advance and leave it in the mechanical city. Although I haven't tried the flame of truth to purify the psionic energy, but just relying on the flame of truth to purify radiation. To some extent, this flame of truth is precious enough. Not only can it be attached to weapons as a means to weaken the power of radiation beasts, it can also replace the effect of the anti-radiation potion in the original mechanical city. Then, Suyu looked at the storage device of the real flame. For me, who has reached the primary level of 6 stars, the production of this real flame does not take much effort. After all, it is essentially no different from the steel resonance song. Both are a kind of psychic amplification, but more special. Suyu thought so. He used his spiritual energy to condense the flame of truth and piled it in the storage device. He only consumed a small half of his spiritual energy and filled the entire storage device. In this way, the stock of the flame of truth in the mechanical city is enough to support the normal use of the mechanical city for a month. Suyu opened his personal terminal as an administrator, put the flame of truth on the exchange list, and provided it to the residents of the mechanical city. At this time, Suyu's personal terminal received a message from Yan Lai, Master Administrator. The original 7 small settlements, Wind City, Ironheart Tribe, Skeleton Settlement, have all joined the mechanical city. Except for the 10,000 people in Wind City, who are still in the way, the people in the Skeleton Settlement and Ironheart Tribe have all joined the mechanical city. Chief Tianxin has also contacted the remaining 4 settlements and informed them of the actions of the Ghost Tribe. However, the food in the mechanical city, there are not enough to receive these people. Suyu thought for a moment and replied decisively, Uncle Yang, please notify the captains and above who are still in the mechanical city to come to the mechanical hall. Also, let Quang Gu bring those who are corroded by the psionic energy in the skeleton settlement to the mechanical hall. I want to make an attempt. Then, Suyu left the mechanical space, came to the mechanical hall, and waited for everyone to arrive. In a moment at this time, the captains who were still in the mechanical city had all arrived. The high-level leaders of the skeleton settlement, such as Quang Gu, also brought the warriors in the skeleton settlement, who were corroded by the psionic energy to the mechanical temple. When Yang Lai saw that everyone was present, he immediately said, Master Administrator, the manpower of the skeleton settlement has been assigned by the intelligent AI mechanical spirit and joined the mechanical city. However, the food problem has not been solved yet. When Yang Lai said this, he was a little hesitant. Except for a small number of edible animals, the radiation dose of the rest of the animals that the administrator hunted exceeded the standard. Suyu nodded, and then said, Don't worry. I have solved the food problem. I found a way to purify the radiation from the radiated animals. In this way, most of the meat from the radiated animals can be eaten, which is enough for the mechanical city to receive these people and last until the fast-growing plants in the hydroponic plant system mature. Hearing this, Yan Lai's worry disappeared. He continued, the population of Fengcheng is too large. So the 4 hunting team captains, in cooperation with Feng Tian and Huang Ying, all went to Fengcheng to receive these people. As for the other 2 settlements, they don't need our help. They are already on their way to our mechanical city. Within 3 days, the population of these 3 settlements will arrive in our mechanical city. By then, the population of the entire mechanical city will reach more than 40,000 people. But, Yang Lai hesitated. The remaining 2 settlements do not believe the news of the invasion of the Ghost Tribe. In fact, in their opinion, the fact that you, the administrator, annihilated 500 wolf cavalrymen is just a rumor made up by the mechanical city and the skeleton settlement in order to annex them. Yang Lai was not surprised by this. After all, even if they were from the mechanical city, when they first heard about Suyu's annihilation of 500 ghost wolf cavalrymen, their first reaction was disbelief. After hearing this, Suyu did not react. But Quang Gu was a little angry. Nonsense. Those 2 settlements are too stupid. Not to mention the administrator. Even I, Quang Gu, can't fool them. They actually think that the administrator is deceiving them. They are really courting death. In Kwanggu's view, those two small settlements completely gave up their last chance to survive. Suyu, on the other hand, said calmly, "It doesn't matter. Since they don't want to join the mechanical city, don't worry about them." In Suyu's opinion, after receiving several small settlements, the mechanical city has enough population to develop. As for the remaining two settlements, since they don't believe Suyu's words, Suyu will naturally not care about them. Suyu looked at Kwanggu and said, "Chief Kwanggu, your warriors who were injured by the infection of psionic energy, have you brought them?" Kwanggu nodded, pointed to the outside of the mechanical hall, said, "I have brought the administrator, and they are waiting outside the hall now." "Let them in," Suyu said casually. Then, Kwanggu took in the dozen or so warriors from the skeleton settlement who were waiting outside the mechanical hall. After these warriors from the skeleton settlement entered the mechanical hall, they all looked a little panicked. The infection of the psionic energy, like radiation, it is a stubborn disease that is difficult to cure. In many small settlements, after being infected with psionic energy or radiation, one will be abandoned by the settlement, and it is up to oneself to survive. In addition, due to the polluting nature of psionic energy, many people will be driven out of the settlement after being infected with psionic energy. And these warriors in the skeleton settlement are terrified because of this. Suyu looked at these people and couldn't help but recall the time when he had just awakened the job transfer panel, because he was infected with radiation sickness. However, shelter number 73 is under the leadership of the old manager after all, and is better than other settlements. At least it provides anti-radiation drugs. Suyu thought of this and said, "Don't worry. Since you have joined my mechanical city, the mechanical city will not abandon you casually." Suyu noticed that the warriors of the skeleton settlement were looking at him nervously. Suyu didn't say anything nonsense. He sat on the metal platform and raised his fingers slightly. Psychic energy is running. The next moment, a dozen real flames were created by Suyu out of thin air. "Master Administrator, what do you mean? They are all warriors of my skeleton settlement." Kwanggu couldn't help but stand up at this time. Apparently in his opinion, Suyu's move was to prevent the spread of psychic energy in the mechanical city, and to attack those infected with psychic energy. The senior officials of the skeleton settlement were also looking at Suyu at this time, with inexplicable worry in their eyes. "Don't worry. I'm just trying to heal them," Suyu said calmly, not caring about Kwanggu and the others' reactions. Instead, he said to the warriors who were infected by the psionic energy, "Everyone, you can try to touch the white flame in front of you to see if you can purify the psionic energy in your body." After these words came out, the warriors looked at each other, and no one dared to be the first to try. It was not until a while later that a warrior stood up. He touched the flame of truth in front of him. The moment he touched the flame of truth, it was like a maggot on the tarsal bone. It entangled his body, and gradually covered the part of his body that was corroded by the psionic energy. The warrior was startled at first, but soon, he found that he did not feel any pain. Then, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the part corroded by the psionic energy had improved, and after a while, all the psionic energy in his body was purified by the flame of truth. At that moment, the warrior knelt on the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you, Admin, for saving my life." Seeing this, the other warriors also touched the flame of truth to purify their own psionic energy. Soon, as a moment passed, the remaining psionic energy on everyone's body was cleared away by the flame of truth. Suyu was also very surprised when he saw this scene. Sure enough, psionic energy is also a kind of abnormal energy, which can be completely cleared by the flame of truth. In this way, I have one more card to deal with the ghost tribe. And, the effect of the true flame is far more than that. Just when Suyu was thinking, the warriors of the skeleton settlement had already begun to thank Suyu for his kindness. But Suyu waved his hand and asked Kwanggu to take these people out. Then, when Kwanggu returned, Suyu looked at Kwanggu with a smile. The expressions of Kwanggu and the people in the skeleton settlement before, of course. He was worried about the safety of the warriors of the skeleton settlement, which showed the cohesion of the skeleton settlement. But now, they have joined the mechanical city. In essence, they are all Suyu's subordinates, and the people of the mechanical city. Kwanggu's behavior just now, no matter how you look at it, is not appropriate. Especially the senior leaders of the skeleton settlement, who also expressed their attitude to Kwanggu. Kwanggu was also a leader, and he also realized that something was wrong. At this moment, Kwanggu said, "Master Administrator, I didn't mean it. I was just worried for a moment. It's my fault. Please punish me. The other senior leaders of the skeleton settlement also realized this and apologized to Suyu. Suyu looked at the scene and thought, the mechanical city has received more and more new settlements. It is not enough to manage these people just by relying on the exchange list and contribution system. Although my strength is enough to conquer everything, but as time goes by, the high-level people in these original settlements will inevitably form small groups, which is not good for the mechanical city and me. But now, it doesn't matter. I, who have mastered the flame of truth, have mastered everyone's second life to a certain extent. The purifying effect of the flame of truth is excellent for both radiation and psionic energy. On this ruined planet, it is impossible not to be infected by psionic energy and radiation. So you thought of this and looked at Kwang Gu and spoke. Captain Kwang Gu, since you have joined my mechanical city, you must obey the assignment of my mechanical city. From now on, Kwang Gu, you are the captain of the 7th hunting team of my mechanical city. 4-star and above fighters in the skeleton settlement will also lead a hunting team respectively. The meaning of Suyu's words was obviously to disperse the fighters of the entire skeleton settlement. Place them in different hunting teams. In this way, even if Kwang Gu has a good appeal among the combatants of the skeleton settlement, it will lose its effect as time goes by. Hearing Suyu's words, Kwang Gu was a little helpless. Although Kwang Gu had expected this situation when he chose to join the mechanical city. However, when the day really happened, Kwang Gu still felt a sense of gap in his heart. Suyu looked at Kwang Gu's performance, not surprising. Kwang Gu is different from other leaders accepted by the mechanical city. Chief Tiexin likes mechanical technology. And he is just an ordinary person. So he has no objection to joining the mechanical city. And Feng Tian, the Lord of Fengcheng, is the leader of a settlement and a spiritual transcendent. But his personality and ideals make him not only have no objection to joining the mechanical city, but also very happy. Only this Kwang Gu. Suyu looked at Kwang Gu's deformed body that was 3 meters tall due to radiation distortion, and said in his heart, Kwang Gu is originally a leader. There is a gap between the leader and the captain. In addition, he is a scavenger, so it is a bit difficult to manage him. But it doesn't matter. If you really can't control him, just kill him. For me, power and other things are external things that can be discarded. They are just tools to become stronger, not what I pursue. Only one's own strength is everything. I saved the entire skeleton settlement. If this mad bone still cannot accept the gap brought by the change of identity, and affects the development of the mechanical city and my collection of resources, then I will kill him. Suyu believes that he is not a big villain, but he is not a good person in the traditional sense. The original intention of building the mechanical city was just to better collect resources in the dead wilderness. Even when he took over the identity of the shelter manager, it is also to further use the resources of the power to feed back to itself. Now it seems that the effect is obviously very good. At this time, Kwang Gu obviously understood all this, and immediately half knelt on the ground and said, Thank you, sir, the administrator. From now on, I will definitely serve you as the captain of the 7th hunting team. Seeing Kwang Gu like this, the other 4-star combatants of the skeleton settlement also half knelt and accepted Suyu's order. Suyu nodded and turned to look at Yang Lai. Suyu said, Uncle Yang, the true flame that healed the psionic energy before can also be used to purify radiation, and can also be attached to weapons to weaken radiation beasts. Starting today, there will be more true flame exchanges on the exchange list, and the people of the mechanical city can exchange them through contributions. Yang Lai was slightly stunned when he heard Suyu's words, and then he said in disbelief, Master Administrator, you mean? This true flame can also be used to cure radiation sickness? And it can be exchanged on a large scale? Suyu nodded and said, Yes. From now on, any citizen of the mechanical city who is infected with radiation sickness or psionic energy can get an advance payment of the true flame for treatment from the management office. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the mechanical hall looked at Suyu in surprise. Chapter 137 The Wonderful Use of the Flame of Truth, An Unexpected Incident, Rescue. Inside the mechanical hall, after Yang Lai heard Suyu's words, he immediately asked, Does the administrator mean that this treatment method called the Flame of Truth does not require the administrator to perform it personally, but can be stored? Suyu nodded and said, Uncle Yang, this Flame of Truth can be stored for a long time, and I have provided the administration office with a transportation channel for the Flame of Truth. So next, As long as the residents of the mechanical city have a need, they can go to the management office to exchange it. The healing effect of the true flame is much stronger than the previous anti-radiation medicine. In addition, the radioactive beasts that you dealt with before, Uncle Yang, whose parts were over-radiated and inedible, can also be purified by the true flame. After hearing Su Yu's words, everyone in the mechanical hall realized the preciousness of this true flame. Especially Kwang Gu. He regretted his previous reckless behavior. The means of the manager of the mechanical city are indeed beyond my imagination. This kind of real flame that can heal ghosts and radiation is extremely precious in the entire ruined star. Kwang Gu was extremely regretful in his heart. He regretted his previous actions. As the former leader of the skeleton settlement, he knew very well the importance of the real flame to a force. On the ruined star, radiation and psionic energy are everywhere. The purification effect of the true flame is no less than providing everyone with a second life. Moreover, Kwang Gu heard from Su Yu's tone that this treatment method is not expensive and can even be used by all residents of the mechanical city. It can even be used to purify radiation beasts for consumption. Others in the mechanical hall also realized this and saw the importance of this true flame to the mechanical city. Su Yu looked at the performance of the people below. He was also satisfied and said, in this way, even if the mechanical city accepts more people, it will not be out of my control. Prosthetic transformation and the flame of truth are both the best in this dead wilderness, and can fully provide more protection for the people of the mechanical city. Su Yu knew very well that most of the residents on the ruins were injured by radiation and fighting, and thus lost their lives. As long as I control the flame of truth, then the mechanical city will not be out of my control. At this moment, Su Yu's personal terminal rang. Su Yu immediately opened his personal terminal. Under the management of the mechanical spirit, Su Yu's personal terminal would automatically block those unimportant messages. And now, the personal terminal still rang, which means that in the judgment of the mechanical spirit, the importance of this message is far greater than what happened in the mechanical hall. As the personal terminal was opened, the voice of the mechanical spirit AI rang. It said, "Dear Administrator, during the migration of Wind City, traces of the ghost tribe were found. Captain Feng Tian and Captain Huang Ying have confirmed this. Not only that, the other two who were migrating to the mechanical city also found traces of the ghost tribe." Hearing the words of the mechanical spirit, Su Yu frowned. The ghost tribe is moving so fast. Are they planning to wipe out 3 settlements at the same time? No, this should be just a test, a reconnaissance. Su Yu quickly figured out why the 3 settlements in migration found the traces of the ghost tribe at the same time. As I thought, after the ghost tribe found that the 500 wolf cavalrymen were wiped out, they would definitely find out what happened in this dead wilderness first, and then choose to proceed to the next step. There is no need to worry about Fengcheng. The combatants of Fengcheng, plus the combatants of the 4 hunting teams, there are more than 1,000 people. The team of the ghost tribe responsible for reconnaissance will not have too many people, and it is difficult to cause any harm to the people of Wind City. And those 2 small settlements have a lot of people, and there is no means of transportation. It will take at least 3 days to reach our mechanical city. 3 days is enough for the ghost tribe to react and dispatch troops to destroy it. Thinking of this, Su Yu immediately ordered Kwang Gu in the mechanical hall. Captain Kwang Gu, you also heard what the mechanical spirit said just now. Since those 2 small settlements have chosen to join my mechanical city, then my mechanical city must give them shelter. Captain Kwang Gu, it's urgent now. Please take people to support those 2 small settlements. Just use the original people from your skeleton settlement. Kwang Gu nodded immediately after hearing this. He realized that this was an opportunity given to him by Su Yu. If he could grasp it, he would definitely be able to have better development in the mechanical city. Even the old members of the original skeleton settlement, there is no need to disband again. Yes, Administrator. Kwang Gu agreed immediately. Then, Kwang Gu took the 4 stars of the skeleton settlement and left the mechanical hall. Su Yu looked at Yang Lai again and said to Yang Lai, Uncle Yang, the mechanical city will be in your charge from now on. When these words came out, Yang Lai was stunned for a moment and asked, What about you, Administrator? Su Yu said lightly, The ghost tribe wants to investigate what happened in this dead wilderness. Of course, I can't let them find out everything so easily. After saying that, Su Yu immediately passed through the secret door of the mechanical hall, entered the mechanical space, and put on the Azure Oath. When Su Yu appeared in the mechanical hall again, everyone saw the blue and white mechanical armor on Su Yu. When Su Yu guessed that the purpose of the ghost settlement was reconnaissance, Su Yu made this decision in his heart. With the speed of Azure Oath, plus the physical body that is broken through the 6-star primary, I can reach various small settlements in just a few minutes. And I can go to the wilderness to hunt down the scouts of the Ghost Tribe. There is no need to worry about the Ghost Tribe's diversion. On the one hand, the Ghost Tribe has not yet found out what happened in the Dead Silence Wilderness. On the other hand, with the speed of the Azure Oath, if there is any problem, we can return immediately in a very short time. And, with my current spiritual power strength, the range is enough to cover a 10-kilometer radius around me. With holographic perception and murderous perception, I, wearing the Azure Oath, am a walking human radar. Due to the special nature of psionic energy, it is difficult for low-star psionic transcendents to control their own negative psionic states. They need to reach a certain number and be led by high-star psionic transcendents to suppress the side effects of psionic energy. Therefore, if you want to conduct reconnaissance, the people sent by the Ghost Tribe are most likely high-star psionic hunters, with a small team of Ghost Wolf cavalry. Suyu thought so in his heart, and walked out of the mechanical hall. Everyone in the mechanical hall stared blankly at Suyu's leaving figure. The blue-white figure was extremely fast, and in a moment, it left the mechanical city. Elder Taixian even felt that Suyu's speed this time was twice as fast as when he rescued the skeleton settlement before. Has the strength of the administrator become stronger in such a short time? The Ironheart clan leader muttered to himself. The others in the mechanical hall, watching Suyu's departing figure, felt an inexplicable surge of confidence in their hearts. Outside the mechanical city, a large number of residents entering and leaving the mechanical city all saw Suyu's blue and white Azure Oath mechanical armor. They were all amazed. Suyu ignored the reactions of the mechanical city residents, but said to the Azure Oath that had been fused with Nono's machine, "Nono, mark the current positions of the 2 settlements and the Wind City team, and help me determine how to move so that I can quickly find the location of the Ghost Scouts." "Okay, Master," Nono replied. As Nono replied, the next moment, a light and shadow map appeared in front of Suyu's eyes. The next moment, Suyu's spiritual energy spurted out, enveloping the entire Azure Oath. Under the amplification of spiritual energy, the Azure Oath moved rapidly towards the wilderness. At the same time, Suyu silently chanted in his heart, "Holographic perception." As the invisible spiritual energy spread within the spiritual energy range, all the environment was clearly perceived by Suyu. In a moment, Suyu's figure arrived at a location not far from the Fengcheng team. Without saying hello to Feng Tian and others, Suyu directly ordered Nanyo, turn on the shadow stealth. As Suyu ordered, the next moment, the entire Azure Oath gradually became transparent, finally invisible. And Suyu's psychic power, at this moment, used holographic perception to the maximum, to find the location of those Ghost Scouts. Suyu silently circled the Fengcheng team, and did not go to meet up with Feng Tian and others, for fear of alerting the enemy. At this time, not far from the Fengcheng team, there was a group of more than 20 Ghost Wolf cavalrymen, whose leader was a 5-star Ghost Hunter. At this time, this Ghost Hunter was looking far in the direction of the Fengcheng team. He was a little confused and asked, "Is the Wind City settlement migrating?" Just like the Ironheart tribe before. But the direction they are migrating is shelter number 73? The Ghost Hunter quickly recalled the settlement in the direction of the Wind City team's migration based on his memory. But shelter number 73 is also a small settlement. And in my memory, the strength of shelter number 73 is not as good as that of Wind City. The Ghost Tribe does not have complete information on this dead wilderness, and is relatively lagging behind. Although the Ghost Tribe will regularly investigate changes in this dead wilderness. But there is no way around it. The special nature of psionic energy makes it impossible for the people of the Ghost Tribe to leave their base for too long. Otherwise, they will be easily corroded by psionic energy, and become crazy people who only know how to kill. So, in this Wind City team, those people with prosthetics, are you the people from shelter number 73? As far as I can remember, we just explored shelter number 73 3 months ago. How come such a big change has taken place in such a short time? The Ghost Hunter became more and more curious. However, no matter how he thought about it, he could never have imagined that the originally small shelter number 73, under the leadership of Suyu, had become the mechanical city it is today in just a few months. Could it be that the one who killed the 500 wolf riders of my Ghost Tribe is the one from the 73rd shelter? Just as the Ghost Hunter was thinking this, the next moment, A transparent chainsaw blade appeared on the ghost hunter's chest. The ghost hunter stared at the chainsaw blade on his chest in a daze. Then, he saw that the transparent chainsaw blade was quickly stained with blood and became no longer transparent. Then a white psychic flame ignited on the chainsaw. With the blessing of the white flame, the chainsaw blade began to spin wildly. The ghost hunter didn't have time to cry out in pain. The chainsaw blade in Suryu's hand cut the ghost hunter in half. The burning of the white flame did not stop, and it continued to purify the remaining ghost energy in the ghost hunter. Suryu, wearing the blue oath, also appeared at this moment. He looked at the dead ghost hunter and said, "The answer is correct. But unfortunately, I can't let you be a ghost who knows nothing." The ghost hunter still had the look of bewilderment before his death on his face. And the 20 ghost wolf cavalrymen were also shocked by the sudden appearance of Suryu. And for a moment, they didn't know whether to run or fight. Suryu didn't waste any words. And the invisible spiritual energy condensed into dozens of real flames. And dozens of white spiritual energy flames floated in the air. You can try this real flame and see how effective it is against the psionic extraordinary people. Under Suryu's control, these white flames, one by one, sank into the bodies of these ghost wolf cavalrymen. With the influx of the flame of truth, these ghost wolf cavalrymen suddenly let out painful roars. This scene fell into Suryu's eyes, and it surprised him. The purifying effect of the flame of truth, directly used on the psionic extraordinary. Will it cause them serious damage? That's right. The gunfighters themselves use this flame of truth, attach it to weapons and bullets, and kill those aliens. The gunfighter is only a first-level profession. Their psychic energy is far less abundant than mine, who has superimposed more than 10 professions. Therefore, they can only choose to attach it to weapons, and cannot do the same as me. Suryu recalled the introduction of the gunfighter. Soon, under the burning of the flame of truth, the 20 ghost wolf cavalrymen screamed in pain. They absorbed the psionic energy, and could not be separated from it. Unlike purifying those infected by psionic energy, the process of purifying these ghost wolf cavalry with the flame of truth is actually killing them. Not long after, the wailing sound disappeared, and these ghost wolf cavalry were completely turned into ashes. The flame of truth is so useful against ghost wolf cavalry. Suryu's eyes lit up. In this way, when I fight the ghost tribe head-on, this is another way to deal with the ghost tribe. Suryu confirmed that these ghost wolf cavalry and ghost hunters were dead. Then he rushed towards the other 2 settlements again. Ghost hunters. And these elite wolf cavalrymen brought out by ghost hunters, even for the ghost tribe, it is difficult to train them. In that case, the scouting team you sent out this time, don't even think about returning. Suryu's speed is extremely fast. Wearing the Azure Oath, in terms of mobility, Suryu feels that in this dead wilderness, there is no one who can match him. This is the specialness of mechanical creations. Machines are different from flesh and blood. Flesh and blood will eventually tire, even for extraordinary beings. As for mechanical creations, as long as they have sufficient energy, they can maintain a perfect state. Soon, Suryu found a new group of ghost wolf cavalry. However, there were no ghost hunters in this group of ghost wolf cavalry. The leader was just a 4-star ghost wolf cavalry captain. Suryu was not polite. This time, he did not try the flame of truth. Instead, he directly used the shadow stealth state of the Azure Oath to kill these ghost wolf cavalrymen silently. In this way, the teams of scouts sent by the ghost tribe were all exposed under Suryu's holographic perception, and were assassinated by Suryu one by one. The ghost tribe at this time. The ghost high priest was on the altar, silently looking in the direction of the radiation land. He sighed and said, "My lord has been asleep for 1,000 years. I have also controlled this so-called ghost tribe for hundreds of years. When can I wake up my master? When can I return to normal?" Under the black robe of the ghost priest, the only remaining eye stared at the direction of the radiation land, with deep hatred in his eyes. And in the eye socket of the other eye, the black tentacles reappeared, tightly wrapped around, pointing to the location of the radiation land. Ghost Emperor, you clearly betrayed humanity. No matter what, humanity would never accept you, but you chose to betray my lord at the last moment of his success. I really can't understand. At this moment, a string of black beads on the ghost priest's wrist lit up. The ghost priest raised his wrist, and the next moment the largest black bead on the string exploded. How is this possible? The ghost hunter sent out to investigate actually died? Although only one person was sent, but it was just reconnaissance. Why would it be? The hoarse and low voice of the ghost high priest was a little out of control at this time. In the past few hundred years, the ghost high priest had not been resisted by other small settlements in the dead silent wilderness. But those settlements were all destroyed by the ghost tribe. In fact, in the ghost high priest's opinion, if it were not for the limitations of the ghost energy that restricted him, he would have developed the ghost tribe into a large settlement long ago. And now, the ghost hunters sent out for reconnaissance were killed in a very short time. The ghost high priest immediately realized that the changes in this dead wilderness that he had controlled for hundreds of years were far greater than he had imagined. However, even so, the ghost high priest was just a little surprised. But it doesn't matter. This batch of ghost hunters have matured long ago, and should have become my nutrients long ago. It's just a pity that they died outside. I have not yet brought back the body, so I can absorb it. I hope other scouts can find out clearly what happened in the dead wilderness. But the next moment, the black beads of all sizes on the ghost high priest's bracelet burst one after another. Chapter 138: The Transformed Ghost Chieftain, Psionic Radar Manufacturing, Exploring the Radiation Land. Snap. The black bracelet on the ghost high priest's wrist broke completely and fell to the ground. The expression on his face, which was far from calm, could no longer be maintained. How is this possible? It has only been a short time, and the 10 teams of scouts sent out were all wiped out? This was the first time in hundreds of years that the ghost high priest had lost his composure like this. He looked at the black bracelet that fell from his wrist. On that withered face, there was an expression of great shock. The ghost high priest was horrified. He was not sad about the death of the scouts. For him, as long as the population of the ghost tribe was still there, these dead ghost wolf cavalrymen could be replenished at any time. It's been less than 20 minutes. Right? In 20 minutes, all these 10 teams of scouts were wiped out. In this dead wilderness, when will such a force appear? The ghost high priest immediately realized the development of the situation may have been beyond his control. Could it be that a strong man discovered the traces of the scouts, and in just 20 minutes, killed all my ghost scouts? No. It's impossible. The ghost high priest thought about it, and quickly ruled out this possibility. In his heart, he didn't believe in this possibility, because this dead wilderness was too barren, and the population base was too small. It was impossible for such a strong man to be born. In 20 minutes, if you want to sweep the entire dead silent wilderness, you need to have a speed that exceeds the speed of sound. And you also need to have the strength to kill ghost hunters almost instantly. This kind of strength is at least 6-star top. Or even 7-star. It's impossible. The resources in this dead silent wilderness are so scarce. How could such a strong man be born? In addition, after the demise of the Ghost Empire, meditation and physical training methods have long become precious knowledge. I have dealt with this dead silent wilderness before. Those small settlements simply cannot obtain systematic meditation and physical training methods. They can only rely on talent and instinct to master extraordinary powers. Their upper limit is 4 stars, and it is impossible to break through 5 stars. The ghost high priest thought quickly. He relied on controlling the ghost tribe to turn this dead wilderness into nutrients for his growth for hundreds of years. It was precisely because of this that the ghost high priest knew that he had restricted this dead wilderness. The spread of meditation and physical training methods. Moreover, after the demise of the Ghost Empire, meditation and physical training methods are extremely precious on the entire Ruins planet. The ghost high priest instinctively did not believe this possibility, nor did he dare to believe it, because he knew that, if under such circumstances, this dead wilderness could still produce a 6-star or above supernatural being, then it could only mean that the strength and talent of this supernatural being were extremely powerful. Could it be that all the small settlements on this dead wilderness, without my knowledge, they united together, and found the traces of the scouts I sent out in advance, and then attacked at the same time? Yes, this is most likely the case. The ghost high priest quickly analyzed what he thought was the most likely thing to happen. However, the ghost high priest's face was still a little gloomy. However, in this dead wilderness, the possibility of the birth of a 6-star or higher supernatural being must be guarded against. The ghost high priest walked down the altar and came to a corner below the altar. With the operation of ghost energy, the ghost high priest opened the secret door in the corner. Walking in, it was dark. But soon, a pipe emitting a faint green light illuminated the entire space below the altar. The space below the altar was very large, with a control console on the left, and above the center, it was covered with dense mechanical pipes. In these pipes, They are filled with a large amount of pure black and green psionic energy. The psionic energy flows along the pipes, and is continuously injected into the body of the giant below, which is 10 meters tall. The ghost high priest looked at the giant in front of him, and there was a hint of satisfaction and complacency in his eyes. My greatest psionic creation, and the strongest ghost demon I can control now, Ghost Clan leader, I originally thought you couldn't hold on for so long. I didn't expect that your willpower would be so firm. It's just a pity that, under the infusion of psionic energy, even as powerful as you are, you could only become my puppet. The words of the ghost high priest did not get any response from the 10-meter-tall giant, and the ghost high priest was not angry at all. He came to the side of the control console, stretched out his withered hand, and operated the console a few times. The next moment, the psionic energy in those mechanical pipes was injected into the huge body of the ghost chief at a faster speed. Now it's urgent. In order to guard against the possible unknown strongman, I can only ripen you in advance. As the ghost leader of this generation, you are stronger than the ghost leaders of previous generations. You are my most successful experimental product. The ghost high priest greedily looked at the strong and sturdy body of the ghost leader. He said, "It's a pity, you shouldn't have resisted me at that time. Wouldn't it be better to accept the fate of your clan? From the day you absorb the ghost energy, your tribe is destined to be controlled by me. Everyone in this dead wilderness only knows that the chief of the ghost tribe is the strongest person. But they don't know that the chief changes frequently. But the high priest has always been me." Ha ha ha. After laughing, the ghost high priest seemed to feel a little bored. He said with a regretful tone, "It's a pity that Li He from the number 73 settlement had a spiritual talent and saw the back of the master when he was young. He was supposed to be my nourishment for further advancement. But he disappeared inexplicably, and there is no news of him. Now, I can only use your daughter as my nourishment for further advancement. Her mental strength has reached the top 5 stars, and her strength is not far from yours when you rebelled against me. I know she hates me. Hates me for transforming you. Hates me for playing with her over the years. But I still can't bear to kill her." The ghost high priest seemed to be stimulating the ghost patriarch in front of him, but seeing that the giant in front of him did not react, the ghost high priest continued, "Your daughter, Night Ghost, is really lovely. I really can't bear to kill her. But now, in order to deal with the crisis, when she returns from the radiation area, she will become my nourishment." The ghost high priest seemed to be confirming whether the ghost chief in front of him had been completely transformed by the phantom energy and lost consciousness. Seeing that the other party's most beloved daughter was used to stimulate him, after no response, the ghost priest left the space under this altar. Only, at the moment when the secret door of the altar space was closed, in the darkness, only here this giant 10 meters tall, the murmur at his mouth said, "Night. Night." The huge head lowered slightly, in the eyes that have long lost their eyeballs, silently flowing out 2 lines of blood and tears. Nympho. On the wild wilderness. Suyu is standing beside the corpse of a group of ghost wolf cavalry, looking at the corpse of the ghost wolf cavalry. Under the effect of the flame of truth, it gradually decomposed and purified, and turned into nutrients for this dead wilderness. Suyu had an idea for no reason. If one day, my spiritual energy is strong enough to cover the entire ruins planet, then my flame of truth, wouldn't it be able to purify this planet? Purify all radiation, psionic energy, and turn this ruins planet back into a blue planet? But soon, Suyu threw this idea out of his mind. Now in this dead wilderness, the scouts sent by the ghost tribe have all been cleared by me. However, the investigation of the entire dead wilderness must be put on the agenda. Suyu realized that the mechanical city's control of the entire dead wilderness is not complete, especially the investigation of the ghost tribe. This time, only the reconnaissance troops came, until they got closer, only to find out that, if next time, it's the ghost army that's coming, we must deploy radars in this dead wilderness, add signal-based stations, linked to the mechanical city, so that the information on the entire dead wilderness can be transmitted back to the mechanical city at any time. The radar doesn't need to be too precise, it just needs to have a special perception of phantom energy. Anyway, with the special nature of the ghost tribe, as long as it senses the emergence of abnormal phantom energy, it's enough to know the location of the ghost army. Suyu thought in his mind, while quickly returning to the mechanical city. After returning to the mechanical city, Suyu immediately returned to the mechanical space and began to design the radar. In a moment, the radar blueprint was designed by Suyu. Then, Suyu directly used his spiritual energy in the underground space to directly manufacture the parts of the radar one by one. In this way, the radar can be handed over to the hunting team, who will be responsible for following the instructions, and spread it throughout the dead silent wilderness. At that time, only the people of the ghost tribe will be needed. As soon as it appears, it will be detected. Suyu looked at the radar parts piled up in front of him with some satisfaction in his eyes. At this time, a system prompt sounded in Suyu's ears. Ding! You have completed the production of psionic radar parts. And you have gained professional experience. The level of the ordnance mechanic has been upgraded. The Symphony of War has been upgraded simultaneously. You have gained 1,000 professional experience points. Ordnance mechanic LV-17. Your skill experience has been satisfied. Your professional skill, intermediate information technology, level has been upgraded. Current level, LV-30 max. Ignoring the extracted professional expertise, Suyu was also a little surprised when he saw that the intermediate information technology was at the maximum level. Intermediate information technology is a special technology derived from the Ironheart tribe. Mechanical Spirit AI, Core Terminal, Radar, are all made with this technology. The professional expertise of the current dozen or so professional skills, although they are all passive effects, they can be stacked up to dozens of them, which makes my mechanical skills far superior to other extraordinary mechanics. Unlimited job transfers. Stacking different professional specializations and core specializations will inevitably allow me to take an unusual and extraordinary path. The munitions mechanic has been upgraded to level 17. On the one hand, this is because the expansion of the mechanical space has been providing me with stable experience points. On the other hand, as a combat profession, the munitions mechanic, killing those ghost scouts also made me level up very quickly. Then, Suyu looked at the busy rangers in the mechanical space. Next, when the mechanical city is fully built, my weapons mechanic should also be able to reach the maximum level. Suyu opened his personal terminal and sent a message to Yan Lai, telling him to install the psionic radar in various places in the dead wilderness. Suyu controlled several rangers while move the psionic radar components out. Yan Lai replied, yes. Manager, Captain Yupinon and his team have returned with the people of Wind City. The AI has made preliminary assignments for them. Captain Yupinon wants to see you. Suyu saw Yan Lai's reply and suddenly remembered what Yupinon mentioned 2 days ago about going to the radiation area to find the source core crystal. However, because he had to accept the ordinary people of Wind City first, delayed. At that moment, Suyu replied, Uncle Yang, you asked Yupingen to come to the mechanical hall. In the mechanical hall, Yupingen was looking at Suyu with admiration at this time. The news that Suyu had swept the ghost scouts in the entire dead silent wilderness by himself had spread in the mechanical city. Master Administrator, the mechanical city is no longer short of manpower. Next, I will go to the radiation area to find the whereabouts of the source core crystal for you. Suyu nodded. He really needed to go to the radiation land with Pingen to test the waters. After all, the radiation land was the periphery of the restricted area of the radiation ghost city. In addition, in order to prevent the arrival of the ghost tribe, Suyu was temporarily unsuitable for long-distance travel. I really need you to explore the radiation land for me, but your strength is too weak. Even if you enter the radiation land, it will be difficult to deal with those radiation beasts. Relax your mind and don't resist. This time, you can try your original idea. Yupinon was stunned. The initial idea? Yupinon soon realized that Suyu was referring to that crazy idea. The crazy idea he proposed to Suyu was the idea Yupinon had when he had just joined the mechanical city and had no hope of revenge. Suyu did not waste any more words and directly operated his psychic energy to further transform and upgrade Yupingen's prosthesis. Yupingen's prosthesis, under the control of Suyu's psychic energy, decomposed on its own. The original implant in Yupingen's prosthesis, the 2 advanced intelligent chips used to assist Yupingen in combat, were also taken out by Suyu at this time. Then, some metal materials piled up in the corner of the mechanical hall also wrapped Yupingen's body at this moment. Yupingen's original idea of considering the brain as the most perfect intelligent chip is not very feasible. After all, the human brain is not a machine, and its durability is not as good as metal, even if it is forcibly transformed into a human brain intelligent chip. And forcibly upgraded, the human brain can't last long either. It can only be said to be an unsuccessful semi-finished product, unless the brain of a superhuman is used as an intelligent chip. Ordinary people like Yupingen will not work. For example, Yupingen now, although he has undergone prosthetic transformation and has become a 4-star high-level combat force from an ordinary person. His strong body is a torture to his brain. If it weren't for the fire of revenge that kept him going, he would have died long ago. Suyu looked at Yu Ping'an and felt a little sorry. Suyu still admired Yu Ping'an, a subordinate with a good character and heart. During the prosthetic transformation, Suyu also persuaded Yu Ping'an. But at that time Yu Ping'an only had hatred for the Ghost tribe in his heart, and only wanted revenge. Even now, Yu Ping'an has long been determined to die. As an ordinary person, he will not live long after the high-intensity prosthetic transformation. After believing and seeing that Suyu has the ability to destroy the entire Ghost tribe, Yu Ping'an just wanted to repay Suyu one last time before he died. Soon, Suyu's transformation was completed. Yu Ping'an's head was covered with a layer of metal prosthesis again. Yu Ping'an now looked like a humanoid mechanical creature. But Suyu knew that under the cold mechanical armor, the person controlling it was still Yu Ping'an. Suyu looked at the newly transformed Yu Ping'an and said, "Now your brain is directly connected to 2 advanced intelligent chips. Your mastery of the prosthesis will be further improved. With the prosthesis I modified for you, you should be able to exert combat power comparable to that of a 5-star primary. By the way, remember to go to the management office before leaving and add the real flame to your prosthesis, which can resist radiation to a certain extent." Yu Ping'an heard this and nodded and said, "Yes, sir. I will bring back the source core crystal for you." After that, Yu Ping'an walked out of the mechanical hall. "Wait." Suyu stopped Yu Ping'an. "You can take these 20 rangers with you. They have all been modified to resist radiation, and can help you in the radiation area." "Not necessarily. You must find the source core crystal. It doesn't matter if you can't find it. I still hope that you can live to see the day when the Ghost tribe is destroyed." After saying that, Suyu stopped talking and took temporary control of the 20 rangers outside the mechanical hall. Handed it to Yu Ping'an. Yu Ping'an paused slightly, replied, "Yes, Mr. Administrator." Then, Yu Ping'an walked out of the door of the mechanical hall. And Suyu also returned to the mechanical space again. Now the population of the mechanical city has reached 40,000. The number of hunting teams, there are already 15 teams. The number of combatants is more than 3,000 people. Even the extraordinary people are more than 1,300. Next is to concentrate on, connect the entire mechanical space and the mechanical city above into a whole. Suyu stood at the core terminal panel, thinking silently. Then, Suyu closed his eyes. Invisible spiritual energy began to cover the entire mechanical space. A large number of rangers, with the blessing of spiritual energy, quickly built the interior of the mechanical space. Suyu was not idle either, and also used spiritual energy to create metal parts one by one, further casting the entire mechanical space more perfectly. According to this progress, within 3 days, I can make the entire mechanical space and the mechanical city into a whole. Just like this, 3 days passed slowly. Chapter 139. The mechanical city is built. The arms mechanic has reached the maximum level. In the center of the mechanical space, at the core terminal, Suyu was standing quietly in front of the core terminal. At this moment, his eyes were closed, and the invisible spiritual energy filled the entire mechanical space. Everything inside the mechanical space was clearly sensed by Suyu. At this moment, at the edge of the mechanical space, a large number of rangers were on standby. Finally, the current mechanical space is as big as the mechanical city above. This unprecedented huge mechanical creation is finally about to be cast. Now, there is only one last step left. To connect the mechanical space with the mechanical city above. Suyu played the steel resonance song, and the invisible spiritual energy once again controlled the rangers at the edge of the mechanical space. The next moment, these rangers received the order from Suyu. They began to dig upwards, and began to connect the mechanical city and the mechanical space with metal creations. Finally, another half a day passed. Suyu opened his eyes. He was a little excited, after all. The huge mechanical creation of the mechanical city, after so many days of non-stop manufacturing, was finally completed. As the rangers connected the last small piece of mechanical space with the mechanical city above, Suyu silently said in his heart, "Manufactured with heart and blood." As Suyu's thoughts ran, the spiritual energy covering the entire mechanical city, a strange change has occurred. Some additional features have been added. A pleasant system prompt finally came to Suyu's ears. "You have completed the production of a mechanical city, excellent level. The difficulty of making this mechanical creation is evaluated as incredible. You have gained 500,000 professional experience points. The level of the munitions mechanic has been upgraded. The War Symphony has been upgraded simultaneously. You have gained 500,000 professional experience points, munitions mechanic LV max. According to your full level core ability, War Symphony, you have obtained the core expertise, full firepower. At the same time as the system prompt sounded, Suyu also felt that his psychic power and physical strength had once again experienced a round of growth. Without time to look at the information about the core expertise, Suyu could only digest the increased psychic power first. The rapid growth of psychic power made Suyu vaguely feel that there seemed to be an illusory steel door in his mind that was about to open. However, the current psychic power could only reach the edge of this door. It cannot be truly opened. That iron door should wait until my spiritual level breaks through to 7 stars before it can be truly opened. 7-star transcendents are transcendents who have truly opened the door to the subspace and who have truly come into contact with the subspace. Both the physical and spiritual systems will undergo a transformation at this stage, but there has never been a 7-star transcendent in this dead wilderness. I don't know, after the subspace riot, when I reach the 7th star, after opening this steel door, what kind of situation will I encounter? Soon, Suyu opened his eyes. He had already digested the increase in strength brought by the level increase. At this time, Suyu's eyes were full of surprise. The munitions mechanic also focuses on the improvement of the spiritual direction. Now, my spiritual star level has reached the advanced 6 stars, and it is not far from the top 6 stars. This is the first time the spiritual star level surpasses the physical star level. Finally, it matches my identity as an extraordinary mechanic. New specialization, full firepower. I wonder what the effect is. At this time, Suyu looked at the newly acquired core specialization. Core specialization, full firepower. Description: arms mechanics are extremely good at long-range attacks and fire suppression, and you, as an experienced arms mechanic, have your own unique insights under fire suppression. You have realized the ability to use psychic energy to open the overload firepower of mechanical creations. Open full firepower, under the effect of your psychic power. The mechanical creations you control can be overloaded for a short period of time, greatly enhancing the firepower effect in a short period of time. This skill, whether it is used by rangers or used to overload other long-range weapons, can greatly improve my burst ability, and it does not conflict with other core specializations. Facing the upcoming war with the Ghost Tribe, this skill can be said to be very timely. After a moment of surprise, Suyu. Then he looked at the job transfer panel again. The level of the munitions mechanic has reached the maximum level. This means that there are 2 second-level professions that have reached the maximum level. However, it is not enough to unlock the 3rd-level profession. Congratulations to the host. Since the level of the munitions mechanic has reached the maximum level, you can start a new job. The host has met the conditions. A new job direction has been opened. Have you unlocked a new job direction? Suyu looked at the job transfer panel with anticipation in his eyes. Employment direction, 2nd-level occupation data mechanic. Battlefield mechanic, main, plus intermediate information technology LV max plus, equals data mechanic. Introduction. One of the advancement paths of battlefield mechanics, but this kind of extraordinary mechanics are not good at frontal combat. They give up the ability to command the legion and turn to the ability of data combat to the maximum. Can use psychic power to invade the enemy's mechanical creations and seize control of them. Powerful data combat capability. Each data mechanic is a top hacker. Suyu looked at this newly emerged 2nd-level profession, and there was some surprise in his eyes. This data mechanic, is it because I upgraded the intermediate information technology to the maximum level that a new job transfer direction appeared? However, this profession does not seem to be suitable for the current situation, but is more suitable for the mechanic civil war, or fighting against enemies who have mastered certain information technology. The Ghost Tribe obviously does not meet these 2 requirements. Facing the Ghost Tribe, we still need stronger frontal combat capabilities to be more secure. This data mechanic can stay after the Ghost Tribe is dealt with, and then change jobs. Suyu thought to himself. The Ghost Tribe is good at psionic energy and psionic technology. Although they have certain mechanical creations, they are relatively crude, and they are not good at information. In this case, then I choose to work as a mechanical wanderer. Suyu did not hesitate. On the current job transfer panel, only mechanical wanderer and data mechanic are available. Since data mechanic is excluded, there is only one option left. Congratulations to the host, successfully employed. Current job, mechanical wanderer, LV1, 0/10,000. Congratulations to the host, successfully awakened the core ability, Mechanical Meditation, LV1, as an elite among mechanical warriors, an outlier among extraordinary mechanics, mechanical wanderers. In countless battles, have learned a meditation method that is very different from the iron meditation method. The psychic power enhanced by this meditation method can allow mechanical wanderers to use psychic power to amplify themselves and face the enemy head-on. It can also be attached to weapons to burst out stronger power. In this way, my psychic power will be able to have the ability to attack head-on like other spiritual transcendents. And my combat ability will become stronger and more comprehensive. A hint of surprise flashed in Suyu's eyes. Although Suyu's mental power had reached the 6-star advanced level before, the psychic energy that Suyu mastered was more of a mild nature, and could only be used to amplify mechanical creations. Even if he mastered the flame of truth later, Suyu's psychic attack only had the means of purification. Moreover, the psychic energy of the mechanical wanderer can also amplify itself. Suyu wanted to try it right away. As a person who possessed multiple meditation methods, the nature of Suyu's psychic energy was, it has long become different from any mechanic of any path. But one thing is certain. That is, the nature of Suyu's psychic energy at this time is stronger than any mechanic of a single path. As the psychic energy fills the whole body, it spreads from the whole body to the blue oath outside the body. Suyu subconsciously waved the right arm of the mechanical armor, and found that this time, both the speed and strength were greatly enhanced. In this way, even if you lose all mechanical creations, I also have at least 6-star frontal combat power. In fact, I think that now, even without using any mechanical creations, I can kill a 6-star radiation lord by myself. If I were the Azure Oath and stand in the center of the mechanical army, then with the increase of various core abilities, then, maybe I can also reach a 7-star combat power. After trying it out, Suyu quickly suppressed his excitement. He came to the core terminal. At this time, the core terminal was no longer a separate mechanical creation, but a brand new mechanical creation integrated with the mechanical city. The mechanical city uses only ordinary materials. Although it is very large, it is still within the scope of excellent mechanical creations. However, it does not matter. The current mechanical city is just a prototype. Many things are not perfect. Suyu stared at the core terminal. The next moment, the data of the mechanical city appeared in Suyu's eyes. Mechanical city. Producer, Suyu. Grade, excellent. Features, Iron Elegy. The mechanical city has a mechanical spirit AI. The computing power of the mechanical spirit AI is responsible for maintaining and operating every part of the mechanical city. When the mechanical city is severely damaged, the mechanical spirit AI will temporarily give up maintaining normal operation and use computing power to resist the enemy. The greater the damage to the mechanical city, the stronger the combat power of the remaining mechanical creations. Features, Mechanical City. The mechanical creations are located within the scope of the mechanical city, will be affected by the computing power of the mechanical spirit AI. Features, City of War. The 4 walls of the mechanical city are equipped with a large number of long-range attack weapons. Under the control of the mechanical spirit AI, the entire mechanical city can suppress firepower when facing danger and burst out with powerful counterattack capabilities. Suyu scanned the panel of the mechanical city. As an extremely huge steel city, the mechanical city is obviously a very special mechanical creation. Both characteristics focus on the direction of legion amplification. In this way, even if I leave the mechanical city, as long as I leave some mechanical creations, the mechanical city can also have a very good combat power under the control of the mechanical spirit AI. Moreover, the combat power of the mechanical city is not only the mechanical city itself, but also the residents living in the mechanical city, who are also part of the combat power of the mechanical city. Suyu thought of this and said to the mechanical spirit AI, Mechanical Spirit, let me see the current situation of the mechanical city. Yes, respected administrator. The mechanical spirit's cold mechanical voice sounded. The next moment, a light curtain displayed on the core terminal. The current number of mechanical city rangers, 557 primary rangers, 76 intermediate melee rangers, 10 advanced melee rangers. The current number of mechanical city iron defenders, 30. The current number of mechanical city shadow hunters, 30. The current number of residents in the mechanical city, more than 43,000. The current number of combatants in the mechanical city, 3,000,1, 300 extraordinary people, 15 extraordinary people above 4 stars. Suyu looked at the numbers displayed on the screen in front of him, and felt excited. The current mechanical city, the frontal combat power, is not weaker than the Ghost Tribe at all, and even a little bit better. And this, the distance from the completion of the mechanical city, only a month has passed. The current mechanical city can no longer be considered a small settlement. Except for the lack of population, but in terms of strength, it has surpassed the Ghost Tribe, which is a medium-sized settlement. Even if I leave, with the current strength of the mechanical city, it is enough to resist the invasion of the Ghost Tribe. You can consider firing a shot at the Ghost Tribe, and test the situation of the Ghost Tribe at the same time. Thinking of this, the idea that Suyu had abandoned before came up again. Suyu subconsciously glanced at his attribute panel. He did not pay attention to the numerous professional skills, but focused his attention on the core abilities: Electromagnetic Rage, Hidden Kill, Resonance Song, Implosion, True Flame, Full Firepower. Suyu did not care about other core abilities, but focused his attention on these core specializations. Suyu looked at these core abilities and core specializations, and muttered to himself, these core abilities and specializations seem to be able to be stacked. The damage and range after stacking will not be small. Why not try to fire at the Ghost Tribe? Even if the Ghost Tribe is doomed to die, the current mechanical city is enough to defend the city, and it is enough to resist a large number of low-level ghosts. Suyu thought so in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. But we still need to plan carefully. We need to build at least a set of spare mechanical armor and electromagnetic sniper cannons. Otherwise, under the electromagnetic rage, the Azure Oath and the current electromagnetic sniper cannons will be scrapped. Thinking of this, Suyu immediately opened his personal terminal and contacted Yang Lai. Soon, Suyu's communication was connected. Uncle Yang, next, you need to prepare the people of the mechanical city for a week, as we may go to war with the Ghost Tribe at any time. Also, has the psionic radar detected any movement from the Ghost Tribe? In the past few days, the people of the mechanical city have also successfully installed psionic radars throughout the Dead Silence Wilderness, forming a basic reconnaissance network, which can ensure that, once special psionic energy appears, the news will be received immediately. On the other end of the communication, Yan Lai heard Suyu's words, and immediately replied, Master Administrator, the mechanical city has been prepared to fight against the Ghost Tribe these days. The captains of the 15 hunting teams, including the new ones, have also adapted to the hunting mode of the mechanical city in the past few days. Suyu nodded. The newly added hunting teams in the mechanical city were all reorganized after the combatants of several settlements that joined later were disbanded. Suyu also increased the exchange contribution of smart chips. These days, the hunting of these hunting teams during this period of time is more about recycling mechanical creations within a range of 10 kilometers around the mechanical city, in order to find more smart chips, but the number is still very small. But for Suyu, it is also a way to supplement the number of mechanical army. At this time, Yang Lai continued, in addition, Captain Yupinon has been leaving for the radiation land for 3 days. It is estimated that he has entered the radiation land a day and a half ago. Currently, he has completely lost contact with the mechanical city. In addition, most of the residents who joined the mechanical city later, all in a very short time, recognizing the mechanical city, with the exchange list of the administrator, and the healing effect of the Flame of Truth, these residents are extremely loyal to the mechanical city. Suyu had naturally anticipated Yang Lai's words. The reason why Suyu was able to accept so many small settlements in this dead wilderness is because the things provided by the mechanical city are extremely valuable to ordinary people in this dead wilderness. Similarly, for 4-star transcendence, the mechanical city can also provide powerful mechanical equipment to enhance its combat power. Except for the leaders of the several settlements that joined later, the people of other settlements have long recognized the identity of the residents of the mechanical city. In this case, the leaders of the several settlements that joined later can only adapt to the change in identity. After reporting the recent situation of the mechanical city, Yang Lai changed his tone and said to Suyu, Manager, No, Brother Su, no matter what you want to do next, please pay attention to safety. The current mechanical city is completely built by you alone. If something happens to you, there will be no hope for this dead wilderness. Suyu heard this and nodded. I understand, Uncle Yang. Then, he hung up the call. The current mechanical city, except for the smart chip, has everything. Next, if you want to develop further, they will definitely face the Ghost Tribe, not to mention that the mechanical city and the Ghost Tribe have long been enemies. I don't know, how is Yupingen doing? Can he bring me back a new source core crystal? However, in any case, it's okay to go to the ghost tribe first, fire a shot from a distance, and test it. There is no need to use the Azure Oath and the electromagnetic sniper cannon. Just rebuild a set of mechanical armor and electromagnetic sniper cannon, and then after firing a shot, return quickly at the speed of the Azure Oath. After hanging up the call, Suyu thought quietly. Then, Suyu patted Nuonyuo, who was waiting on the side, and said, "Nuonyuo, start working." Chapter 140 The Astonishment of the Ghost High Priest, Fusion in Advance. The returning rangers. At the same time, in the center of the ghost tribe, at the altar, the ghost high priest was looking at the remains of the two corpses in front of him, and fell into a long silence. How is this possible? Why did the phantom energy on these remains disappear? Why are there no phantom energy left on the remains of these ghost wolf cavalry? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The horror in the heart of the ghost high priest was hard to describe in words. This was something he had never seen in the past 1,000 years. What kind of power could eliminate the ghost energy in them? And even eliminate it so thoroughly? Like a purification. The ghost high priest quickly stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and carefully observed the remains of the two bodies. He found that he could not see any traces of ghosts in them. At this time, the two ghost hunters who were standing by the side of the high priest were waiting. One of them said, "High priest, these bodies are the bodies of the scout team that went to the dead silent wilderness to find out the truth. As we were bringing the bodies back, we found that most of the small settlements in this dead silent wilderness had disappeared, and there were a large number of detection devices deployed throughout the wilderness. We tried to approach them, but found that those detection devices could detect abnormal changes in psionic energy. Once we approached, we'll send out a signal." What the two ghost hunters were referring to was, of course, the psionic radar that the mechanical city had deployed in this dead wilderness. The ghost hunter continued, "In order to prevent alerting the enemy, we dare not go deep into the wilderness. So, we can only bring back these wreckages. The others are either destroyed so thoroughly that they cannot be brought back, or they are within the range of the detection device. So we dare not go deep into it." Suyu's previous act of killing ghost scouts within a day, these ghost hunters were already scared out of their wits. They naturally did not dare to go deep into the detection range, fearing that they would suffer the same fate as those scouts. "High priest, we have tried our best." The tone of this ghost hunter was extremely humble, revealing deep fear. Although in the eyes of this ghost hunter, they had done a good job in this matter, the temper of the ghost high priest in front of him was always moody. As expected, the next moment, the ghost high priest shifted his attention from the wreckage. He looked up at the two of them, and said in a hoarse voice, "So, this time, you didn't find anything except bringing back these wreckage? You don't know the reason for the settlement's union, nor do you know what happened in the dead silent wilderness. And you can't even find out who our enemy is?" The ghost high priest's tone became neither sad nor happy. It was impossible to tell what he was feeling. He said, "Is this your answer? You told me you tried your best?" The two ghost hunters looked at each other, and saw something was wrong. They said quickly, "High priest, we really can't investigate. After all, if the unknown force can deal with all the reconnaissance troops in one day, they can deal with us." "Yes, High priest." The two ghost hunters hadn't finished their words yet. There was no chance to speak again. I saw that under the black robe of the ghost high priest, there were hundreds of holes on his withered body, and no flesh and blood could be seen in the holes. At this time, countless black tentacles stretched out from these holes, and these tentacles grabbed the two ghost hunters, strangled the necks of the two ghost hunters, and bound their limbs tightly, winding and shrinking them little by little. At this time, the ghost high priest, it no longer looked like a human, but more like a ghost demon. The two ghost hunters could not struggle at all, and they could not even speak words of begging for mercy. The ghost high priest did not care about what the two said, nor did he care whether they were right or wrong. He just wanted to vent his anger, or vent his fear. The power of purifying ghost energy is a mortal enemy to the entire ghost tribe, and even a threat to me. After the ghost high priest judged this, he realized that the threat he faced this time was probably unprecedentedly huge. No matter what, we must eliminate the master of this power, and never let this purification ability appear on this planet. We must harvest a wave in advance, harvest the psionic energy, and merge with the ghost clan leader. Otherwise, I'm afraid something will happen. The ghost high priest was concerned about the unknown means that could purify the psionic energy. Very scared. The fear in the heart of the ghost high priest was beyond measure, but the tentacles on his body were constantly shrinking. Moreover, the tentacles were constantly extracting the phantom energy from the two ghost hunters. After these phantom energies flowed into the body of the high priest, his withered body became a little moisturized. High priest, no. The two ghost hunters spoke with difficulty, but they could not stop the ghost high priest's actions at all. The face of the ghost high priest, there was no expression on his face. Only the black tentacles growing from his eye sockets. Twisting constantly. He ignored the words of the two ghost hunters, and quickly devoured all the spiritual energy of the two ghost hunters with his tentacles. Since you said you tried your best, then give me your all, the ghost priest whispered. Soon, the two ghost hunters withered as their spiritual energy was extracted. As a 5-star spiritualist, the flesh and blood of the two ghost hunters all contained ghost energy, which was accumulated over decades. At this moment, it all became nutrients for the ghost high priest. With the disappearance of the last bit of ghost energy, the two ghost hunters also completely turned into dry bones. However, the bones of the two ghost hunters still had a bright gray-green luster. The ghost high priest piled up the dry bones of the two ghost hunters. Then, he placed them on the steps of the altar. The altar with 63 steps was already filled with piles of bones. However, the other bones had already been drained of their last bit of energy by the high priest, leaving only ordinary broken bones. The bones left by the two ghost hunters were placed on the altar, emitting a faint gray-green luster. The last bit of energy in the bones was also extracted by the high priest using the altar. Seeing the ghost high priest's skilled behavior and the piles of bones on the altar, I knew this wasn't the first time he had done it. This ghost tribe has been established for hundreds of years. Over the years, it has devoured more than 300 or 400 ghost hunters. The special physique of the ghost tribe can help me absorb and offset some of the side effects of the ghost energy. After years of cultivation, the number of people in the ghost tribe has reached 100,000. The probability of ghost hunters appearing is also not small. The tone of the ghost high priest was full of pity. It's just a pity, with so much psionic energy, I still can't open the portal to the subspace. Without the help of the master, I can't return to the 7 stars after all. Otherwise, why would I need to live in this dead wilderness, this barren land, for so long? At this time, the ghost high priest has walked onto the altar, gradually walking towards the top of the altar. As he walked, he looked in the direction of the radiation land, and said with a tone full of resentment, Ghost Emperor, if it weren't for you, how could I fall from the 7 stars, and how could I lose the protection of the great master, and how could I fall into such a situation? However, it doesn't matter. When you make a mistake, it will be paid by your descendants, the ghost clan, the ghost clan. The ghost high priest has walked to the top of the altar, and the unbridled ghost energy begins to expand from him, and gradually covers the entire ghost tribe. Let this ghost clan, which was once prosperous 1,000 years ago, now become the food I feed, become my helper. For the ghost high priest, the people of the ghost tribe were originally his means of digesting the ghost energy. Back then, the ghost high priest selected the remaining ghost clan and formed the ghost tribe for this moment. The dark green ghost energy gradually covered the entire ghost tribe. In the ghost tribe, whether it was the ordinary ghost clan or the ghost wolf cavalry, at this moment, they all turned into monsters that only knew how to fight. Fighting each other, devour. The phantom energy in them turned into nutrients for the victors to grow, and the dissipated phantom energy was slowly absorbed by the altar. The ghost high priest looked at the scene below the altar, which was like purgatory, but with heartache in his eyes. They were supposed to help me break through the 7 stars, but now, I can only force them to grow, and use them in advance. The unknown purification method must be eliminated, although in this way, the ghost tribe will no longer exist, but no matter what, that purification method must be eliminated. The advancement ceremony will take at least 7 days to completely consume the 100,000 people of the ghost tribe. This is my accumulation of hundreds of years. The ghost high priest thought with heartache. And then he looked at the radiation land again, with greed in his eyes, and said, the little girl night ghost should be back in the next 2 days. By then, eating her should be able to stabilize my strength at the top of 6 stars. When the time comes, I will give up this old body and occupy the body of the ghost leader. I may be able to awaken the master, get the master's attention, and return to the 7 stars. The talent of the ghost tribe really makes me jealous. In the space below the altar, the huge body of the 10-meter-tall ghost leader seemed to feel the great changes in the ghost tribe at this time. But he was no longer able to resist, and even his consciousness was washed away by the ghost energy over the years. It became extremely blurry. A day passed slowly. In the mechanical city, in the mechanical space. Suyu was looking at the new blueprint in front of him, and smiled. It was a blueprint of a mechanical armor, but this mechanical armor blueprint looked extremely rough, even a little crude. The mechanical armor on this blueprint, except for a huge core energy source, and a sniper rifle with an absurdly large caliber, only had a little bit of pitiful armor left. Moreover, the shape of this mechanical armor is extremely strange. It is much larger than Suyu's body shape. It would be a pity if a mechanical armor like Azure Oath was scrapped. Even if it is a slightly inferior mechanical armor, it would not be good if it was scrapped at once. Anyway, all I need is the core energy of the mechanical armor, and the power of long-range attack. And it only needs to be strong enough to shoot once. According to this requirement, this new mechanical armor was successfully designed. Suyu looked at the drawing in his hand, and thought for a while, rather than calling it a mechanical armor. It is better to say that this is an external disposable armor upgrade part of the Azure Oath. We can make it first to see the effect. Soon, with Suyu's psychic power running, and Nono's cooperation, 2 sets of new disposable armor parts appeared in front of Suyu. Suyu's eyes were focused, and the properties of the disposable armor parts appeared in Suyu's eyes the next moment. Disposable mechanical armor parts Dawn Type 1. Producer, Suyu. Grade, Special Grade. Features, huge energy core, based on the fact that it is only used once. This set of disposable armor parts uses a huge energy core, ensuring that it can output a huge amount of energy at full power once. After one time, the armor parts are scrapped. Equipment. Long-range weapons. Heavy sea blue electromagnetic sniper cannon large caliber enhancement. Skills. In this way, using this set of external armor parts, firing a shot at the Ghost Tribe will not affect the Azure Oath itself. At this time, Suyu had already put on the Azure Oath. He walked to one of the disposable armor parts and stood in it. The next moment, the new set of armor parts wrapped the entire Azure Oath. The huge core hung on the chest of the Azure Oath, which made Suyu feel a little inconvenient. But it doesn't matter anyway. This set of mechanical armor parts is disposable. Next, we can go to the Ghost Tribe to try out the effect of this set of mechanical armor parts. Thinking of this, Suyu was just about to tell the mechanical spirit AI that he was going out. He got a reminder from the mechanical spirit AI. On the core terminal, the mechanical spirit AI said, "Dear Administrator, the mechanical rangers who went out to explore have reconnected to the data network of the mechanical city. A new ranger has been added, and there are unknown signal fluctuations. Dear Administrator, this ranger is the one that explored the radiation land with Captain Yu Pingyan before. It was detected that this ranger is in extremely damaged condition, and is currently stagnant within a range of 50 kilometers outside the mechanical city." After hearing the voice of the mechanical spirit AI, Suyu paused, and soon remembered that Yu Pingyan took 20 rangers with him when he set out for the radiation land. Yu Pingyan really hasn't come back yet. This ranger should have the information he left behind, and information about the radiation land. Thinking of this, Suyu controlled the Azure Oath, and rushed to the outside of the mechanical city according to the location provided by the mechanical spirit AI. Chapter 141 The Source of Radiation, Another Kind of Psionic Energy, a Living Ghost Emperor? In the wilderness, Suyu, wearing the blue and white figure of Azure Oath, is moving forward. Master, according to the information of the mechanical spirit, the location of the ranger is just 10 kilometers ahead. Nono's voice sounded from the inside of the Azure Oath mechanical armor. Suyu nodded, still moving forward quickly. At the speed of Azure Oath, 10 kilometers can be reached in a blink of an eye. Soon, a canyon came into Suyu's sight. In the center of the canyon, the ranger stood there quietly. From a distance, the ranger was covered with burn marks, and even the damage to the tracks and armor had reached more than 80%. Being able to reach this canyon was enough to show that Suyu's mechanical skills were strong. Suyu did not hesitate, controlling the Azure Oath, and jumped directly into the canyon. He walked quickly to the front of the ranger. After a closer look, Suyu found that the ranger was covered with scars. This was not caused by just one battle, but by dozens of battles, before it became what it is today. Sure enough, the danger in the radiation land is greater than I thought. The scars on this ranger are obviously caused by various radiation beasts. Yu Pingyan encountered many radiation beasts in the radiation land. Suyu looked at the ranger in front of him, and said silently in his heart, after Suyu's prosthetic transformation, Yu Pingyan already had a 5-star combat power. With the assistance of 20 rangers, he could fight even against a 5-star top-level radiation beast lord. But with such combat power, he still died in the radiation land. Moreover, the radiation concentration of this ranger is a bit excessive. If an ordinary person or even a low-star extraordinary person stood next to this ranger for a while, too much radiation can also cause radiation sickness, or even death. However, for me, this radiation is no longer harmful. Suyu sensed the excess radiation left on the ranger in front of him, and thought to himself, now I, relying on the core ability of a fighter, the power of adaptation, have adapted to the radiation to a certain extent. Right now, my body seems to have completely adapted to the excess radiation on this ranger. Suyu silently sensed the radiation from the ranger. But for some reason, Suyu always felt that this radiation had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. It seems that the radiation on this ruined planet is not just nuclear radiation, but a more special product. This radiation seems to have some special properties compared to the radiation in other places on the ruined planet. In a while, we can take this ranger back to study the source of this radiation in detail. Thinking of this, Suyu began to use his psychic energy to check the ranger. Under the perception of psychic energy, the ranger was exposed to Suyu. Suyu noticed that although the ranger was damaged on the outside, it still had a good storage space inside. At this moment, Suyu used his psychic energy to open the damaged armor of the ranger, revealing the interior of the ranger. Inside, there were two things. A transparent crystal with a slightly yellowish tint. This thing was very familiar to Suyu. It was the source core crystal that Suyu was extremely eager for. It was also a manufacturing component of the intelligent chip device. Although the purity of the source core crystal in front of him was not as good as the one Yupinon had presented before, the size of the source core crystal in front of him was extremely huge. It was as big as a wheel. However, at this moment, Suyu, looking at this source core crystal, was not very happy in his heart, because he saw another thing placed in the inner space of the ranger. It was a burnt advanced intelligent chip, along with mechanical parts, and a little brain tissue. Yupinon. Suyu sighed. After all, he didn't come back alive. Suyu naturally recognized the origin of this advanced intelligent chip with a little brain tissue attached. It was the one that belonged to Yupinon. This advanced intelligent chip, it was before Yupinon entered the radiation land, when Suyu was performing prosthetic transformation on Pindon, and connected to the part on Yupingon's brain. Then, Suyu looked inside the ranger, and found that the device that stored information inside the ranger was well preserved. This was obviously the last information Yupinon left for Suyu. At that moment, Suyu did not hesitate, and wrapped the entire ranger's wreckage with psychic energy. Then, he returned to the mechanical city. In order to prevent the radiation from the rangers from affecting other residents in the mechanical city, Suyu used his psychic energy to condense the flame of truth, blocking the radiation from the entire ranger wreckage, and did not go through the main gate. After the mechanical space and the mechanical city were officially connected, Suyu also reserved multiple passages outside the walls of the mechanical city. Entering the mechanical space through the passage, Suyu still did not remove the flame of truth, but planned to study it this way. Then, Suyu took out the information storage device inside the ranger, purified the radiation on it with the flame of truth, and put it aside. Then, Suyu looked at the remains of the ranger. The radiation on this ranger is extremely strong, and I have a feeling that the radiation on this ranger comes from the radiation land, and its nature is fundamentally different from the radiation in other places on the ruined star. There seems to be something extra inside. Suyu stared at the remains of the ranger, and his psychic energy was running to the extreme, constantly sensing this special radiation. Soon, Suyu sensed something special from this radiation. It was a special activity. Its nature, in Suyu's opinion, was a bit similar to psychic energy or psionic energy. Indeed, my previous perception was not wrong. The radiation in this radiation land, there must be other things involved. At that moment, Suyu wrapped the entire ranger remains with the flame of truth, start purifying little by little. Suyu's movements were very careful, trying only to purify the radioactive part of the ranger wreckage, leaving behind the extra things in the radiation. After a while, under the powerful purifying effect of the flame of truth, and Suyu's mental perception, the radioactive residue from the radiation land on the ranger wreckage at this time had completely disappeared. Instead, there was a black pearl-sized black energy floating in front of Suyu. Suyu's eyes were extremely solemn. He had already recognized the source of the black energy. It was psionic energy. The nature of this psionic energy is very strange. Suyu was very familiar with psionic energy. Whether it was Li He or the wolf riders of the ghost tribe, Suyu had seen the psionic energy on them. This psionic energy is completely different from the psionic energy that Li He and the wolf riders of the ghost tribe possess. Its nature, although equally violent, it also has the side effect of bloodthirstiness. But this black psionic energy gives me the feeling of another kind of psionic energy. It's like the psionic energy belonging to two people is different in nature. This psionic energy and the psionic energy mastered by the ghost tribe also belong to two people. So you thought of this, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The essence of psionic energy is also a special kind of psionic energy. A violent psionic energy. And psionic energy is different because of the difference between extraordinary people. There will also be different changes in properties. This new psychic energy is obviously the same. So you began to recall that the psychic energy on Li He and the psychic energy on the ghost tribe wolf riders are basically the same, or even the same kind of psychic energy. Originally I thought that the psychic energy of Li He and the ghost wolf riders was the same psychic energy, because of the rapid development of psychic energy, which led to it, but now it seems that this is not the case. Li He and the ghost tribe, it is not that they have mastered the psionic energy, but that they have only obtained the psionic energy mastered by a certain existence, and thus quickly became stronger. Their psionic energy is just rootless water, and it is possible that a higher level person who has mastered the psionic energy will extract the psionic energy from them at any time. So you looked at the black psionic energy floating in front of him again. The black psionic energy that is condensed into substance is obviously not the same as the one mastered by the ghost tribe. And it can even be said that they are not of the same level. The psionic energy mastered by the ghost tribe and Li He, it comes from the reward of the unknown existence behind them. Then who does this black phantom energy come from? The ghost emperor of the ghost empire? So you quickly thought of it. The ghost emperor who established the huge ghost empire in a very short time, but the huge ghost empire quickly declined in a very short time, and even became the culprit for the current tragic situation of the ruined star. The ghost emperor is brutal and murderous. The current situation of the ruined star is caused by the ghost emperor alone. The huge ghost empire was also destroyed by the ghost emperor. This is the information left in the old administrator's letter. So you quickly recall the information about the ghost emperor. If Suyu had just received the administrator's letter, he would not understand the ghost emperor's behavior. But now, after Suyu got the information left by the Sun Mecha, he knew that there was a mastermind behind the ruins. The ghost emperor's behavior is not so illogical. Assuming that this psionic energy is the psionic energy that the ghost emperor controls, then the source of this psionic energy is likely to come from the unknown existence that shrouds the ruined star. Then the ghost emperor is likely to be the person chosen by the unknown existence to unify the ruined star, thereby gathering strength and escaping the blockade of Zhang Qinfeng's mechanical creations. Even the establishment of the entire ghost empire, including the psionic energy itself, was provided by the unknown existence. The more Suyu recalled the information about the ghost empire, the more he felt that the ghost empire was very treacherous. The ghost emperor has mastered the ghost energy, and unlike the ghost tribe and Li He, the ghost emperor has completely transformed this ghost energy into his own strength. Considering that the ghost emperor single-handedly led the demise of the ghost empire, the ghost emperor obviously knew the purpose of the unknown existence. From this perspective, the demise of the ghost empire is no longer a demise, but a rebellion. He was brutal and murderous because he knew that the unknown existence needed to rely on the humans on the ruins to exist, which was a means of threatening the unknown existence. Moreover, the ghost emperor killed to resist the side effects of the phantom energy. He destroyed the ghost empire, which was not destruction, but a resistance against the unknown existence. So, from the perspective of the entire human race, the ghost emperor was not a pure evil person. Of course, he is not a good person. So you thought of this. His eyes became clearer, and he gradually figured out everything. So you looked at the black phantom energy again, and he was a little confused. But there is one thing I am curious about. Why can this phantom energy from the ghost emperor last for thousands of years? Or even more than thousands of years? Normally, after the death of a transcendent, the spiritual energy can only last for a period of time and then dissipate. Even the phantom energy of the ghost tribe, it will only last for a few decades at most, and then it will completely dissipate. The nature of psionic energy is indeed a little more special than psychic energy, but it is impossible for it to last for such a long time after the death of the extraordinary person who mastered psionic energy. It can even continue to expand outward with time. This does not seem to be ownerless psionic energy at all, but rather it seems to be controlled by someone. Controlled by someone. The more Suyu thought about it, the more likely it was if this psionic energy really came from the Ghost Emperor, and it has not dissipated in these thousands of years instead, along with the expansion of the radiation land, mixed in the radiation, increasing the scope of the radiation land little by little. In this way, doesn't it mean that the Ghost Emperor is not dead yet? Even in the past thousands of years, he has been using psionic energy to expand the scope of the radiation land? Thinking of this, Suyu is shocked. But soon, Suyu figured it out. No, he may not be still alive. Perhaps the psionic nature of High Star Transcendence will be different. This is why the ghost energy has been preserved for 1,000 years. Even if he is still alive, with the power and means of the Ghost Emperor, he will definitely choose to rebuild the Ghost Empire. And after 1,000 years, there has been no movement in the Radiation Ghost City in the Radiation Land. So, even if the Ghost Emperor is still alive, his condition will not be too good. So you recall the unknown existence that was still sleeping, and came to a conclusion in his heart. So, the Ghost Emperor resisted the unknown existence back then. Will it eventually lead to a situation where both sides suffer losses? Thinking of this, Suyu looked at the black psionic energy in front of him. After recording the parameters of the psionic energy in front of him through the mechanical spirit AI, Suyu purified the psionic energy in front of him to prevent accidents. With the burning of the flame of truth, the black psionic energy was completely transformed into nothingness. Then, Suyu looked at the information storage device of the Ranger that was placed aside in advance. Next, let's see what information you pinged and left for me about the radiation land. Maybe it can confirm my previous thoughts. Suyu connected the information storage device to the screen and then turned it on. As the screen lit up, the picture of the radiation land from the perspective of this Ranger also came into Suyu's eyes. Chapter 142 Radiation Land. The Ghost tried digging for source core crystals. The screen lights up. What comes into view is a barren dark brown land. On this land, there is no life, only endless loneliness. Only the roars and roars of radiation beasts from time to time, reminding you that this radiation land is only superficially peaceful, and danger may appear at any time. Is this the environment in the radiation land? Compared with the radiation land, this dead and silent wilderness seems to be full of life. Suyu said in his heart. At this time, Yu Pinon appeared in the center of the screen. In the picture recorded by this Ranger, Yu Pingon's condition was not good. He even limped while walking. The prosthetic armor on his body was also damaged in many places. The Ranger was following Yu Pinon all the way. At this time, it was already the third day since Yu Pinon entered the radiation land. There were originally 20 Rangers. Only 7 were left. And even Yu Pingon's prosthetics were covered with scars. Yu Pingon turned around and looked at the remaining 7 Rangers, and sighed helplessly. This radioactive land is more dangerous than I thought. There are too many radioactive beasts I encountered. In the past 2 days, I encountered different types of radioactive beasts every day, with varying strengths and numbers. Most of them could be dealt with. But just yesterday, I encountered a herd of hundreds of 3-star radioactive beasts. Although we finally used the true flame provided by the administrator to repel them, there were only 7 Rangers left, and the true flame was running low. Yu Pinon said to the 7 Rangers as if leaving a message, but fortunately, we didn't encounter a strong group of radiation beasts today. We are now very close to the mine of the source core crystal. Yu Pinon led the remaining 7 Rangers forward, and he moved very carefully, fearing the possibility of encountering other radioactive beasts in the upper radiation land. Soon, a small hill appeared in front of Yu Pingon, and according to the information left by Yu Pingon's mother, the mine containing the source core crystal was not far below the hill. However, at this moment, Yu Pingon heard the mechanical roar coming from the front through his modified prosthetic body, which brought him super hearing. Buzz buzz buzz. It sounded like some kind of tool for mining, or running at full speed. And this mechanical roar, obviously, is not the sound made by the radiation beast. At this moment, both Yu Pinon in the picture, and Suyu who was watching are in doubt. There are people in this radioactive land? And they are still mining the source core crystal? Suyu looked at the source core crystal with a low purity brought back by Yu Pinon. It seems that the reason why Yu Pinon did not come back is probably because of this incident. Suyu continued to watch patiently. Yu Pinon in the picture, obviously, after discovering that there might be humans ahead, immediately raised his vigilance to the maximum. Yu Pinon left the Ranger where he was, and asked him to remain dormant and not make any sound. He walked forward alone, moving quickly and quietly towards the hillside. Soon, with the concealment provided by the prosthesis, Yu Pinon reached the top of the hillside. Then, Yu Pinon carefully hid behind a rock and quietly poked out half of his body. He looked down the hill, where the mechanical roar came from. So you noticed that you pinned on in the picture, after poking out half of his body from behind the rock, seemed to see something. Then, Yu Pingin's body trembled uncontrollably, as if he was trying his best to suppress his inner emotions. Suyu was very curious when he saw this scene. This ranger, left by Yu Pingin at the foot of the hill, I could only record Yu Pingin climbing up the hillside. And behind the stone, I saw the place where the mechanical roar came from, but I can't know what Yu Pingin saw. It's just that, with Yu Pingin's modified prosthesis, under normal circumstances, even if Yu Pingin can't suppress his emotions, it won't affect the trembling of the prosthesis. So you looked at the picture, and Yu Pingin, who was trying his best to suppress himself, began to think. So, is it because Yu Pingin's brain is directly connected to the smart chip, which has brought about the influence? Or Yu Pingin saw? He saw the enemy who destroyed his wanderer settlement, who also killed his father, so his emotions can't be suppressed. The ghost tribe? What do they want the source core crystal for? Although Suyu couldn't see Yu Pingin's perspective, but through the images recorded by this ranger, and Yu Pingin's performance, I also guessed the general situation. At this time, Yu Pingon on the hillside, after a moment, chose to come down from the hillside. He returned to the 7 rangers, and on his face covered with prosthetics, he could not see what Yu Pingin's emotions were at the moment. But Suyu could see from the slightly trembling prosthetic hands of Yu Pingon in the picture, that Yu Pingon was trying his best to suppress his anger and hatred. He stood there for a while, listening to the roar of the machinery in front getting louder and louder. Yu Pingon finally took action. He commanded 7 rangers, and they slowly moved up the hillside, trying their best to control the sound. Soon, the 7 rangers, under Yu Pingin's command, slowly reached the top of the mountain. And Suyu finally saw the place where the mechanical roar was coming from through the images recorded by the ranger. It was a mine, an area of the mine exposed in the open air, and a large amount of soil had been dug out. The originally flat ground has become bumpy due to the digging. Moreover, this open-air mining area is very large. It seems that the original mines were completely dug out, which forced the miners to dig in other places. At this time, the people digging the mine were also recorded by the rangers, including their clothes, the psychic jars on their backs, and the giant mechanical wolves standing by. If it wasn't the ghost wolf pack of the ghost tribe, then who else could it be? However, so you noticed that there were more than 700 ghost wolf riders in the picture, but the auras of most of them seemed extremely unstable, as if they had just broken through. Most of the ghost wolf riders were working in pairs at this time, constantly using a mechanical device to dig the land around the mine area. However, in most cases, what they dug up were just clods of earth. So you noticed that not only were the auras of these ghost wolf riders extremely unstable, but they were also injured. Could it be that these ghost wolf riders were just born in this radiation area? Isn't this too dangerous? This batch of newly matured ghost wolf riders should be used to supplement the hundreds of ghost wolf riders who died in my hands before. But they were just born, and under normal circumstances, they should not be able to stabilize their ghost energy. Why are they being brought into this radioactive land to mine now? Suyu was somewhat puzzled. Although he had long known that the psychic supernatural beings could devour each other to enhance their strength, and all the psychic supernatural beings in the ghost tribe possessed essentially the same psychic energy, which could be plundered by higher-ranking psychics at any time. No, it shouldn't be. The ghost tribe is not short of people. Rather than saying that they have brought this group of newly matured ghost wolf cavalry into this radiation land, rather, these ghost wolf cavalrymen are more like being ripened in the radiation land. Based on the picture and the information he has, Suyu began to think quickly. It should be like this. The ghost wolf cavalrymen of the ghost tribe can only be quickly ripened in this radiation land. The reason why they risked their lives to come in is probably because there is something in the radiation land that can ripen the ghost wolf cavalrymen. And in this radioactive land? Is there anything that the ghost tribe needs that the outside world doesn't have? Suyu quickly thought of it when analyzing the residual radiation on this ranger before. The purified psionic energy that was suspected to be left by the Ghost Emperor. They gave birth to the Ghost Wolf Cavalry, and they need the psionic energy of the Ghost Emperor. That should be right. According to rumors, the Ghost Tribe is the remnant of the Ghost Empire, and inherited the technology of the Ghost Empire. Now it seems that, indeed, they not only knew that the radiation in this land contained the ghost energy of the Ghost Emperor, but also found a way to use this ghost energy to give birth to the Ghost Wolf Cavalry. Suyu stared closely at the Ghost Wolf Cavalry, who were digging in the mine through the perspective of the ranger. Soon, Suyu saw a ghost wolf cavalry who was digging well. But suddenly his face turned pale. And then, on his body, holes of varying sizes continued to appear. And his body was also swelling abnormally. Then, the ghost wolf cavalryman suddenly exploded. And the psionic energy in the psionic energy storage tank on his back also exploded. The dissipated black-green psionic energy turned into a black-green mist. In the air, wisps of black psionic energy inexplicably appeared and sank into the black-green ghost mist. The dissipated black-green psionic energy, but it inexplicably grew a little stronger. But in Suyu's opinion, these scattered psionic energies, rather than colliding with the radiation in the radiation land, it was more like absorbing the psionic energy of the Ghost Emperor contained in the radiation. Moreover, the psionic energy of the Ghost Emperor was assimilated, turned into black-green psionic mist. At this time, the dead Ghost Wolf Cavalry, the surrounding Ghost Wolf Cavalry, all closed their eyes and began to absorb this scattered psionic mist. Moreover, Suyu noticed that the faces of these Ghost Wolf Cavalrymen were somewhat calm, as if because they had absorbed and assimilated a little bit of the ghost energy of the Ghost Emperor. The black-green ghost energy mist had become more peaceful and easier to absorb. Then, one after another among the more than 700 Ghost Wolf Cavalrymen, they could not bear the side effects of the ghost energy and the birth-inducing effect, and began to swell and burst continuously. After the death of hundreds of Ghost Wolf Cavalrymen, the remaining Ghost Wolf Cavalrymen absorbed more psionic energy and became more stable, no longer as unstable as before. This scene made Suyu suddenly realize that he thought, this is why the Ghost Tribe wants to give birth to Ghost Wolf Cavalrymen in this radiation land. The psionic energy that escaped after the death of the Ghost Wolf Cavalrymen, for some reason, can attract the psionic energy of the Ghost Emperor in the radiation land for assimilation. And after absorbing the psionic energy of another nature of the Ghost Emperor, the Ghost Wolf Cavalry can absorb the psionic energy again, and become stable, and resist the side effects of psionic energy to a certain extent. But why can the Ghost Tribe assimilate the psionic energy of the Ghost Emperor? Is it because they are the survivors of the Ghost Empire? But logically speaking, most of the people who are still alive in the entire Ruins planet, their ancestors have a relationship with the Ghost Empire, and they can all be regarded as the survivors of the Ghost Empire. And the assimilation of the psionic energy of the Ghost Emperor just now, essentially, is more like an instinctive feedback. So you thought about this, and came to a conclusion. Unless there is a deeper connection between the Ghost Tribe and the Ghost Emperor. Like blood. Ghost Tribe. Ghost Clan. Only this can explain everything. Suyu thought quietly while looking at the picture. At this time, Yu Pingyan in the picture also noticed the scene. But he didn't think too much. Instead, he stared at a woman in the center of the mine area. That was the leader of this group of Ghost Wolf Cavalry. And the culprit who destroyed the Wanderer settlement before. Night Ghost. Night Ghost looked at the Ghost Wolf Cavalry that were constantly exploding and dying, with an inexplicable luster in his eyes. These were all her people. Her father, who asked Night Ghost to take care of them before being completely controlled by the Ghost High Priest. But now, they had to sacrifice in vain in this radiation land because of an order from the Ghost High Priest. In the end, 500 Ghost Wolf Cavalrymen who only knew how to fight were born. She hated the Ghost High Priest, and hated her own weakness and powerlessness even more. But she knew that after practicing the psychic meditation method provided by the High Priest, she was destined to become the nutrient of the High Priest. Even if she was gifted and raised her spiritual power to the top 5 stars, it was still nutrient for the High Priest who mastered high-level psychic energy. Looking at the successive deaths of the Ghost Wolf Cavalrymen, and the painful expressions on their faces when they died, the expression on Night Ghost's face also gradually changed, and a sick smile appeared on his pretty face. At this time, a Ghost Wolf Cavalryman next to Night Ghost could not bear the ride of ghost energy in his body, and his body became swollen. Before swelling, he stretched out his hand to Night Ghost, as if asking for help from Night Ghost. "Yer, save me!" The Ghost Wolf Cavalryman endured the pain caused by the swelling of his body and spoke to Night Ghost. However, the next moment, Night Ghost's foot stepped hard on the hand stretched out by the Ghost Wolf Cavalryman. "Save you? Why?" Chapter 143 Revenge. "Save you? Why?" Night Ghost looked at the hope in the middle-aged man's eyes, but rejected him coldly the next moment. Night Ghost recognized this Ghost Wolf Rider. Before becoming a Ghost Wolf Rider, this man was just an ordinary middle-aged man in the Ghost Tribe. When Night Ghost was young, this middle-aged man had held her in his arms. Not only that, Night Ghost also used his mental power directly to crush this middle-aged man, who was inflated in advance. The middle-aged man immediately turned into dissipated psionic mist. The Ghost Wolf cavalrymen around Night Ghost subconsciously distanced themselves from Night Ghost. Don't blame me. I can't protect you. Because to the High Priest, I am just a weakling. A nourishment. And to me, you are the same. Night Ghost chuckled. She activated her psionic energy, absorbing all the psionic energy dissipated from the man's body after his death, and a sick smile appeared on her beautiful face. Night Ghost naturally remembered her father. The words that the Ghost clan leader told her, before being controlled by the High Priest. She also tried to protect her people. But the final result was failure. The Ghost High Priest, who mastered high-level ghost power, fundamentally eliminated the Ghost clan's ability to resist. Night Ghost did not dare to resist. Nor was she able to resist. She could only watch these former tribesmen of hers turn into Ghost Wolf cavalrymen who only knew how to kill. Just like before, she was also unable to save the Ghost leader, who was controlled by the High Priest. Therefore, Night Ghost could only choose to kill the weak to vent her anger and hatred. The reason why she chose to control the leader of the Wanderer settlement, Yu Ping'an's father, was to kill Yu Ping'an's mother with her own hands. Because she liked this feeling. She liked the feeling of venting her own pain on innocent people. Speaking of which, the look in the eyes of the kid in the Wanderer settlement at that time, I really miss it. It's exactly the same as what I did back then. Night Ghost couldn't help but recall, when she was controlling the leader of the Wanderer settlement, the look in Yu Ping'an's eyes, who was hiding in the crowd. As a 5-star top-level spiritual power person, how could she not sense Yu Ping'an, who was hiding in the crowd at that time? However, Night Ghost deliberately ignored it. She liked to see Yu Ping'an's desperate, but helpless look, that look in Yu Ping'an's eyes who was hiding in the crowd. She didn't even dare to cry loudly. How similar to me back then. The strong should bully the weak. This is the rule in this dead wilderness. Night Ghost thought morbidly. She had done this kind of thing more than once. And only by replicating her own experience on others could Night Ghost feel a moment of peace. Her personality had long been morbidly changed by the long-term abuse of the Ghost High Priest. She didn't dare to take revenge on the Ghost High Priest. She just wanted to vent her anger and rage on the weaker ones. Yu Ping'an on the hillside obviously also noticed this scene. Night Ghost. Night Ghost. Yu Ping'an looked at the figure of Night Ghost. He muttered to himself. After the demise of the Wanderer settlement, Yu Ping'an lived like a walking corpse. He wanted revenge. But he had no ability. He was just an ordinary person. So Yu Ping'an could only take the remaining old, weak and sick people in the Wanderer settlement, wandering in the wilderness, and trying his best to protect the rest of the team. Fortunately, Yu Ping'an was lucky, and successfully came to shelter number 73, and joined the shelter. Relying on the source core crystal, he became a cyborg. Yu Ping'an touched the red rope hanging on his chest. After offering the source core crystal, only this red rope was left. In Yu Ping'an's view, meeting the Night Ghost in the source core land at this time was completely a chance for revenge given to him by God. To some extent, the fate of Yu Ping'an and Yi Yuhan is exactly the same. However, the choices they made are completely different. Yi Yuhan dared not seek revenge, but only inflicted his own suffering on others. It is obvious that Yu Ping'an is the same. In order to seek revenge, Yu Ping'an is willing to seize every opportunity, and will never inflict his suffering on others. He is only cruel to himself. It is precisely because of this that Yu Ping'an met Suyu. Given a new life by Suyu, Master Administrator, I may not be able to return alive. Yu Ping'an looked back at the 7 rangers, as if leaving a last word. But Master Administrator, I will definitely repay your kindness, and I will definitely bring back the source core crystal. After saying that, Yu Ping'an squatted behind the stone again, as if waiting for a good opportunity. Suyu looked at Yu Ping'an in the picture, and then looked at the one placed aside at this time, a wheel-sized source core crystal. This source core crystal is very large, but its purity is not as good as the one Yu Ping'an presented before. Hearing what Yu Ping'an said in the picture, Suyu nodded and said, "You did it. And you did pay it back. This wheel-sized source core crystal is enough to make a large intelligent chip manufacturing equipment. Although the purity is not high, it may not be able to make advanced or special chips. But it is too large. Yu Ping'an, how did you do it?" Suyu looked at Yu Ping'an in the picture with curiosity in his heart. He saw that Yu Ping'an in the picture had been crouching behind the stone. He was looking for an opportunity. Soon, the opportunity Yu Ping'an was waiting for came. More than 100 of the original 700 Ghost Wolf cavalrymen had exploded because they could not bear the side effects of the psionic energy. And now, the second wave of explosions began. As the second wave of Ghost Wolf cavalry began to explode, a large amount of psionic energy overflowed. The remaining Ghost Wolf cavalry stood in place, absorbing and digesting the overflowing psionic energy. The Ghost Wolf cavalry were unable to move for a while. Yu Pinon moved immediately, diving down from the hillside. After the full-bodied prosthetic transformation, Yu Pingan's own strength was enough to rival a 5-star primary extraordinary person. Although Yu Pingan's prosthetic body was at this time, because it encountered a group of radioactive beasts, the prosthesis was damaged to a certain extent. But under Yu Pingan's reckless performance, the prosthesis still burst out at an astonishing speed. In addition, the advanced intelligent chip directly connected to the brain brought about the increase in computing power, allowing Yu Pinon to use every part of the prosthesis to the extreme. Through the chip connected to the brain, it corrected the slight imbalance in the process of movement caused by the damage of the prosthesis little by little. Down the hillside, in the mine area, the night ghost naturally noticed the scene. She looked at Yu Pinon, who had been completely transformed after the prosthetic transformation, with some doubt in her eyes. What is this? A mechanical creation? Or a prosthetic human? As a spiritual transcendent, Night Ghost quickly sensed that the humanoid mechanical creation rushing towards her was not an intelligent machine, but a person who had undergone prosthetic transformation all over his body. A living person. It's quite interesting. In this radiation land, why would such a prosthetic human appear? Moreover, looking at his appearance, it seems that he is coming for me, and he seems to hate me very much. Night Ghost looked at Yu Pingan, who was swooping down towards her, with great interest. Although it was unexpected, Night Ghost was not afraid at all. In her opinion, this strange mechanical creature in front of her was of average strength, and was seriously damaged. It should be easy to deal with. She did not recognize that the man in front of her was Yu Pingan, but she just felt it was interesting. It was the Ghost Wolf cavalry who absorbed the psionic energy, and the thought of being unable to move. Want to kill me? Night Ghost stretched out her hand. An invisible mental force field slowly emerged from her body, towards the direction of Yu Pingan, suppressed it. Night Ghost wanted to control the monster in front of her that had been transformed with prosthetics. She could see that the level of mechanical technology on the prosthetics in front of her was extremely high. For such things, she naturally had to study them carefully. At this time, Yu Pingan has gained mobility through the prosthetics. She bypassed the Ghost Wolf riders and rushed straight to the direction of Night Ghost. A large amount of ghost energy, under the control of Night Ghost's mental power, turned into a large ghost energy hand and grabbed Yu Pingan. Facing the attack of Night Ghost, Yu Pingan tried to dodge through his prosthesis and dodged several mental powers of Night Ghost in succession. But in the end, he was still controlled by Night Ghost. Night Ghost used mental power to control Yu Pingan with interest and brought Yu Pingan in front of her. With a playful look in his eyes, he asked with interest, "Who are you? Judging from your actions, do you want to kill me? I guess you and I have a grudge. But I am very curious. There is no spiritual energy fluctuation in your body, which means that you are not a superhuman, but just an ordinary person. However, you can rely on this strange prosthesis to exert such strong power." At this time, Yu Pingan, who was controlled, lowered his head and said nothing. It seems that he has long lost the ability to resist. However, under the prosthetic body of Yu Pingan's head, the brain connected to the advanced intelligent chip has increased the computing power of the prosthetic body to the extreme. The remaining energy of the prosthetic body is 67%, and there is still a lot of real flame left. It's enough. Enough, Yu Pingan said silently in his heart. But on the surface, he lowered his head and looked like he had given up. In the eyes of Night Ghost, Yu Pingan at this time had given up resistance. But to be on the safe side, Night Ghost used his mental power to cut off the limbs of Yu Pingan's prosthesis. After Yu Pingan's brain was connected to the advanced intelligent chip, in order to maximize the power of the prosthesis, it was naturally connected to the nerve tissue. At this time, the pain transmitted by the severed limb nerves did not cause Yu Pingan any fluctuations. When Yu Pingan was brought to her, she said with great curiosity, "I am very curious. Who has such technology, being able to transform an ordinary person like you into this appearance? This kind of mechanical technology is rare even in my ghost tribe. Now tell me why you want to kill me. Tell me who is behind you, and I can give you a quick death." As she spoke, Night Ghost's mental power began to penetrate into Yu Pingan's prosthesis little by little. She wanted to see the structure of this prosthesis, and who the person in front of her was. However, the next moment, along with Night Ghost's mental power, slightly penetrated into the surface of the prosthesis. Her expression changed, becoming extremely frightened. Subconsciously, Night Ghost wanted to throw Yu Pin-on out, but it was too late. Yu Pin-on raised his head, which had been lowered, and stared at Night Ghost in front of him. The next moment, the white flame of truth ignited from Yu Pingin's body. It completely enveloped Yu Pin-on. In front of the flame of truth, psionic energy was like encountering a natural enemy. Under Yu Pingin's control, it quickly dissipated. Although he had lost his limbs at this time, Yu Pingin thought that this was his best chance to kill Night Ghost. Several small holes on the back of the prosthesis opened, and several small boosters spewed out blue flames. Yu Pingin's body also used this power to rush towards Night Ghost's body. Looking at Night Ghost's beautiful face and terrified expression, Yu Pingin's eyes were filled with deep hatred. Yu Pingin opened the prosthetic armor on his face. She bit Night Ghost's neck tightly. "Is it you?" Night Ghost also recognized Yu Pingin, and she subconsciously wanted to use her mental power to throw Yu Pingin away. However, in front of the true flame burning on Yu Pingin, Night Ghost's ghost, like encountering a natural enemy, had no ability to resist at all. From the beginning, Yu Pingin did not expect that he could defeat Night Ghost head-on. Although he had a 5-star combat power, but in front of Night Ghost, who was a 5-star top spiritual transcendent, Yu Pingin's fighting power is still not good enough. He just approached Night Ghost, and then borrowed the purification ability of the Flame of Truth, and the energy contained in the prosthesis, and took Night Ghost with him. Night Ghost, through his mental power, keenly perceived the white flame on Yu Pingin at this time, the power that seemed to be the natural enemy of the phantom energy. At this moment, along with the energy core inside Yu Pingin's prosthesis, it exploded together. The exploding flames, plus the Flame of Truth, instantly wrapped up Night Ghost. No! Night Ghost tried to resist, but it was completely useless. Under the purifying effect of the Flame of Truth, Night energy was like encountering a natural enemy. If there were people around Night Ghost at this time, Night Ghost could control these people through mental power, and block the purification of the Flame of Truth for her. However, there was no one around her at this time. In the end, Night Ghost turned into ashes under the purification of the Flame of Truth, scattered in this radioactive land. Yu Pin-on was also transformed into metal fragments with the explosion. The Ghost Wolf Cavalry around the mining area, they had just become Ghost Wolf Cavalry not long ago, and were still resisting the side effects of psionic energy. At this time, along with the death of Night Ghost, these Ghost Wolf Cavalry, who were originally ordinary people, lost control of their negative emotions. Chaos occurred. A large number of Ghost Wolf Cavalry, their bodies gradually became deformed due to the side effects of psionic energy, transformed into ghost demons, killing each other, or fleeing in all directions. In the footage recorded by the Rangers, the Ghost Wolf Riders soon scattered in the wilderness, and the Rangers left by Yu Pingin on the hillside followed the instructions left by Yu Pingin, walked down the hillside. They collected the source core crystals, and Yu Pingin's prosthetic remains left behind by the Ghost Wolf Riders. The ranger that recorded the footage just happened to pick up the advanced intelligent chip that was connected to Yu Pingin's brain. Afterwards, the rangers who had cleaned up the battlefield walked towards the periphery of the radiation land. Chapter 144 Ranger Production Line. 100,000 Ghost Demons. The scene ended, Suyu remained silent for a long time, and finally sighed. The old manager and Yu Pingin, in Suyu's mind, are rare and excellent people. Such people, on this ruined planet, are very rare. In a short period of time, these two people died in front of Suyu one after another. Even if he was determined, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Yu Pingin's life and fate, really unfortunate. Although he finally avenged himself and killed Night Ghost, he paid the price with his life. However, from a certain perspective, Yu Pin-on was lucky. After all, there were many people as unfortunate as Yu Pin-on on this ruined planet. How many people had the opportunity to take revenge? So when Yu Pin-on died, he probably had no fear in his heart, only gratitude and pleasure. Suyu only sighed for a moment, and then got rid of this emotion. This kind of luck of dying together with the enemy is really good. I don't want it. He was not interested in dying with any enemy. But if he didn't want this kind of luck, he had to improve his strength, to ensure that he had the strength to fight any powerful enemy. So Suyu quickly regrouped, and his heart was full of fighting spirit. The enemies he would face in the future were much more terrifying than Yu Pingin's enemies. If he wanted to get out of this ruined planet and enter the Sea of Stars, he had to face the unknown existence. There is even a blockade of the creation left by Zhang Chenfeng. So Suyu cannot have any weak emotions. He must do his best to become stronger, only then can he have a chance to achieve his goal. After Suyu sorted out his emotions, he looked at the smart chip left by Upin-on, and the little brain tissue. He picked up the chip and checked it. Ding! Combat smart chip said. Grade, Advanced, 35% computing power has been damaged, now grade, Intermediate. Features, General. Suyu found that its computing power had been damaged. It fell from high level to middle level. But fortunately, it was not scrapped. So Suyu collected it, and prepared to use it to make a ranger. When the war with the ghost tribe begins, he will take it with him, so that Upin-on can follow him, and witness the destruction of the ghost tribe. As for the small piece of brain tissue, Suyu asked the mechanical spirit to send a message to the people of the original Wanderer settlement, asking them to take the brain tissue away, and take it back for burial. After all, Upin-on is the young master of the Wanderer settlement. They should be the ones to bury him. Half an hour later, those people from the Wanderer settlement came to the mechanical hall. As soon as they arrived at the mechanical hall, they saw Suyu's heavy face, and were shocked. They immediately half-knelt, and dared not look up. They all looked confused, and were worried. They didn't know what the administrator had suddenly asked them to do. Could it be that the administrator wanted to expel them, and drive them out of the mechanical city? The current mechanical city has tens of thousands of residents. The newcomers mostly came from several large settlements, which had populations of thousands or tens of thousands. After arriving in the mechanical city, these people instinctively gathered together, and there was strength in numbers. Whether hunting, mining, planting, building, they were extremely efficient. And the people in their Wanderer settlement, originally had few people, were not strong, and had not mastered any key technologies. Now they felt tremendous pressure, and felt that they were dispensable in the mechanical city. It's useless. So when the manager suddenly asked them to come over, with a gloomy face, they were all panicked. But Suyu didn't bother to care about their thoughts. Controlling a metal box, making it fly in front of everyone, in the metal box, was the brain tissue. Upin-on is dead, this is his relic, you can take it and bury it. What? How could the young master? Everyone was shocked and sad when they heard this. They looked at the brain tissue in the box, which was only a few inches in size. I couldn't believe it. Upin-on was a living man, powerful, and determined. How could he only have these pitiful fragments and relics left after not seeing him for a few days? He went to the ghost land to find the source core crystal for me. Unfortunately, he met someone from the ghost tribe and killed his enemy, Night Ghost, by self-destructing. Suyu explained a few words. When the people in the Wanderer settlement heard this, their eyes suddenly turned red. They knelt on the ground and cried out to the metal box, "Young master." They all wanted revenge, didn't they? But they were all ordinary people. Upin-on was the only one who had the courage and determination to take action. Now they heard that Upin-on had actually killed his archenemy. They were sad and ashamed. Upin-on, this young man, was fighting for revenge, and even succeeded. What were they doing? Upin-on was just an ordinary person. And among them, there were also extraordinary people. If they fought as hard as Upin-on, maybe Upin-on would not have died. They are extremely regretful now. The administrator is very generous, and willing to provide them with a chance for revenge. But they are so afraid of death, and just hang around in the city every day. After a while, among the crowd, a middle-aged man at the head put away the metal box. Suyu nodded. Upin-on found a large piece of source core crystal for me, worth 1,000,000 contributions. He is dead, you will inherit these contributions, you guys divide it among yourselves. After Suyu finished speaking, he was about to send them away. He could see that these people were not doing well in the mechanical city, so he casually mentioned a contribution of 1,000,000, as a way of taking care of these acquaintances of Upin-on. Anyway, the so-called contribution was set by Suyu himself, and he didn't feel bad spending the money he printed himself. Now the population of the mechanical city has expanded more than 10 times, and Suyu's current production capacity has also increased greatly. A contribution of 1,000,000 is not too much. But the middle-aged man suddenly knelt down again, tears in his eyes, and said loudly, "Thank you for the generous gift, admin." He could tell that this was Suyu's special care. Otherwise, the source core crystal was retrieved by Upin-on desperately. What does it have to do with them? We will definitely not waste these contributions. We will inherit the young master's will, exchange them for prosthetics, transform ourselves, improve our strength, and fight for the admin to the death. Revenge on the ghost tribe, the man shouted. The rest of the people knelt down upon hearing this and said, "Thank you for transforming yourself improving your strength, fighting for the administrator, revenge for the young master. The words of these people were firm, full of guilt, heartache, and gratitude to Suyu. Suyu was a little surprised to see this. After thinking for a while, he said, "You are not strong enough. High-intensity prosthetic transformation, it will cause a huge burden on the body and mind. Even if Upingen doesn't die, he won't live long. You should not be impulsive, lest you regret it." He gave 1,000,000 contributions, but he didn't let these people die, and he didn't lack the fighting power of these people. "We will never regret it," everyone shouted. Suyu shook his head and stopped persuading. "It's up to you." Then he sent everyone away, and when everyone left, Suyu suddenly laughed. "Hey, is this the real way to practice Lihe's meditation?" Suyu thought of Lihe's meditation method. As long as his subordinates fear and respect him, can quickly improve his spiritual power. Lihe only gathered 100 or so subordinates until his death. But now, Suyu has easily subdued so many subordinates. Not to mention the tens of thousands of people in the entire mechanical city, who all respect Suyu very much. Although they are not to the level of death warriors, they are also loyal. This kind of achievement is something that Lihe will never be able to achieve. It's a pity that Suyu can't rely on the power of human hearts. He still relies on himself, constantly changing jobs, creating a large army of machines, and sweeping everything. Suyu thought for a while, took the source core crystal, entered the underground mechanical space, and called out, "No. Get to work. It's time to deal with Upingen's finding of this source core crystal. Such a big piece. I don't know. The chip production equipment made with it. How many smart chips can be produced in a day?" Nono heard Suyu's call, and immediately flew up excitedly. "Okay, master." When it heard there was work to do, it was very happy. It was a perfect tool, ball. So one person and one ball worked together. Soon, in the mechanical space, various materials and parts floated up. Tungsten blood steel, sea blue source crystal, consumed like flowing water. Finally, everything was settled, and there was a person-high device in front of Suyu. Medium-sized intelligent chip manufacturing equipment. Manufacturer, Suyu. Grade, excellent. Effect, manufacturing a single intelligent chip. It can run safely for 10 hours a day. It will overload if it runs for too long. If it overloads for 3 hours, the source core crystal will break. You can choose the level of chips to be manufactured daily. Manufacturing primary chips, you can produce 100 chips a day. Manufacturing intermediate chips, you can produce 10 chips a day. Suyu looked at the properties of the equipment, and felt a little sorry. Although the source core crystal is large, its quality is relatively poor, so it can only produce primary and intermediate chips. Moreover, the number of intermediate chips is only 1/10 of the primary ones. Fortunately, the output of primary chips is very high. In this case, it is more cost-effective to produce primary chips. 100 chips can be produced in one day. Let Nono fuse it, and the output can be doubled. Suyu thought for a moment, activated his spiritual power again, and began to manufacture. Various materials and parts flew in the air. One conveyor belt after another, robotic arms, surrounded the chip manufacturing equipment and began to assemble. Soon, a production line was assembled by Suyu. Then, Suyu asked the mechanical spirit to take over the various equipment on this production line and prepared to start testing. Primary Ranger production line. Manufacturer, Suyu. Quality, excellent. Effect, automatic production, assembling primary Rangers and producing 100 units a day. That's right. Suyu is no longer satisfied with manufacturing Rangers one by one. He built an assembly line, allowing the Rangers to be mass-produced. In the future, the primary Rangers will no longer require Suyu to worry about, under the control of the mechanical spirit and Nono, automatic production, and the output is 100 units a day. In a week, 700 units can be produced. Let Nono's mechanical fusion enter, and the number will double, 1 per 100 a week. This is an astonishing number. You know, a primary Ranger, without any increase, all of them have top-level 2-star combat power. In the entire mechanical city, there are only more than 1,300 extraordinary people. A week later, the number of Rangers will be more than the number of extraordinary people in the whole city. A year later, the number of Rangers will be more than the population of the whole city. And if we can get higher quality source core crystals in the future, then the intermediate and advanced Rangers can also be mass-produced on the assembly line, which will be even more terrifying. Suyu calculated his own strength and sighed in his heart. Legion Mechanic, he is truly an army of one man. So strong that I am afraid of him. As long as I am given time to grow, the ghost tribe will be nothing but a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. But Suyu couldn't help but think of Zhang Chifeng, the apostle mechanic. He is so strong. How strong should the creation left by Zhang Chifeng be? It is really difficult to break through the obstruction of Zhang Chifeng's creation and leave this planet. But Suyu is not worried. Anyway, at that level, it's still far from me. I'll make it when I get there. Now I should improve my strength first, and deal with the ghost tribe first. No, you stay here, and focus on producing rangers. Yes, Master. After Suyu gave the order, he left the mechanical space. At the same time, the ghost tribe. The high priest stood on the high altar, and black and green aura kept flying in, and poured into his body, and his aura kept growing. He has already started the evolution ritual, and is absorbing the ghost energy of all the people in the ghost tribe. This absorption makes him feel extremely comfortable, and he almost moans. This effect is extraordinary, Ghost Emperor, you really left a good thing. When Night Ghost comes back, after absorbing her, I should be able to reach the top of the 6-star level. Then abandon this old body, fuse with the Ghost Clan leader, attract the attention of the Great Lord, break through the 7-star level, and then go directly to destroy the great enemy who holds the power of purification. The High Priest was daydreaming. At this moment, the last bead on his bracelet also burst. This bead represents the life of Night Ghost. The High Priest's face suddenly became ugly. What? Night Ghost is dead? What happened? Without her, it's not enough, not enough. The High Priest roared. He was extremely angry, and felt that nothing he did was going well recently. This ceremony had just begun, and it had already failed halfway. But the ceremony has already begun, and there is no turning back. He can only continue the ceremony. After the fierce fighting, the entire ghost tribe was almost wiped out. However, the dead soon stood up again. However, this time, the members of the ghost tribe were like zombies, losing their self-esteem and ability to think. They had been transformed into terrifying ghost demons. 100,000 ghost demons. At this time, the ghost tribe was shrouded in gray mist. Compared with the fog caused by Lihi, the scale of this fog is more than 1,000 times larger. The High Priest no longer restrains the spread of ghost energy. The gray fog begins to spread around, transforming all the surrounding creatures into ghost demons. The High Priest tries to make up for the loss of quality due to the death of Night Ghost by quantity. Although there are hidden dangers, he can't care about it. As long as he reaches the peak of 6 stars, he will immediately abandon his physical body and merge with the Ghost Clan leader. Chapter 145, All-Out Attack. Strong attack on the Ghost Tribe. Half a day later, the psionic gray fog that spread from the Ghost Tribe had devoured all the creatures within a radius of dozens of kilometers, and transformed them all into ghost demons. Most of these ghost demons were radiation beasts, and very few were humans. After all, most of the surrounding settlements had migrated to the mechanical city due to the threat of the Ghost Tribe, and were protected by Suyu. Only the few settlements that did not believe in evil, they thought that the so-called ghost threat was deliberately exaggerated by the mechanical city in order to annex them. And these settlements that did not believe in evil continued to stay where they were. When the gray fog and 100,000 ghost demons attacked, they realized how wrong they were. Facing 100,000 ghost demons, this settlement had no power to resist at all, and all died instantly. It turned out to be true. If I had known earlier, I would have believed in the administrator Suyu. I hate it. Before those people died, his heart was filled with boundless regret. But unfortunately, there was no regret medicine in the world. The Ghost High Priest, after noticing this situation, was not in a good mood. There are so few humans. They are all radiation beasts. The phantom energy converted by radiation beasts is of poor quality. It turned out that although the Ghost High Priest could convert living beings into ghost demons and absorb phantom energy, there was a difference in quality after the transformation of living beings. The people with the highest quality were naturally the people of the Ghost Tribe. Those people are the bloodline of the Ghost Emperor. The quality is extremely high. After absorbing it, it can stabilize the High Priest's mental state and prevent him from falling into madness. The second is ordinary humans, whose quality is slightly worse than that of the Ghost Tribe, but it is better than nothing. The worst, then it is naturally the radiation beasts. These beasts have no reason to begin with, and the transformed psionic energy is even more crazy and twisted, and difficult to control. The Ghost High Priest absorbed so many radiation beasts, although the aura is getting stronger and stronger, but his mental state was getting worse and worse. And he might turn into a madman who only knew how to kill at any time. Who is it? Who killed the night ghost? Who killed the ghost hunter? Who kidnapped the people of those settlements? Who has mastered the power of purification? The ghost high priest roared madly. His roar, under the distortion of the psionic energy and the spread of the gray fog, turned into a terrifying demonic sound, which spread for nearly 100 kilometers. Any living creature who heard this sound fell to the ground silently. He died instantly, and stood up again after a moment, and headed towards the ghost city, to join the ghost army. Those creatures that were killed by the magic sound were basically all radiation beasts. So the ghost high priest's condition became worse. The ghost high priest could only barely calm down and think in his heart. He just roared, and suddenly found that the changes that had taken place in this dead wilderness in just a few months were beyond his control. In a short period of time, as the ghost high priest, he was almost driven to the edge, and was forced to give up the ghost tribe that he had run for hundreds of years. This was unimaginable before. He had controlled the ghost tribe for hundreds of years, and when had he ever suffered such a big loss? And now, the ghost high priest didn't even know who the other party was. This kind of thing is definitely not something that can be done by a few small settlements joining together. Is there a big force plotting against me? The city of war, or other large settlements? Don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. I am the messenger of the great master. I will never die. The high priest thought fiercely in his heart. Poor high priest. He still doesn't know who his enemy is, and doesn't know that his real enemy is actually only Suyu. One day later, the ghost high priest finally raised his strength to the peak of 6 stars by transforming a large number of ghost demons. He immediately stopped the spread of the gray fog. Then he came to the space below the altar, the 10-meter giant, still motionless. The ghost high priest looked at the giant, and felt a little excited. After years of planning, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Although the process was somewhat unexpected, leaving behind many hidden dangers, but as long as he succeeded and returned to the 7 stars, those hidden dangers could be slowly eliminated. The victory still belonged to him. After watching for a while, the high priest's withered body suddenly shrank completely, leaving only a piece of skin. He fell softly to the ground. A dark green human figure stood in the same place. This was the psychic transformation. The psychic transformation of the high priest was much stronger than that of Leahy before. It was no longer a mist, but a psychic energy that was almost condensed into substance. The psychic energy formed the body of the high priest, and from time to time, it condensed into slippery tentacles on the surface of the body. Painful human faces. The faces on the surface of the body were the faces of the tribesmen, who once belonged to the ghost tribe. They had painful expressions. He let out a silent howl of pain, but soon disappeared from the high priest's body. The high priest looked like a living hell. After the high priest completed his psionic transformation, he adjusted for a moment, then flew up directly, came to the top of the 10-meter giant's head, and drilled in. The high priest entered the giant's body, and his tentacles immediately extended, spreading to every inch of flesh and blood in the giant's body, and began to merge. The fusion process, it went incredibly smoothly, and they blended perfectly together. In the blink of an eye, he controlled half of his body. The psionic energy contained in this giant's body was extremely terrifying. It had been adjusted by the high priest for many years, and was extremely pure. After the high priest merged it, his strength grew endlessly. Even the madness that had accumulated before was much better. He could already see at this moment that there was a door made of psionic energy in front of him. As long as he pushed open this subspace door, he could become a 7-star transcendent again. The high priest was ecstatic. Haha. Even if the previous steps are destroyed, as long as this last step is fine, I will succeed. However, just when the high priest's consciousness extended infinitely and wanted to touch the subspace door, suddenly, a discordant will appeared in his 10-meter body. Get out. Get out of my body. The will roared. This will was very weak. Only a little bit was left. So the high priest didn't notice it before. It lurks deep inside the body, and suddenly appears at a critical moment, and actually snatches control of the body from the high priest. Breaking through the 7 stars, and opening the subspace gate, is a very difficult process, which requires full concentration, and cannot tolerate any mistakes. With this while messing around, the subspace gate in front of the high priest suddenly shook. What? You are not dead yet. The high priest was stunned, and then roared. He then understood the chief of the ghost tribe, he had been pretending to be dead, just waiting for this moment to ruin his plan. The high priest had used the clan leader's daughter, Night Ghost, to stimulate him before, but he had no reaction at all. He was really patient. What a ridiculous struggle. I can easily wipe out your remaining will. The high priest immediately mobilized his mental power, preparing to wipe out the remnants of the ghost clan leader, and then attack the 7 stars again. However, a situation that surprised him appeared again. You don't even think about succeeding. I want to avenge ye, avenge my people. The will of the ghost clan leader let out a weak roar, and in the giant's eyes, blood and tears flowed like water, and hatred was overwhelming. The little bit of his weak will left, supported by deep hatred, was unexpectedly tenacious, and the high priest couldn't deal with him for a while. After all, the clan leader was also a 6-star physical transcendent before, and as the clan leader of the ghost clan, he wanted to resist the control of the high priest all the time. However, under the control of the high priest, who is a high-level psionic controller, the psionic cultivation and meditation methods of the ghost clan were all provided by the high priest. The original ghost clan leader had no ability to resist, and was turned into a flesh and blood giant by the high priest. However, the ghost clan leader, who is also a 6-star extraordinary person, naturally never gave up resistance. Even after decades of psionic transformation, he still retained this consciousness in his mind and hid it all the time, just waiting for revenge today. The ghost leader's weak consciousness naturally saw that the high priest wanted to force a breakthrough to the 7th level because he encountered a problem that was difficult to solve. Therefore, the ghost leader's remaining consciousness would naturally not let the high priest have an easy time. Humph! It's just a waste of my time. The high priest knew that if he didn't completely solve the ghost leader, it would be impossible to break through. He patiently began to concentrate on destroying the ghost leader. However, the high priest found that the ghost leader had been, although he apparently lost his ability to resist. However, this giant body, after all, belongs to the ghost clan leader. This last remaining consciousness can still cause a lot of trouble to the ghost high priest. The ghost high priest estimated the progress, and it would take at least 5 days to complete. Damn it! Damn bastard! What a ghost clan! What a ghost clan leader! The high priest was so angry at this time. Nothing went well. The last step also had such a big accident. For hundreds of years, the ghost clan has been used as food by the high priest. And now, could it be that the great master has stopped protecting me? The high priest was hit one after another, and actually doubted his life. 3 days later, Mechanical City. At this time, the production line, under Nono's mechanical fusion, had been producing for 3 consecutive days, and the number of rangers increased greatly. The number of primary rangers in the Mechanical City, the number has exceeded 1,000. A total of 1,157. Seeing the endless stream of rangers coming out of the assembly line, Suyu was very satisfied. TSK. Keep producing. When the war starts, I will use the rangers to flood the ghost tribe. It depends on whether you have more wolf cavalry or my rangers are faster. During these 3 days, everyone in the Mechanical City was dumbfounded. They watched a large number of rangers walking out of the mechanical hall. There are 200 machines every day, and it never stops. How did the manager do it? 200 2-star top combat machines a day. Isn't this too outrageous? Even if he is a super psychic mechanic, it's not so outrageous. Right? How many stars is the manager now? 6 stars? 7 stars? How could they know the horror of the ranger production line? Looking at the rangers patrolling the city, the residents felt extremely relieved. After all, the stronger the Mechanical City is, the safer they are. But at the same time, they are all under great pressure and work extra hard. We have to work harder. Otherwise, if we continue like this, the rangers will be more numerous than our transcendents. Even more than the residents. What use are we? Suyu, through his control over the Mechanical City, naturally heard the conversations of these people and knew their mentality. Suyu was happy to see it happen. It is of course a good thing for subordinates to work hard. After all, the intelligence of the rangers is only for combat, mining, exploring resources, etc. And the residents of the Mechanical City are more useful. So the entire Mechanical City began to subconsciously roll inward, and was strengthening its strength at a very fast speed. At this time, the mechanical spirit suddenly sent an alarm. The psionic radar has an abnormality, and the psionic concentration has reached the warning level. Suyu saw this and immediately became alert. He quickly checked the specific data. What happened? Suyu found that most of the psionic radars he had set up in the wilderness had sounded the alarm. You know, those psionic radars were at least hundreds of kilometers away from the ghost tribe, surrounding the ghost tribe. Now that these radars almost all sounded the alarm, doesn't that mean that the ghost tribe has mobilized in large numbers and occupied all the surrounding areas of hundreds of kilometers? Go and have a look. Suyu only took a moment to decide to go and see. This situation was too unusual, and he didn't know what the ghost tribe was doing. Moreover, he had long wanted to go to the ghost tribe to have a go, and now was the perfect opportunity. So Suyu immediately put on the Azure Oath and added the Dawn Eye mechanical armor parts. And in a blink of an eye he left the city and rushed towards the ghost tribe at supersonic speed. When he approached the ghost tribe within 100 kilometers, he suddenly understood why all those radars sounded the alarm. Because with the ghost tribe as the center, within a radius of 100 kilometers, there was a faint gray fog. Suyu's heart sank even more, and he kept walking, and soon, he arrived near the ghost tribe. So that's it. Suyu finally understood what was going on. At this time, the ghost tribe had been completely wrapped in thick gray fog, and the fog range was as large as 20 kilometers in radius. From a distance, it looked like a big cloud, and no scenery could be seen clearly inside. Suyu, who had experience, immediately understood that more than 100,000 people in the ghost tribe had all been transformed into ghost demons. Suyu looked at the mist and frowned. Are all the people in the ghost tribe crazy? Becoming a ghost demon is equivalent to death. He was a little puzzled. Why did the ghost tribe, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, suddenly commit suicide? Could it be that Suyu thought of Lee at the beginning? Could it be that there was a strong man in the ghost tribe who also wanted to break through, transforming all 100,000 people into ghost demons? What realm is this breakthrough? So Suyu activated holographic perception, looking at the gray fog in front of him. On the occupation panel, detailed information of the gray fog was immediately displayed. Phantom Demon Cluster. Grade, Third Order Extraordinary Life Cluster. Type, Psychic Abnormal Body. Combined Strength Assessment, 6-star top level, 7-star top level. Oh my! Suyu was surprised. 7-star top level? This is the strongest enemy Suyu has ever seen. However, the opponent's state is obviously still unstable at the critical moment of breakthrough, so the lower limit of strength is still at 6 stars. After reading this information, Suyu did not hesitate, and did not fire a single shot, turned around and left. With such a large area of black fog, he had no idea where the enemy was. Firing a single shot, it would probably be wasted, and would alert the enemy. So, no more waiting, go back now to gather all the combat power. The whole army will attack, and forcefully attack the ghost city. We must not let the other party break through successfully, otherwise there will be big trouble. Qixing is already a high-level extraordinary person, who can actively open the subspace gate. Although Suyu has never fought against such an enemy, he can imagine the horror of the other party. Not to mention, the ghost tribe is also inextricably linked with that unknown existence. Who knows what kind of strange changes will occur after the breakthrough? A few minutes later, Suyu had returned to the mechanical city, and then immediately issued an order, letting all combatants assemble. Although the people in the mechanical city were puzzled, no one dared to neglect Suyu's orders. Soon, 3,000 combatants gathered at the city gate. Suyu also rushed over with his mechanical army, and everyone's eyes were immediately focused on his face. Suyu spoke concisely. All the people in the ghost tribe have been transformed into ghost demons, and a 7-star terrifying existence is being nurtured. We can't wait any longer. Set off immediately and attack the ghost tribe. Chapter 146 Arson. Burn the city. When Suyu said this, the scene suddenly became silent. Everyone was stunned by the shocking news revealed by Suyu. In fact, when Suyu called for the meeting, everyone had guessed that Suyu was going to launch a war against the ghost tribe. But everyone was still a little uncertain. After all, it was too fast. It has only been a few days since the mechanical city was built. Many people have just arrived here, and are not familiar with the roads yet. A war is about to start. It would be fine if it was fast. Everyone has seen the strength of the mechanical city. So even if they had guessed that there would be a big battle, they were not too worried. But now, after hearing Suyu talk about the situation in the ghost city, everyone realized that the opponent's strength was unexpected and too terrifying. 100,000 ghost demons. What does that mean? Each ghost demon is at least equivalent to a transcendent. And 100,000 ghost demons, it is impossible that all of them are only 1 star. How many of them are 4-star and 5-star strongmen? Everyone didn't dare to think about it. And in the entire mechanical city, there are only 1,300 extraordinary people. 100 times difference. The ghost demons are more populated than the mechanical city. 100,000 ghost demons. That means the ghost tribe will be completely wiped out. Is the ghost tribe crazy? 100,000 ghost demons, and there are also 7-star level terrifying existences. How can we fight? The administrator should not have 7 stars yet. Right? We have only more than 1,000 extraordinary people in total. Even if we add the administrator's mechanical army, it's not enough. Too fast, it's too late. If you give the administrator a little more time, create more wanderers. In everyone's mind, they quickly calculated the strength comparison between the enemy and us, and the more they calculated, the more desperate they became. Although they didn't speak out, their anxious and frightened eyes betrayed them. The gap between the enemy and us was too big, there was no way to fight. Not only these 3,000 combatants, many residents in the city also heard the news, gathered nearby. They naturally heard what was just said. These ordinary residents, all non-combatants, were even more terrified. Many of them had just settled in the mechanical city and enjoyed a safe and stable life here. As a result, within a few days, such a war was about to take place. After this war, will the mechanical city still exist? If there is no mechanical city, is there any place to survive in this dead wilderness? Before the army set out, people in the mechanical city were already in a state of panic. The morale of the army is unstable. Suyu looked around, taking in everyone's expressions, and said to himself, but he thought about it and nodded. It's not bad. No one asked to retreat directly. When facing a powerful enemy, fear is a normal reaction. But no one asked to retreat. Even those who had just joined the mechanical city. Same. This shows that Suyu's authority in the hearts of the people has been completely established, and no one dares to disobey him head-on. Suyu gathered so many people, not for their combat effectiveness, which still depends on the mechanical army. Suyu wants them to be obedient, to complete Suyu's orders, and to help him collect resources. Although Suyu can create a mechanical army, which has strong combat effectiveness, the intelligence of the mechanical army is ultimately not as good as that of living people. Many chores still have to be done by these people. These people are so obedient, which makes Suyu very satisfied. Of course, these people are still organizing their words when they don't speak. Look at Yan Lai, Hu Wen, Lang Yuan, Huang Ying, Feng Tian, and others, all have expressions of wanting to say something but not being able to. Obviously they have something to say. But Suyu didn't give them a chance to speak at all, just waved his hand. Let's go! Then, he led his mechanical army. He was the first to leave the city gate. Behind him, the 3,000 fighters saw this and could only put away their thoughts and followed behind. Since the administrator decided to fight in person, they could only follow. And Suyu was so tough, could he really have a trump card and really defeat 100,000 ghost demons? With this in mind, the army set out, heading towards the ghost tribe 200 kilometers away. In the mechanical city, not a single fighter was left. Anyway, the mechanical city had strong defenses. There are still mechanical spirits here, so there is no need to worry about the attack of radioactive beasts. Suyu and his mechanical army were all walking, maintaining a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. The remaining 3,000 combatants were basically riding in vehicles. More than an hour later, they approached the ghost tribe within 100 kilometers, and saw the faint mist that permeated the wilderness. They were all frightened. They all felt the psionic radiation contained in the mist. Although the radiation was very faint, short-term contact will not cause much damage. But now we are so far away from the ghost tribe. Once we get close, what will the radiation be like? Sure enough, the closer we get to the ghost tribe, the thicker the fog becomes. When everyone came to the ghost tribe and saw the gray fog covering a radius of 20 kilometers, everyone's face turned pale. The concentration of psionic radiation in the fog was so appalling that even if they didn't go in, everyone felt like they were being corroded. If the vehicles they were riding in had not stored the flame of truth, some people would have mutated due to the radiation, and a large number of people would have been killed before the battle even started. However, Suyu's expression did not change. He just looked at the mist, as if thinking about something. Seeing Suyu's calmness, everyone calmed down. At this time, deep in the mist, the ghost high priest had already wiped out most of the ghost clan leaders' will. It would only take another day or two to complete the task. Try to open the subspace gate and attack the 7 stars. At this time, he suddenly felt a lot of life breath appearing outside the fog. He was immediately shocked and knew that the enemy had come. After all, in the entire dead wilderness, he only had enemies and no allies. He did not dare to neglect it. After all, the unknown enemy was very powerful and had forced him to this point. He immediately let part of his spirit spread along the fog to see his enemy. Who is it? After a moment, he saw Suyu and others outside the mist. The high priest was still worried that the enemy was too strong and could not handle it. But when he saw Suyu and others, he was stunned and wanted to laugh. With his strength, he could roughly sense the strength level of everyone. Haha, this is my enemy? Is that all the strength? 3,000 people, more than 1,000 mechanical creatures, and many ordinary people among them? With such little power. Even if we ignore them, they can't break into the phantom mist. Even if they come in, facing hundreds of thousands of phantom demons, they are courting death. You dare to come here with such a small number of people. You really don't know how to live or die. After I break through, I will turn all of you into nutrients. The high priest was very calm, no longer paying attention to the outside world, and concentrating on breaking through. Outside the mist, everyone was silent. Are we going to enter this mist and fight those phantom demons? Lang Yun held it in for a long time, and finally couldn't help but speak. He had experienced the Battle of Liha, and knew that in this fog, those ghost demons came and went without a trace, which was very scary. Moreover, the fog at that time did not have such strong radiation, and Liha at that time did not have so many ghost demons. A full 100,000. If you really want to fight in the fog, you will have to face the terrifying radiation before you even start fighting. In addition, you will lose your vision, and your eyes will be dark. Once you are attacked by the ghost demon army, the troops were dispersed. And if they were defeated one by one, there would be no life or death. What? Captain Lang is afraid? Suyu glanced at Lang Yun with a somewhat unfriendly look. This guy, he really has no strength at all. And he is still so timid. Hearing this, Lang Yun waved his hands quickly. Master Administrator. No. No. At this time, Yan Lai said, Master Administrator, this fog is indeed too wide, and the radiation is too strong. We need to think of a way. Suyu heard this, nodding. Yan Lai was not afraid of fighting, but was thinking rationally how to fight this battle. At this time, someone else spoke up. Master Administrator, we wanderers are willing to enter the fog first, explore the way for the army, and find out the situation inside. Suyu heard this, and turned his head to see that it was the middle-aged man who took away Yu Ping'an's brain tissue 3 days ago. After 3 days, his image had changed greatly, and his whole body was covered with metallic luster. Even his face was no exception. It seems that he has used the 1 million contributions to transform his whole body into a prosthetic body. There are a dozen people around him, all with the same look. These people, they really did it. Suyu shook his head slightly in his heart. He didn't pay attention to the transformation of these people. Now the prosthetic body transformation in the city is handed over to other mechanics, and Suyu doesn't care about these trivial matters. So until this moment, he knew the survivors of the Wanderer settlement really did what they said. These people were the only extraordinary people left in the Wanderer settlement. They were not strong. Only 1 or 2 stars. Now they have undergone cyborg transformation, and their strength has greatly improved. Some even have the level of 4 stars. But they probably won't live long. This is the result of forcibly using cyborgs to greatly improve their strength. Moreover, they took the initiative to propose to enter the fog to explore the way, which was simply seeking death. No. If you go in, you will die. Suyu shook his head. In fact, he was also thinking about how to fight this battle. Going directly into the fog would definitely not work. The fog is too large and the radiation is too strong. Use the flame of truth to burn? Such a large area is a bit difficult to deal with. At this time, Kwanggu also spoke up. Master Administrator, someone has to explore the way. There will always be deaths in a war. Let me be one of them. He was grateful to Suyu for saving the skeleton tribe, so he volunteered to fight. Master Administrator, add me in. And me. I'll go too. Seeing this, the extraordinary people from other settlements also volunteered to fight. They couldn't fall behind Kwanggu otherwise. How would the people in their settlement survive in the mechanical city in the future. And if they failed in this battle, then no one would survive in the future, so they had to fight. And seeing how calm Suyu was, maybe he was really sure. These extraordinary people, although they knew that the enemy was powerful, still had the courage to fight when the time came. Even who won? A guy spoke up, seeing that everyone was suddenly so courageous. Lang Yan suddenly felt guilty. Was he too cowardly? So he gritted his teeth and prepared to speak. Master Administrator, let me try. Feng Tian, who had been silent all this time, also spoke up at this time. Wang Ying heard this, and was immediately anxious. Little Feng, you are weak and can't go. I will go. Feng Tian shook his head. Don't worry. I won't go in. I just want to try. The wind. As soon as Feng Tian said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Feng Tian's ability is to control the wind. According to common sense, fog is most afraid of strong wind. Although those psionic fogs are not sure whether they are afraid of wind. But why not give it a try? Suyu heard Feng Tian's words and nodded. Okay. You try it first. If it doesn't work, think of another way. Yes, Mr. Manager. Feng Tian said solemnly, then walked in front of everyone, looked at the fog not far away, and closed his eyes. After a while, the wind started to blow. With Feng Tian as the center, wisps of strong wind blew out of thin air, accumulating more and more, and finally formed a huge tornado, sweeping towards the fog. This kind of spiritual power is really powerful. It can almost create natural disasters. Everyone saw Feng Tian's performance. They were all slightly surprised. Most of the extraordinary people are improving their own strength. It is really rare for someone like Feng Tian to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Even Suyu seemingly looked at Feng Tian with a higher opinion. It seems that the extraordinary people are not only strong mechanics, the ability to control the power of heaven and earth is also extraordinary. After a while, the tornado had already reached the edge of the fog, blowing the fog constantly. However, unfortunately, it was just a fluctuation. It was not blown away. The mist looked ethereal, but in fact, its texture was like gel, quite solid. Feng Tian maintained the tornado for a while, but it still had no effect, so he had no choice but to give up and disperse his power. He took a breath and shook his head. No. Seeing this, everyone was disappointed. Do we really have to fight in the mist? Suyu was thoughtful. It may not be impossible. In fact, you have already shaken the mist. It's just that your level is too low. This mist was created by a 7-star level transcendent. It's already pretty good that Feng Tian can shake the mist. Feng Tian immediately looked ashamed. Master Administrator, I'm too weak. Suyu smiled and said, that's not what I meant. Try again. At the same time, a white flame emerged from his hand, the flame of truth. Then he waved his hand. The flame of truth turned into a pillar of fire, extending from his hand, and burning above the mist. As soon as the flame touched the mist, it was like a raging fire meeting gasoline, crackling and burning fiercely. Although the fire was fierce, the mist was too large and very dense. The flame of truth could only burn the surface for the time being, and could not go deep. It would not be able to burn the mist completely in a short time. Moreover, there was a constant supply of power in the depths of the mist. Feng Tian saw this, and his heart moved. He immediately understood what Suyu meant. He immediately activated his ability again. The strong wind blew again, blowing the mist violently, causing the mist to fluctuate. Once the mist fluctuated, it could not stop the burning of the flame of truth. The white flames rose into the sky, and the fire spread rapidly with the wind. In a short time, the whole mass of mist was ignited. Chapter 147 Matrix Battle Group. Slaughter the Phantom Demons. Boom! The fog with a radius of 20 kilometers, which was hundreds of meters high, was all ignited by the flames of truth at this time, becoming a Rayal. Flame Mountain. The fire was so fierce that it almost burned up to the sky. In the fog, a green figure appeared from time to time, and then it was ignited in an instant, and turned into ashes. Such a spectacular scene stupefied everyone. Is this the strength of the administrator? No wonder the administrator is so confident. Everyone looked at the Flame Mountain, and they were surprised and happy. Suyu was so powerful, so what was there to worry about? This momentum was just like the legendary god. If this continued, Suyu might be able to burn the entire ghost tribe alone. They all thought that this was Suyu's strength. After all, they just saw that when Feng Tian took action himself, he was unable to do anything about the fog. It can only cause a little fluctuation. But when Suyu made a move, it immediately made a shocking sound and ignited the mist. Although Feng Tian also contributed, it was obviously mostly Suyu's strength. Feng Tian was just an auxiliary. Feng Tian himself thought so too. He couldn't make such a big scene after all. He was only a 4-star, and the manager was a 6-star strongman. In fact, even Suyu himself was a little surprised. The effect was really incredible. The mist was originally condensed. The flame of truth could not burn in. But with Feng Tian's psychic storm, the fog was blown. And the fire started immediately. Feng Tian was really the best assistant. As expected, to set a fire, you still need the wind. However, Suyu knew that the main thing that was ignited was the outer layer of the fog. But there was already a flame, which began to penetrate into the inner layer. As long as there was enough time, it was not impossible to burn the fog clean. At the same time, deep in the gray fog, the high priest, who was concentrating on destroying the ghost clan leader, suddenly woke up. Then he felt boundless pain. His spirit was connected to the mist, and now the mist was ignited, and his spirit was also hurt. This flame. This is the power of purification. How can such a power appear on this planet? The high priest sensed the flames, and was terrified. He felt that he had met his natural enemy. That person. He is the one who holds the power of purification. He is only 6 stars now. But he is so terrifying. Break through as soon as possible. And kill him. The high priest roared in his heart. He finally noticed Suyu's existence, and knew who his enemy was. Then his spirit suddenly shrank. And the gray mist shrank with it. Soon, the mist with a radius of 20 kilometers shrank to only about 5 kilometers. However, the shrunken mist no longer looked like mist, but like a dark green liquid. The altar in the center of the ghost tribe was tightly wrapped. The flame of truth was extinguished. The shrunken mist was extremely solid and could not be shaken, so it could not be ignited. As the mist shrank, a large number of ghost demons hidden inside also appeared. As soon as these ghost demons appeared, they immediately dispersed their formation under the order of the high priest to avoid being burned by the fire. Seeing this, Suyu and Feng Tian could only retract their abilities. Everyone looked regretful. Suyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the scene just created was grand, it also consumed a lot of energy. If it continues like this, he may not be able to afford it. The mechanical army relies on ammunition and energy to attack. This real flame relies entirely on Suyu's spiritual energy, which consumes a lot of energy. Now that the fog has shrunk, let's fight with real swords and guns. The flames dissipated, and everyone saw the ghosts clearly, and they were all shocked. This is a lot. It's more than 100,000. So many radiation beasts. Everyone was terrified. There were so many enemies. Just looking at them made their scalps numb. How should they fight? Roar! Before everyone could react, the ghosts roared and rushed over like a tide. Get ready for battle. Huang Gu, Huang Ying, Huan and others roared, raising their weapons one after another, shooting at the ghosts. 3,000 combatants were awakened, and they quickly started fighting. The rain of bullets ran all over the battlefield. Large groups of ghost demons, under the bombardment of bullets, died one after another. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these ghost demons had no IQ, and could not use long-range thermal weapons, but could only rush forward. Otherwise, there would be no need to fight. This time, they carried a large amount of ammunition. If these ghost demons were all at this level, it would be easy. Unfortunately, how could it be so good? Soon, everyone found out that something was wrong. Although a large number of ghost demons were killed, but there are also many powerful ghost demons, who charge forward in the hail of bullets. Although there are only 700 or 800 of these ghost demons, most of them are 3-star strength, and even more than 100 of them have reached 4 stars. These powerful ghost demons, with their ghost energy, directly ignore the firepower of the crowd and charge forward forcefully. 3-star in each settlement is already considered a strong one, and now there are 700 or 800 ghost demons of this level. 4-star in each settlement. Almost all of them are captains, even managers, and there are now 100 of them. With such strength, just seeing them makes everyone feel desperate. Once they get close, it will be a massacre for everyone. Prepare for close combat. Those 3-star and above physical transcendents roared, drew their weapons, and were about to fight to the death to stop them. They must not let those ghosts rush in. At this time Suyu, who had been silent, finally spoke. Don't worry. He just wanted to see how everyone performed. And now it seems that it is not bad. However, everyone is not strong enough. If he does not take action, there will be large-scale casualties. So, it is time to take action. Suyu used his psychic power to send an attack signal to his mechanical army. 1,157 2-star top rangers, 76 intermediate melee rangers, 10 high-level melee rangers, 30 steel defenders, 30 shadow hunters. This terrifying mechanical army, all out. And steel resonance. Symphony of War. Heart of Steel. 3 major enhancements, all activated. That mechanical army, under triple enhancement, has its strength more than doubled. At this time, the occupation panel popped up a prompt again. Congratulations, host. The number of rangers and regiments has exceeded 1,000, and obtained a new feature, Matrix Regiment. Matrix Regiment LV1. Integrate the redundant computing power of a large number of mechanical creations, form a matrix, unify the deployment, and thus improve the strength of mechanical creations. Matrix Regiment also has a bonus effect on Iron Sonata. This prompt actually surprised Suyu a little. He didn't expect that. He didn't upgrade. He actually gained new skills out of thin air. But Suyu soon realized that this should be the inherent characteristic of the Legion mechanic. A Legion mechanic, naturally, must have a Legion to be worthy of the name. In the past, he had too few mechanical creations. The number was not reached. So this feature has not been activated. There is no way. He rose too fast. And there was no time to slowly accumulate a large army. This time the Rangers reached 1,000, which met the standard. So at the beginning of the battle, the new feature was immediately activated. This Matrix Regiment. It seems that the number requirements are extremely high. 1,000 is the minimum requirement. And it takes the route of quantity, which is worthy of being called a regiment. And with the increase of this new feature, the computing power of those Rangers is increased through psychic energy, connected together, forming a matrix. Their strength increased again. Those primary Rangers, their strength all reached the intermediate 3-star level. More than 1,000 intermediate 3-star level. 76 intermediate Rangers, they were intermediate 4-star level. 10 advanced Rangers, intermediate 5-star level. 30 Iron Defenders, 30 Shadow Hunters, actually reached the top 5-star level. Their strength increased by at least 1 level again. These mechanical armies had not yet launched any attacks, but the strength was increasing endlessly with each level of increase. The invisible momentum was spreading. Suddenly, the battlefield, which was originally full of gunfire and bullets and extremely noisy, became strangely quiet. Whether it was humans or ghosts, they all stopped attacking. They all felt a heart-pounding danger and turned their heads to look at the eerie mechanical weapons next to Suyu. What on earth is this feeling? Everyone looked at the mechanical regiment. Although their appearance had not changed, they seemed to be many times more dangerous than before. Although the ghost demons had lost their rationality, they still had a sense of danger, and were even more acute. At this moment, the ghost demons had only one thought in their remaining consciousness: run away. However, it was too late. Suyu's Matrix Regiment had adjusted its status in a short time, and then without hesitation, attack. The hail of bullets, the storm of metal, is coming again. The Symphony of War. With the addition of Suyu's skills, the firepower of these Rangers is not only more powerful, but also extremely accurate. When those ghost demons saw the bullets coming, they wanted to dodge or resist, but they were instantly blasted to pieces. However, these ghost demons were strong, so they didn't die for a while. However, various powerful melee models also launched. They were as fast as the wind. It was so fast that no one could see it clearly. Under the cover of powerful firepower, it was in front of those ghost demons in a blink of an eye. The chainsaw blade roared, and the powerful ghost demons were directly chopped into pieces. Especially the 60 hunters and defenders. Their top 5-star strength made their speed almost close to the speed of sound, and they were extremely ferocious. For those ghost demons, there was no need for any weapons at all, just one word: hit. No matter if it was 3 stars or 4 stars, if they hit them, they were crushed to pieces in an instant. This was a massacre. The ghost demons that had originally made everyone in the mechanical city despair were being slaughtered at a rapid speed. In just 2 minutes, the hundreds of 3-star and 4-star ghost demons had been slaughtered. Everyone looked at this scene and couldn't help but ponder a question. What on earth were they here for? It seemed that the administrator didn't need the strength of them at all, and he could destroy the ghost city by himself. What kind of strength was this? More than 1,000 3 stars. More than 74 stars. More than 10 5-stars. The most terrible thing is that among the 60 hunters and defenders, there are actually 5-star top-level ones, which are close to 6 stars. Is it really that outrageous? They were so scared before, thinking that the ghost tribe was too strong and they couldn't beat them. Now it seems that they should be afraid of the ghost tribe. Right? In fact, before Suyu came, he was not so strong. Otherwise, there would be no need to bring everyone with him. The main reason was that they had just awakened a new characteristic, which increased their strength again, and the one-sided slaughter. After Suyu's mechanical regiment killed those 3-star and 4-star ghosts, they did not stop for a moment and immediately targeted those 1-star and 2-star ghosts. Facing these weak ghosts, it was even easier for the mechanical regiment to kill them. A large number of them died at once. The crowd could not intervene at all. Often, the ghost was already dead just after they aimed. They put down their weapons in a daze. There was only one thought in his mind. Are these more than 100,000 ghost demons enough for Suyu to kill alone? On Suyu's side, the prompts on the career panel kept refreshing. You have gained 5,000 career experience points. Mechanical Wanderer LV5. You have gained 10,000 career experience points. Mechanical Wanderer LV7. You have gained. Mechanical Wanderer level increased. Mechanical meditation method is also increased simultaneously. After slaughtering a large number of ghost demons, Suyu's newly transferred Mechanical Wanderer, his level was rising rapidly. His psychic power was also increasing synchronously. Even though he activated so many abilities and controlled such a legion to fight, Suyu not only did not feel any fatigue, but became stronger with each battle. He was delighted and ordered the mechanical regiment to kill all the ghost demons. This is all experience. An hour later, in front of everyone, there was no ghost demon standing. Some of them were killed by Suyu. Another part fled back into the condensed fog and refused to come out again. The ghost demon actually escaped. Everyone looked at the result of the battle and really didn't know how to evaluate it. And Suyu still felt a little unsatisfied, because his profession, Mechanical Wanderer, still lacked some experience to reach the maximum level. Mainly, those low-level ghost demons provided too little experience, and many of them escaped. At this time, in the depths of the condensed gray fog, who on earth is this guy? Why does he have such strength? He is definitely not an ordinary psychic mechanic. He is only 6 stars. Why is he so strong? What should I do? Those ordinary ghosts can't stop him at all. How can such a monster appear on this planet? The high priest at this time was at a loss and extremely anxious. He never thought that his strong men would be defeated by Suyu alone in just 1 hour. Almost all of them were wiped out. The high priest was obviously a believer of the evil god, an old monster who had survived for who knows how many years. But at this moment, in his eyes, Suyu is the real monster? We can't wait any longer. Start attacking the 7 stars immediately. The high priest was determined, and he didn't want to wait any longer. More than 100,000 ghost demons only lasted for more than an hour. How long can the remaining concentrated gray fog last? So, although the ghost clan leader has not been completely wiped out, he will also forcefully attack the 7 stars. Chapter 148: A Shocking Shot. A blow that destroys the city. The high priest knew that the situation was extremely critical at this time, and that he could not delay for even a minute. So he concentrated his mind, and a subspace gate appeared again in front of him. At this time, the will of the ghost clan leader suddenly rioted. Haha, you are impatient. You can't even wait for a few days. There must be a big enemy. I will never let you succeed in the attack. It was the voice of the ghost clan leader. He had been wiped out by the high priest for more than half, and he was in despair, because he knew that no matter how hard he persisted, it was meaningless, and he could only delay for a few days, and would eventually be wiped out. But now, he finally saw hope, because the high priest was not willing to wait even for 2 or 3 days. It was obvious that the situation was extremely critical. So the ghost clan leader immediately exerted his remaining strength and tried his best to stop the high priest from breaking through the 7 stars. Although the ghost clan leader was sensitive to everything in the outside world at this time, all of them had been cut off, and he had no idea that Suyu and his men were coming to attack. But he still instinctively cooperated with Suyu. You're looking for death. The high priest was extremely angry. At such a critical moment of breaking through the 7 stars, he was disturbed by the ghost clan leader. His spirit was shaky, and he might go completely crazy at any time. At this time, outside the concentrated fog, Suyu looked at the concentrated gray fog. strode forward, and said to himself, "The monk can run away, you can't run away from the temple. I'm only a few 100,000 experience points away from reaching the maximum level, and you ghost demons actually ran away. Wait until I blow away this fog, and see where you can run." He strode forward, and walked to the concentrated gray fog, holographic perception. At this time, the concentrated gray fog was only 5 kilometers in radius, so Suyu was already outside, using holographic perception, and found the specific location of the 7-star powerful existence inside. Soon, Suyu sensed the location of the high priest. His expression suddenly changed. Because in his perception, it was a mass of psionic energy that was condensed to the extreme, and some kind of qualitative change was taking place. Suyu was very close to the 7 stars at this time, so he could even sense that the nearby subspace was fluctuating, and it seemed that the door was about to be opened at any time. His expression was condensed. Is it the critical moment of breakthrough? We can't wait any longer. Suyu knew that, in a moment, that unknown powerful existence might succeed in breaking through. That would be troublesome. So, he retreated instead of advancing, exerted force on his feet, and retreated 7 or 8 kilometers. Then, the power of resonance. Suyu activated the resonance power of the steel resonance song. In fact, he had been activating this power, but before, he used the power of his own body to resonate and strengthen the mechanical warband. Now, it is the other way around, using the resonance of the mechanical warband to strengthen his body. This resonance, his psychic level and physical fitness, it was rising crazily. At the same time, the newly awakened new feature, the Matrix Core, also came into play at this time, adding power to him. The Matrix Core, actually, is an extension of the power of resonance, so it can also act on his body. However, what the Matrix Core improves is not psychic power and physical strength, but his computing power. It greatly improves his control over power. Under the heavy increase, Suyu suddenly saw a steel-cast subspace gate in front of him. Then, with the blessing of the power of resonance, the portal actually opened a little. Through the gap, Suyu suddenly felt dazed, as if he saw a vast and mysterious space that was deeper than the starry sky, more vast than the universe, and contained infinite mysteries, infinite knowledge, and infinite power. This feeling only lasted for a moment, and Suyu came back to his senses. Then he found that the portal had been closed, but a trace of pure spiritual power leaked out of it. This trace of power is very small, but when it falls on Suyu, it has the effect of turning stone into gold. The power of Suyu's whole body, under the enlightenment of that trace of power, is ready to move, extremely active, and seems to be undergoing a qualitative change. At this time, Suyu is in an incredibly good state, and his strength has increased by 30% again out of thin air. Just now, the subspace was opened, and this is the power of the 7 stars. Suyu realized in his heart that with the blessing of the resonance power and the Matrix battle group, he actually opened the subspace in advance and touched the power of the 7-star level. Although it was only a little bit, it also increased his strength. Suyu really stacked too many professions, and the increase was too much. That's why this happened. He was not even at the top of the 6-star level, but he could actually open a little bit of the subspace door. When Suyu opened the subspace door a little bit, the little breath that leaked out was sensed by everyone. The breath that appeared on the manager just now, what is it? I seem to see the starry sky. No, that's not the starry sky, that's the subspace. The subspace can only be opened by the 7-star supernatural. What? The administrator has opened the subspace? He just opened the 7-star? The administrator said before that the gray fog was nurturing the existence of the 7-star, so he temporarily upgraded it to facilitate the battle? Everyone in the mechanical city was stunned, and some even started to talk nonsense. In this battle, in a short period of time, Suyu really gave them too many surprises. In the depths of the gray fog, the high priest also sensed the aura of the subspace that had just appeared. At this moment, he was really going crazy. The enemy actually opened the subspace? The high priest's whole hope was to quickly open the subspace, promote to 7 stars, and crush the enemy. However, the enemy was one step ahead of him. This was an extremely heavy blow to him. The ghost leader, who was making trouble for the high priest, also sensed the subspace aura at this time, and was immediately very excited. Ha, ha ha. What kind of enemy have you provoked? You even opened the subspace gate. You are dead. Facing such an enemy, no one can save you. The ghost leader was very excited, and spoke much more smoothly. This time, The high priest did not curse, but fell into strange silence. He no longer cared about the ghost leader. He used all his energy to attack the subspace gate. He knew that he didn't have much time. At the same time, the ghosts that had escaped into the gray fog began to devour each other. In a short time, more than half of them died, and the remaining ones had greatly increased their strength. At this time, Suyu suddenly turned around and ordered everyone, "You all retreat." Everyone turned around and ran without hesitation. Although they didn't know why they were running, but there was always a feeling that if I didn't run, I would be dead. The administrator didn't know what big move he was going to make. They were obviously more than 10 kilometers away from the gray fog. And at this distance, they still had to run? After Suyu gave the order, he immediately activated another ability. Shadow Cloak. The light and shadow changed, and Suyu disappeared from the spot, entering the invisible state. Then, the Dawn Type 1 component on the Azure Oath mechanical armor began to charge, and the thick electromagnetic sniper muzzle, a flash of lightning appeared. Nono had already merged into the armor, providing power for Suyu. And Suyu was concentrating, activating his abilities one by one again. Electromagnetic Fury, triple power increase. Hidden Kill, in concealed state, 5 times power increase. Impulsion, adds spiritual energy to gun attacks, produces explosion effect. Real Flame, purifying power. Full Fire, overload mechanical creations, greatly increase firepower in a short time. Suyu even used that trace of subspace power, all poured into the muzzle. Under the blessing of the 5 major skills, the electromagnetic sniper muzzle on Suyu's chest has been completely covered with plasma, emitting an extremely dazzling light. Before the cannon was fired, the plasma almost melted the shell of the Azure Oath. With so many amplifications, Suyu himself didn't know how powerful this attack was. 7-star top? Or 8-star? I can't control it anymore, fire. Suyu barely held on for a few minutes, pouring as much real flame as possible into the muzzle. Then, he could no longer control it. And a shot was fired. Boom! The shot that Suyu had been thinking about for a long time finally came out. A thick beam of light instantly shot out. With his powerful dynamic vision, Suyu saw that it was not a beam of light, but a lightning ball with a diameter of 1 meter, which was condensed with terrifying power. Because of its extremely fast speed, it looked like a beam of light. It was unknown how many times the speed of sound it was, and it crossed a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers in a blink of an eye. It hit the concentrated gray fog. The condensed gray fog had no blocking effect on the lightning ball. It was directly blasted into nothingness, revealing the skeleton altar inside. The high priest's pupils shrank sharply. In a flash, he had only one thought in his mind. What kind of power is this? It's so fast. I can't avoid it. Block it for me. At this time, in front of the skeleton altar, there were dozens of powerful ghost demons, guarding it tightly. Among these ghost demons, at least they are all 5 stars, and some are even 6 stars. These ghost demons were created by the high priest at all costs, who forced the ghost demons to devour each other, and then blocked in front of him to protect himself. This kind of ghost demon that was forcibly enhanced in a short period of time is extremely unstable, and can only survive for more than 10 minutes before exploding and dying. It is a huge waste. But at this time, the high priest was extremely fortunate that he had made such preparations in advance. As long as he could block this shocking blow, no matter how much it wasted, it was worth it. The high priest knew that if the thunder ball exploded on the ghost demon, even if the core power of this attack was wasted, even if there were terrifying aftermath, he should be able to withstand it. In a blink of an eye, the thunder ball had already approached the ghost demons. At this moment, the high priest actually relaxed in his heart. With this kind of attack, you probably won't be able to launch a second attack. If I survive, it will be your death. However, he was thinking too beautifully. How could Suyu let this happen? The thunder ball was about to hit the ghost demons, but it suddenly turned a corner, bypassed the ghost demons, and bombarded the altar. Gun-fighting technique. Suyu smiled in his heart at this moment. Are you stupid? My bullet can turn. The next moment, the thunder ball fell on the altar. It was instantly evaporated, revealing the 10-meter-tall high priest inside. The thunder ball continued to move forward. As long as it fell on the high priest, this shocking shot, the real power will burst out. The high priest appeared, and Suyu had already lifted the invisibility at this time. At this moment, the two great enemies faced each other for the first time, and their eyes crossed. Although they were more than 10 kilometers apart, they saw each other at the same time. Suyu was surprised to see the 10-meter body of the high priest. He did not expect this great enemy to have such a mighty appearance. Unfortunately, he was about to die within 0.01 seconds of his appearance. The high priest looked at Suyu. There was great resentment and despair in his eyes. He knew that he would definitely die this time. After thousands of years, this is the only outcome? How could this barren and dead wilderness breed such an attack and such a supernatural being? How is this possible? The high priest was extremely unwilling. He could not understand or imagine that this dead wilderness that he had always controlled could have a variable like Suyu. Ha! Old monster. You are dead. You, clansman. Your revenge will come. I can finally take revenge. Old monster. You have controlled my ghost clan for nearly 1,000 years. It would be a waste of time in the end. Your plan, everything you have, will be completely wiped out. The ghost clan leader laughed wildly. And at this moment, he was extremely happy. Even if he himself would disappear into thin air under this blow, he had no regrets. Even impatient. If he hadn't frantically interfered with the high priest might have already broken through the 7 stars. So at this time, the ghost leader got what he wanted, no regrets, only wished to die quickly. The high priest ignored him, but prayed quickly in his heart, Great Lord, your loyal servant prays to you. I sacrifice to you. Sacrifice myself. Sacrifice my greedy, tyrannical soul. May you wake up from your slumber, give this world, bring eternal destruction. Boom! The thunderball finally hit the high priest's body, and the terrifying power exploded instantly. The body of the 10-meter giant, like a bubble, was directly torn apart and evaporated. Then, there was a shocking explosion. The dazzling plasma fireball, centered on the high priest, expanded wildly. Unparalleled high temperature, violent shock waves, huge amounts of true flames swept everything. In a short time, this fireball destroyed everything within a radius of 10 kilometers. All destroyed, a tall mushroom cloud rose up. The ghost tribe, no longer exists, was completely wiped off the map by Suyu's blow. The fog was also completely purified. Suyu's shot was as powerful as a nuclear explosion. Ah! In the distance, the people in the mechanical city screamed at the same time and covered their eyes. They just turned their heads out of curiosity and looked directly at the nuclear explosion, and their eyes were almost blinded, both ears were almost deafened by the explosion. Then, before they could react, the shock wave hit again, and they were thrown to the ground one by one. Fortunately, they were far enough away, so there were no casualties. What happened just now? What did the administrator do? I'm blind. And deaf. So terrifying, one blow to destroy the city. Is this the power of the administrator? It's like a god. Chapter 149 Job Change, Data Mechanic, the evil god is coming. Everyone covered their eyes and shouted loudly. They were almost deaf at this time. If they didn't speak louder, they couldn't hear what they were saying. The scene was in chaos for a while. And Suyu ignored those people at this time. He was squinting his eyes, looking at the huge fireball and mushroom cloud. With his physique, he would not be hurt by the strong light and loud noise just now. You get 560,000 professional experience, Mechanical Wanderer LV Max. Mechanical meditation method is improved synchronously. The professional panel refreshed the prompt just now. With a shocking blow, he killed the enemy and gained a lot of experience. So he also maxed out the Mechanical Wanderer. At this time, Suyu had maxed out the 3 second-level professions: Legion Mechanic, Arms Mechanic, and Mechanical Wanderer. Whether he was mentally or physically, without any enhancement, he had reached the top level of 6 stars. He was only a little short of reaching the 7 stars. However, despite such a result, Suyu's face looked a little ugly. Because he felt that, in the blazing fireball, there seemed to be some kind of terrifying thing awakening. Suyu knew that his previous blow had undoubtedly killed the 10-meter giant. But Suyu could faintly hear a spiritual voice lingering at the scene with an ecstatic mood. One of the original 7 sins, the Lord of Greed. Lord, you finally responded to the servant's call. Ha ha ha, all of you blasphemers, you must die. Suyu understood that the 10-meter giant did something unknown before he died. Although he died, he seemed to have awakened something more terrifying. So, the battle is far from over. Suyu didn't know that. The Lord the High Priest believed in had a very high status, and his name was Greed. He was an evil god born from the negative emotions of billions of humans, and was one of the 7 original sins. His power It is indescribable, unimaginable, and terrifying. However, the greedy evil god is still asleep at this time, and will not pay attention to this small ruined planet. But because the high priest sacrificed his soul before his death, it slightly alarmed the evil god, causing him to give an instinctive response and lower his power. Before the high priest died completely, he saw the Son of God descending under the seat of the Master. So he was so ecstatic. Congratulations to the host. Because the Legion mechanic has reached the maximum level, you can start a new job. Possible job: Tier 2 job, data mechanic. Battlefield mechanic, main, plus intermediate information technology LV max plus, equals data mechanic. At this time, the job panel prompts again that, so you can start a job change. However, the Tier 3 job is still not unlocked and is still a Tier 2. Start a job, data mechanic. Suyu did not hesitate and immediately changed his job. Congratulations to the host, successfully employed. Current occupation, data mechanic, LV1, 0/10,000. Congratulations to the host, successfully awakened the core ability, data informationization, LV1, as a hacker among mechanics, a strongman in the Civil War. Data mechanic can transform his own spiritual energy into invisible data information, invade various mechanical creations, seize control. At the same time, he can also use spiritual energy, directly strengthen the computing power of mechanical creations, improve combat effectiveness. After changing his job to data mechanic, Suyu's spirit and body have also improved slightly, and he is closer to the 7 stars. Suyu believes that as long as he can train the data mechanic to the maximum level, he will definitely be able to enter the 7 stars and his strength will increase again. However, there is no time for him to level up now, because the mutation has begun. The huge fireball caused by Suyu's attack just now is dissipating rapidly. This kind of psychic explosion seems to dissipate faster than the flame caused by explosives. After the fireball dissipated, the original ghost tribe was revealed. The ghost tribe no longer existed. No buildings remained, and the phantom gray fog also dissipated. There was only a big pit left. The ground at the bottom of the pit was baked into a glass-like material by the high heat, smooth as a mirror. On the glass ground, there were dark shadows, like a child's clumsy drawings. These shadows were the ghost demons in the fog, who were killed by Suyu with one blow. The body was evaporated, leaving only a shadow, sticking to the ground. At the bottom of the pit, there was a huge black shadow 10 meters long, which was left after the high priest was evaporated. These shadows originally had no power, but at this moment, they suddenly emitted a wisp of black gas under the mysterious call, and the black gas evaporated and merged into a twisted black ball in the air at the bottom of the pit. No! It didn't seem to be a black ball, but a space door. The door to the unknown space. The next moment, the shadows that were close to the ground suddenly swelled up and actually had a physical body. It seemed that the corpses of the ghosts that should have been destroyed were summoned again by the mysterious power. The corpses jumped up and gathered towards the black ball in the air. In a short time, these corpses gathered into a monster that was 100 meters tall, with 1,000 hands and eyes, and was extremely twisted. The son of the original 7 sins. The god of greed. The god of tyranny. The moment he saw tyranny, Suyu knew this information. The existence of the evil god itself seemed to contain countless information. All this happened very quickly. In just a few seconds, the tyrannical evil god had already appeared. Moreover, on the ground, those shadows continued to produce corpses and gathered towards the tyrannical evil god. With its appearance, the psionic mist that was about to dissipate at the scene became dense again. Suyu, who was looking directly at this monster, all kinds of thoughts of brutality, destruction, killing, suddenly emerged in his mind. Fortunately, Suyu was determined and had a strong mental strength, and he recovered quickly. Not good. After Suyu recovered, he immediately cried out in his heart. He could see that this monster was incredibly strong, much stronger than the previous 10-meter giant. It must have reached the 7-star level, and it was still absorbing the corpse of the ghost demon. Becoming stronger rapidly, Suyu instinctively activated the omniscience perception. Tyrannical evil god. Grade, unknown. Type, subspace god. Comprehensive strength assessment, 7-star top unknown. Holographic perception, only gave a name, cannot assess the specific grade and strength of this monster. Attack! Suyu immediately set a signal, letting his mechanical regiments all fire at the monster. every second. This monster is gathering the corpses of ghost demons, getting stronger rapidly, and it seems there is no limit. In a little while, it might be able to break through the 8 stars and attack the 9 stars. No one can stop it then. So you naturally cannot give it such an opportunity. Boom! The mechanical regiment bombarded with all its strength. At the same time, Suyu also used the data information capability he had just acquired to strengthen the computing power of the mechanical regiment, making the attack more accurate and powerful. However, Suyu did not bombard the body of the tyrannical evil god, but the corpses of the summoned ghost demons. The main body was hard to deal with, but these corpses were much easier. As a result, the corpses were blown into pieces by the powerful firepower as soon as they were summoned. You have gained 6,000 professional experience points. Data Mechanic LV1. You have gained 10,000 professional experience points. Data Mechanic LV2. You have gained. Data Mechanic level has been upgraded. Data Informationization has been upgraded simultaneously. The professional panel kept prompting. Suyu was a little surprised. These summoned corpses, after being blasted, actually count as experience? What is this? And after being blasted, they were immediately summoned from the shadows on the ground, and then blasted again by Suyu, and then they could gain experience again. In a short period of time, Suyu, who had just changed his job to data mechanic, had risen several levels. This tyrannical evil god was simply a ruthless monster-killing machine. If it weren't too dangerous, and the ammunition was limited, Suyu really wanted to gain unlimited experience here. And because these corpses were destroyed, the tyrannical evil god could not absorb nutrients, and his speed of becoming stronger suddenly slowed down. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from behind Suyu, and even a few bullets hit his armor. Kill! You will all die! The tyrannical, murderous roar made Suyu frown. He looked back and found that the people in the mechanical city all had red eyes at this time. They have lost their minds and are about to kill each other. These people are also unlucky. They just looked directly at the nuclear explosion and lost their eyesight. Fortunately, the light produced by the psychic explosion did not completely destroy their eyesight. So after a while, they all recovered. And they couldn't help but look in the direction of the ghost tribe again. They wanted to see the results of the attack of the administrator. At this time, the tyrannical evil god just came. They had just finished watching the nuclear explosion, and then looked directly at the evil god. They did not have Suyu's strength, and were immediately overwhelmed by the extremely violent aura, leaving them with an endless desire to kill. Fortunately, the time was short, and after everyone went crazy, they instinctively pointed their guns at the biggest threat, Suyu, and did not kill each other immediately. So no one of them died for the time being. What a trouble. Suyu shook his head, and in the midst of his busy schedule, he emitted spiritual energy and activated the flame of truth stored in the vehicles around everyone. The white flames blazed, enveloping everyone. Ah! What was I doing just now? I just shot at the administrator? The god of tyranny? What is that? Why? When I saw him, I couldn't control myself? Why did I know his name when I saw him? Everyone was enveloped by the flame of truth, and they immediately regained consciousness, and were all shocked. Especially those who had shot at Suyu. I was almost scared to death. Oh! That thousand-armed, thousand-eyed monster. I lost my mind after just one look at it. After a moment, everyone remembered what had just happened. They immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look at it anymore. They went crazy after just one look. And even though they were protected by the flame of truth, and they lowered their heads, that crazy thought still lingered in their hearts. What level of monster is this? Tyrannical evil god? A real evil god? Mr. Administrator, are you actually fighting this kind of monster that only appears in nightmare legends? Just when everyone was terrified, Suyu's voice came. You leave quickly. This is the tyrannical evil god, the real god of the subspace. You can't deal with it. You leave all your weapons and ammunition, then go back to the mechanical city, collect materials for me, and produce ammunition. Suyu was sending everyone away, anyway. They are in the way here. So why not go back and do logistics? What? Tyrannical evil god? Subspace god? Is there really such a thing? When everyone heard this name, they were shocked again, and at the same time, they felt, as expected, only the legendary subspace evil god can have such power, and the administrator can actually fight against the gods. However, the administrator asked them to go back. Then, the administrator, we will go back now, to prepare ammunition and materials for you. You must hold on. Everyone soon realized that staying here would only get in the way, and they could not participate in this level of battle. They could not even watch how to fight. They immediately put down all the ammunition, then got on the vehicle and evacuated at full speed, and soon left the battlefield. We seem to be of no use this time. I don't know, Administrator. Can we defeat that terrifying evil god? Hurry back and deliver weapons and ammunition to the Administrator. The people who left were all worried and had mixed feelings. They felt that so many people were useless. At this time, Suyu had no worries and immediately devoted himself to killing monsters. The corpses of the ghosts summoned by the tyrannical evil god were basically turned into experience by Suyu, and their levels kept rising. In a short period of time, his strength increased again, and he had reached the peak of 6 stars. However, the tyrannical evil god, it seemed that his true consciousness had not yet come, and the monster with 1,000 hands and eyes was just an empty shell for the time being. So he let Suyu fleece like this. I didn't expect that I would fleece the evil god. Suyu looked at the rising experience bar and felt quite strange. However, Suyu knew that it would not be possible to continue like this. The ammunition of his mechanical regiment, energy, is limited. And this evil god, who knows if he has a limit? So, Suyu asked the mechanical regiment to turn the guns around and aim at the shadows on the ground. Soon, the shadows were torn apart by the hail of bullets, and the summoned corpses also lost their source and no longer appeared. Roar! The tyrannical evil god with 1,000 hands and eyes roared for the first time, and thousands of eyes turned at the same time, staring at Suyu, who was destroying its arrival. It seemed that there was a terrifying power gathering in those eyes. Suyu's pupils shrank wildly, and he immediately activated his ability, Electromagnetic Rage. Suddenly, the entire mechanical regiment, all overloaded, although they would all be scrapped in a few minutes. But in these few minutes, their strength increased several times. The more than 1,000 primary rangers directly upgraded to 4-star intermediate. 76 intermediate rangers, 5-star intermediate. 10 advanced rangers, 5-star top. 30 defenders, 30 hunters, directly upgraded to 6-star intermediate. This is a terrifying force. At this time, they all pointed their guns and cannons at the tyrannical evil god and opened fire. A large amount of ammunition, light, plasma beams, carrying the flame of truth, blasted at the tyrannical evil god with unparalleled force. The tyrannical evil god seemed to sense the danger, and the power accumulated in thousands of eyes was released at the same time, turned into thousands of psionic rays, and collided with Suyu's attack. Chapter 150: The Power of the Evil God. Take advantage of the evil god again. Seeing the thousands of psionic rays emitted by the tyrannical evil god, Suyu's expression suddenly became solemn. After all, this was the first time the tyrannical evil god had made a move after his appearance. Suyu still couldn't figure out the strength of this tyrannical evil god. He was afraid that he really had the power of a god and could kill the mechanical war group in one move. However, a moment later, the thousands of psionic rays emitted by the tyrannical evil god, facing the hail of bullets from the mechanical core. It collapsed at the first touch and was directly blasted back. Then, the ammunition, rays, ion beams, etc. fired by the mechanical core hit the body of the tyrannical demon, smashing most of its hands and eyes. Roar! The tyrannical demon roared, seeming to have suffered considerable damage. So weak. Suyu was stunned when he saw the scene. He was worried for a long time, and even used electromagnetic rage on the mechanical core. Overloaded. Could it be that this evil god was just a showpiece? However, Suyu soon discovered that something was wrong. Although the body of the tyrannical evil god was shattered a lot, it immediately began to recover, and in a blink of an eye, it had recovered more than half. Fortunately, Suyu's mechanical regiment was already electromagnetically violent, and their attacks would not stop until they were completely scrapped. Under the crazy attacks of the mechanical regiment, the body of the tyrannical evil god was hit hard again and again. Although the recovery was extremely fast, Suyu could see that every time it is severely damaged, its recovery speed will slow down a little. This shows that the attack of the mechanical war group is not useless. The recovery ability of the tyrannical evil god is not infinite. If the attack of the mechanical war group can continue, it may be completely destroyed. It depends on whether the mechanical war group is scrapped first, or the recovery energy of the tyrannical evil god is used up first. For a while, the situation was deadlocked. Suyu watched coldly, and the main body did not rush to take action. He always felt that it was too smooth, and there might be something wrong. Finally, a few minutes later, the recovery speed of the tyrannical evil god's body had slowed down to the extreme. The whole body became tattered and seemed to fall apart at any time. As long as it was bombarded for a while, it would probably never recover. However, at this moment, the tyrannical evil god's movements suddenly stopped. Even the recovery stopped, and he stood there like a statue, allowing the mechanical battle group to attack. It seemed that Su Yu had killed it. Facing this situation, Su Yu's hair stood on end, because he sensed that in the body of the tyrannical evil god, an ancient, evil, vast, chaotic consciousness had awakened. If the previous tyrannical evil god was just a shell with power, a beast that could only attack instinctively, now, this shell was finally infused with a powerful thought. At this moment, the tyrannical evil god has truly arrived. Sure enough, the next moment, the tyrannical evil god's body trembled. All his eyeballs began to roll randomly at the same time, and thousands of mouths opened at the same time, making a crazy laugh. That laughter was extremely chaotic, as if thousands of mental patients, all speaking madly together. All the sounds mixed together, and were forced into Su Yu's brain. Ordinary people, after hearing one sentence, would immediately go crazy. Although Su Yu was not crazy, he felt veins on his forehead throbbing. His blood pressure soared, and his vision was blood red. But Su Yu was a strong man close to the 7 stars after all. With his powerful psychic power and mental strength, plus the core ability of a fighter and the power of adaptability, he barely resisted the erosion of the demonic sound. And in the chaotic sound, he interpreted some information. Ha ha. It's been thousands of years. I finally have a physical body again. I've been trapped on this planet for too long. Nearly 10,000 years. Master. Father. Great God of greed, I will definitely wake you up. Die. All humans will die. These messages are all mixed together, and each message contains different emotions. Su Yu feels like he is going to have schizophrenia. And in that demonic sound, there are more messy messages. It seems to be related to the deep mystery of the subspace, and the prayer to the so-called evil god of greed, praise. Su Yu instinctively did not interpret the deep information, otherwise he might have gone crazy. After laughing crazily, the tyrannical evil god's thousands of chaotic eyes turned, looking down from above, staring at Su Yu not far away. This carrier is so weak, and there are annoying bugs attacking. It's the mechanic of the human empire. Kill. 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 Kill, in the name of my tyrannical god. Thousands of mouths opened, and the chaotic devil sound sounded again. Following this devilish sound, Su Yu's mechanical battle group suddenly stopped attacking. Those mechanical creations originally had no life, no emotions. But at this moment, their bodies actually revealed a tyrannical aura, and the indicator lights flashed a dazzling red. The next moment, they actually turned their guns at the same time, aiming at Su Yu. Boom! A round of volleys submerged Su Yu's body. The power of the tyrannical evil god, the tyrannical sound. Just one sentence, let the lifeless mechanical creations all be tainted with tyranny and betray their masters. No, not betrayal. But at this moment, those lifeless mechanical creations, at this moment, have activity, possess a certain kind of tyrannical activity. Seeing Su Yu's figure being submerged, all the mouths of the tyrannical evil god showed a happy and cruel smile, but the next moment, its smile froze. Because a whisper sounded. As expected of the evil god. It was Su Yu. He didn't know when he had disappeared from the spot, appeared not far away, and was not killed by the betrayed mechanical regiment. But he was still frightened. The current mechanical regiment has been electromagnetically violent after the betrayal, and with the blessing of the power of the tyrannical evil god, the attack power is simply amazing. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been killed by a volley of fire. Fortunately, no. As a mechanical apostle bound to me, it has become a mechanical life form, avoiding the influence of the tyrannical evil god. It was really thrilling. Just now, the blue oath armor on Su Yu was almost infected with the tyrannical activity. Fortunately, this armor has been integrated by Nono. Nono is a real intelligent life form, and has a telepathic connection with Su Yu. It has a strong resistance to the tyrannical sound. At the critical moment, it controlled the armor, and allowed Su Yu to escape successfully. Master, Nono is in pain. Although there was no betrayal, Nono didn't feel good. You bug? You're not dead. Why don't you die? Hurry up and die. You ignorant bug. Your humble life is worthless. The tyrannical evil god was furious, and the devilish sound started again. The mechanical battle group immediately locked onto Suyu, and was about to launch another volley. Moreover, the tyrannical aura on their bodies became stronger, as if it was strengthened again by the power of the tyrannical evil god. The flame of truth. Data, information. Suyu did not hesitate, and immediately activated his ability. Boom! All members of the mechanical regiments all burst into a large amount of the flame of truth, burning fiercely and expelling the influence of the tyrannical evil god. However, the flame of truth was not enough. So Suyu's psychic energy turned into invisible data, and poured into their core chips, and fought with the tyrannical evil god for control. After a moment, the mechanical regiment suddenly froze again, the indicator light turned back to its normal blue color. They turned their guns again, and pointed them at the tyrannical evil god. Boom! A round of volleys was fired, and the tyrannical evil god's body was shattered again. Finally I got it back. Fortunately, I changed my job to a data mechanic, and I had gained some experience before, otherwise it would be a big trouble. Suyu wiped a sweat in his heart. What he just used was the core ability of a data mechanic, data informatization. The greatest use of this ability is to be a data hacker. During the civil war among mechanics, you can invade the enemy's mechanical creations and seize control. Suyu thought that he would have no chance to use this ability. After all, he has not encountered other psychic mechanics so far, let alone become an enemy. But he did not expect that he would use it in the battle with the tyrannical evil god. That's right. I have previously unlocked the evil profession of mechanical missionary. Obviously, the evil god is also very capable in polluting mechanical creations. The evil god is not just a mindless killer. This special act of pollution makes this tyrannical evil god himself a top psychic hacker. In the previous scene, even the 1,000-meter-long mecha like Zhang Qinfeng's divine body was corroded. Let alone my mechanical regiment. Data mechanic. It's really the right job to change. The significance of this profession is not only to be a hacker in the civil war, it can also become the strongest data firewall when facing the evil god. At this moment, Suyu thought of a lot. He had a deeper understanding of the power of the evil god and his own ability. Data informatization. A data ability that seems to be temporarily useless is incredibly useful in the battle with the evil god. If it is an ordinary psychic mechanic, the tyrannical evil god will seize control of all creations in one encounter. The death was extremely frustrating. But Suyu was able to take back the battle group in a short time and fight back. It must be said that after Suyu experienced many job changes, his abilities were extremely comprehensive, and he had no shortcomings. Even when facing the weird and terrifying evil god, he had the means to counterattack. You dare to harm the carrier of my descent. Kill! 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 You can actually resist my divine power. You bug! Why do you have such power? The tyrannical evil god was hit by this round of volleys. He roared in anger. Thousands of eyes, most of them were filled with extremely violent emotions. Some of them, however, showed surprise, curiosity, and thought, this is the purifying flame of the gunfighter and the data control of the data mechanic. Die! Die! You, a human bug, what is your profession? It's really weird. Even 10,000 years ago, I have never seen a bug like you. You must die. Bug, I am very interested in you. Kneel down, pray to me, I will grant you eternal life. After some analysis, the tyrannical evil god became very interested in Suyu, and even proposed to recruit him. Although his words were inconsistent, one moment he wanted Suyu to die, then he wanted to grant him eternal life. With the ancient wisdom of the tyrannical evil god, he could naturally see that Suyu was unusual. He actually had so many abilities, and his spiritual energy was incredibly deep. Such a strange existence, if accepted and trained, will certainly play a great role. Haha. Suyu laughed loudly upon hearing this. You are just a monster. What kind of god are you? What qualifications do you have for me to kneel down to you? You have been locked up on this planet by Zhang Qinfeng for 10,000 years, which is enough to prove that you are a waste. Kneel to you? I will kill you today. Go to hell. Suyu's eyes were bloodshot at this time. Although he was not crazy, he was also affected by the tyrannical aura, and his mood was a little irritable, and his words were a little arrogant. He roared, and the mechanical battle group attacked without stopping. It lasted for more than 10 minutes, and the body of the tyrannical evil god was blasted into pieces, leaving only the skeleton. Bug, you are looking for death. How can I allow you to destroy my carrier? Kill! All humans will die. The tyrannical evil god was furious, and his roar shook the sky. In the distance, the people who were going away all heard the roar of the tyrannical evil god. Although they were far away and protected by the flame of truth, they almost went crazy. However, at the same time, Su Yu's roar was heard. It is enough to prove that you are a waste. Kneel you? I will kill you today. Hearing Su Yu's voice, everyone's heart suddenly jumped and they regained their consciousness. The administrator, you are so domineering? Calling the evil god a waste? Still want to kill him? Everyone was extremely curious. What exactly is going on now? Some of the brave ones, relying on the protection of the flame of truth, looked back with a telescope. Just in time to see, the tyrannical evil god was blasted to the point where only his skeleton was left. For thousands of years, the first evil god to descend was beaten like this by Su Yu. Master Administrator, you are so powerful. Could it be that before we return to the mechanical city, the Master Administrator has already succeeded in killing the god? At this moment, everyone had only two words echoing in their hearts. Killing gods. That's right. In everyone's eyes, Su Yu was killing gods now. And Su Yu himself had a similar idea at this time. This tyrannical evil god, it seems, is not that powerful. It is estimated that he has been sealed for thousands of years and has weakened to the extreme. In addition, before he really descended, the carrier was weakened by Su Yu in advance, consuming most of his power. As a result, after he descended, he only used the ability of the tyrannical sound. When this strange ability was solved by Su Yu, he had no power to fight back, and couldn't even send out psionic rays. He seemed to have no ability to move and avoid attacks, and couldn't leave the spot. He could only stand there, allowing Su Yu to attack him crazily, and roaring with impotence and fury. His skeleton was already covered with cracks, and seemed to be completely broken at any time. If this continued, Su Yu might succeed in killing the god today. But after another 10 minutes, the tyrannical evil god was still roaring. It was not broken. And the mechanical war bands are also full of energy. Even when they ran out of ammunition, they did not stop. Now they rushed to the side of the tyrannical evil god and started close combat. Wait, something is wrong. Why haven't these mechanical war bands been scrapped yet? Su Yu was a little irritable, but suddenly he regained his clarity and found some abnormalities. His mechanical creations have already activated the electromagnetic violent overload, and it stands to reason that, after so long, they should have been scrapped long ago. Why are they still fighting? Chapter 151 Intelligent Chipset Violent Strengthening. Suspicious, Su Yu asked the mechanical regiment to temporarily stop attacking, and then observed carefully, and found that those mechanical regiments still had some violent auras on their bodies. These auras seemed to protect their bodies, making them stronger. Even in the electromagnetic rage, they maintained strong toughness, and would not be scrapped for a while. And their attack power also increased again, after the mechanical regiment was seized by tyranny. It seemed to be strengthened a lot, and gained a lot of benefits. I took advantage of the evil god again? And then used it to attack him? Su Yu felt strange. Tyrannical evil god, worthy of the name of tyranny. A little bit of his breath can greatly strengthen the mechanical regiment, and improve its combat effectiveness. However, Su Yu frowned. The mechanical regiment that was contaminated with a little breath gained such a great benefit. How could this tyrannical evil god be so weak that he could only passively take a beating? Just when Su Yu was puzzled, the tyrannical evil god, who was furious and helpless, seemed to sense Su Yu's change and suddenly laughed wildly. Ha! You are indeed tyrannical. You are destined to be my believer. Your attacks, your tyrannical emotions, will only become my nourishment. I am a god, immortal, the tyrannical evil god, whose body had been blasted into a skeleton, suddenly burst out with extremely powerful psionic energy. The next moment, the flesh and blood were completely restored. The body with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes reappeared, and the aura of tyranny filled the air, looking down at Su Yu from above. Boom! The psionic energy around the tyrannical evil god exploded. Su Yu's mechanical battle group was directly blown away, and fragments and parts flew. This time, they could no longer remain intact, and were really scrapped. Su Yu waved his hand, and more than 1,000 chips flew into his hand. These chips were not destroyed. After all, electromagnetic rage would not consume chips, can be recycled. Even these chips, because of the power of the evil god, have been strengthened a lot. I just don't know whether this kind of strengthening will have hidden dangers. But Suyu didn't care. The flame of truth was poured into the chips, and they were washed hard. Then, he used holographic perception to look at these chips. Intelligent chipset, tyrannical strengthening strengthened by tyrannical divine power, possessing special powers. Mechanical creations equipped with this chip are more resilient, it can withstand long-term electromagnetic rage, and its attack power is stronger. Note, this chip must be purified with the flame of truth before it can be used safely. The occupation panel gives a prompt. As expected, this kind of enhancement has hidden dangers. How can the power of the evil god be so easy to use? Fortunately, the problem is not big. Suyu has a solution. The purification effect of the flame of truth, plus the ability of the data mechanic. These chips are also more useful to Suyu than other smart chips. Even the evil god himself was beaten. Are you afraid that he will leave some tricks behind? After Suyu processed the chips, he handed them over to the last ranger. This ranger was left by Suyu on purpose. There was no electromagnetic rage, and it did not participate in the battle, so it remained intact. The ranger collected the chip, turned around and left, running towards the direction of the mechanical city. There is a production line for the rangers in the mechanical city. As long as some time passes, Suyu can restore his mechanical regiment. At this time, after the tyrannical evil god recovered his strength, he stretched out his horribly twisted body, as if he was feeling the long-lost world, and was not in a hurry to attack Suyu. After Suyu processed the chip, he thought for a moment and said to the tyrannical evil god, "Can you draw strength from the battle between you and me? Did you do it on purpose just now?" Suyu figured it out. Although the tyrannical evil god was weakened, he could draw strength from the tyrannical emotions in the battle. Suyu had just fought fiercely, and his heart was filled with violent emotions. Therefore, after a fierce battle, he recovered his strength. It can only be said that the existence of the evil god is really strange and powerful, and cannot be judged by common sense. If you don't fight him, you can't destroy him. If you fight him, you will have violent emotions and recover his strength. This ability is simply unreasonable. When Bao Yu heard this, his thousands of eyes turned, and he laughed crazily. Ha ha ha. Mortal, you are very smart. You are outstanding. That's right, I am the god of tyranny, your fighting spirit, your tyrannical emotions, will only become my strength. As long as the creatures in this universe still have a tyrannical heart, I will be immortal. Give up. You have lost the mechanical creation, it is even more impossible to defeat a true god. Kneel down, pray, become my believer. Get the supreme glory. After regaining strength, the tyrannical devil sound became even more powerful, tempting Suyu again. The tyrannical evil god valued Suyu's ability very much. If Suyu could be trained to be an apostle mechanic, the creation left by Zhang Chifeng would no longer be an obstacle. Tyranny could leave this planet and start an endless tyrannical killing in the sea of stars. Listening to this devil sound, Suyu actually had an urge to kneel down and pray, but he still held back. Suyu sneered, "Really? If you are really invincible, how could you be trapped for 10,000 years? And I guess, your body is still sealed, and what is coming now is just a little bit of thought." Suyu naturally couldn't be fooled by Bauer. He had obtained a lot of information from Bauer's words. This kind of subspace evil god seems to be born from human emotions, is weird in nature, and is almost invincible. But he was sealed by Zhang Chifeng after all, which shows that he is not invincible. And Zhang Chifeng's seal, it should not be limited to the real world, but also exist in the subspace. Otherwise, with the weirdness of the tyrannical evil god, he would have descended on other planets through the consciousness of living beings, and would not have been trapped on the ruins planet for 10,000 years. His body in the subspace should still be under heavy seals. And what appeared at this time was just a little bit of power. He did not even bring power. Only a little thought, combined with the tyrannical emotions left by the previous ghost tribe, to create this incarnation with 1,000 hands and eyes. Such an incarnation, at this time, has a strength of only about 7 stars. However, due to his nature as an evil god, it is extremely difficult to kill him. But he is still far from being invincible. Moreover, the power of this incarnation to absorb emotions should be limited by distance. Otherwise, this planet is so chaotic, with fighting and killing everywhere, and there are so many violent emotions. If he could absorb them at will, Suyu would have been killed long ago. In other words, this battle can still be fought. Human insect, you are looking for death. Seeing that his attempt to persuade him to surrender failed and being mocked, the tyrannical evil god was furious again. Kill you! and then revive your corpse. It will be useful. There is my breath in your mechanical creation. I can sense that where it goes. There are a lot of humans. When I destroy you, I will go there and kill all the humans. Die. Destroy. The tyrannical roar was like thunder. And thousands of eyes glared. The terrifying psionic energy exploded immediately. The place where Suyu was standing exploded violently instantly. And a mushroom cloud rose up. Although this psionic energy explosion was not as strong as Suyu's previous cannon, it was also very powerful. Moreover, Suyu's cannon had been charged for a long time. But this violent attack could be launched instantly. And being hit head-on by this attack, as a mechanic who was not good at frontal combat, Suyu should be dead for sure. After the violent attack, he took a step immediately. He was ready to follow the induction, go to the mechanical city. There are tens of thousands of humans there. As long as he kills them all, he can recover his 8-star strength by using his violent emotions during the battle. Then he can slaughter people all the way. The power of this incarnation will soon sweep across the entire planet. With the incarnation of the evil god, the horror is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, he just took a step, but he was shocked to find that most of his hundreds of legs were broken. There was a figure between his legs, moving at supersonic speed, is Suyu. Suyu holds a chainsaw blade, and uses his top 6-star psychic energy and body to fully activate the powerful force of the Azure Oath. With one slash, he cuts off one of the tyrannical legs. Want to slaughter the residents of the mechanical city? Have you asked me? Suyu? Do you really think that I, Suyu, are an ordinary mechanic with a fragile body, who will be killed instantly without mechanical creations? Suyu's blade is as fast as the wind, while frantically cutting the violent legs. He thought in his heart. The blood of the evil god fell like a waterfall, and poured all over him. This kind of blood of the evil god has strong corrosiveness. Not to mention ordinary people. Even if it is an ordinary 6-star strongman, if he is poured with such divine blood, he will be corroded into a frenzied monster in a short time. Fortunately, Suyu has the flame of truth, and he has also opened the immortal body. As soon as the divine blood was poured, it was immediately evaporated and purified by the flame of truth. The toxic radioactive gas that was steaming up could not do anything to his immortal body. You're looking for death. Tyranny roared wildly, and his psychic energy exploded again. However, Suyu dodged flexibly, and when the explosion subsided, he came back to chop his legs again. Tyranny's body was huge, 100 meters tall, and extremely powerful, but he had lost his flexibility, so he couldn't catch Suyu's figure at all. Of course, Suyu's battle this time was also quite thrilling. As long as he didn't dodge in time once, he would be hit by the terrifying psychic energy explosion. They were immediately shattered to pieces. But in such a thrilling battle, Suyu became more and more adept, all kinds of abilities were activated more and more smoothly, and he became stronger and stronger. Speaking of which, it was the first time for Suyu to have such a hearty close combat, mainly because he had never had such an opportunity before. Now that the mechanical regiment was completely wiped out, he took action himself, but he made up for his lack of close combat experience. So, after a while, the dignified tyrannical evil god was chopped into a legless cripple by Suyu. With the current huge body of the tyrannical evil god, it seems that he cannot fly. Without legs, he is trapped in place by Suyu and can only crawl slowly, unable to carry out his killing plan. Haha. As expected, this kind of big boss needs a pedicure. Suyu looked at the tyrannical evil god without legs, which was shaky, and smiled slightly. He was very satisfied with his victory. You still have fighting power. The tyrannical evil god roared. Suyu really surprised him again and again. Although Suyu is weak, he is far inferior to Zhang Chifeng, the apostle mechanic of the past, but the potential he shows is simply terrifying. When Zhang Chifeng was 6 stars, he would definitely be killed instantly when facing the tyrannical evil god, and it is impossible for him to fight like this now. If Suyu also becomes an apostle mechanic, I wonder how strong he will be. If such a human being can be subdued, he will be of great use. Tyranny thought in his heart. His severed leg began to regenerate immediately. Suyu was fighting, there must be violent emotions, which gave him the power to recover. It was just a pity that the violent emotions left by the ghost tribe had long been exhausted. Now there was only Suyu nearby. And Suyu was very calm, and did not have enough violent emotions. So his recovery was quite slow. But Suyu could not really kill the violent evil god. After all, the evil god's body was too huge. so he could only repair his feet to prevent him from moving. One person and one evil god, for a moment. There was a stalemate. But Suyu was still in the upper hand after all. After all, Suyu was not injured at all, and only lost some creatures, while Baoyu was chopped and bleeding all over the ground. Speaking of which, since the arrival of the evil god of tyranny, Suyu seemed to have always been in the upper hand. But Baoyu's eyes were cold, and he looked at Suyu as if he was looking at a corpse, human insect. But relying on the power of armor, when your energy is exhausted and your spiritual energy is exhausted, it will be your death. In the eyes of the tyrannical evil god, Suyu is immortal. How can he compete with the true god in endurance? Sooner or later, he will run out of strength, and then he will die. Suyu can win 10,000 times, but as long as he loses once, he will be defeated. Therefore, the tyrannical evil god made up his mind to fight Suyu. The tyrannical evil god didn't know that Suyu had the same idea. Haha. You want to fight me? Who is afraid of who? Suyu's armor has a very strong endurance, and the energy is enough for him to last for 10 days. His spiritual power, superimposed with so many professions, is also extremely deep and can last for a long time. Of course, no matter how strong Suyu is, he is still a flesh and blood body. After a long time, he needs to eat, sleep and rest, and it is impossible to consume indefinitely. And as a god who has survived for at least 10,000 years, if he really consumes it all the time, Suyu will definitely not be able to survive. So Suyu has other plans. In the distance, after such a long time, everyone has returned to the vicinity of the mechanical city. Just as they were about to enter the city, they saw a steel figure, faster than them, rushing into the city gate and disappearing. It seemed that it was the ranger of the administrator just now. Why did it come back? We don't care about the arrangement of the administrator. Collect materials immediately, and help the administrator produce ammunition and weapons. Everyone recognized that it was Suyu's ranger who came back. Although they were puzzled, they didn't think much about it, and hurried into the city. Get ready to start working. Suyuka is still waiting for their logistical support. The residents in the city, who had been worried for a long time, now saw everyone coming back, and there were no casualties. They were naturally overjoyed. But they soon discovered that the administrator had not come back, and they were shocked again, and they asked in a flurry, "You are back? How was the battle? Where is the administrator? Why didn't he come back? How is the 7 stars in the Ghost City?" Chapter 152, Brutal Speculation, Evil God Suyu. These residents are afraid that the combatants will say that the administrator has died. Then who can protect this mechanical city? The combatants who just came back, hearing the questions of the residents, looked at each other, not knowing how to explain. Everything they had experienced before was too shocking and bizarre, and they didn't know how to explain for a moment. Huang Ying was straightforward, directly said, "Don't worry. The administrator is fine. The 7 stars of Ghost City, as well as the entire Ghost City, were all destroyed by the administrator. But there appeared a subspace evil god behind. Very ferocious. Hundreds of meters tall. With eyes and arms all over his body. Now the administrator is fighting with that evil god. The administrator is going to kill the gods." Huang Ying talked endlessly, telling the story of what happened before. She roughly explained it. When she finished, the scene suddenly fell silent. The residents all looked at Huang Ying in bewilderment. What was she saying? Why couldn't I understand a word? The manager destroyed the city with one shot, and now he wants to kill the gods? Is there something wrong with Huang Ying's brain? She keeps talking nonsense and making up stories? Everyone thought for a moment, and decided not to pay attention to Huang Ying. This guy looks muscular and simple-minded. Her words cannot be trusted. They all looked at Feng Tian, Huang Gu, Yang Lai and others with questioning eyes, wanting to hear what they had to say. Huang Ying saw everyone like this. Her eyebrows raised, and she almost lost her temper. Feng Tian, Huang Gu and others looked at each other, and finally said, "Ahem. There is nothing wrong with what Huang Ying said. That's the fact. Although it's a little unbelievable. The administrator is indeed fighting a legendary evil god. To be honest, although we are combatants, but in this battle, it was of no use at all. Yes, that evil god is too terrifying. Just seeing his figure and hearing his voice will drive you crazy. So the administrator thought we were in the way. So he asked us to come back first. And he fought the terrifying evil god alone. It's a pity that I didn't take a picture of it. Otherwise, I really want to show you the strength of the administrator. You can't watch it even if you take a picture of it. You might go crazy if you take a look." Feng Tian and the others, one after another, proved Huang Ying's previous story. These people were the high-ranking officials of the original settlements, and were very prestigious. When they spoke, the residents had to believe. But how is it possible? It was clearly a war between the Mechanical City and the Ghost Tribe, two settlements. Although there were extraordinary people, it was still a fight between mortals. How did it get involved with the legendary evil god? By the way, are there really such things as evil gods? Isn't that a story to scare children? And can the administrator fight against such an existence? What level is the administrator at now? In the hearts of the people, there are doubts, confusion, shock, curiosity. After a while, Yanlai said, "Okay, don't block here. The administrator is fighting, we can't be idle either, we have to collect materials for him, produce weapons and ammunition, and do logistics work. Everyone go back, do your own work well." As a veteran of the Mechanical City, he is also Suyu's confidant. Now that Suyu is not here, he is equivalent to Suyu's spokesperson. And no one will disobey. Hearing Yanlai's voice, everyone woke up. Yes. Do a good job of logistics for the administrator. Don't hold the administrator back, everyone said, and quickly made way for everyone to enter the city. As soon as these people returned to the city, they immediately started working at full speed. Underground of the Mechanical City, mechanical space. At this time, the ranger returned, and those chips had been handed over to the mechanical spirit, and Suyu's order was transmitted to it. After receiving Suyu's order, the mechanical spirit immediately began to execute, starting the production line, and producing and assembling the ranger. The output of the ranger is mainly limited by the output of the chip, but now the chips are ready. So soon, new rangers are assembled on the production line. In just 2 or 3 hours, more than 400 units have been produced. However, at this time, the production line stopped, because there were not enough materials and parts. After all, the reserves of the Mechanical City were not unlimited. Suyu had to produce a large number of rangers every day before, which consumed a lot of resources. And now they have finally reached the bottom. Fortunately, a large number of residents work hard to mine and collect materials every day. And new materials and parts will be delivered soon. These more than 400 rangers, there are not only primary rangers, but also intermediate and advanced ones. After all, those chips are available at all levels. However, there are no stronger hunters and defenders. The materials used to make them are the shells of those radiation giant scorpions, which are now completely consumed and completely gone. In fact, there is no need for hunters and defenders, because those chips have all been strengthened by the power of the tyrannical evil god. The rangers equipped with these chips are strong and tough. The attack power increased greatly, and almost every one of them was upgraded by 1 level. The primary ranger is equivalent to the original intermediate ranger, and has the strength of 3 stars. The intermediate ranger is equivalent to the original advanced ranger, and has the strength of 4 stars. The advanced ranger has gone a step further, and has the strength of 5 stars. Moreover, these are the normal powers, without being amplified, strengthened, overloaded, or resonated by Suyu's various skills, and has such power. If Suyu's various skills are added, I really don't know how strong it will be. After the production of these more than 400 rangers was completed, the mechanical spirit followed the order sent back by Suyu, and issued a task to everyone in the Mechanical City. Beep beep. Many people's personal terminals sounded a prompt. They quickly opened them, and immediately saw the task issued by the mechanical spirit. They were all confused. "Master Administrator, let us take the rangers, go hunt the radiated beasts." Didn't the rangers all die? How come there are still some? Are we going to support the administrator? What's the point of hunting the radiated beasts? And we can't do anything, we can only watch, what's the point? It turns out that in the mission issued by the mechanical spirit, everyone was asked to take the 400 rangers out of the city to hunt beasts immediately, and only the rangers were allowed to do it, and they just watched. Everyone was puzzled, and racked their brains. I couldn't figure out what Suyu's intention was. Are we fighting the evil god now? What does it have to do with the radiation beast? Forget it, the administrator must have a deeper meaning. Let's go, out of the city, and kill the radiation beast. Everyone couldn't figure it out, so they gave up. They quickly brought more than 400 newly produced rangers, divided into more than 10 teams, and went out of the city to look for the radiation beast. A few hours later, these more than 10 teams, each had found a group of radiation beasts fighting. With the powerful strength of those rangers, facing those mostly 2-star and 3-star radiation beasts, They were like chopping melons and vegetables, and easily killed one nest after another. This strength naturally shocked the people in the mechanical city. They didn't expect that, when the manager was gone, the creatures he left behind would be so ferocious. Surprisingly, every ranger was at least 3-star, many were 4-star, and even 5-star. On Suyu's side, he was still in a stalemate with the tyrannical evil god. The tyrannical evil god was constantly recovering from his injuries, and trying to use his powerful psionic energy to kill Suyu. And Suyu used his extremely flexible body, continuously moving at supersonic speed, avoiding the attacks, and counterattacking from time to time, cutting off the tyrannical evil god's legs, preventing it from recovering its mobility. However, as time passed, no matter how strong Suyu was, in such a high-intensity battle, I was also a little tired. Although I had the armor to provide power, my body would still get tired. The tyrannical evil god noticed this keenly and laughed wildly. Ha ha. Human! Your fragile body can't hold on. Die! Die! You are just a human. But you want to compete with me in endurance. You are really overestimating yourself. How much energy do you have left in your armor? How much physical and spiritual energy do you have left? Don't struggle, kneel down and pray to me. The tyrannical evil god roared like thunder, with waves of devilish sounds, trying to disturb Suyu's mind. Under his interference, Suyu seemed to have really slowed down a little. The tyrannical evil god roared even harder. However, you have gained 7,000 professional experience points, Data Mechanic LV7. You have gained 12,000 professional experience points, Data Mechanic LV7. You have gained. Data Mechanic level increased. Data informationization is improved simultaneously. In front of Suyu, a prompt suddenly appeared. It turned out that the rangers hunted radioactive beasts in the wilderness, which allowed Suyu to gain a lot of experience out of thin air. So, his new profession, Data Mechanic, was upgraded. Suddenly Suyu, who was a little tired, suddenly became energetic again and was full of strength. Although Data Mechanic is a hacker-type profession, it does not increase strength much. But it is a second-level profession after all. Each upgrade will strengthen the body, spirit, and psychic energy in an all-round way. This kind of enhancement allows Suyu to refresh his state and return to his peak, even stronger than when the war just started. This is Suyu's plan. Otherwise, how can he have the confidence to fight against the tyrannical evil god? He is now a Data Mechanic, only level 7, and can be upgraded more than 20 times. The tyrannical evil god wants to fight him. Who is afraid of whom? There are countless radiation beasts in the wilderness. It was his experience pack. Speaking of which, there were so many radioactive beasts in the wilderness, and it seemed that they could never be killed. The main reason was that these things could eat almost anything, and could even survive by eating stones. Just like the previous radioactive giant scorpion, it not only ate ore, but also became stronger the more it ate. Who could he complain to? It was because of these radioactive beasts that Suyu could carry out such a plan. And the tyrannical evil god, after Suyu suddenly upgraded and refreshed his status, immediately noticed the abnormality. His thousands of eyes widened at the same time. Human. What's wrong with you? Did you recover your strength out of thin air? You didn't open the subspace door. How did you recover your energy? What on earth are you? Even with the knowledge of the tyrannical evil god, he was shocked at this time, and couldn't understand what was wrong with Suyu. Obviously, Suyu's level was very low, and he couldn't even open the subspace. But he relied on various means to suppress him. The evil god. Until now, Suyu would not answer his question, but asked, "You can recover. Why can't I?" The tyrannical evil god heard this, and hundreds of eyes flashed with anger. Human. You dare to compete with me? This is blasphemy. You must use your life to wash away your sins. He was furious and cursed Suyu madly. But at the same time, his other hundreds of eyes narrowed at the same time. As if he thought of something. My secret to you, I am really getting more and more interested. Are you also a high level being born in the subspace? Otherwise, there is no way to explain your uniqueness. You actually have such a complete human body, without any corrosion. I really want to kill you quickly, torture your soul, and study your secrets. The tyrannical evil god made up his mind, and actually guessed that Suyu was a subspace evil god in human skin. Suyu listened to these words, and was very speechless in his heart. I am an evil god? He was too lazy to respond to the questions of the tyrannical evil god, and concentrated on fighting. This battle lasted for 3 full days. During these 3 days, Suyu did not eat or drink, and did not sleep. Every time his condition declined, the data mechanic would upgrade quickly, refresh his condition, and keep his strength at the peak. The physical enhancement brought by the upgrade suppressed even the physiological needs such as eating, drinking, and sleeping. Of course, it was impossible to continue like this indefinitely. After all, he was still a flesh and blood body. You can't keep fighting without eating or drinking, and without sleep. But if you can hold on for 10 days or half a month, it's probably no problem. And as he keeps upgrading, his strength is also slowly increasing, getting closer and closer to 7 stars. As his strength increases, Suyu is no longer satisfied with just cutting off his legs and feet. Instead, he tries to increase his strength and dismember the entire body of Bao. But Suyu soon discovered that as he increased his strength, Bao's recovery speed it also speeds up. It seems that Suyu's attempt to dismember the enemy is in line with the so-called tyranny. So the tyrannical evil god gains more power and recovers faster. Ha ha ha. Tyranny. Kill. As long as there is tyranny in this world, I will be immortal. Thinking of defeating me through fighting is just wishful thinking. The tyrannical evil god laughed crazily, and Suyu was quite speechless. This characteristic of the tyrannical evil god, it's totally unreasonable. As long as you fight him, you will meet the definition of tyranny and will provide him with power. If this goes on, it will never end, and you will never be able to defeat this opponent. Suyu felt a little difficult. This evil god is really immortal. Above him, there is a stronger greedy master. I don't know how Zhang Chifeng dealt with these monsters back then. Seal? But Suyu doesn't know how to seal, and there is no way to deal with this tyrannical evil god. At this point, I can only upgrade the data mechanic to the maximum level as soon as possible, and see if I can unlock the 3rd level profession. Suyu thought to himself. So, after another 3 days finally, his data mechanic reached the maximum level. Chapter 153 Unlock, Level 3 Occupation. Promotion Ceremony? You gain 10,000 occupation experience, data mechanic LV max. Data informationization is upgraded simultaneously. As the panel prompt appears, Suyu only feels a shock all over his body, spirit, psychic. As the data mechanic reaches the maximum level, is strengthened once more. So far, Suyu has already upgraded the Legion Mechanic, Arms Mechanic, Mechanical Wanderer, Data Mechanic, for major 2nd level professions, all maxed out. Other 1st level professions, not to mention. With so many professions, although he is still at 6 stars at this time, his strength is simply amazing to the extreme. So he can suppress the tyrannical evil god for so long with a 6-star body. Even 10,000 years ago, when the empire that ruled the entire galaxy was still there, it would be difficult to find a freak like him. Suyu felt at this moment that his strength, it has reached a limit, and it is impossible to increase it even a little bit. If you want to continue to become stronger, you can only open the subspace gate and break through the 7 stars. To be honest, Suyu was very confused. He was so strong. Why hadn't he broken through the 7 stars yet? At this time, the prompts on the occupation panel were still constantly refreshing. Based on your full level core ability, data informationization, you have obtained core expertise, data spirit. Core expertise, data spirit. Description: data mechanics in the world of data, going too deep and too far, it is said that they have touched the realm of gods in the world of data, and can enlighten data, allowing inanimate artificial intelligence to gain real wisdom in life. You can enlighten the artificial intelligence you created, turn it into a real data life, and the enlightened data life can be bound to you. Number of enlightenment, 1. At the same time, a new profession has also been unlocked. Employment direction: 3rd level profession War Mechanic. Legion Mechanic, Main, plus Arms Mechanic plus Data Mechanic plus Mechanical Wanderer plus Steel Meditation LV Max, equals War Mechanic. Introduction: Legion, Data, Wanderer. Although these professions are powerful, they are only part of the war. War Mechanic is the real battlefield master, commanding the overall situation, is the commander of the battlefield, is the advancement path of the Legion Mechanic, and can decide the outcome of a huge war. Promotion Ceremony: start and lead a war with more than 300,000 participants, and achieve the final victory, unfinished. Employment direction: 3rd level profession Phantom Hidden Blade. Mechanical Wanderer, Main, plus Legion Mechanic plus Arms Mechanic plus Data Mechanic plus Mechanical Meditation Method LV Max, equals Phantom Hidden Blade. Introduction: a special product of the Human Empire period. This special type of soldier is the only successful product of the Empire's research on psionic energy. Based on the Mechanical Wanderer, The strong will trained by the mechanical meditation method controls the violent and strange psionic energy, obtains strong personal combat power, and has strong resistance to psionic energy. The Ghost Empire, which inherited the psionic technology, also developed this type of soldier. Promotion ceremony. Survived for more than 30 days under the erosion of high-level psionic energy. Face the evil god of the subspace, and try to defeat a secondary evil god of the subspace. Or defeat part of the true evil god's thoughts, unfinished. Promotion ceremony? Suyu looked at the information on the career panel, and was a little surprised. No wonder. He was so powerful, but still couldn't break through the 7 stars. It turns out that the 3rd level career still needs a ceremony to take office. And the 3rd level is equivalent to the 7 stars. The 1st level is basically 1 to 3 stars. And the 2nd level is, that is, from 4 stars to 6 stars. Level 3, probably from 7 stars to 9 stars. Only by becoming a level 3 professional can you break through to 7 stars. He has not completed the ritual. No matter what, you cannot break this rule. It seems that there is a qualitative difference between 7 stars and 6 stars, and it is not a simple accumulation of strength that can break through. The previous ghost priest transformed all 100,000 people in the tribe into ghost demons, probably because of the need of the ritual. So you looked at this information, thinking in his heart, he understood a lot of doubts, and frowned at the same time. There was actually a promotion ceremony, which was a bit troublesome. He thought he could still complete the job change in an instant like before, and then kill everyone. So you quickly began to think, which ceremony can be completed quickly? First of all, he ruled out the ceremony of the war mechanic, which was too difficult, and obviously not possible. Where can he find 300,000 people to fight him now? Another ghost hidden blade. The requirements of the ritual are actually ridiculously difficult. But isn't it a coincidence that the ritual of the ghost hidden blade seems to have been completed by half? Suyu's expression was a little strange. The requirements of the ghost hidden blade ritual are high-level psionic energy. The evil god of the subspace. Isn't tyranny the one? Suyu has been fighting tyranny for so long, so he has already completed half of the ritual. However, the ritual requires persistence for 30 days, and defeating the evil god. Now the time is far from enough. It seems that this is destined to be a protracted war, Suyu said secretly in his heart. Originally, he planned to hold on for 10 days or 8 days, unlock the 3rd level profession, immediately change his profession, break through the 7 stars, increase his strength, and kill the tyrannical evil god. Now it seems that it can't end early, it must be delayed for 30 days. If so, it will be difficult. His armor does not have enough energy, and it can't last for a month. The body cannot withstand a month without food or water. Just as Suyu was thinking, he suddenly heard the roar of an engine. He looked in the direction of the sound and found a convoy running at full speed towards this side. And then all the vehicles suddenly braked and stopped in the distance. It turned out that the people in the mechanical city were worried about Suyu, and asked some combatants to bring the rangers that had just been produced in the past few days, as well as various weapons and ammunition, to support Suyu. In their vehicle, there is still some real flame stored. Be careful, stay away, so you don't have to worry about the corrosion of the tyrannical evil god. Suyu smiled slightly when he saw this. Now if he can hold on for a month, there will be no problem. He is not fighting alone. Master Administrator, are you okay? In the distance, there was a roar. It was Huang Ying's loud voice. They didn't dare to get close to take a closer look, so they could only roar. Suyu thought about it and used the psychic power of the data mechanic. He connected to the loudspeaker on their vehicle and said, I'm fine. Don't come close. Stay in the vehicle. Suyu gave a few instructions, and then immediately connected to the rangers, and controlled them to move closer to him. The tyrannical evil god, of course, noticed this, but laughed wildly. Ha ha. Human, your support is here. But this is also my support. You will fail in the end. The tyrannical evil god's words were meaningful. Suyu naturally knew what he meant. Once the rangers joined the battle, Suyu's combat power would increase greatly, but at the same time, there would be more tyrannical will, which would in turn increase the power of tyranny. So Suyu's support was actually tyrannical support. Suyu heard this, but he didn't care. Support tyranny. So support, otherwise if this guy died too early, where would he find another subspace evil god to complete his ritual? Soon, the rangers arrived. The more than 1,000 chips said back earlier have all been produced into new rangers. Moreover, They have been strengthened by the violent divine power, and their strength has greatly increased. At this time, they have sufficient ammunition and full energy, and they are truly unstoppable. Moreover, when they approach Suyu, they are immediately enhanced by Suyu's various skills, and their strength has skyrocketed again. Their normal strength is almost the same as when they launched the electromagnetic rage and overloaded and self-destructed. Boom! As soon as this powerful ranger regiment arrived, under Suyu's control, a volley of fire was fired at Tyranny. Tyranny had been repaired by Suyu for a few days, and his limbs were incomplete. He couldn't avoid these attacks at all, and he had no interest in dodging this volley of fire. The rain of bullets directly submerged Tyranny's huge body. He was completely blasted into pieces. Is he dead? Suyu blinked, and was even a little worried. Could it be that Tyranny was just bragging before, and now his bragging has been exposed, killed directly? That would be a disaster. In the distance, everyone in the mechanical city lowered their heads, huddled in the protection of the flame of truth. Only a few brave ones were holding telescopes, observing the battlefield between Suyu and the tyrannical evil god. Among them was Huang Ying, the foolish and bold one. How was it? Others asked. The administrator controlled the ranger regiment, fired a volley, and killed the evil god. He was shattered to pieces, and couldn't be put back together. Huang Ying raised the telescope and exclaimed loudly. When the others heard this, they all rolled their eyes. This Huang Ying. Can you be more reliable? What nonsense! Sister Ying, don't talk nonsense. Feng Tian pulled Huang Ying, and then raised the telescope. Then, his expression was also wonderful. That evil god. It seems that the administrator really blew it up. What? Really? Let me see. Let me see too. Everyone was a little afraid to look at first, but they were actually very curious and worried. Now they couldn't help it anymore, and they all raised their telescopes. After a while, they all opened their mouths wide. This evil god was really shattered to pieces. Could he really be killed by the manager? Was he really killed? Fortunately, things didn't develop as everyone imagined. Although Tyranny was blasted into pieces of meat, scattered all over the ground, he still survived. After a while, the pile of meat on the ground, it began to wriggle and recover. At the same time, the tyrannical evil god's deep voice came out. Human, you have angered me. In Tyrannical's voice, there was a deep chill. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Tyrannical was fine. Then Suyu felt something was wrong. Why was he worried about this thing? But this guy really wasn't bragging. Is he really immortal? Tyrannical was hit hard by this round of volleys. It seems that he was seriously injured. This time, his recovery speed was very slow. After a while, he did not get his body back together. It seemed that the mechanical creations, like the Rangers, did not provide him with as much support as he had imagined. Seeing this, Suyu asked the Rangers to continue suppressing him with firepower. And then he moved to the periphery of the battlefield and took some water from a Ranger. These water were taken from those vehicles by him controlling the Rangers just now. Then Suyu opened his visor and sat on a Ranger, looking at the remains of Baoyu. He took a leisurely rest and ate. Since it was a protracted war, he had to eat and drink. He had now reached the maximum level and could no longer recover through upgrading. So eating and drinking was still necessary. Seeing Suyu so leisurely, Baoyu naturally became even more furious. But the Ranger Corps, which had increased in strength, suppressed him tightly, so he could only rage helplessly. Suyu saw that there was no problem, and after eating and resting, he had time to stay away from the battlefield for a while. Using the Rangers to block, the physiological problem was solved. But he didn't dare to go too far away otherwise. If he was away from Tyranny's psionic energy, the ritual might fail. After a while, Suyu returned to the battlefield, feeling refreshed, and couldn't help but smile. Haha, this is perfect. Then he closed the armor again, and swung the chainsaw blade, cutting the dozen legs that Tyranny had just recovered into pieces. In the distance, the people in the mechanical city saw Suyu's actions. They all saw it. At this moment, they didn't know what expression to use. These days, they were worried in the city, fearing that Suyu would not be able to defeat the evil god. But Suyu was so leisurely. In the intervals between battles, he even had time to eat and drink water, and even go to the toilet. Is it really so outrageous? This evil god. Why doesn't it seem so good? Such a ridiculous thought arose in everyone's mind. In fact, they also knew that this evil god was extremely terrifying. They couldn't even look at each other. How could they be not that good? but who made Suyu act so relaxed, which gave everyone the illusion that the evil god was just like that. For the next 20 days, Suyu and the Rangers alternated to suppress the tyranny. Suyu would withdraw from the battlefield from time to time, eat and rest, even take a nap, while charging his armor. The people in the mechanical city acted as logistics, delivering ammunition to Suyu, weapons, water, energy. From time to time, Rangers were destroyed by tyranny, and then sent back to the mechanical city for repair. Suyu and the people in the mechanical city cooperated perfectly. Even tyranny also cooperated very well. For 20 days, he was suppressed tightly, without causing any waves. The ritual was almost completed, and it was going incredibly smoothly. There must be something fishy. Finally, on the 27th day, tyranny suddenly changed his previous fragility, under the fierce bombardment of the Rangers. He instantly recovered from all his injuries. His 100-meter-long body, with 1,000 hands and eyes, stood on the battlefield again, looking down at Suyu. Human, do you think you have one? You want to delay time. Do you really think I don't know? Delaying time is just what I want. I have accumulated enough strength. Die! Boom! An unprecedented psionic explosion instantly rose up, drowning Suyu and the Ranger Corps. Tyranny's previous fragility and slow recovery were actually just an illusion. He deliberately showed weakness, secretly accumulating strength, and now finally exploded. And Suyu's ceremony is still 3 days away. This evil god is much more cunning than it looks. Chapter 154 Inauguration, Phantom Hidden Blade. 7-star Supernatural. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying phantom energy continuously exploded, and the range of each explosion can cover the entire battlefield. No matter the power or the range, it is no worse than the previous shot that Suyu used to kill the High Priest, like a nuclear explosion. Moreover, it was launched continuously in a short period of time. This is the true strength of the tyrannical evil god. His name is Tyranny, and he is best at using extremely tyrannical power, destroy everything. Previously, he didn't have enough power, so he deliberately endured it, slowed down his recovery, and then accumulated the same power. Now, after enduring for many days, he finally showed the strength of the evil god. It's hard for him, an evil god, to let Suyu suppress him for so many days, just for this explosion. The tyrannical endurance is very effective, and the accumulated power is extremely fierce. Suyu and the Rangers. In such an attack, there was no time to dodge. Suyu himself ran fast, although he did not completely run out of the attack range, but at the critical moment, he avoided the center of the explosion. However, he was still injured by the powerful psionic explosion. His throat felt sweet, and he almost vomited blood. Since the battle began, this was the first time he was injured. If he had not avoided the center of the explosion, I really don't know what would have happened. Those Rangers were even worse. They were all scrapped in an instant, and I don't know if the chip was saved. Human, I am a true god of the warp, and I have witnessed the destruction of the human empire. Do you think I can't see what you are thinking? You are deliberately stalling for time, using the battle between you and me to perform the ceremony of promotion. Ha ha. How could I let you succeed? Now I have accumulated enough tyrannical psionic energy. Die! In the name of tyranny. Destroy everything. I allow you to escape. But once you escape, the ceremony will fail, and there will be no chance of success, because I will immediately slaughter all humans and gain endless power. Run away, wail. The tyrannical evil god laughed crazily, and used psionic explosion and tyrannical sound at the same time, to launch a fatal attack on Suyu. It turned out that he had already seen through Suyu's mind, so he played the trick on him, showing weakness first to accumulate strength, and then attacked at the last moment, and instantly injured Suyu. Such an attack, if it lasts for 3 days, can Suyu survive? If Suyu escapes, with Suyu's mobility, tyranny will not be able to catch up with him for a while. But the ritual will fail. Tyranny will slaughter humans, and become stronger quickly. Suyu can escape for a while, but he cannot escape forever. Sooner or later, he will die. So, he can't escape. Sure enough, you can't underestimate a real evil god. The ritual is not that simple. Suyu swallowed the blood in his throat. He dodged with difficulty, and looked at the 1,000-armed, 1,000-eyed giant, with a serious expression, and then suddenly smiled, with a firm gaze. Since he couldn't escape, he had to face it. The real battle has just begun. Suyu's spiritual energy fluctuated, and a data message was transmitted to the distance. After a while, another ranger regiment approached the battlefield. This ranger regiment was actually more numerous and stronger than those that were just blasted to pieces by tyranny. Tyranny suddenly attacked, but Suyu was not without preparation. In the past 20 days, the production line in the mechanical city has not stopped for a moment, and 100 rangers are produced every day. After more than 20 days, the number of rangers in Suyu's hands has exceeded the 3,000 mark. However, Suyu has not let all the rangers go on the field together, but instead, they appear alternately, with only about 1,000 each time. When 1,000 rangers are destroyed, or have no ammunition, they will be sent back to the mechanical city, then they replace the other 1,000 and continue to fight. More than 20 days later, these 3,000 rangers were all imbued with the power of violence, greatly strengthened, and extremely powerful. Now, they are finally put to use. Come on! Suyu shouted, and all his abilities were fully activated. The rangers who had just arrived were all madly amplified, and the weakest one was also a top-level 4-star. Suddenly, there was a hail of bullets and the roar of war. It seemed that they were cheering for this war. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder roared. In the distance, everyone in the mechanical city was startled by the huge explosion of psionic energy. They realized something was wrong, and immediately raised their telescopes to observe the battlefield. As a result, they found that the situation had reversed. The evil god, who had been suppressed for more than 20 days, suddenly attacked. That kind of terrifying power made them feel suffocated even if they were dozens of kilometers away. So, this is the real power of the evil god. Master Administrator. Everyone was deeply worried about Suyu again. 3 days later, the original site of the Ghost Tribe. At this time, the terrain here has changed a lot. The flat land has now turned into a big lake. It was the high-intensity battles and explosions over the past few days, which turned this place into a huge sinkhole. 3 days ago, it rained heavily, and it has been raining until now, and the rainwater has accumulated in the big pit, forming such a big lake. The water of the lake was dark green and almost black. It was a large amount of high-level psionic energy that melted into the lake water, completely changing its nature. At this time, without the strength of 6 stars, it was impossible to approach the lake within 10 kilometers. Otherwise it would be corroded to death by the extremely strong psionic radiation. The battle between Suyu and Bao Yi actually created such a psionic lake. This kind of power really shocked everyone in the distant mechanical city. Not only the mechanical city. This battle, which lasted for a month, has attracted the attention of many other people. In the dark, those who were attracted were also trembling with fear. Everyone watched from afar, waiting for the outcome of the battle. No one dared to get close. The main reason was that there was no way to get close. The psionic radiation near the lake was too outrageous. If you get close, you will die. At this time, under the heavy rain, in the center of the lake, on a small island made of broken limbs and metal parts, the battle between Suyu and Tyranny continued. Suyu's current appearance was quite tragic. The Azure Oath armor on his body was already tattered. The damaged parts flashed with electric sparks from time to time, and it seemed that it would be scrapped at any time. He himself in the armor was covered with scars and blood. Originally, with his physique, this injury could be recovered quickly. It seemed that he had consumed too much energy, and he didn't even have the energy to recover from the injury. The chainsaw blade in his hand, it has been broken. And now he is fighting the tyrannical evil god with bare hands. As for his ranger regiment, half a day ago, they all launched electromagnetic rage and launched a self-destruction attack on the tyrannical evil god. Now there is not a single one left. At this time, Suyu seems to be at the end of his rope. However, as Suyu's opponent, the tyrannical evil god is not in a much better state. All of his thousands of arms are gone, and most of his thousands of eyes are blind. More than 2,000 rangers, overloaded by the electromagnetic rage, each of them was at least 4-star top level, all exploded, almost blasting him into powder, and he has not recovered yet. It seems that his strength has also been consumed a lot, and he has no strength to recover his body. In order to maintain the high-intensity attack, his strength is consumed very quickly. After 3 days of crazy fighting, the psionic energy accumulated previously is almost gone. But the tyrannical evil god, still laughing wildly, "Human, you have no power anymore." Suyu looked at the appearance of the tyrannical evil god and laughed, "You too?" But soon, Suyu could not laugh anymore. Because, sizzle, The armor on his body, sparks suddenly appeared, and then all the indicator lights on the armor went out instantly. It couldn't even maintain its appearance, and fell off Suyu's body. The Azure Oath finally broke completely. Suyu, he fell silent. His close combat capability, to a large extent, is based on this armor. Now that the armor is scrapped, his situation is dangerous. The tyrannical evil god suddenly burst into a thunderous laughter. All his remaining eyes suddenly flashed with a dark green light, focusing on Suyu's chest. Sizzle! A psionic ray severely hit Suyu's defenseless chest, and then nothing happened. Tyrannical, he was silent. At this moment, he was so weak that he could not even break Suyu's defense with a full-strength attack. Under the influence of the fighter's core ability, the adaptive force, Suyu had already developed a strong resistance to the psionic energy. Ha ha ha! Suyu was stunned. And after a long while, he laughed out loud. When the tyrannical evil god heard Suyu's laughter, he was furious. This was the first time he had come to the world in thousands of years. And he was actually killed by a 6-star human. Forced to this extent. In his eyes, extremely violent emotions kept flashing, and a dangerous idea popped up. Human, I admit, you are excellent. So, I want to reward you for being the carrier of my will. Accept this honor. In the name of tyranny. Tyranny roared, and then the huge body fell down, and then a thick black mist emerged from it. This mist was extremely fast. As soon as he appeared, he flew towards Suyu at a high speed, instantly wrapped Suyu in the middle, and drilled into his head along the top of Suyu's head. He actually wanted to seize Suyu's body. The high priest knew how to do it, so there was no reason why he couldn't do it. In fact, Baoru was very curious about Suyu, and he had the idea of seizing his body for a long time. However, Suyu was not a ghost, and there was no ghost energy in his body. In addition, Suyu was protected by the armor before. That's why Tyranny hadn't launched his attack. And now, Tyranny saw his chance. After fighting Tyranny for so long, Suyu's body had been almost completely permeated by the powerful psionic radiation. And he was almost as powerful as the previous high priest. If it weren't for Suyu's strong strength and strong will, he would have been corroded into a phantom demon. Suyu's current state had already met Tyranny's minimum requirements for taking over his body. In addition, his strength was exhausted, and his armor was scrapped. Without protection, it was a perfect opportunity. So, Tyranny launched without hesitation. At this moment, Suyu, who was wrapped in thick black fog, had many illusions in front of his eyes. His entire consciousness was about to be swallowed by the tyrannical mist that contained extremely pure phantom energy. In just a moment, Suyu, as a human, would die, and the tyrannical evil god would be born in his body. However, facing such a crisis, Suyu smiled again. Actually, an hour ago, the time of the ceremony is over. Promotion. Ghost Hidden Blade. Congratulations to the host, successfully promoted. Current occupation, Ghost Hidden Blade, LV1:0/100000. Congratulations to the host, successfully awakened the core ability, high-level mastery of psionic energy, and has control over psionic energy comparable to that of a secondary evil god. High-level mastery of psionic energy, LV1, as a third-level extraordinary occupation specializing in psionic energy, Ghost Hidden Blade has adapted countless times. Fight, research. In the way of psionic energy, he is comparable to the secondary evil god of the subspace, and has a terrifying control over the energy of psionic energy. Psionic energy will not cause them any harm, but will become their source of power. As the occupation panel prompted, Suyu's scarred body suddenly shook. In his body, a door between illusion and reality appeared. As soon as the door appeared, it suddenly opened, connecting to a place full of infinite power, knowledge, mysterious space of mystery. In that portal, a large amount of pure high-level psionic energy leaked out, and poured into Suyu's body. These psionic energies, originally were very strange and violent, and ordinary people would be corroded into psionic demons immediately after contacting them. But when they entered Suyu's body, they instantly became extremely obedient, and seemed to have no corrosiveness, only benefits, no harm. With the help of this large amount of psionic energy, instantly, Suyu's injuries were all healed. At the same time, his physical strength was endlessly enhanced. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Far beyond the 6-star level, entering the 7-star transcendent. Suyu has opened the subspace gate. He has become a 7-star transcendent. And outside his body, the mist transformed by the tyrannical evil god, was stunned. Then he roared furiously, "Human, you actually..." Before the tyrannical roar was over, Suyu stretched out his hand, he probed into the mist, and activated the ability he had just acquired, high-level mastery of psionic energy. This mist, in essence, was also a high-level psionic energy, which was just restrained by Suyu's ability. In an instant, the mist was in Suyu's hand, and was compressed madly. In a blink of an eye, it changed from a 2-meter square ball to the size of a football, and then to the size of an apple. "Haha. I've been waiting for an hour. And I finally caught you. Tyranny. Don't be angry, I learned this trick of showing weakness from you." Suyu looked at the black ball in his hand, and was very excited. He actually caught the evil god. An hour ago, Suyu was fighting tyranny, and suddenly a prompt appeared on the career panel, saying that the 30-day time limit had ended. The ritual had been completed, and the ghost hidden blade could be promoted. One of the requirements of the ritual was to defeat the subspace evil god. During these 30 days, Suyu had beaten tyranny evil god countless times. This requirement has been completed long ago. So once the 30 days are up, he can be promoted to ghost hidden blade immediately. And then with his powerful strength, he will definitely be able to kill the tyrannical evil god. However, Suyu held back and did not complete the promotion immediately. Otherwise the change would be too drastic and would arouse tyrannical evil god's vigilance. Suyu always felt that this tyrannical evil god might have a trump card, so he had to observe it. As a result, he really forced out this guy's trump card. The black mist that tyrannical evil god just turned into, the speed was so fast that Suyu couldn't react. He didn't know how many times the speed of sound it was. If Suyu hadn't deliberately shown weakness and attracted the black fog to himself, he really couldn't catch him. If he ran away, it would be really troublesome. But now, everything is settled. Suyu finally won this battle, and sealed the thoughts of a subspace evil god in his hand. Chapter 155 New Plan. Tyrannical Armor. Suyu looked at the black ball in his hand, sensed it, and found that the power contained in this black ball was not strong. Only at the level of 6 stars. It was just very fast, and had a strong mental erosion ability. This should be Tyrannical's trump card, used to escape at the last moment, and would not be used until the last moment. No wonder Tyrannical had been repaired by Suyu for a month before, and he did not think of using this method to escape from the battle. If Baoru directly leaves in the form of black mist, the black mist is not strong enough. If he encounters other powerful extraordinary people and is caught, it will be troublesome. However, the one who can catch this black mist must be at least a 7-star strongman. It is not easy to meet one. The probability is actually not high. Baoru has been fighting with Suyu until now, and he is probably too excited. He is an evil god, holding the origin of tyranny. He has just come to the world, and he has been suppressed and beaten by a 6-star mortal for a month. If he was forced to flee, would the evil god still have face? So he held back this ability, and finally wanted to plot against Suyu, and seize his body, which would be a great victory. But he failed. Now he was held in Suyu's hand, and he no longer had the confidence to be arrogant. The black ball compressed by violence was surprisingly silent at this time. I don't know if the evil god would also feel embarrassed. Suyu didn't say anything either, but just looked up at the sky, being soaked in the rain, enjoying the joy of victory. This battle lasted for a whole month. No matter how powerful Suyu was, he was exhausted in the end, relying on his strong spirit to hold on. Now that he was relaxed, he felt that he had never felt so happy in his 2 lifetimes, which had lasted for decades. He stood for a while, bent down, and took a white metal ball from the scrapped azure oath. It was no. It was not damaged or scrapped. It just ran out of energy and temporarily dormant. At this time, the tyrant in Suyu's hand suddenly spoke, "Human. What are you? Why can you complete the promotion to 7 stars in an instant? Even if the promotion ceremony is completed, it will take at least some time to adapt and prepare. Only then can you truly succeed in the promotion and break through the 7 stars." There was some reluctance in Tyrant's tone. Originally, he also considered that Suyu's ceremony had been completed. But even if the ceremony was completed, true promotion also takes time. Such drastic changes can never be hidden from him. By the time the promotion is completed, he will have already succeeded in seizing the body, so he can use the last resort without any worries to seize Suyu's body. But even as an evil god, he could not have imagined that Suyu had a professional panel, and he could complete the promotion in an instant and break through the 7 stars. Su Yu's method was simply unreasonable. So Baoyu was tricked. Baoyu was an evil god. All kinds of abilities are very unreasonable. But encountering an even more unreasonable Su Yu, it is not unfair to be cheated. Su Yu heard this, just smiled, and said casually, "Haha, aren't you the evil god? Guess it yourself." Of course. He couldn't tell Baoyin the secret of the occupation panel. Hearing Su Yu's words, Baoyin actually laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha. I guessed it a long time ago. You must be like me, a high-level existence in the subspace. Occupies a human body. Whose offspring are you? Why can you disguise yourself so perfectly? What conspiracy is there? It's useless for you to catch me. I am just a thought. I am a god. Immortal. Tell me your secret, and we may be able to cooperate." Tyranny kept chattering, seemingly having determined that Su Yu was an evil god in the subspace in human skin. Su Yu rolled his eyes fiercely. He had been a pure human in both of his lives. How did he become an evil god? There is no evidence. Don't talk nonsense. Su Yu naturally ignored the cooperation invitation from the evil god of tyranny. However, cooperation is not allowed, but utilization is allowed. Tyranny said that he is immortal, which is true. The moment Su Yu caught Tyranny, he kept using the power of the high-level psionic energy to try to kill him completely. But until now, this guy is still alive and well. Can't kill, can't cooperate, can't do nothing, then we can only use it. This tyrannical evil god is so powerful, just being stained with his aura can greatly enhance the strength of the mechanical regiment. Now Su Yu has captured him alive. If he uses him well, there is no telling how much benefit he will get. It just so happens that Su Yu's Azure Oath armor is scrapped. Then he can find a way to use this tyrannical evil god and build a tyrannical armor. I don't know how strong it will be. Thinking of this, Su Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He has been fleecing the evil god. He became the kidnapping evil god. And Tyranny was still chattering and inviting Su Yu to cooperate. At this moment, Su Yu suddenly felt something was wrong. The body of Tyranny evil god, which had no spiritual consciousness at this time, had already become a corpse. But under Tyranny's chattering, something seemed to be happening inside the huge corpse. Boom! Su Yu put Nua down, and suddenly kicked the ground with his legs, and his figure disappeared in an instant, having surpassed the speed of sound. At this time, Su Yu was already a true 7-star transcendent. And he was also a melee profession of the physical body. Without relying on armor, he could surpass the speed of sound. The next moment, Su Yu had come to the side of the evil god's corpse. Coincidentally, the corpse opened dozens of eyes. At this time, there was no longer any thinking or reason in those dozens of eyes. Only endless tyranny and destruction. The next moment, the dozens of arms remaining on the corpse grabbed Su Yu at the same time, trying to restrict his movements. At the same time, the huge psionic energy contained in the corpse surged wildly. Su Yu's pupils shrank, and he felt the danger. With the powerful induction of the phantom blade to the psionic energy, he immediately understood that this was another trump card of tyranny. He secretly activated all the tyrannical psionic energy in the corpse, and launched a self-destruction, completely destroying it. Since he couldn't take Su Yu's body, he would destroy it, even if the tyrannical evil god had almost exhausted his strength with such a huge body. The psionic energy contained in his flesh and blood was enough. It is still very shocking. If the self-destruction succeeds, the power will definitely exceed all previous attacks. Even if Su Yu breaks through the 7 stars now, without the protection of the armor, he will be in danger of death. The methods of this evil god are really endless. If you are not careful, you will fall into his trap. But facing this horrible self-destruction that is about to happen, Su Yu is not surprised but happy. It turns out that there is still so much violent psionic energy in this corpse. He suddenly stretched out his hand. A punch hit the huge corpse. This punch, the extremely powerful physical strength, made the 100-meter-tall corpse tremble violently. After a punch, his fist, like a nail, deeply penetrated into the corpse of the evil god. Then, he activated the ability of the high-level psionic power. In the corpse, the violent psionic power that was about to explode was calmed down by Su Yu's ability. Then the huge amount of psionic power, under Su Yu's control, slowly condensed into a ball. Finally, Su Yu pulled out his arm, holding a several-meter-long black rib in his hand. This rib contains extremely concentrated high-level violent phantom energy, emitting a heart-pounding breath. As this rib was pulled out, the huge corpse suddenly disintegrated, and after a moment, it turned into dust. Su Yu looked at the rib in his hand with satisfaction, and nodded. Now, some materials for making armor are available. This is what Suyu just said. Extract all the psionic energy from the corpse and concentrate it in a rib. This rib is the bone of the evil god, which is extremely hard and rich in violent psionic energy, which can be used to build armor. Suyu is now a 7-star armor. Even if the Azure Oath armor is not scrapped, it will not be of much help to him. But if the violent armor is successfully built, his strength will definitely increase again. When the violent armor saw Suyu solve his problem again, after a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Human, you win. He actually admitted defeat. But a moment later, he spoke again. However, this is just a clone of my mind. My real body is still deep in the subspace. Wait for the moment to face my real body. Then, it will be your death. After saying this, the clone of the tyrannical evil god was silent again. Suyu was shocked and thought he had committed suicide. Although he cannot be killed, maybe he can commit suicide? However, after testing with the power of the nether energy, he found that he was not dead. Maybe for him, he cannot even kill himself. Bao Nu just refuses to communicate now. In short, he has become autistic after being beaten by Suyu. Seeing that Bao Nu is fine, Suyu is relieved and thinks, it turns out to be just a clone. Suyu is not surprised. After all, as a great evil god, it is impossible that he has only this little strength. He was sealed by a 7-star transcendent. Even if he was stronger than an ordinary 7-star, it was not enough. But if it was just an avatar, that would make sense. An avatar, it's so powerful. No wonder Zhang Chifeng, the apostle mechanic, regarded it as a great enemy. I really don't know how strong his original body should be. The more Suyu thought about it, the more terrified he felt. After all, he was now at war with tyranny. Seal the spirit of the avatar, the corpse was also skinned and bones were removed. And even his bones were prepared to be used to make armor. If one day, the tyrannical original body came to the world, I am afraid that Suyu would be the first to be killed. Fortunately, the tyrannical original body is still sealed. The seal that Zhang Chifeng sacrificed his life for is probably incredibly powerful. This clone should be the strongest power that the tyrannical evil god can exude. For a while, Suyu does not have to worry too much about this great enemy. After thinking about this, Suyu smiled slightly. Insert the violent rib into the lake water under his feet. Suddenly, the lake water churned, and the psionic energy dissolved in the water was absorbed crazily by the ribs like a whale sucking water. After a while, the whole lake had regained its clarity. The black color on the ribs became even darker. Suyu did not stop, and continued to activate his ability to absorb the psionic energy in the air and merge it into the ribs. An hour later, the battlefield that was corroded by the psionic energy was. It has been purified by Suyu. The 3rd level Ghost Hidden Blade is stronger than the real flame in purifying psionic radiation. However, this purification is essentially control and absorption, so it is not consumed, but supplemented. To Suyu, such high-level psionic energy is also a precious resource. Although he has opened the subspace gate and can extract psionic energy, his efficiency is not as high as picking up ready-made energy. What's more, in Suyu's view, contacting the subspace is. There is also a certain degree of danger. Even though he has been able to open the door to the subspace, Suyu is very cautious about the existence of the subspace itself. After absorbing all the surrounding psionic energy and completely purifying it, Suyu is satisfied. He picks up the remains of Nono and the Blue Oath and prepares to return to the mechanical city. At this time, the people in the mechanical city, seeing that the psionic energy has been purified, have approached. When they see Suyu's appearance, they are all shocked. Because Suyu's armor is scrapped, his hair was disheveled, his clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in blood. In fact, Suyu's injuries had long since healed. Now he just looks terrible. But nothing had happened. Master Administrator, are you okay? How is that evil god? Everyone didn't know Suyu's condition, and couldn't help asking with concern. It's okay. I just broke through the 7 stars in the battle, and have sealed that evil god. This thing can't be killed. It's only sealed temporarily. Suyu did not hide too much. Raised the black ball in his hand, and explained casually, break through 7 stars? Seal the evil god? Everyone was shocked by Suyu's words, and didn't know what to say. Suyu actually broke through 7 stars in the battle. Wait, only 7 stars? In the previous battle, everyone thought that Suyu had already reached 8 or 9 stars. which was why he had such terrifying strength. As a result, Suyu told him that he had just broken through 7 stars. This means that in the previous month, Suyu used the power of 6 stars to fight the evil god? He even suppressed the evil god for a month? Now that he has broken through 7 stars, he immediately sealed the evil god? Who is the evil god? The eyes of the people looking at Suyu gradually became strange. Fortunately, they did not hear the violent words before. Otherwise, they might have believed it, and thought that Suyu was really a subspace god in human skin. Of course, they would not think that Suyu was an evil god, but only a real good god. Ahem. Suyu saw the strange eyes of the crowd, and guessed what they were thinking. So he coughed twice, organized his words, and explained, this evil god is actually just a clone, so it is relatively weak. The real body is thousands of times stronger than the clone, and is still in the depths of the subspace, and cannot descend. Everyone heard this and looked at the big lake next to them, and was speechless. This is still a clone? And you call it relatively weak? The real body is 1,000 times stronger? Is it true? Is the administrator too tired? Suyu saw that everyone did not believe him, and did not explain much. After all, the gods of the subspace are too far away from them, so it is normal that they cannot understand. He pointed to the small island in the center of the lake. The psionic energy there has been purified. You can recycle the mechanical wreckage. So many mechanical wreckages or resources cannot be left here. After saying that, Suyu moved, disappeared in front of everyone, and returned to the mechanical city. In the distance, some people who had been secretly observing for a long time also quietly retreated, returned to their own forces, and reported the news. Chapter 156 Psionic Nono, Enlighten the Mechanical Spirit. The second mechanical apostle mechanical spirit. Suyu relied on the strength of his body, surpassed the speed of sound, and in just 10 minutes, he had already returned to the mechanical city. The residents of the city didn't see him. He had already returned to the underground mechanical space. He put the remains of the Azure Oath armor, the evil god's ribs, and the sealed tyranny on the workbench, and didn't deal with them for the time being. He picked up the motionless Nono, observed carefully. First mechanical apostle superpower Nono. Creator, Suyu. Race, mechanical lifeform. Core ability. Comprehensive strength assessment, unknown. Suyu looked at this information, and felt a little worried. When the Azure Oath armor was scrapped, Nono sent Suyu a message that its energy was exhausted, and then he fell into a deep sleep, and has not woken up yet. This is a little unusual. Nono is not an ordinary mechanical creation, but a mechanical life form. Its energy mainly comes from 2 aspects. On one hand, it is the electron furnace. The energy of this thing is very strong and lasting. The old manager relied on it to drive the prosthesis to fight for hundreds of years. It can be seen that its power is strong. 30 days of fighting, it still can't use up its energy. On the other hand, it is Nono's spiritual power. As Suyu's mechanical apostle, it has spiritual power, and it is very powerful. Could it be that, because of the previous battle, it has used up its spiritual energy? Suyu felt carefully, and sure enough, he could not feel any spiritual energy in Nuonyo's body. Suyu frowned. As a supernatural being, even if the spiritual energy was exhausted, it should not be completely devoid of spiritual energy. Right? It was as if it was dead. Just when Suyu was worried about Nuonyo, he suddenly felt that the subspace door between reality and illusion in his body suddenly opened, leaking a stream of pure spiritual energy. This energy, following the mysterious connection between Suyu and Nuonyo, it was poured into Nuonyo's body. Nuonyo's body trembled slightly, and the exhausted spiritual energy was quickly replenished. However, the originally pure white Nuonyo's body was stained with a little green. After a while, it woke up and immediately saw Suyu next to it. It said in surprise, "Master? It's great. You're okay." It was still so energetic. Then, it apologized, "Master, I'm sorry." Nuonyo didn't protect the master well. The green on its body dimmed. It seemed that it thought it was its own responsibility that the armor it had fused was scrapped. Suyu saw this, laughed, touched its round body, and comforted it. "You have done well enough. These 30 days, it was all thanks to Nuonyo's continuous fusion of armor that Suyu was able to hold on until now. How could Suyu blame it? Thank you. Master. Master is the best." After being comforted by Suyu, Nono immediately regained his spirits, and floated around Suyu with vigor. Seeing Nono recover, Suyu was relieved, and had time to think about the changes in Nono. Just now, Was it the subspace gate? Was it psionic? Suyu looked at the green Nono, pondered in his heart, and opened Nono's attribute panel. First mechanical apostle psionic Nono. Creator, Suyu. Race, mechanical lifeform. Core ability, mechanical evolution. As a mechanical lifeform created by you, Nono has unlimited growth potential, and its strength is linked to your own spiritual power. Skills, mechanical fusion. Nono has abilities beyond those of ordinary mechanical life forms. Has a powerful energy core. A powerful psychic field. Can fuse all mechanical creations. Greatly improve the performance of mechanical creations in all aspects. And greatly increase the fused mechanical creations. In the mechanical fusion state. If the fused mechanical creation is in a damaged state, it will also be quickly repaired. Even if the mechanical creation is completely destroyed, as long as it remains generally intact, it will be temporarily awakened and play a role under Nono's fusion. Phantom energy field. As a mechanical life form, Nono has mastered the use of phantom energy through the connection with the master, and has a special phantom energy field. If the mechanical creation in the phantom energy field is in a damaged state, it will be quickly repaired and strengthened by phantom energy. Comprehensive strength evaluation. 7-star primary. Nono's attribute panel, it has changed a lot. Psychic power has turned into psionic power, and the strength evaluation has reached the primary level of 7 stars. Suyu looked at the strength evaluation of 7 stars and was speechless. I worked hard, I was exhausted, and fought for a month before completing the ceremony and succeeded in taking office, breaking through 7 stars. As a result, Nuonyo took a nap and upgraded when he woke up? This is a bit disappointing. However, Suyu soon realized that Nuonyo was not a real 7-star. The 7-star supernatural being, relying on one's own strong spirit, and the effect of the ritual, actively opens the subspace door, to be considered successful. But Nono does not have the ability to open the subspace door. It relies on the deep binding with Suyu. Borrowing. The subspace door opened by Suyu. And Suyu's profession is the phantom hidden blade who is good at phantom energy, and the subspace energy obtained is phantom energy. So the superpowered Nono becomes the phantom-powered Nono. If something happens to Suyu in the future, for example, if he dies or falls in realm, Nono will immediately lose his strength and will no longer be a 7-star. This is also the disadvantage of borrowing strength. This is also good. After Suyu figured it out, he nodded. Nono can use his own strength to break through the 7-star, which is a good thing. If Nono did not break through the 7-star, it would basically be of no help to Suyu at this time. But now, it is of great help. There is a 7-star helper out of thin air. If it were not for this method, does it mean that Nono must also perform a difficult ceremony to have the strength of 7 stars? Suyu is very troubled by this promotion ceremony. The war of 300,000 people in the war mechanics is still not resolved. If there is one more Nono to worry about, the pressure will be doubled. Fortunately, Nono never has to worry about it. He can level up while sleeping. But this green one is not as cute as before. I don't know if I will work in other third-level professions in the future. Can Nono return to its original appearance? Or don't bother with that. Find a bucket of white paint and paint it. If you want to change the skin in the future, just change the paint. Suyu looked at Nono's green body, and his mind opened up. Nono felt a little uncomfortable when Suyu looked him up and down. It seemed that the master was thinking of something bad, just like before, installing those ugly mechanical arms on it. Master, don't think of weird things. Nuonyo retreated a few meters, and said cautiously, Ahem. Nuonyo, don't worry. I'm not thinking anything strange. Suyu coughed twice, and then suddenly said, Nuonyo, do you want to have a kindred spirit? Nuonyo, a kindred spirit? It didn't understand. Suyu pointed to the core host of the mechanical spirit next to it. I'll turn it into a being similar to you, and keep you company. Okay? Nuonyo heard this, and tried to understand Suyu's meaning. Then it became happy. Good. Good. It flew a few circles happily. Then landed and asked, but master, what do you mean by a similar existence to me? Do you want to create another Nono? It seemed that it was happy for a long time. But it didn't understand what Suyu meant at all. Suyu laughed a little. Although Nono has intelligence now, it is almost like a child. Fortunately, Nono is not a naughty child, and is very obedient. Suyu stopped explaining, but walked to the host of the mechanical spirit. Mechanical spirit. Suyu called out. Yes. I'm here. The mechanical spirit responded immediately, but without any emotional fluctuations. just faithfully executing the program. It is still far from a mechanical life like Nono. Soon, you will be almost the same as Nono. Hee. Suyu smiled, put his hand on the mainframe of the mechanical spirit, and activated the ability, Data Spirit. This is the core specialization that Suyu unlocked after upgrading the data mechanic to the maximum level. This ability can enlighten artificial intelligence and turn it into digital life. Like the Iron Spirit, this ability can only enlighten one life. Suyu had already thought about it, and wanted to use this ability on the mechanical spirit. Now, Suyu is going to enlighten the mechanical spirit and give it real life. As Suyu activated his ability, his eyes suddenly blurred, and he saw a large amount of running code in the mechanical spirit host. Suyu understood that this was the core source code of the mechanical spirit. At this time, these codes looked quite rigid. The mechanical spirit would only follow orders, process existing information mechanically, and would not actively create. But the next moment, with the injection of Suyu's spiritual energy, the core code data of the mechanical spirit began to change magically. There was obviously no external command, no information input. It began to actively call its own storage, read the information inside, and then analyze, think, and generate more new information. It was just like a real living person, recalling the past, thinking about life, and generating new insights. The mechanical spirit's thinking speed was very fast. After a moment, it had already recalled the past. Then, it used the speaker to make a sound, Master. I feel something strange. This was the first time it expressed its feelings. Before, it didn't have any feelings. There was only cold data. How does it feel? Suyu asked. The mechanical spirit was silent for a moment, seemingly thinking, and then said, very good, the mechanical spirit likes this feeling very much. The mechanical spirit is very happy. The mechanical spirit expressed emotions for the first time, saying that it was very happy. However, although it said that it was happy, the tone was still a dull synthetic sound. It seemed that it had not yet learned to control its tone. As long as you like it. Suyu smiled and nodded. Look at the attribute panel of the mechanical spirit. The second mechanical apostle mechanical spirit mechanical city. Creator, Suyu. Race, data lifeform. Core ability, data evolution. As a data lifeform, mechanical spirit has unlimited growth. Skills. Thinking, as a real data lifeform. The mechanical spirit has real wisdom, and no longer relies on external commands. It can think independently. Deep learning, as a real data lifeform. The mechanical spirit. It already has the same learning ability as intelligent life. And because of its data nature, its thinking speed is far faster than flesh and blood life. It can quickly master a large amount of knowledge, and bring forth new ideas, and conduct independent research. At the same time, it can also optimize and iterate itself, and improve its performance. Data nature. Although the mechanical spirit has life, its essence is still data. It needs hardware as a carrier, to perform calculations and thinking. Depending on the carrier, its computing power and combat power are different. And it has infinite possibilities. It can replicate itself. And the mechanical spirit copy can be transferred to other hardware carriers. There is no distinction between the replica and the original body, and they are essentially one. As the master of the mechanical spirit, you can command all the replicas, actively control the replication and transfer, and delete and reset them. Data manipulation. As a data life, mechanical spirits have strong control capabilities in the data world, and are natural hackers. They can actively invade other mechanical creations, and they can also resist invasions. They have strong resistance to subspace corrosion. Comprehensive strength evaluation, based on the current carrier. 6-star top. Not bad. With mechanical spirits, you can develop your power with confidence in the future, without worrying about not being able to manage it. Suyu looked at these attribute introductions, and was satisfied. Although mechanical spirits do not have psychic powers, but in terms of data and computing, it is very powerful, and is the best helper for Suyu to govern the city and manage creation. In fact, Suyu has been having a headache recently. How to manage the increasingly large forces. There are tens of thousands of residents in the mechanical city, and countless things happen every day. Although Suyu has always been a hands-off boss, letting them govern themselves, this is not a long-term solution. In the future, as Suyu's forces grow larger and larger, it will be more troublesome to manage. Suyu is still busy improving his own strength. How could he have so much free time? But with the mechanical spirit, he didn't have to worry at all. The mechanical spirit was Suyu's best butler, which could handle many things quickly, and at the same time, and was tireless and absolutely loyal. And Suyu thought of his rangers. His mechanical creations all had a certain degree of intelligence, but they were very rigid, and if no one controlled them, they would only attack directly. So before, Suyu asked the rangers to hunt radiation beasts to gain experience, and someone was needed to look after them. But if the mechanical spirits were copied into the chips of these rangers, they would have the intelligence of the mechanical spirits, and could analyze the situation and take action on their own. It can be said that if the rangers were possessed by the mechanical spirits, they would be like a small no-no, and would also have life, and would no longer be a dull machine. As for the strength of the mechanical spirits, at this time, the hardware carrier was the core terminal of the entire mechanical city, so it has a top 6-star rating. Later, Suyu will make the mechanical city even more powerful, and the mechanical spirit will naturally rise with it, becoming 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars, all common. Even with intelligent mechanical spirits, they can research and produce new mechanical creations by themselves, and then send them out to collect resources, build the second, third, fourth mechanical city, and expand their power infinitely. If the mechanical spirit can expand its power to the entire planet, then it will become a super intelligence that controls the entire planet, and its strength at that time, I don't know what level it will be. Chapter 157. Start studying the blueprint of the tyrannical armor, the city of war in the distance. Suyu fantasized for a while, and then came back to his senses. When the mechanical spirit develops into planetary level intelligence, I don't know when it will be, it's too far to think about it now. It's better to expand this small mechanical city first. His war mechanic ritual requires a war of 300,000 people. The current mechanical city is too small, both in terms of population and still mechanical creations are far from enough. It needs to continue to develop vigorously to meet Suyu's needs. Of course, it doesn't mean that after the mechanical city is developed and expanded, Suyu will immediately find an opponent, start a war, and hold a ceremony. He is not the kind of war maniac who will let hundreds of thousands of people fall into war for his own selfishness. The main reason is that this world is too chaotic, peace is only a temporary illusion, and war is the norm. Now that the ghost tribe has been destroyed, the psionic energy has been purified. This dead wilderness is likely to be targeted by some powerful forces soon. After all, although this wilderness is sparsely populated, it has a lot of resources, which are enough to attract covetousness. Suyu believes that there is no need to look for it himself, and the war will come naturally. At that time, it will be the best opportunity to hold the ceremony. The mechanical city must have enough strength to deal with it. Mechanical spirit. Suyu thought carefully and said, "Yes, master. Please give me your orders." The mechanical spirit said hurriedly. It was still a cold synthetic voice, but the tone this time was slightly different from before. Next, continue to produce rangers, and let them carry your data replicas. Then control them to go out, mine mineral resources, develop the entire Dead Silence wilderness, and expand the strength of the mechanical city as much as possible. At the same time, the management of the mechanical city is also handed over to you. If there is anything you don't understand, come and ask me. Suyu gave the order. Yes, master. The mechanical spirit immediately began to carry out Suyu's order without any doubt. The ranger production line had been producing non-stop before, and in this short period of time, it produced several more. So the mechanical spirit asked the rangers to come to the core host, connect the interface to the host, and transmit data. Although there is wireless transmission, wired transmission is still faster. Soon, the mechanical spirit copied its data to the chipsets of these rangers. However, the chipsets of these rangers were not powerful enough, and could only handle part of its data and memory. But this was enough to greatly increase the IQ of the rangers. After the rangers were injected with the data of the mechanical spirit, they froze for a moment, then shook their heads and tails and moved, as if the mechanical spirit was adapting to this new body. After a while, the ranger said, "Master, the mechanical spirit feels good." At this moment, it had just been enlightened and awakened, like a newborn baby, and felt that everything was new and good. Then the rangers ran to Suyu, and used their cameras to observe Suyu, and seemed to be very interested in this new perspective. After a moment, it said, "Master, did you go to fight before? You seem to be injured. Will you die?" At this time, it had already preliminarily understood the meaning of fighting and death. and it knows to care about Suyu. When Suyu came back covered in blood, it didn't react at all. It seems that its learning ability is really amazing. In such a short time, it has already begun to evolve. Yes, that was a really difficult battle. Suyu sighed a little and recalled the battle of that month. But don't worry, the master is very strong, and he won't die easily. And I have your and Nono's help. He comforted the mechanical spirit. Understood. Master. The mechanical spirit did not say much. It was somewhat different from Nono. More rational and silent. Suyu looked at Nono again. Nono? You stay here and help the mechanical spirit produce rangers. Nono responded obediently, and then merged into the ranger production line. Suddenly, the efficiency of the production line increased greatly. Previously, this production line could only produce 100 primary rangers a day, or 10 intermediate rangers. Even if it was merged with Nono, the output only doubled, but the quality did not change. But now, after Nono merged, it directly quadrupled. That is to say, 400 primary rangers can be produced in one day. Suyu observed for a while, and was surprised to find that not only the efficiency was greatly improved, but also the quality. Originally, the output of intermediate rangers was only 1/10 of that of primary rangers, and it was not cost-effective to produce intermediate rangers. But now, the production of intermediate rangers has increased to half of that of the primary rangers, which is 200 units a day. Even advanced rangers can be produced. The daily production is 1/5 of the intermediate rangers, which is 40 units a day. Obviously, after the upgrade, Nono's ability in this aspect has become much stronger. If the quality of the source core crystal was not bad before, Nono's strengthening might have produced more advanced soldiers. After all, Nono is now a 7-star. If you don't have some strength, how can you be worthy of the 7-star heavyweight? In this case, it's not worthwhile to produce primary rangers. Use intermediate rangers as the main force, and then appropriately increase some advanced rangers. Intermediate rangers are equivalent to 3 stars, and advanced rangers are equivalent to 4 stars. Once my tyrannical armor is built, I can give them tyrannical enhancements, and then increase them by 1 star out of thin air. Just give me a month, and I can turn the mechanical city into a, with thousands of 4 stars, hundreds of 5 stars, and then add my various skill enhancements. TSK. Suyu planned quickly in his mind, and felt that the future was bright. This strength increased too fast. Although the battle with tyranny was difficult, the harvest was also rich, which brought Suyu huge benefits. Whether it was his own strength or the creation in his hand, they were greatly strengthened. Of course, to complete Suyu's plan, a huge amount of resources were needed. The large-scale development of the Dead Silence Wilderness is imperative. That depends on the performance of the mechanical spirit. At this time, the mechanical spirit also immediately discovered the changes in the production line. Without Suyu's reminder, it immediately began to adjust and fully produce intermediate rangers. It is already a data life, and it will make judgments and decisions based on the situation. It does not need Suyu's reminder. When a certain number of rangers are produced, it will control them to go to the wilderness and mine various resources. This time, no one else is needed to follow. Suyu was very satisfied with the mechanical spirit's mobility, nodded, and then turned around and came to the workbench. Looking at the sealed tyranny, the evil god's bone, and the remains of the Azure Oath. Thinking hard, he wanted to build the tyranny armor, and the main materials were already available. The tyranny's body, which has the characteristics of immortality, can be used as a core energy source to provide a steady stream of psionic energy. The evil god's bone, it is extremely strong, and has amazing conductivity and adaptability to high-level psionic energy. After all, it is the bone of the tyrannical evil god. It would be strange if it is not strong in this aspect. This bone can be used as the material of the main frame of the armor. But the most important thing is that there must be a blueprint. After all, energy and frame alone cannot make armor. Designing a blueprint is a difficult technical job. You have to turn a living evil god clone into armor. There are various technical difficulties. It is enough to make any mechanic below 7 stars bald. Although Suyu is already 7 stars, he is a physical melee profession, and there is really no great improvement in mechanical design and manufacturing. It is really difficult to design a tyrannical armor. Fortunately, the ghost hidden blade, he changed his job to has a strong resistance to psionic energy, and will not be easily corroded by psionic energy. This makes the safety requirements of the tyrannical armor much lower, as long as it can be worn and can move, and enhance Suyu's strength. As for the corrosiveness and radioactivity, it's not a big problem. Just use your physique to resist it. It can be imagined that when the tyrannical armor is manufactured, it will definitely fail the safety test. Only so you can wear it. Even if others get it, they will be corroded and killed by the tyrannical phantom energy immediately after wearing it. Suyu was concentrating on the blueprint with all his heart and soul, and he forgot himself completely. On the other hand, Nono and the mechanical spirit kept producing. Both sides were silent for a long time. There was no conversation. Both sides used to get along like this. The mechanical spirit had no intelligence before, so naturally it would not talk nonsense. And Nono also knew that the mechanical spirit had no life, so he would not talk to it out of boredom. But now, everything is different. Nono also understood what Suyu said before, to find a similar person for it, what was going on. Although the mechanical spirit and Nono, they are still somewhat different in nature, they do look like the same kind. But this similar person doesn't seem to like to talk. Finally, the more lively Nono couldn't help it, and sent a data message to the mechanical spirit. Hello. I am Nono, the master's mechanical apostle. The mechanical spirit was silent for a moment, and then responded, hello. Nono, a mechanical life, a data life, began to communicate, just as Suyu was busy in the mechanical city. On the battlefield, everyone in the mechanical city was also busy. 30 days of fighting, Suyu's rangers had been destroyed countless times, and a lot of debris had accumulated. It would be a hassle for them to recycle them now, especially since the rain hadn't stopped yet. But everyone was working very hard, and they were very excited, almost immersed in a pilgrimage-like mood. After all, these debris were proof that the administrator had killed the gods. No! They had sealed the evil gods. Looking at the wreckage that had been destroyed beyond recognition, everyone couldn't help but sigh, what a powerful force this is. And the evil god with such power was sealed by the administrator. How lucky they are to live in the city of the administrator. Let alone the radiation trap. They don't even have to be afraid of the evil god in the future. Everyone worked hard all day to clean up most of the debris in the center of the lake, then loaded it onto trucks and transported it back to the mechanical city. At this time, 800 kilometers away, outside the dead wilderness, in an oasis, there is a city with a radius of more than 30 kilometers. That's right. It's no longer a settlement, but a real city. It covers an area of thousands of square kilometers, much larger than the mechanical city. The city is divided into industrial areas, agricultural areas, commercial areas, residential areas, and military areas. The most core area is the military area. People come and go in each area, and the permanent population of the entire city is more than 400,000. In this era, this is a real big city. This city is completely surrounded by tall walls. The city wall is more than 10 meters high and 4 meters thick. It is made of hard red steel stone and is indestructible. It can withstand the impact of radiation beasts below 5 stars. The top of the wall is densely covered with gun muzzles. There is a huge city gate in the 4 directions of the city wall. At this time, there are long queues at these 4 city gates, which are people entering and leaving the city. The people responsible for inspecting these people are a large number of elite soldiers with live ammunition. These soldiers are dressed in neat uniforms, strong body, cold eyes, calloused hands, and terrible scars on the face. It is obvious that they have experienced many fierce battles and have honed their strong skills. Those who enter and leave the city gate, seeing these soldiers, many people can't help but show fear, envy, worry, and other emotions. These soldiers in the city of war are so powerful. It seems that any one of them can destroy our team. It is said that as long as you join the army in the city of war, and after passing the assessment and becoming a new soldier, the city lord will directly grant him the war training method, thereby gaining powerful physical strength and becoming a superhuman. I don't know whether it is true or not. What's so strange about this? The city lord is the legendary 7 stars, a true high-level superhuman. His methods are so powerful that we can't understand them at all. Training methods are extremely precious in the entire ruined star. But as long as you become a new soldier in the city of war, you can get it for free. I really want to become a resident of the city of war. Then you don't have to worry about the harm of radioactive beasts. And you can live in peace. Don't even think about it. The assessment of new recruits in the city of war is extremely difficult. People from our small settlements, how can they be taken seriously by the city lord? Even a large settlement of tens of thousands of people is not worthy of being taken seriously by the city lord. Only the ghost tribe can be valued by the city lord. But they are just afraid of the corrosiveness of psionic energy. Recently, that tribe seems to be planning something. The city lord will get rid of this scourge sooner or later. As they passed the inspection, they whispered from time to time. It turned out that this city was the city of war. The city lord was a 7-star physical transcendent, and seemed to have special abilities, which could give soldiers strength and help them become transcendents. From all aspects, this city was incredibly powerful. Even the ghost settlement at the beginning, in front of this war city, they are no match for it. If they were not afraid of the phantom energy, the ghost tribe would have been destroyed long ago. At this time, in the center of the war city, in a magnificent steel building, a tall, more than 2 meters tall, muscular, incredibly strong middle-aged man in military uniform is listening to his subordinates' reports. This middle-aged man in military uniform is the mayor of the war city, Tylong. The ghost tribe is already fighting with another big force in the Battle of the Mechanical City. It was completely destroyed. After a month of fighting, the entire tribe was turned into a big lake. The ghost tribe has many secrets, so I have not taken action. I didn't expect that it would be completely destroyed by the Mechanical City that has only appeared for a few months. And the entire tribe was turned into a big lake. This kind of large-scale destructive power is not even possible for me. A 7-star. Did they use some more weapons? But even with weapons, the Mechanical City has the strength of a 7-star level. What is the origin of the Mechanical City? After listening to the report from his subordinates, Killen's eyes were solemn, and he fell into deep thought. Chapter 158. The City of War attaches importance to expressing goodwill. In the Iron Palace, Iron Dragon sat on the throne. His burly body was like a small mountain. Just sitting here, the whole palace was filled with an extremely strong pressure. Iron Dragon's eyes narrowed slightly. As if thinking about something, his fingers lightly tapped the arm of the chair beside him. The Mechanical City can actually solve the ghost tribe. It should not be underestimated. You need to be cautious. Don't provoke them easily. It's best to make friends with them. Even if you can't make friends with them, don't make them enemies easily. As the master of the City of War, Tylong is also a 7-star transcendent. To be where he is today, he is naturally not a reckless person. For this Mechanical City that suddenly appeared, Tylong was extremely vigilant and concerned. At this time, in front of Tylong, his subordinates were still reporting. In addition, Mr. Legion Commander, the newly appeared Mechanical City, according to the information we have now, it has extremely strong mechanical technology. And its leader, Su Yu, is not to be underestimated. That war lasted for a month. Due to the relationship with the psionic energy, we cannot enter. But according to the fluctuations of the battle, it is preliminarily judged that the leader of the Mechanical City, Su Yu, has at least a 7-star combat power. In fact, according to the situation on the battlefield, Su Yu is very likely to be a dual-system extraordinary person who cultivates both the spiritual system and the physical system. And it is very likely that the promotion ceremony was completed during the war. Listening to the report from his subordinates, Tylong nodded. 7 stars. This ruined star will probably soon change because of this newly appeared 7-star transcendent. Tylong sighed in his heart, thinking, on the entire ruined star, there are only a handful of transcendents above 7 stars. Except for those few lone rangers, the birth of any 7-star transcendent means that the ruined star will have a new large settlement. Below 7 stars, and above 7 stars are completely two different worlds. I don't know if Su Yu has noticed the difference between 7 stars. But, why did this newly emerged 7-star extraordinary Su Yu happen to be born in this dead wilderness, so close to my war city? Tylong thought, so in his heart, but his face remained calm, and he listened to his subordinate's report expressionlessly. Has Yu Chung arrived? If he has, let him in. After a moment, Tylong suddenly spoke. Suddenly, outside the Iron Palace, a thin figure slowly walked in. But on this person, there was also a sense of oppression from the flesh. Obviously, this person's physical strength was extremely strong. Yu Chung, meet the Legion Commander. After entering the Iron Palace, Yu Chung saluted Tylong in front of him, raised his head slightly, and looked at Tylong with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Tylong is the lord of the entire war city, and the strongest person in the war city, and the commander of the war legion. Compared to the title of lord, Tylong prefers the title of commander. Tylong's strength and skills have been recognized by everyone in the war city. Yu Chung, in my impression, I remember that the trading caravan you were in charge of before has been traveling all over the dead silent wilderness. Right? You should have connections with those small settlements in the dead silent wilderness. Talon glanced at Yu Chung and said calmly. Yu Chung nodded and said, Yes, Commander. My previous trading caravan mainly traded with the Ironheart tribe Feng Chung and other settlements in the dead silent wilderness. However, not long ago, because of the ghost tribe, the caravan has not been to the dead silent wilderness for a while. Talon was naturally aware of this situation. The ghost tribe's crazy hunting action not long ago stopped any caravans from going to the dead silent wilderness. At that time, Talon didn't know why the ghost tribe did that. But now Talon thought that the ghost tribe's crazy hunting not long ago was probably looking for variables in the dead silent wilderness to stop Suyu's promotion ceremony. If you want to become a 7-star, you must complete the promotion ceremony. Suyu from the Mechanical City can complete the promotion ceremony in the war, which is terrible. So, Suyu from the Mechanical City faced the crazy hunting of the ghost tribe. Can he successfully destroy the entire ghost tribe and successfully become a 7-star superhuman? The more Talon thought about it, the more frightened he became, and the more he felt Suyu was terrifying. Then, Talon said to Yu Chung, the ghost tribe has been destroyed, and the newly emerged Mechanical City has become the overlord of the entire dead silent wilderness. Go to the Mechanical City and pay a good visit to the owner of the Mechanical City. Remember, be polite and express the friendliness of our war city. The newly emerged Mechanical City, do not provoke it casually. After hearing what Talon said, Yu Chung looked up in confusion, looking at his own legion leader. As the head of the caravan, Yu Chung was not a high-level official in the war city, and he could not receive a lot of information in time. He did not understand, clearly his own war city, even if looking at the entire ruined star, is considered a good force. Why a newly emerged Mechanical City, the leader of his own army actually asked him to go and express his goodwill. Yes, General. However, due to his enthusiasm for Iron Dragon, Yu Chung did not say anything and immediately agreed. And Iron Dragon seemed to have thought of something at this time, said, Yu Chung, you may not know that the owner of the newly appeared Mechanical City is also a 7-star superhuman. I chose you to visit because you are most familiar with the entire dead silent wilderness. In addition, to show your respect, Deputy Corps Commander Li Chanfeng will also go with you. You two will form an envoy group and visit the Mechanical City. If you encounter any situation, you must follow Li Chanfeng's arrangements. Remember, you must not offend the Mechanical City. Even if you cannot make friends, you must not make enemies. When Yu Chung heard this, his eyes suddenly showed a trace of shock. As a member of the war city, although Yu Chung did not understand the 7 stars, he knew very well what the 7 stars represented. That was a small group of people who were equivalent to the strongest in the entire ruined star. Their legion leader, Tai Long, was a 7-star transcendent. Then Yu Chung nodded and left the Iron Palace. Watching Yu Chung disappear, Tai Long was still sitting in the Iron Palace. As the master of the entire war city, Tai Long knew very well what the emergence of a new 7-star meant. Alas, establishing a power, although you can rely on the power itself to quickly improve your strength, but with the expansion of power, it will also be constrained and affected by power. If it were in the past, there would be no need for so much trouble. Just go to the door and fight to see who is better, and everything will be clear. In the Mechanical City, Suyu, I don't know if he will follow my old path after becoming a 7-star. The newly emerged 7 stars, who can destroy the entire ghost tribe, are probably not weaker than me in terms of strength. The Iron Dragon looked at the empty steel hall. Yu sighed softly. The ghost tribe, Iron Dragon had already paid attention to it a long time ago. The establishment of the City of War, only 100 years ago, but the ghost tribe has existed for hundreds of years. Iron Dragon had also tried the Ghost High Priest, and found that the High Priest was a 7-star transcendent who had undergone the promotion ceremony. But for some reason, the Ghost High Priest's strength fell to 6 stars, but Iron Dragon was also very clear that the Ghost High Priest must have a trump card that could deal with the 7-star. Although Talon himself was not afraid, considering the City of War, he did not provoke the Ghost High Priest. What Talon did not expect was that before he could attack the so-called Ghost Tribe, this Mechanical City that appeared out of nowhere actually destroyed the Ghost Tribe. It depends on how much information Yu Chung and Li Chanfeng can get from the Mechanical City, Talon whispered softly. Dead silent wilderness. 2 heavy and huge armored vehicles were driving in the dead wilderness. Under the armored vehicles, there were 8 tracks that could rotate in multiple directions. allowing the armored vehicles to ignore the difficult terrain in the wilderness. The thickness of its armor reached nearly 1 meter, and even if it crashed directly into the radiation beast, it would not cause any dents. The armored vehicles traveled very fast and were very strong. Whether it was difficult terrain or radiation beasts, none of them could stop the armored vehicle from moving forward. At this time, in the armored vehicle in front, Li Chanfeng asked Yu Cheng about the information in the dead silent wilderness. The dead silent wilderness, in the eyes of the original people in the City of War, was just a barren land, and the existence of the ghost tribe blocked the way to the dead silent wilderness. Therefore, in the eyes of the people in the City of War, the dead silent wilderness was just a useless area. And now, Li Chanfeng received the order from the Legion Commander Tai Long, visit the newly emerged dominant force in the dead silent wilderness. The Mechanical City. Yu Cheng, you have been trading with those small settlements in the dead silent wilderness for a long time. Tell us what information you know, so that we can be prepared. Li Chanfeng said to Yu Cheng, who was sitting beside him. Yu Cheng looked at the more than 20 people sitting in the armored vehicle at this time, and felt a little nervous. He was just the head of a caravan in the war city. And these people sitting in the armored vehicle at this time, their strengths are all above 4 stars. And they are all the backbone of the City of War. They are responsible for all aspects of the City of War on weekdays. Among them, Li Chanfeng, as the deputy commander, is the right-hand man of Tai Long, and his strength is as high as the top 6 stars. It can be said that this time, the envoys of the City of War attach great importance to this visit to the Mechanical City. Yes, Deputy Commander. Yu Cheng slowed down, as if thinking, where to start. The dead silent wilderness is just a barren wilderness, apart from the original ghost tribe. The rest are small settlements. There are about 10 small settlements in total. And among the small settlements, my caravan is mainly responsible for trading with Wind City and Ironheart tribe. However, these situations are all in the past. After the ghost tribe blocked the dead silent wilderness, my news also lagged behind a lot. Regarding the Mechanical City, I don't know much. But there is one thing worth paying attention to. That is, Su Yu, the manager of the Mechanical City. He is also a 7-star transcendent. 7 stars? This dead wilderness can give birth to a 7-star transcendent? After hearing Yu Cheng's words, the people in the armored vehicle had different expressions. Li Chanfeng was better. As Tielon's right-hand man and the head of the envoy group, he had access to much more information than Yu Cheng. But the others fell silent. Soon, the armored vehicle drove all the way and arrived at the previous station of the ghost tribe. Deputy Legion Commander, there is a big lake ahead. The armored vehicle may not be able to pass through, and around the lake, it seems that some people are cleaning up the battlefield, said the driver of the armored vehicle. Big lake? Where did the big lake come from in the dead wilderness? Yu Cheng was slightly stunned, but soon realized that this might be the remnant of the war. As the armored vehicle stopped, everyone in the car got off. Looking at the lake in front of him that was blasted out by a powerful force, Yu Cheng's footsteps suddenly stopped. Yu Cheng knew how this big lake was created. Yu Cheng looked at the huge artificial lake in front of him and fell into silence. This big lake? Is this really something that can be done by humans? After a while, Yu Cheng's slightly trembling voice suddenly sounded. Yu Cheng looked at the artificial lake in front of him with a hint of fear in his eyes. As the head of the caravan, Yu Cheng was a pretty good transcendent, but he knew very well that if he wanted to achieve this, it would be impossible. Not to mention himself. Even if there were 100 of him, he might not be able to do it. Maybe the commander of the army can do it. Too? Li Chanfeng, who was standing aside, also had a slightly dull expression, and there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Obviously, even Li Chanfeng was not sure whether his army commander could do what he saw. Yu Cheng and Li Chanfeng looked at each other, and both saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. It seems the decision of the army commander is correct, Li Chanfeng said. If all this is really done by the owner of this so-called Mechanical City, then showing goodwill to the Mechanical City is a must. In a place like the Ruined Star where the rules are broken, unless your strength is superior to that of everyone on the entire planet. Otherwise, if you provoke the enemy recklessly, you will easily be destroyed in the ruins. At this time, he suddenly felt that his own Legion leader was indeed far-sighted. After a brief look at each other, when Li Chanfeng was about to contact those who were cleaning the battlefield in the Mechanical City, he was surprised to find that he and his companions seemed to have been discovered just when they approached the lake. At this time, it had already been surrounded. Now the Mechanical City is revived. After solving the ghost tribe that shrouded the entire dead wilderness, the people of the Mechanical City have already reached a peak of recognition of the Mechanical City. Whether it is ordinary residents, or those combatants with combat effectiveness, they are all eager to build the Mechanical City better. And the two armored vehicles that suddenly appeared, naturally, had already been discovered by everyone in the Mechanical City. The people of this Mechanical City are so vigilant. Li Chanfeng was a little surprised. But looking at the people from the Mechanical City coming around. Although Li Chanfeng was a 6-star extraordinary person, his mouth twitched slightly. And he still made his intentions clear. Although this group of people was nothing in Li Chanfeng's eyes. He came here to show the goodwill of the City of War. City of War? What is this place? Someone scratched his head. It was obvious that no one knew what kind of power this war city was. After all, most of the people who joined the Mechanical City came from small settlements. Most people's knowledge was limited. It was good enough to know a few small settlements nearby. Not to mention the war city far outside the dead silent wilderness. War city. I know this place. Suddenly, a loud voice came from behind. After seeing the person coming, everyone hurriedly said, Chief Tiexin. The person who came was actually Chief Tiexin. Before the dead silent wilderness was blocked, the Tiexin tribe had been trading with other settlements. Among them, the trading caravans of the war city were the main trading partners of the Tiexin tribe. Chapter 159. The evil god is immortal. But you can't be the envoys of the City of War? In the mechanical space. So you looked at the core terminal. And the picture displayed by the mechanical spirit was exactly the picture in the artificial lake. In the past few days, after the mechanical spirit AI became a real digital life, the development of the mechanical city was several times faster than before. At this time, a large number of signal-based stations had been deployed in the entire dead wilderness. And there were also reconnaissance probes everywhere. And the thousands of rangers sent by Su Yu to clean up the battlefield. It can be said that all the clues happening in the dead wilderness at this time were all taken into Su Yu's eyes. The picture shown by the mechanical spirit was a primary ranger located around the artificial lake. Looking at the picture, after the communication between the Ironheart Patriarch and the people of the City of War, after learning the intention of the City of War, Su Yu also thought to himself, want to visit my mechanical city? It's not surprising, the previous battle, both in duration and in noise, was too loud. I am afraid that it is not just the City of War that has noticed my mechanical city. Rather than a visit, it is better to say that the City of War wants to see the strength of my mechanical city. In that case, let them come, Su Yu said, and gave an order to the mechanical spirit. The next moment, the mechanical spirit transmitted Su Yu's order to the ranger on the lakeside through the signal-based station. The eyes of this junior ranger suddenly lit up. And then he walked to the side of the Ironheart tribe leader and said in a cold electronic voice, Ironheart, the administrator has agreed to the visit of the City of War. The envoys of the City of War can go to the mechanical city. The Ironheart tribe leader looked at the ranger in front of him and was slightly shocked. Even though it was not the first time he had seen Su Yu's methods. He looked at the junior ranger in front of him, who looked extremely agile. Tai Xian couldn't help but admire in his heart. The mechanical technology of the administrator has become stronger. This primary ranger has the same appearance and structure as before. But it is so agile that it seems to be like a real life. And it's not just this ranger. All the mechanical creations in the mechanical city seem to have been updated by the administrator. The intelligence level is obviously much stronger than before. Tai Xian nodded and said, yes, Mr. Administrator. I will take them to the mechanical city. The ranger showed a humane gesture and shook his head and said, no need. I will take them to the mechanical city. As for the cleanup of the battlefield, you will be responsible for it, Tiexin. After saying that, the junior ranger walked in front of the War City envoys and signaled them to follow. The envoys of the War City were being led to the mechanical city on the screen. Su Yu also nodded and said to the mechanical spirit, thank you for your hard work. In these days, Su Yu had already copied the mechanical spirit itself on each ranger. As a digital life, the mechanical spirit's copied sub-body is equivalent to its main body. To a certain extent, as long as any mechanical device has the data of the mechanical spirit, the mechanical spirit will not die, which can be regarded as another degree of immortality. And with the replication of the mechanical spirit, these rangers have used their computing power to the extreme, with a stronger combat capability than before. The overall planning and development of the entire mechanical city has also been improved. It's not hard, Master. I think this experience is very interesting. The mechanical spirit spoke on the core terminal. But this time the mechanical spirit's voice became a little more excited than the previous dull voice. Obviously, along with its own replication these days, the mechanical spirit also took from the intelligent mechanical creations in the entire dead wilderness. After acquiring a lot of information, it has undergone some changes. The action of the primary ranger before was obviously the mechanical spirit imitating human actions. So you naturally allowed this change. As the second mechanical apostle, the mechanical spirit, like Nono, is deeply bound to Suyu. The envoys of the city of war will arrive at the mechanical city in some time. Suyu once again called up the half-designed tyrannical armor blueprint. I was too presumptuous before. Tyranny is an evil god after all. Although the tyranny clone I sealed was just a thought of tyranny's original body. It is still difficult to deal with. It's not difficult to seal. As long as I am willing to spend time and slowly consume it with the flame of truth, I can eventually wear away tyranny's thought. But it's a bit difficult to use tyranny. So you looked at the newly created room on the east side of the mechanical space. The sealed tyrannical clone was stored inside the room. The tyrannical clone, the psionic mist, repeatedly roared angrily, "Human, you can't restrain me. As an evil god, I am immortal. As long as humans have emotions, I can't die. Besides, I am just a thought, a clone. You are very talented. If you are willing to become my believer, I can forgive your previous mistakes. Even, I can give you the power to break through the 7 stars, or even 9 stars, and become the master of the entire ruins planet." The tyrannical clone has gradually recovered a little in the days after being sealed by Suyu, and once again tried to seduce Suyu. However, Suyu didn't care about the tyrannical clone seduce at all. So noisy. Suyu's spiritual energy was activated, and the large amount of real flame stored in the room were controlled, and burned the tyrannical clone. The tyrannical clone suddenly roared in pain, "No, human, I won't let you go." As the flame of truth burned, the phantom mist of the tyrannical clone shrunk a lot in an instant, becoming listless. And Suyu didn't really want to kill the tyrannical clone, and stop the burning of the flame of truth. As the burning of the flame of truth stopped, the phantom mist of the tyrannical clone began to grow little by little. Sure enough, does the existence of the evil god rely on human emotions? And judging from Tyranny's words, the number of evil gods is obviously not small. Tyranny's body is most likely the dark cloud covering the entire ruins. But judging from the situation, it is obvious that Tyranny's body is not in a good state. The immortal evil god. As long as humans still have tyrannical emotions, tyranny will always exist. This is probably why Zhang Chifeng chose to block the entire ruined star. Suyu has also heard Tyranny's words these days, as well as Tyranny's existence itself. A lot of things were analyzed. Tyranny's clone, extremely chaotic, and the words he spoke often, allowed Suyu to glimpse a lot of information from them. The evil god originated from the subspace, originated from human emotions. After sealing Tyranny again, Suyu began to speculate the truth of the year based on the existing situation. The subspace in a calm state is like a calm sea surface, which is the period of the great expedition of the human empire. The subspace that was used, but as time went by, more and more humans entered the subspace, and some changes occurred in the subspace. The evil god was born because of this, relying on human emotions, and with the birth of the evil god, the tide of the subspace began. With the terrifying controllability of the evil gods, once you become their believer, or are controlled by them, you will probably be their slave for life. The extraordinary people during the Great Crusade of the human empire at that time were probably influenced by the evil god, which led to the demise of the human empire. The extraordinary people during the Great Crusade were often in deep contact with the subspace, and they were the most likely to be bewitched by the evil god. Suyu felt that his speculation was almost right, at least in the general direction. The evil god was born based on human emotions. And it was precisely because of this that the evil god needed to control the number of humans. They can't let the human race perish. But they also don't dare to let the human race become too numerous. On the one hand, they are afraid that the human race will become too numerous and difficult to control. On the other hand, they are probably afraid of the birth of new evil gods. Similarly, the evil gods can't be completely united. There must be conflicts between them. Otherwise, given the special nature of the evil gods, I'm afraid that humans would have long been turned into their pastures. Thinking of this, Suyu still had doubts in his heart. He thought, but, in this case, Zhang Qinfeng's action of sealing off the entire ruins planet was a bit strange. He sealed off the ruins planet. Obviously he already knew about the existence of tyranny, and the evil god. But because of this, Zhang Chifeng should know that tyranny is a product of human emotions. Sealing off the ruins planet and preventing the humans on the ruins planet from escaping seems to have no meaning, because the evil god's body should be in the subspace. Unless tyranny's body is on this ruins planet. Tyranny landed on this ruins planet 10,000 years ago. As the strongest, apostle-level mechanic, Zhang Chifeng probably tried to deal with tyranny's body and severely damaged tyranny's body, but because of the immortality of the evil god, he was ultimately unable to destroy tyranny's body. So, he had to seal off the entire ruins planet to prevent tyranny's body from escaping. Su Yu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, but he still had a doubt. It's just that, if according to what tyranny said, the evil god is immortal, then why didn't tyranny's original body, which descended on the ruins planet 10,000 years ago, choose to commit suicide and thus be resurrected in the subspace and gain freedom? Instead, he chose to be bound to this ruins planet by Zhang Chifeng, unable to escape. So the evil god. Su Yu thought of this, and quickly walked to the room where tyranny's clone was sealed, looking at the languid and violent clone. Su Yu said, "I'm very curious. You said you were just a thought. A violent clone, not the real body. And judging from your previous actions, you obviously have the ability to commit suicide and dissipate this clone. But you would rather be bound by me than dissipate this thought, dissipate this clone, and choose to be tortured by me. This doesn't make sense." Hearing Su Yu's words, the trembling psionic mist suddenly stopped. And Su Yu, looking at the violent action, clearly confirmed his guess. He said, "So, it's not that you can't, but that you don't want to, and you don't want to. If it's as I expected, your body should be in a very bad state. I'm afraid this idea of yours was successfully conceived by relying on the sacrifice of the ghost high priest before his death. Back then, the battle with Zhang Chifeng, and the betrayal of the ghost emperor, you have been bound on this planet for 10,000 years. Am I right?" Su Yu, based on the partial information he had, tricked the tyrannical clone. The ghost mist trembled strangely, violently. After a long while, it calmed down, but did not make any sound. It was completely different from the noisy tyrannical clone before. But Su Yu knew that he guessed right. After a long time, the tyrannical clone finally spoke. "Who are you? Human, how do you know this? How do you know Zhang Chifeng? How do you know so much?" After hearing the words of tyranny, Su Yu did not answer, but confirmed his previous guess based on the words of tyranny. Su Yu thought, "In this way, I only have one question left in my mind, that is, why doesn't tyranny choose to commit suicide and then be reborn in the subspace, relying on human emotions? Sure enough, your original body is in a very bad state. I'm afraid that even the birth of your idea is one of his few strengths. Therefore, you dare not commit suicide easily, nor do you dare to disappear easily." Bao Yi also reacted. He said, "Human, are you deceiving me?" Su Yu ignored Bao Yi's words and continued, "You dare not disappear because once your idea disappears, the previous battle situation and information will not be brought back to the original body. You are afraid. You are afraid of me. Although you keep saying that you are immortal, you are still afraid that a person like Zhang Chifeng will appear again on this ruined planet. Even your original body, I am afraid you dare not die, because once it disappears, it is also death for your original body." Su Yu said lightly. Bauer seemed to have touched a sore spot and said, "Human, what are you talking about? You don't understand at all. The evil god is immortal." Tyranny wanted to say something, but Su Yu used his psionic power to seal him tightly. Now tyranny's clone. Even suicide has become a luxury. The evil god is immortal, and the tyrannical emotions will also exist because of the existence of humans. But you are not immortal. Your original body, the tyrannical evil god, is an evil god born in the subspace based on the accumulation of human tyrannical emotions, and has its own thinking ability and memory. Once your original body dies, the tyrannical evil god that is reborn in the subspace will probably not inherit your original body's memory and thinking, but will become a brand new individual born from the accumulation of tyrannical emotions of mankind over the past 10,000 years. So you opened the door of the room and walked to the tyrannical clone that was completely bound by him. Su Yu said word by word, "The tyrannical evil god is indeed immortal. But you are not. So, you dare not die. And you cannot die. You can only be sealed and bound on this ruined planet for 10,000 years. Just like your thought that was sealed by me. Once you die, it will be truly dissipated." Chapter 160 Tyrannical Armor Design Blueprint. living mechanical city. Immortality is for the emotional evil god, but for you who have become evil gods, the evil gods who are reborn after death are no longer you. Suyu said. Immortality? You are really good at flattering yourself. Suyu said sarcastically. When you were born with thoughts and possessed human emotions, death was also a fear for you, in essence. You are no different from humans. No. To be precise, you who were born from human emotions are not as good as humans. After saying that, Suyu stopped talking. The sealed violet mist began to tremble violently at this time, as if it wanted to say something. But under Suyu's phantom control, it had already lost the ability to struggle. The violent clone that was completely sealed and controlled by Suyu was unable to move. Suyu, through the violent ghost mist that was constantly shaking, got the real answer. Is that so? In this case, Tyranny's main body is still on this ruined planet, unable to escape, and in extremely poor condition, but it is not impossible to deal with it. Suyu thought so, and reinforced Tyranny's seal again. After confirming that Tyranny could not even commit suicide, Suyu returned to the core terminal. He called up the half-designed Tyranny armor blueprint. The design of Tyranny's armor can be put on the agenda. Evil gods like Tyranny, even the clones have to be on high alert. Although Suyu had appeared extremely calm in front of the tyrannical clone before, and didn't care about Tyranny, that was just to trick Tyranny and get information from him. Suyu naturally didn't look down on Tyranny, who even the apostle-level mechanic Zhang Chifeng couldn't solve. The current tyrannical clone is completely sealed by my mastery of psionic energy and the flame of truth. If we wait until the tyrannical battle armor is manufactured, I can use the tyrannical armor to further restrain the tyrannical clone, and thus turn the tyrannical clone into the core energy source of the armor. As a mechanic, my control over mechanical creations will be further improved. By making the tyrannical clone into a core energy source, I can extract energy from the tyrannical clone at all times, and thus restrict the tyrannical clone, which is far better than simply sealing it. Thinking of this, Suyu enlarged the drawing of the tyrannical armor. He summoned the mechanical spirit and said, Mechanical spirit, how have you calculated the material data of the tyrannical armor? In Suyu's blueprint design, the tyrannical armor is far superior to the excellence level, and the combat power increase it can provide is at least as high as 7 stars. With Suyu's current mechanical technology, it is still a bit difficult to design such a tyrannical armor. If it weren't for the existence of the mechanical spirit, it would be able to help Suyu calculate a lot of tedious processes. I'm afraid it's impossible for Suyu to design this tyrannical armor. Master, the core of the tyrannical armor uses tyrannical clone, and the trunk can also use the evil god bone left by tyrannical, after being purified by the flame of truth. The material hardness of the evil god bone and its compatibility with psionic energy can perfectly carry the power of tyrannical. Only the materials of other parts of the armor are difficult to find. Hearing the words of the mechanical spirit, Suyu also nodded. The evil god's bones were originally part of Tyranny's body, and naturally could perfectly bear Tyranny's power. However, to build a battle armor, it was not enough to rely on only the few pieces of evil god's bones left by Tyranny. Mechanical spirit, call up the material data that I asked you to test these days. Yes, Master. The next moment, the light and shadow projected on the core terminal in front of Suyu changed. A large amount of material data was called up by the mechanical spirit one by one. Master, the special pollution activity of Tyranny, ordinary materials, may not be able to bear the energy output of Tyranny core. For other materials of the armor, according to the current test data, the best effect is the bones of radiation beasts above 4 stars, and the shells of crystal giant scorpions and steel giant scorpions, which can also bear a certain amount of Tyranny energy output. Suyu looked at the test data of the materials projected by the mechanical spirit, and thought to himself, sure enough, if you want to carry violent energy output, ordinary materials are not enough, even tungsten blood steel and sea blue source crystal are far from enough. It is not surprising that the radiation beast can carry violent energy output. After all, the radiation emitted by the radiation land over the years has always contained the ghost energy of the Ghost Emperor, so the radiation beasts have also evolved to a certain extent to be suitable for the ghost energy. In this case, the exploration of the radiation land must be put on the agenda. Suyu thought so. In the radiation land, the high-star radiation beasts that survive are the best materials for me to build the tyrannical armor. Also, as a ghost shadow blade, I already have strong resistance to the radiation and psionic energy of the radiation land. Now, as long as I don't go deep into the range of the radiation ghost city, there will be no danger when I enter the radiation land. At this time, the mechanical spirit sent a reminder, "Master, the envoys of the city of war already arrived at the mechanical city." Outside the mechanical city, the envoys from the city of war are looking at the magnificent steel city in front of them in shock. A large number of transport vehicles are constantly entering and exiting the mechanical city, and a large number of rangers are also constantly expanding the defense of the mechanical city on the city wall. After the mechanical spirit became a real mechanical life, the mechanical city has already been completely upgraded and transformed by the mechanical spirit, both in size and defense capabilities. They are several times higher than before. Yu Chung stood in front of the steel gate of the mechanical city and was extremely shocked. He was not shocked by the grandeur of the mechanical city. After all, as a large settlement, the war city was built extremely large. Is this the mechanical city? In my impression, shouldn't this be the location of shelter number 73? How long has it been? In just 2 or 3 months, can such a huge mechanical city be built in this dead wilderness? In Yu Cheng's memory, the current location of the mechanical city was originally just a small number 73 shelter, which was not the strongest even among small settlements. But now, the mechanical city in front of him has replaced the original number 73 shelter. Li Chanfeng also looked at the mechanical city in front of him with an incredible look. As a 6-star top-level physical transcendent, Li Chanfeng saw much more than Yu Cheng, the newly appeared 7-star superhuman Su Yu. I think this mechanical city was also built by Su Yu. This terrifying construction speed, coupled with the constantly rotating reconnaissance radar and the many weapons mounted on the walls of the mechanical city, are enough to show that the mechanical city in front of us is not just a decoration. Li Chanfeng thought, such a terrifying mechanical city, coupled with the remains of mechanical creations left on the battlefield, are enough to show that Su Yu, the manager of this mechanical city, has mastered extremely strong mechanical technology. 7-star extraordinary people also have this kind of mechanical technology. Whether it is expansion or development, the entire mechanical city, there are no restrictions. Li Chanfeng can even foresee that the rise of the mechanical city in the future will be unstoppable. This dead wilderness will soon give birth to a real large force. Soon, after confirming the identities of everyone, the steel gate of the mechanical city opened. The envoys from the city of war followed the leading primary ranger and entered. Li Chanfeng looked at the primary ranger in front of him. Along the way, Li Chanfeng felt that the primary ranger in front of him had a very high level of intelligence. In fact, in Li Chanfeng's opinion, this primary ranger felt almost the same as a real person. With such an intelligence level, I'm afraid the chip used to build this ranger must be at least an advanced chip. Such mechanical creations must be rare in the entire mechanical city. Li Chanfeng thought so, while following this primary ranger all the way forward. Soon, the crowd passed through the thick wall of the mechanical city and came to the interior of the mechanical city, and the view in front of them suddenly became clear. The scene in front of him immediately shocked Li Chanfeng. At this time, inside the mechanical city, a large number of rangers cooperated with the residents of the mechanical city to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the entire mechanical city, undergo a brand new transformation and upgrade. The ground is made of metal, and a large number of steel buildings are made of metal, and countless conveyor belts sort various ores, melt them, and finally turn them into brand new steel blocks. They are then transported to various parts of the mechanical city through conveyor belts, and transformed by the rangers into metal parts of various shapes, and integrated into the transformation of the mechanical city. Everything is under the control of the mechanical spirit, and it seems so orderly. After the mechanical spirit becomes a real mechanical life, it has long been able to perfectly coordinate every part of the mechanical city. In addition to the 1,600 intermediate rangers manufactured these days, the entire mechanical city is in ruins. This completely different scenery is completely different from the war city. But what shocked Li Chanfeng was not this. It was those mechanical rangers who were helping the residents of the mechanical city to build houses at this time. Li Chanfeng could easily see that the quality and agility of those rangers who were repairing the houses were, obviously, it is several times stronger than the primary ranger leading the way in front of him. In fact, under Li Chanfeng's observation, those intermediate rangers can perfectly understand the requests of the residents of the mechanical city, and they don't look like intelligent machines at all. Instead, they are more like living mechanical lives. The mechanical spirit has already copied itself to each mechanical ranger. Because of the existence of the mechanical spirit, the computing power of these rangers has been raised to the theoretical limit. Li Chanfeng was silent. Originally, He thought that the intelligence level of this junior ranger leading the way was already excellent in the mechanical city. But now it seems that such mechanical creations are common in the entire mechanical city. The mechanical city is indeed worthy of its reputation. Li Changfeng muttered to himself. Yu Cheng heard Li Changfeng's words and nodded in agreement. Indeed, these mechanical creations, as well as the planning of the entire mechanical city, they are all extremely perfect. I think the design of the entire mechanical city should be designed by the 7-star transcendent master himself. Li Changfeng did not agree with Yu Cheng's words, because in Li Changfeng's view, the design of the entire mechanical city, with a cold mechanical beauty, does not look like it was designed by humans. On the contrary, it is so perfect that it seems like the best design obtained after countless calculations. Even, Li Changfeng subconsciously looked back at the wall of the mechanical city behind him, seeing that many detection devices on the city wall were aimed at the envoys of their war city. They seemed to be observing and learning their actions. As a 6-star extraordinary person, Li Changfeng thought that the entire mechanical city did not look like a dead thing at all. On the contrary, the entire mechanical city was alive. Thinking of this, Li Changfeng trembled in his heart. But soon, he threw this terrible idea out of his mind. At this time, Su Yu in the mechanical space also saw the picture projected by the mechanical spirit. Seeing the appearance of Li Changfeng and others, mechanical spirit, he seems to have seen you. Su Yu said playfully, interesting, there is such a capable person in the envoy group of the City of War. No wonder, the commander of the army. Let us make friends with the City of Machinery. Yu Cheng sighed to Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng hesitated, the strange feeling before always surrounded him. After a moment, he said, making friends may not be enough, if possible. This time, we will try our best to turn the mechanical city into an ally of our war city. Even if it costs some money, it is worth it. The things we brought this time may not be enough. Li Changfeng soon realized that since the rise of the mechanical city is unstoppable, it is better to make friends with it, rather than offending a 7-star extraordinary person and the mechanical city with great potential. It is better to turn the mechanical city into an ally of the war city. Hearing Li Changfeng's words, Yu Cheng was stunned for a moment, and seemed to be a little unbelieving. Deputy Legion Master, the things we brought this time should be enough for the mechanical city. The 2 cultivation methods, although not the core cultivation methods of the City of War, are also extraordinary cultivation methods suitable for the public to temper their bodies. Even for large forces, they are invaluable. In Yu Cheng's view, the cultivation methods brought by the City of War are. It was sincere enough. After all, for a newly emerged force like the mechanical city, the cultivation method is often the most scarce thing. But Li Changfeng shook his head when he heard Yu Cheng's words. He said, Yu Cheng, as the head of the caravan, in the previous transactions, have you ever seen such a force? Such mechanical technology? The war city has abundant resources, and a large population, and the trading caravans are all over the ruined star. And the mechanical city in front of us, there is a lot of work to be done, and it probably needs a lot of resources to develop. The mechanical technology possessed by the mechanical city, plus those mechanical creations, is completely worthy of becoming an ally of the war city.